From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. About to have the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What's been going on around here?
Not as tan as you are, my goodness.
I know.
That's a golden nut brown tan.
I know. My nose got burnt.
Yeah.
That sun is different. I came back here and I felt the 103. Everyone on the plane was like, 103 back in Dallas. And I got off the plane and I was like, this isn't as bad as the Playa sun. Not as bad. There's a little bit of a breeze. But yeah, nose got torched a little bit, but I kept your pectorals in mind from your trip when applying over and over again, not to get burnt.
Oh, yeah, you got to. You got to keep reapplying. The UV index there is super high. Like we were looking, like, here it's like, look at it like 7 or 8. It's like an 11.
What's this music?
He's talking to you, Peyton.
I was turning it up. I was.
He just wanted me to carry the first, just carry the first 30 minutes while not talking to anybody else.
It's a mariachi band music.
Okay,
Is this the music you had out there?
Mariachi band music. There was some of this. The thing about the heat too. Once you get burned a little bit, you walk back into the heat. It like it's awful.
Yeah,
it's awful. It was too hot.
Yeah,
It was way too hot. You're in the pool. It's cool, but we were in a good enough area where you could walk like their Michigan Avenue version of, Playa del Carmen, and you go up and down the streets and you see all the scenes and the street entertainers. You just 5 steps in, I'm ready to turn around and I'm like, I need a shower. It's a sauna. It's just it's nasty.
Yes, very humid. Very, very humid. Did you eat anywhere besides the resort?
I did. We ate a couple, so this trip recap was kind of like my wedding. Oh. And I probably need to see a psychologist for this. I know my wedding overall was good, but like I just focus on like a little bit of the negative and I allow that thought first to come into my mind, so it kind of messes up the memory. And this was good, really good food, great resort in terms of people, adults, vibe, partying, but just the travel there and back. That's the first thing that comes to my mind, and it ruined it.
It's travel can always be a nightmare, man.
Woke up at 5 a.m., for the old man pee. Look at my phone Thursday morning. Flight canceled.
Your flight out there was canceled?
Canceled. 5 a.m. Well, you guys are getting ready to turn on the microphones.
Not delayed, canceled.
Gone. And no explanation, just important message from, Sun Country Airlines, flight canceled. So now, instead of going back to sleep, the scramble begins.
Yeah.
I rebook another flight. Well, I have buddies that are going out there, thanks to my mother-in-law canceling on me last second. Appreciate that. I have buddies that are landing out there, and I've got them scheduled for like 11 a.m. Well, now my next flight that I book on Spirit, warning, gets out there at like 2.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, this is just a bad start.
Bad start.
So on the way to the airport, I'm like, let me just check the one-ways. Now I've booked the Spirit flight, all right? But in my mind, I can cancel within 24 hours. I learned this with booking flights in the past.
Sure.
24 hours you have. I can cancel it. So I booked the Spirit flight, 4 digits. I'm like, you know what? We got to get an
each?
Just round trip.
Okay.
I got to get a one-way that's quick.
Check it out.
Then I'll deal with getting back later on while in Mexico. I get an American Airlines flight.
Ooh.
Really, really expensive, but it's American Airlines. I'm going to save on the baggage. I'm going to get one bag anyway. I get the one-way American Airlines flight.
Canceled.
Get up to the counter, and I get it, but bags included. I got to pay for bags, and because I'm paying like last second at the airport, they charge me a fee for that. Paying at the airport, a little bit more of a fee. Okay.
There's more of a fee to pay at the airport?
There was more of a fee. Same day, and I was paying at the counter.
All right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I didn't know that they did that, though.
But I've gotten on the American flight.
Okay, safe.
I've gotten better than Spirit. I've gotten better than Sun Country. I'm going to make it, my friends are going to wait like an hour. I've saved it.
So now you're like at noon.
Now I'm at noon.
Okay.
I call Spirit while waiting. Hey, cancel. No. Not within 24 hours of booking, because it's within 24 hours of the flight.
God.
I'm now hooked into that Spirit cost. I'm hooked into paying for it. 4 digits. All right? They won't let me cancel it because and I kind of get it from their side, right? Like I've taken up space on the plane that someone else could have bought. Day of. So day of, within traveling, can't cancel it.
Oh my God.
Well, fine, I'm getting on the American. Fine, let me just get another shot of whiskey while waiting at the terminal. And I'm on the American Airlines plane. And I stay on the American Airlines plane on the runway, 2 hours, sitting there, backed up, plane maintenance. The weather's fine where I am on the side of DFW Airport. But on the other side of DFW Airport, apparently, there's storms and there's threats. So they're keeping us grounded.
Oh, gosh.
So 2 hours. And there's nothing worse than just staying. I'd rather get off the plane.
Yo, for sure.
But any minute you think, you hear we're taking off. Get ready. They just have you go around at a 5 mile per hour speed.
Yeah.
You think you're going. No, they're just killing time. Then I think they're taking the tires off the plane. I don't know what these sounds are, but I'm not moving. 2 hours on the American flight. Finally get there. Vacation starts. All that stuff. Good time. I wake up in the morning. Their flight is canceled from Spirit. Canceled.
Coming home or getting there?
Coming home. So mine was canceled because of lack of flight crew.
What?
Theirs was canceled because of Baltimore weather. I had them flying back to Baltimore. I was responsible for all the travel. So between getting through all that, I've never landed here at DFW and walked down on the ground and had a bus pick me up, take me over to customs. That took an extra hour. Getting out of DFW to try to get an Uber or a Lyft was a nightmare. This is on a Monday. So just the travel part of it is an absolute beat. And I know, and I'm absolutely cursed with it. So us going to Cowboys training camp will not be fun. So I got 6 different vouchers working here and there and there and here and working credit. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
You have a voucher for Spirit
and Sun Country.
So you got a one-way. Did you take Sun Country home?
They did.
They took Sun Country.
Yeah.
And you took American or Spirit?
I took Spirit. But I'm trying to use my Spirit credit for them.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Changing names?
It has to be me.
Yeah.
It's non-transferable.
Yeah.
I just can't use $1,500 of Spirit flight. It's got to be with me. So I end up having to, I'm going to use this damn credit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to use, and Spirit, they make you use it within 3 months. Sun Country, the voucher they gave me is for a year.
See, most for a year.
And it's transferable. Sun Country,
it is?
I could do it with others.
Oh, that's really cool.
Spirit.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really nice. Like, customer service. Spirit has to be my name and within 3 months. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere in 3 months again. All my vacation time here at the station, that's used. That's over with. So I buy them the 2 seats on Spirit with me on there. So I burn a flight with a seat that I'm not going to use just so my name got used. So this is what I'm doing.
Life hack, baby.
This is it's a little bit of a life hack.
It's a costly life hack.
It's a costly life hack. So these are some of my travel. So overall, yes, it was good. Good getaway. I was glad to be back home, but it's a beating because I never know what notification I'm going. All the Spirit Airlines kiosks are down. They don't let you complete it. You're at the final stage. You get the red sign. Then you got to chat with them. Internationally, you're trying to make the call. Different language. That's why I don't like to go anywhere. That's why I like to stay right in my house.
You're going to have to go, though. You're going to have to get on a flight somewhere in 3 months because Amanda's obviously got a free ticket, right?
I can't keep track of what I've used up. I don't know. I've traded here. I've done this. I've done that. I don't know what I've used, what I haven't used. I got to go back and do math. It's going to be painful math. But I think I've basically used it all up.
Even her ticket, even Amanda's voucher.
Yeah, because on like one, for the 2 that they canceled, they gave me the refund.
Okay.
Know what I mean?
So Sun Country gave you the refund on
Sun
that.
Country gave me the
All
refund.
right, I get you on that.
And then Spirit for theirs back gave me the refund.
Gotcha.
But I couldn't just go ahead and use the voucher I had because I wasn't flying.
You weren't flying.
A lot of moving parts. A lot of headache. But it was still good overall. I just need to see a shrink for how to get the negative thing first out of my mind. Focus on the positive.
Focus on the alcohol.
Focus on the alcohol.
Focus on the alcohol. That's what I was doing.
Yes.
If I can.
And the fantastic tan with a nose burn. All right, so there it is, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started right here on 105.3 The Fan. Apparently, I'm not allowed to yell Zeke anymore during a Rangers game. And JaVale McGee is the reason we don't have this member of the Phoenix Suns. Wednesday edition. Good to be back. Glad to have the entire crew back together.
Field line, fair ball, yes it is, Ezekiel Duran. A little bat flip, a little point to his teammates in the dugout. Zeke has given the Rangers a 4-3 lead.
See, Hicksy said Zeke. Matt Hicks said Zeke right here on your home of the Rangers, but a few totals were confused last night when I tweeted it. 8-3 with a 5-run explosion in the 8th inning. Good morning, Metroplex. We got Sean and RJ back together again on your home for Rangers baseball, and they finally solved the runners in scoring position problem. It had really hurt them over the past 15, 17, 18 games. And yesterday, early on, they were leaving runners on, and then they exploded finally in the 8th inning. Rangers beat Detroit.
Yeah, 2 outs and, 2 out RBIs. Would they have 6 of them? It's tremendous, and that's the way you win these games. But I still have 10 guys on base yesterday. Like, that's, their problem is lately in this offensive sputtering that they had. Basically until the 8th inning last night, the offense has been blah. Really since middle of last week. And yesterday, in that 8th inning, they kind of exploded. But still, going into that inning, it hadn't really done a whole lot.
Here were the numbers. Runners in scoring position over their last 18 games. The record, by the way, 7-11. Last 18 games, they left 157 on base. Average 205. And they were 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position in the Tiger opener. So you left 157 on base over the last 18 games. And then last night, Zeke Duran, I thought, with the biggest hit. Adolis added on. You had Simeon with a nice hustle play. Seager with, Detroit misplayed a lot of balls yesterday.
Oh, my God. That ball in the outfield on Seager's hit was that was one of the worst trackings of a ball I've seen in a while. That was awful.
Earlier in the inning, they were throwing the ball around.
Yeah.
And, guys getting ready to advance everywhere. It was sloppy.
The good news is that, even though they had left all those guys on base, they were still getting them on. But we had talked about that. We knew that eventually that they were going to wind up having a regression in their batting average, runners in scoring position. They just were. We knew that. Now, that doesn't mean that, that they're going to go like this the rest of the year, but they were also going to hit 340. That's baseball, man. Wash said it. That's the way baseball go for a reason.
Two really, really disturbed. By the way, anything I should know about Bobby before he comes in here? I thought he was going to greet me nicely at 5:30. Was he just beat down, having to actually work a full show for 4 days?
He was he was good, but yesterday at 9:20, he said off air, he goes, "Man, I can't wait for Sean to get back. We can go back to our regular roles." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. That's really nice. It's
because you were leading."
Yeah, and you know me, I don't do that very often. It's over the 12 years we've done this show, I've basically done a dozen times. It's just not my thing, and I get so stressed out doing it. So I think I lost hair.
Oh, really?
I lost more hair.
Stressed out.
I went gray.
Stressed out because this is the dead sports period too.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was that. It's just the speed of the show goes by faster, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But the speed of having okay, where we going next, all while trying to crack a joke or come up with a point. It's wait, where are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's the clock. Got to look at that thing.
It's tiring.
It's very tiring. Mentally draining.
My wife, I could never explain that to her.
No.
After a while on vacation, she's like, okay, I just want to not talk for a little bit. And I'm like, that's how I feel every day at 10:05 a.m. when I walk in the door. I don't want to talk. I want to just chill. That's why I want to stay off the phone. It's different. The energy level. But just making sure the Adderall's filled, didn't run out. And that Bobby was going to be a good soldier. But it's going to be good to have everybody back. All right, two really disturbing stories. Remember Ryan Mallett, the former Arkansas quarterback who ended up on the Patriots, had a 7-year career in the National Football League. He drowned at a Florida beach at the age of 35. This was in Destin, 2:12 local time. All right, this is a place a lot of people vacation and frequent. Destin. Group of people swimming in the Gulf of Mexico near a sandbar struggled to make their way back to shore. One of the individuals, later identified as Mallett, was not breathing when he was pulled out of the water, transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. And he was coaching high school football. This came from his high school team. Wow. They wrote this post on their website. So really terrible news. Ryan Mallett selected in the 3rd round of the 2011 draft, passing away while swimming in Destin.
That's awful. That's scary. When the ocean, man, the Gulf, scary as hell. You see photos this is what a riptide looks like. Keep an eye on these things. This is what a riptide looks like. And Cabo, you could just see how scary the water was. Even when the water like went up to your feet and went like it pulled you. It was
Sucked
like,
you back
oh
out.
yeah, it's tough, man.
In Playa, there was like these nets, huge nets. They're like, oh yeah, that's keeping the sharks out. And my friends are like, yeah, all right, we can go swimming. And I was like, I'm not going swimming. If it needs to keep the sharks out, there might be sharks around.
Yeah, I've seen that episode of Jaws. I've seen
me?
that one.
No, so that was awful. And then to follow up,
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson, legendary NASCAR driver. He was preparing for a street race in Chicago. He gets news that his wife's parents and a nephew are dead in Oklahoma. Are you kidding me? So this is on Monday, about 50 miles southeast of Tulsa. Investigators believe that Jimmy Johnson's stepmother shot her husband and grandson before shooting herself.
Yeah, the grandson's 11, and then she shot her. They were in their late 60s.
She called 911. Disturbance, gun. She wanted them to come and show up, right? They called this like a murder-suicide. And they found one person near the front door of the home, heard a gunshot from further inside, found 2 other people dead. So Jimmy Johnson, his step-parents.
Terrible.
Wait, step-parents?
Stepmom.
Stepmom.
In-laws.
In-laws.
His
Sorry.
mom's, yeah, I can't fathom this. Like how you could do this to a kid. I mean, to anybody really, but like especially throwing an 11-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Who's just sitting there. It's like it's disgusting.
And then did you see the incident yesterday on George Bush?
Okay. So,
and that's not me, y'all.
I
so
know.
Stop.
That was my first thought. I was like, wait a second. I thought Shaw was on vacation. Like, he shouldn't be that stressed. Like, this isn't going to vacation. It must have been a really tough flight.
Going through customs back, my buddy's like, oh, man, I didn't realize, how many people you look like. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, yeah, just going through here. Like, I thought like 3 or 4 different people here.
Y'all look alike?
Gather the foreigners.
Exactly. Wow. And I'm like, oh,
ridiculous, man.
So if we landed in Ireland, you freaking human carrot, sweet potato looking a-hole. And I'm like, look around and I'm like, man, you look like all the rest of these vegetables here.
Yeah,
you look like all the rest of these. How would you feel?
Yeah.
How would you feel if I said that? And where were we coming back from? Where were the majority of people? The other individuals kind of gathering? Mexico. So
okay,
I got stereotyped.
All right,
just like that, just like I did yesterday on George Bush.
White. Yeah, when I blew that photo, I was like, dang, man. I knew I had heard a rumor that Sean had a gun, but I didn't think he was carrying it everywhere.
That would have been impressive with the technique holding it. So
good technique, hand over hand.
A federal post office police officer witnessed these 2 drivers. There was a road rage incident. This guy pulls a gun on this other guy. And the federal post office police officer detains both of them until more help arrives. I'm like, wait, how are you able to detain someone when they're sitting there holding the gun on another person?
So the guy holding the gun is not the post office. The guy taking the photo is the postal worker. I never thought that. Usually the postal workers are the ones going postal.
Hyundai on Hyundai crime, the internet is calling it. 08 Hyundai Sonata versus a 2018 Hyundai Elantra. Both drivers pulled over, and this guy pointed a firearm, and they were detained.
I wonder what the rage was. Now, the guy in the front has a fender bender, so I wonder if the guy in the back hit him.
That's definitely a fender bender.
Rear-ended him or something like that.
Right.
That stinks. That's terrible.
Bobby Belt has entered the studio. Why are you clean-shaven? I thought this was a no-no. I thought this wasn't allowed.
No, this isn't all the way gone. It's still a shadow. As long as it's a shadow, she's okay with it.
Oh, he got on soda. Now he thinks he can just clean shave.
No, honestly,
soda flex.
No, it was a I don't remember. It was a comment somewhere. They were like, your hair's out of control. Like it's starting to blend too much with everything on like the fan text or something. So I was like,
chest.
I was like, it probably is. I do need to trim it up. So I did. And my 7-year-old last night when she came in after I shaved, she says, your face makes me uncomfortable.
I noticed his lips are the same color as his cheeks. I've never seen that before.
His lips are the same color as his cheeks.
Like his, a lot of people have like different color. Your lips are a little bit darker.
Well, I got burned.
Yeah.
That's how I know it was bad. I got lip burn.
Lip burn.
Your lips got burned?
Lips got burnt. My wife woke up in the middle of the night. She looked like Wanda Payton
Wanda Sykes?
$20 if you know that reference.
Keep the money.
Okay. Bobby, do you know Wanda?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
The only Wanda I know is Wanda Sykes.
In Living Color, the character.
Oh, so you've made
not in Living Color. I think it was Mad TV. Whatever the Fox late night show was. Wanda.
You've made that reference before, and I didn't know what it meant. You've explained it.
It was sunburn. The lips got burned.
You got the lip balm. You got to keep reapplying. It's got to be SPF. Got to be SPF.
Did JaVale McGee stop the Dallas Mavericks from getting their big three? Next, Hump Day edition, coming at you with the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Good to have the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station. We've got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we're already in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a saving grace for me because I was dreading, obviously, getting 8 hours of sleep is really nice.
Oh, it's great. It's a game changer, man.
It's a game changer for health, for patience, for habits. And I'm like, okay, back to the Rangers game was cruising along pretty good last night. It was about six innings, seventh inning. It felt like it was 2 hours in. And then I was getting ready to check out. I'm like, thank goodness for this 5-run eighth, which we'll get into. But it was nice to have 8 hours again. But if I have to come back to 6 hours of sleep, at least there's only a couple days. Yeah,
just 3 days. It's all you got to worry about.
Yeah.
And then we got, it's not really a long weekend because we're here Monday.
Yeah, really huge
error.
Scheduling error on our part.
Yeah.
Is July 4th, Peyton, usually on a Tuesday?
It's always on a Tuesday.
It was like 3 years ago, but
I don't think it was 3
this
years
year,
ago.
I don't know.
Maybe 7.
I feel like it's usually not like on a second day of the week or third day of the week.
Every 7 or 8 years, right?
I mean, yeah.
Is that what it is?
The calendar just falls on the 4th where days will rotate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we really screwed up working on
Because
Monday.
if it's on like a Saturday or Sunday, we get the next day off, correct? If holiday falls on the weekend?
Or the day before, whatever it would be, yeah.
Gotcha.
Like, how many people have already just taken off Monday?
Well, I'll be here Monday and I'll be here Tuesday.
Yes.
So you're working July 4th.
I'm working July 4th. It's me and Broadus.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Y'all getting a comp day, huh?
And
Nice.
Is that because he doesn't want to work with the nosebleeds anymore, as we're going to hear at 6:40?
man, the fight heard around the world. Yeah, no, this is we'll be on actually. I think we're on from like 8 to noon, leading into Rangers, and so that's the setup. But that week is going to be huge because that Friday is when we do the Firehouse tour.
Okay.
The Sean and RJ remote is back. The first post-COVID remote for Sean and RJ.
Back on the streets. All right, so recap for me your NBA draft thoughts, because that's when I left for vacation.
Okay. I loved the second pick, Omax Prosper. I thought he was a very good player. I think we're going to look back at him similar to the way we looked back at the Josh Howard draft and be like, and not that they're similar players or anything, but like, wow, how did he fall? Josh, like, what, 29? How did he fall there? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I think that the Derek Lively pick is just not of this era. That is like
Michael Finley and Jason Kidd thinking he's Tyson Chandler, not changing your mind.
No, I don't care who he is. He could beat Dikembe Mutombo, and like I need points, man. I need scoring. And now look.
Now I would argue that maybe you don't want the offensive scoring center. Have the in today's era of the NBA. You still need rebounding and some defense and some shot blocking.
Sure.
So that's what he is.
Sure, he is. But like, did we really? I'm thinking to myself, do we really give up on a chance in a postseason run so we can get a guy that gets rebounds?
Right.
All right. That to me, that played into it for me a little bit. Now, fair or not? I
think it's fair. It is fair because you have to evaluate what the draft is going to be.
Right.
You said that this baseball draft in a month is one of the best in 10 years. That factors into the pick you hold and what your plans are.
It does. I mean, the Rangers have a chance to get, if he's there, who many are calling the best pitching prospects since Garrett Cole and Paul Skeens. If he's there, he might not be.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kids that are tremendous in this baseball draft. So they all may miss.
Yeah.
You don't know. Derek Lively may become Joel Embiid. We have no idea.
Yeah.
There's video of him just draining 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 in practice, but he never showed in the game.
Bobby, the internet feedback while I was sitting there trying to just read and recap Twitter was amazing job by the Mavericks. They turned this into that, and they gathered more, and they got more assets, and they saved money, and they got off a bad contract in Bertans. There was a lot, I think, overwhelming. Now, look, I'm looking at DFW Twitter, but there was overwhelming applause and praise for what the Mavs turned the draft night into. What did you think? Just give me a quick summary.
Yeah, look, I think the fact that they turned it into 3 rotational players when they went into the night with only pick 10, that's good. And they addressed things that they needed to. I was a big fan of Cam Whitmore. The fact that he fell all the way to 20 probably says his knee is really jacked up. And so I'm not as mad that they didn't get him once I saw how far he fell. Derek Lively's easy to root for. RJ Choppy, he is easy to root for.
Yeah, Bobby.
But that's the Derek Lively pick. I think it does make you better in an area that you needed to get better. It's just the question of, is that the right value at 10 or 12 or whatever else?
Yeah.
But it seemed to be overwhelmingly positive that they covered a lot of bases.
And this whole win now move that we thought number 10 was turning into did not happen.
No.
Now everyone's, look at the youth on the Mavs roster. I thought.
Now the youth is good. I'm glad we have youth, but look, I mean, is he going to be able to pick and roll? Sure.
LeBron James doesn't want youth on his roster right now, and I wonder how much Luka and Kyrie want it as well.
I bet you they don't. Now
should be a win now situation.
It should be. I mean, you have a window with Luka that you better maximize. Now, does that mean that you stop building your roster in the appropriate manner? No, it doesn't. I just thought that, I was with Bobby. I mean, I liked Cam a lot. Now, obviously, there's a knee issue that scared a lot of teams off. What did he drop to 20?
Yep, 20.
So, I mean, that tells you something.
Okay, so here was the win now possibility. According to Mark Stein, a trade between the Mavericks and Phoenix was discussed. You guys said you already covered that yesterday. Well, now we know the pieces. The Mavs would have gotten DeAndre Ayton. The Suns would have gotten Hardaway, Holmes, and JaVale McGee. And the Suns declined. Here's Stein. The talks with Dallas were not going to furnish Phoenix with any future first-round compensation, but initially held appeal to the Suns because it would have given them 2 players they like in Hardaway and Holmes who could plug into a rotation with numerous vacancies in support of their new star trio. So Phoenix apparently did not want JaVale McGee in the deal. So this deal fell through with DeAndre Ayton. Something has to be missing here. I'm not understanding.
I agree. I am not going to let JaVale McGee hold this up. If I've got to keep JaVale McGee to get the player that you want, then you do it. And correct me if I'm wrong. This was before the trade, the draft, right? So,
well, it couldn't have been if somebody like Holmes was involved.
It was on draft night.
Yeah, but they would have already had the rights to Holmes, so they would have already made their picks.
Yes, you're right. Because it's like if they were already.
What's Holmes' first name, by the way?
Rashawn.
So it's like because if they have 8 and they don't draft Lively at 10.
I don't know. I don't know because again, you're talking about 2 different skill sets, and you're talking about what Ayton comes in as a scorer, like Sean mentioned. Like he's a different type of center than what Lively is. Lively's here just to rebound, contest shots, roll, finish.
Well, I'm like, what am I missing here? So I went and looked up JaVale McGee's salary. This is why Phoenix didn't want him. He's got a $6 million salary next year and a $6 million player option after that. Yeah. He's 35. So for the next season, actually the next 2 seasons, JaVale McGee is going to make $6 million. Phoenix, of course, has to be looking to penny pinch. And they're going to be like, we're not going to pay $6 million to a guy who averaged 4 points in 42 games last season. Now, is there nothing else that the Mavs could have done to make this work, to mix and match the salaries? But it is very bitter for me to know that getting rid of Tim Hardaway and JaVale McGee could have gotten you DeAndre Ayton. I know DeAndre Ayton is a disappointment. I know that he is highly paid. I would have been thrilled and excited about this and felt like the Mavs stole him.
For that?
Yeah, for that.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And look, Hardaway and Holmes, all right, if that's what it takes, and then they just don't want to take on McGee. Well, if you look at and it's just the ESPN trade machine, but when you include Holmes and Hardaway, the only guys that can then make the trade match that you can, I mean, you could have done Holmes and Hardaway only, and it would have made the trade match. But if they were insistent on we need a third player, the only other guys you could have thrown in to make it work financially would have been Josh Green. They're not going to do.
Nope.
Jaden Hardy, they're not going to do. We heard yesterday that was the whole reason they didn't make the trade for Capella is because Atlanta wanted Green or Hardy involved. And then Theo Pinson. And it may have just been a thing where Phoenix is like, we don't want Theo Pinson. But the fact that it's that close and it just comes down to figure it out. If it's just two players and you don't want to throw in any future draft capital, like move on that. Sorry, throw in an extra pick or something.
Yeah. So this feels like a real big disappointment.
It is. Because even though I'm not like the hugest, is that a word? No. DeAndre Ayton fan, like he's way better than what they would have given up for. Way better. And, I don't believe, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't believe they would have drafted Lively had they had him already.
So are we all taking this Tim Hardaway or whoever giving up their number for Kyrie as the sign that Kyrie is now staying here? Numbers are being given up, and Kyrie, you can have this one. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Or what if he really wanted number 2, and this is a sign that he's not coming back? They're already giving away his number, like Zeke. No, I do think he's back just because of the moves they've made. If you look at the moves they've made, that to me says they're building with Kyrie and Luka here in mind.
I'm officially sick and tired of Dame Lillard stories.
Ooh,
I'm tired of it.
Wow. Okay.
He's not Derek Carr levels for me yet. But I'm so tired of, well, no, I don't want to be on a super team. No, I want to stay. But no, I don't want new players. But yes, I might entertain the Miami Heat. Why do the Heat rumors keep coming up? And he does have serious interest in joining the Heat per Sam Amick. And it's just this, it's like this, in life when someone just doesn't want to be the bad guy. We're all feeling and thinking the same thing, but no one wants to say it. That's what this Dame Lillard situation sounds like, feels like, and I'm just tired of hearing about him. I'm tired of hearing that he's loyal to the end, Portland for life. Or, no, I want to team up with Bam Adebayo, and I'm liking Zion pose and this and that and that and this. I'm sick of it. But the latest is, he has serious interest in joining the Heat, and they would like to pair him up with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. And Choppy thinks that Brian Windhorst yesterday slipped on ESPN saying that Dame is going to Philly.
This was the meeting that a lot of the league was watching to see if Damian Lillard requested a trade, and he absolutely did not. In fact, from what I understand, the tenor of the meeting was that he doesn't want to put pressure on the Blazers, that he wants to see what they do in free agency, and he's going to give them that time to do that. So this is an interesting strategy move. He said at the end of the season, get me veterans. The draft came and went, no veterans. He's still not pressing, from what I have been told, that he is still going to give the Blazers every opportunity to work through this free agency process this week, whether it's through trades or signing players. Now, I will tell you that this is going to potentially cause some teams that were going to make offers for him to have to move on with business. They were waiting to see whether Dame Lillard was going to be on the market before they started to make moves this week. Now some teams are going to have to make a decision, either go forward or wait around. Lillard is going to wait around. It's certainly a move. It's, I guess, not surprising considering the way Dame has operated with the Blazers now for years. But it did take some people in the league by surprise that he didn't go forward with what everyone was expecting him to do.
I mean, I heard the Philadelphia 76ers in there twice, and I know they're looking to trade Tobias Harris, and they want a king's ransom. So we can put 2 and 2 together. Tobias Harris for Dame Lillard.
On the Blazers.
There you go.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like they were the Blazers and the Bulls.
Yeah,
like,
2 Bs.
I mean, how much does that, if he were to go to the Sixers, though, how much does that shift the power there if Embiid has somebody like Lillard playing with him?
Oh, I would think quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think so. I do think it's, you talked a little bit earlier, Sean, about the idea of like these guys don't want young players. That's one of the things that's really annoying Dame right now, apparently, is the fact that they picked Scoot Henderson. They didn't use that as draft capital to trade. Mm-hmm. But like he's so, you're right. It's reaching a level of annoyance. I don't even know that it's Derek Carr. It feels almost, it's a lighter version of it. He's obviously not at the end of his career. It feels a little Aaron Rodgers-ish. Like, do I want to be here? How happy are you going to make me? Do I not want to be here? That it's getting a little irritating on that level.
Are the Texas Rangers about to own the All-Star game? The Tolos are representing next. But look, this 4th of July, as we celebrate the 247th birthday of our great...
of the RWA loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
In the 3-2, and this ball is drilled deep into center field. Vierling going back. He looks up, and it is gone. Adolis Garcia with a 2-run home run. It is his 19th home run of the year, and the Rangers have blown this one wide open now. It's 8-3.
A 5-run 8th inning allows the Rangers to... Oh, yeah, that's right. Joe Jonas was at the game yesterday.
Yeah, local guy.
How many Jonas brothers are there?
3.
Okay. I think they're performing at the stadium.
Can you name them?
Kevin, Nick, and Joe.
Oh, not you, dummy.
Oh,
idiot.
Dummy. Wow.
An idiot.
Do you hear that?
Did you know all 3?
I did. That's why I asked you, Sean.
I don't think I've ever heard Kevin.
Yeah, I would have gotten Kevin wrong.
Kevin is he's the forgotten brother. He's like, it's like George Harrison with the Beatles. He's the forgotten Beatle.
The forgotten Beatle.
Mm-hmm. He's the forgotten brother, but I think he's the oldest. So, yeah, the Jonas Brothers, they've actually started making good music the last 5 or 6 years. Just saying, it's not Disney music anymore, Sean.
I was just waiting for an RJ reaction.
I don't hate the take.
Okay.
I don't hate the take.
This is a good song.
Yes, this is fine. Some of their jams we've got are pretty good.
When were they halftime for the Cowboys? Was that?
Oh,
God,
a long time ago.
18, something like that.
Adolis Garcia coming through on your home for Rangers baseball over his previous 12 games, the slugging percentage was .286.
Ugh.
Last 6 games, .615. So Adolis has turned it around. And yesterday, the Rangers gave us an update on phase 2 of the All-Star ballot. Simeon, Seager, Young, and Jonah are leading at their own positions as they try to become starters for the All-Star game. Adolis is currently 5th among the 6 outfield finalists.
Yeah, and look, I mean, there's a chance with Adolis because you're gonna have Aaron Judge be out,
Yep.
and Jordan has been mired in I think it's a shoulder injury that he's had, and he's still got a few weeks left on this thing. So who knows if Houston's gonna be like, take a step back. So that leaves 2 up. Trout's in, and Judge will probably get voted in, but he'll have to take time off.
Right.
I imagine it's a torn ligament. I doubt he would play in this game. So, I mean, now it's like you're fighting with Kevin Kiermaier for this spot.
Yeah.
And Randy Arozarena. Now, Arozarena, obviously he'll probably get in. There's Rays don't have a big following, but they've had such a great year that people will probably just it's a Ray, let's put him in. But you're going up against Kevin Kiermaier and Randy Arozarena. I mean, like, he'll never have a better chance of making the All-Star game.
Fans are allowed to vote for the finalists 1 time per day until the deadline. So fans are showing out right here in the Metroplex, trying to go ahead and get half this thing represented by the good guys.
Yeah, are there just no such things as Blue Jays fans? As they are in last place in every single category in this second phase of balloting. Kiermaier,
their votes can't.
They're losing, significantly so. But this is something that we talked about this yesterday. We were wondering when this second balloting came out, we were like, how much of an appetite is there for Rangers players right now? Like, how much of a desire is there for, hey, we want to see more of these guys? And the fact that, essentially the entire infield, half the starting lineup in the All-Star game could be Rangers players, says that they're a likable team nationally right now.
Young's the surprising one because Simeon and Seager are relatively household names in the sport. They're household names in Major League Baseball. Josh Young isn't yet. Matt Chapman's not because he played in Oakland, but, I mean, he's been around for a while. I will say it's going to help the Rangers out. I don't care for the fact that they reset the voting in each phase.
What do you mean?
So, like, after phase 1 of the voting was over and they came to the 2 finalists, everybody's vote total goes back to 0. So all the votes you just garnered in the first month of the season are gone, which is like, if I was a voter, let's say
we're not adding them up?
No.
Nope.
So let's say I didn't know that I was a fan. I would have been like, I already voted. I'm not voting again.
Right.
I already voted. So I think that screws the players who got a big boost early on. Like Mike Trout got, Shohei got like 3 million votes. Acuna. Let's say they just.
Bo Bichette was up, I think, 500,000 on Seager.
I don't care. I don't care for that. I think that's unfair.
It's like runoff rules, though. right? Like, so if there was a third or fourth candidate that you were voting for, maybe your second choice, if they didn't make it, your second choice was the guy who's now leading. So it gives you a chance to reset and like, okay, these are the only two guys you can vote for. Well, okay, I'm going to shift my vote here. I'm stunned, honestly, that Young is beating Chapman as bad as he is right now, which is 59-41. And I'm really surprised that Heim all of a sudden is getting more votes than Rutschman.
Well, Heim's having a great year. I mean, so is Adley. They're both having really, really good years, and their teams are fantastic.
But Rutschman was beating him, I think, pretty handily in the first round of balloting.
Yeah,
so I was just surprised he's passed him now.
And that's where I think it's like, okay, they do need, I believe they need to have it where you at least add up both phases.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't know, and I bet you how many people don't know they reset the number.
Nobody.
Like, if you knew they reset it,
go.
if you knew they reset it, and you will probably vote your guy in harder.
All right, these are Rangers Muse tweeted Heim versus Rutschman, by the way. Jonah's got him an average 283 to 265. He's got 7 more extra base hits. He has 55 runs batted in. Rutschman has 32. Jonah has scored 3 more runs. His OPS is higher.
Mm-hmm.
He's dominating him in every category.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not dominating every category. He's dominating the categories.
Yes.
He's beating him in the categories.
Yeah, look, they're both really, really good. I think Heim absolutely deserves it.
All right. By the way, Shohei becomes the 6th player since 1893 with 2 home runs and 10 strikeouts in another performance last night.
He is doing stuff we've never seen. His impact on the sport, like he'll never have the impact as Jackie Robinson or Babe Ruth, but he's doing something that nobody else has done. In the month of June, hitting, he has hit 13 home runs. Pitching, he has 37 strikeouts. Like, the guy is just doing stuff night in, night out that we've never seen before.
And the Angels are 7 games over.
Yeah.
When's the last time? On June 28th, they've been 7 games over. Still 5 games behind us, but the Angels are 5 back. The Astros are 6 back, but Ohtani doing it again last night. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home for Rangers baseball. Micah Parsons saying, come on, bring it. Micah out there doing some boxing with Dan Quinn, and he was asked about other players coming after him this season.
Yeah, that's cool. Come. You want them to come. You know, like you said, if you go to a safari, you see buses, they all pull up on lines. They don't flinch. Why? Because they're kings, you know. I'm not going to flinch. Please come visit. You're more than welcome. I'm okay with feeling uncomfortable.
There he is, giving all the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant lines. Micah Parsons. Have you seen him recently going out there? Like, how much bigger does he look?
I mean, honestly, he doesn't. He still looks the same to me.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's always looked like jacked. He still looks like the normal same big dude. Now, I know that's been a big part of his training this offseason, though, has been the boxing aspect. He talked about it during OTAs, but I mean, to me, he looks kind of the same. It's funny, when we were out there at OTAs and minicamp, I was trying to look at, right, who looks different, like who looks like they're in great shape, or who's somebody who looks like they're out of shape, or just looks discernibly different. I didn't really notice anybody like looking super different. I guess Neville Gallimore looked in better shape than he did last year because he came in 20 pounds overweight, but that was the only thing I noticed. Otherwise, it just looked pretty normal.
Meanwhile, off-season standouts have been highlighted by team insiders.
Yep, each team insider around the 32 NFL teams did this for ESPN, and they went to the NFC East. And, you know, one of the things that stood out to me was all the other teams in the NFC East have got, like, you know, veterans out there. And here are the Cowboys with rookie 6th-round pick, Eric Scott Jr. as a offseason standout pick. He had some work with first-team defense during the offseason. Diggs in and out of workouts. Sean Wright dealing with minor knee issues. He impressed Dan Quinn. And then, you know, Dan Quinn said, you know, when you see a guy wanting the moment to go compete, I'm, you know, balling my fists up and saying, I ain't leaving here. That's what I'm looking for, specifically from rookies.
Yeah, Eric Scott was somebody who stood out just for the reps he was getting. The fact that he was over on the veteran side of the field, and Kelvin Joseph, who was a 2nd-round pick a couple years ago, is over with the rookie side, essentially. So he stood out in that sense. I know he had a pick, but they are really high on him. They do like him a lot. That's somebody who could be in theory, I think to them, that's somebody who could be their Deron Bland type of player this year.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Bad job on the website, Mike. Bad job. Bad job with the changing of the website. Says that one team is bracing to get the bad news. You're going to be on Hard Knocks. Deal with it. And we're all going to get our wish. If Mike is right, it's going to be the New York Jets.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There it is.
God, I can't wait. I'm so happy. Man, these teams have not overblown this distraction and problem that this is.
It shows they don't get it. It shows they don't get the marketing aspect of it.
They don't care.
Or they don't care. Very good. Yep, maybe they don't care.
But Robert Saleh, good. Deal with it. I've turned on Saleh a little bit. But yeah, I want to see all the hype, all the New York, all the Big Apple stuff. Aaron Rodgers, all of it with the New York Jets. Sauce, he's got a humongous personality. This is what we want as fans.
Yeah, like you are in the New York media market and you acquired Aaron Rodgers and you knew the whole show that came with that. You don't then get to be surprised and act like, oh, well, we're just a small market team here. We just want to keep our heads down and worry about football. No, BS. You wanted this, and you can say all day long you didn't want specifically Hard Knocks coming in. That's fine, but you invited the circus. You said, come on in, set up camp here. And so the NFL, yeah, absolutely, screw the Jets, make them do it.
By the way, Tolo Ted Ziegler said first round, going back to the baseball all-star voting. First round, you can vote 5 times a day. Makes sense to reset. Whoever boosted the first round daily would understand vote reset. It's not USA versus Canada. So that's the take from Baseball Ted. Saying
USA versus Canada.
First round all-star game voting 5 times a day.
Yeah. So you can flood the ballot box. I still think those are votes that should count.
Yeah.
Count all the votes. Those votes that should count. That's just me. Now,
man, by the way, side note, I was amazed by the amount of people, random strangers I had never met, who are just really open with their opinions on politics and world affairs.
Oh, you mean on vacation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My Lord. I'm like, where are you from? Let me stereotype you a little bit with your brashness. And, oh, my God, what type of music is this? I'm like, yo, man.
You're in Mexico now.
You're
in Mexico.
I mean, the music is nothing wrong with the music, but
sounds about white.
Exactly. There are people of other nationalities and races that you're insulting, holding a pina colada right behind you.
Yeah.
People don't give a rip.
No.
People do not care.
No, they don't. Yeah, it is one of the things you find out.
I'm like, what I want you to do is tonight for dinner, I want you to walk down the street. I want you to leave the walls of the resort and walk down the street running your mouth like this. Damn.
We love meeting like couples and stuff on like these Mexican getaways and stuff. And stop it.
Just listening.
Yeah, but no, but the amount of it is within 10 minutes and you can pinpoint everything. It's wild.
Why is the G-Bag Nation fighting with each other? We have the audio to dissect next on 105.3 The Fan. But there's no question to ask when you see that the Frankos are up for the People's Choice Award. Turn the song off.
What?
Yeah. Off. Not down. Don't fade it.
How many times you had this week?
Yeah, I can't listen to that song anymore.
No.
I can't drink certain things. I can't eat certain things. On the last day of the vacation, I was like, I have a taste for nothing. I'm just ready to get up out of here. But that song I can't hear anymore.
It's over. It's a year and a half old, I think.
No more rail tequila that they just walk around trying to give you. No more warm rail tequila. And even the breakfast, I was like, I'm out. It was good. It was good food, but I'm tired of it. So, yeah, we'll just play this music throughout the rest of the show. When John Morosi joins us at 7:20, MLB Network will have him be wondering why the mariachis are playing in the background.
That's perfect. So this is, who needed some upbeat mariachi music was the G-Bag Nation on Monday. So I don't know if you happen to hear it leading into the 5:30 segment this morning. You probably heard in Snacks the discussion about who do you most want to punch in the face? Like who do the listeners most want to punch?
I did. Very cringy segment.
So it started on Monday with KNC and then bled into G-Bag. And G-Bag, talking about it a little bit, had set up some weighing in from the text and talking specifically about the guys on the show. And I think it planted the seed for what would become a big fight during Broaddus's Krusty's Corner segment. So this was during the 2:20 segment on Monday, where Zach kind of starts poking Brian a little bit in regards to what the text is sending in.
682, what drives me crazy about Broaddus is he says that's what I'm saying after everything, even though it's clearly not what he was saying. LOL. I didn't notice that.
But do I really do that?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's exaggerating.
No, it's 100% accurate.
Guys, we have 6-week-old.
I don't even think about it. I just say stuff. We all say stuff.
A lot of us do have crutches. Yeah.
We have a roughly 6-week-old jambalaya in the fridge.
Would that guy or gal say that to my face?
No, see, it's the interrupting for me. That's what kills me.
Yeah. No,
we're in the middle of a damn conversation. Now we got to get interrupted for the 6th time already.
Okay, stop.
He won't.
Stop.
Wow.
Okay, I feel like we had moved past that.
Yeah.
Like there were no shots fired. Everything was good. Chiafalo had moved on to the moldy jambalaya in the fridge that I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago. So like you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's what Broaddus does in conversation. He does it all the time. It's just something he says in conversation, but I thought we moved past that. Broaddus goes, would that listener have said that to my face? But then Wolchuk clearly has some lingering tension where he adds, it's the interrupting for me. You know what I mean? Like he went back to what annoys him about Broaddus, and Chiafalo was trying to move it on to jambalaya.
When you get a girl and you start getting regular, you know what? You should be happier. Wolchuk gets more angry.
Man, so he came back with that second insult towards Brian. Let's continue.
No, we're in the middle of a damn conversation. Now we got to get interrupted for the 6th time already.
He won't say that to your face, Broaddus.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way that people would say that to your face.
No,
absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay.
No, they'll text that to you.
Thanks for interrupting me there.
They won't FaceTime that to you.
So it's a little tense, a little bit of a shot there.
Yeah, a little bit.
I blame Wolchuk round one.
Yes.
So you get into the 240 segment, and I think there's some lingering aggression in the air from that moment. And so you get into Brian Broaddus's Krusty's Corner segment. And
Mitch, by the way, this happens on all shows. The only show that doesn't have any suppression that explodes is KNC. I know they have it internally towards Mike, but I don't think anyone says it, and I don't think anyone acts on it. Like when Mike at 10 p.m. at night is like, I'm just not going in the next day. My kid's got a tournament. It's just not happening. I don't think they explode. I don't really feel it, or I have not heard it on KMC.
Right.
The rest of us, it builds and
it'll build.
You end up letting it out.
Well, it definitely built up into the Krusty's Corner segment when they decide to start playing Brian's fill-in-the-blank Cowboys game. And what initially begins as maybe some Chiafalo tension towards Wolchuk and Broaddus quickly morphs into Eric and Brian together against Zach Wolchuk.
I'm going to play a little cowboy fill in the blank with you guys. It could be a name. It could be just give me your idea name. It could be a comment, whatever you want to do.
Fill in the blanks were always so sketchy, like in school, because it's like, man, I really don't know. I'm just winging it here. And can I get partial credit for this?
Yeah.
Like, multiple choice is just like so much more, like you're put at ease when you find out the test is multiple choice. When it's fill in the blank, you're like, damn, I really got to think about something.
You got to think about this a little bit. I'm going to try and make you think a little bit, and you can give me any answer you want. Chief.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys are going to have success on offense, blank must be the reason why.
Pause. Okay, so when he sets that up like that, when you hear that question, my inclination is you just give a name, right? Like, hey, if they're going to have success on offense, blank must be the reason why. I just think a name. Eric did not interpret it that way.
That's fine. He said you could give a comment.
Yes,
you could say protect the quarterback. You could say run the football.
Exactly. And so I would have thought of it as a name. As soon as Eric would have started answering, we're going, oh, okay, he read it differently. But that sort of set Zach off.
If the Cowboys are going to have success on offense, blank must be the reason why.
This new offense is going to have to set up its players for success the same way Dan Quinn's defense does. And they're going to have to get something out of a weapon not named Lamb and Cooks. Does that work?
That works. You want to expand on that? Any other ideas?
Well,
on
who are you going with?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wait. This fill in the blank has to be a person.
To be the reason why.
You can put a person in there or a comment,
or just success.
This is why fill in the blanks can be challenging. This is when I go up to the teacher. Now I'm having a dispute with the teacher because she's telling me that my fill in the blank answer, which was a couple of sentences, is not going to be good enough for her.
It is good enough.
Where she didn't leave categories of what I should put.
Your point was good. I just thought maybe you'd expand on it. Maybe you have an idea of why.
Well, I mean, I think that you. I don't know that you've had a play caller in maybe the entirety of Dak's career that's been really dynamite, like Dan Quinn is defensively, at putting guys in positions to succeed.
What?
So Mike McCarthy.
Stop.
Would be
Hang
your
on a
answer,
second. You can't have it both ways. If you don't think, Kellen Moore's a good coordinator. Like, you can't have it both ways. That if Dak is not a great quarterback, then how is the offense always top 5?
I wasn't even breaking it down like that. The beginning and the end of judging this round 2, Eric Chiafalo is in the clear. He gave a good enough answer. He's basically saying, I need a surprise offensive performance. I need a Cedric Wilson. Just like you got some surprises on Dan Quinn's defense. And it appears like, well, first off, Wolchuk wasn't satisfied with it. Broadus totally got lost and is spinning in circles. That was a good enough answer from Chiafalo. They should have moved on to the next person. He doesn't need to expand on it. He's sitting there explaining to you, we need a surprise. But we'll continue with Chiafalo explaining himself.
I don't understand what Wolchuk's doing. Is Wolchuk...
shut up,
I think Wolchuk's playing a different game.
He's fine. You don't have to name a name. You can give a comment, a name. You can do whatever you want.
I'm listening to your answer.
He's making a good point, and I was asking him.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm not trying to say he's not making a good point. I'm just trying to
understand. Feels like you're saying I'm not making a good point,
I kind of feel
understand the
professor
answer.
Feels the same way. We have an ornery student up here.
Yeah. It's not. You can give an answer name.
I don't know why this has gone this way at all. But
because
I think
of you,
Mike McCarthy then would slide into that, right? Because if we feel confident about Dan Quinn being able to mask deficiencies within the defense.
But there's also a little bit of confusion of how much is McCarthy and how much is Schottenheimer here. So I'm just saying, whoever it is that's doing
whoever's calling the plays, if it's McCarthy or Schottenheimer, but right now we think it's Mike McCarthy.
Okay.
So Wolchuk wants to play the game where he's just giving you a name to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Here's the sentence, here's the blank, and then put somebody's name there.
Usually fill in the blank, I think that's how it works.
I think, to me...
Is that how it works, teacher?
This is not 420 segment. This is my segment.
You didn't say give me a name.
I said he could have a comment or a name. Just make a comment or a name.
That's fine.
Why?
But fill in the blanks are usually 3 sentences long, if anybody's ever taken a test before.
Whoa! Stop. When I go like that, it means stop. 2 hands up. Stop. I know my hands are hard to see. Man. So something's up in Wolchuk's personal life.
Yeah.
He's arguing with his girlfriend. She's tired of him farting in bed. Maybe, the activity level is not where you'd like to see it.
He likes to fart in bed.
Yeah. Something is going on there because he's being a pain in the ass so far.
There's a little bit I would have understood it the way Wolchuk did, so I do understand that perspective and just being a little bit like feeling like a little bit like
but it doesn't feel like why is he harping on it? It doesn't feel like he's just making one joke comment. He's sitting there breaking down. Where'd he go? UNT?
Yes.
He's explaining how y'all did it. That was the call. He's explaining how you take tests.
I think the shut up Wolchuk from Brian a little bit earlier in that rant is what probably was like, okay, all right, we're gonna fight about this now.
Just make a comment or a name.
That's
Fill
fine.
Like why?
But fill in the blanks are usually 3 sentences long. If anybody's ever taken a test before, that's all I'm saying.
You're saying they are 3 sentences long?
And we didn't need to stop down the whole segment on this, guys. I don't know why this is a big deal. I was simply asking. It sounded like you were explaining Mike McCarthy, which the 856 agrees. I just asked a question.
I'm glad you cherry picked the 856 to agree with you. Let's go ahead and get Walchuk's answer. Walchuk,
I went with McCarthy.
Okay, there you go. Which is a more well thought out response to what I gave you, where he just belched out of McCarthy and said, "Dial it up over to Dawson so we can get the next one."
I'm really apprehensive because it's clear Wolchuk has chosen violence.
Yes.
Yes. That's to say.
I think I just work with sensitive bees over here. And then Eric doesn't understand how to fill in the blank works.
If you think I'm sensitive, I think that's one of the single worst analysis in the history of analysis being given in the English language.
See, I gave the option of either using a name or just making a little comment about it.
Well, I loved your comment.
Yeah.
Well, I loved yours.
I'll go with Dak Prescott.
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. Dawson just gave his name.
Dawson just kills it. Dak, that's my answer.
I go with the quarterback. No, Wolchuk totally in the wrong. He stopped everything down. He was the reason for that problem. So there it is.
It was a little tense there, though.
100%.
That shut up Wolchuk was a genuine shut up Wolchuk.
Early on?
Yes,
definitely.
We got the Rangers blowing up in the 8th inning. Is SMU going to the Pac-12? And the hockey hamster is here with the release of the Dallas Stars schedule. Wrong noise. Headlines. And then a giveaway for the totals during the Expressway. Next on The Fan.
Let's get
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Again, the 3-2. Swing and a drive down the left field line. Fair ball. Yes, it is. Ezekiel Duran. A little bat flip, a little point to his teammates in the dugout. Zeke has given the Rangers a 4-3 lead.
An epic 12-pitch at bat from Zeke Duran, the solo homer, sparked a 5-run 8th inning, and the Rangers beat the Tigers 8-3 last night on this radio station. Sean Shurey back from vacation, back together again with RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. He fouled off 5 pitches, took one low and away for ball 3, fouled off a 6, and then bam, he went into deep left field. He went 2 for 4, giving him multiple hits in 3 straight games and 5 of his last 6. Fantastic at bat. And Choppy, the Rangers ended a 3-game losing streak, their longest since late April.
That's the amazing stat right there, that their longest losing streak is 3 since late April. That's fantastic. The bats had gone dead. They had gone silent for 4 or 5 games, and they bust out in the 8th inning. They absolutely needed it. This was going to be a really tough loss. It's 2-zip in the 6th. You've got nothing from the bottom of the order. Nobody after the 3rd hit of the game had a hit.
And Spores ends up getting the win after giving up the tying home run.
Yeah, I know. So that's one of the quirks of the official score, is that you could give up the lead and then still get the win as a relief pitcher. But it happens.
How about this note? First time that the Rangers got tying and go-ahead pinch hits in the same inning since July 2001. And I thought Martin Perez may give up even more. He was getting dink and dunked to death. 2 runs on 4 hits, all in the 2nd inning, but then he retired 14 of the last 16 that he faced. So if I hadn't watched the Rangers for the last 10 days, which I haven't, how have they been playing? What's been the recap? We still feeling good, Bobby?
It's I don't know that the bats have gone completely silent, Chop. I think more of what we're talking about, and this is something that you guys mentioned earlier, it's the runners in scoring position. It's going 0 of 10 the other night or whatever it was against Detroit. It's just the lack of clutch hitting, I think, that's been a bigger factor for them, and that's carried them most of the year. But, more bullpen issues. Last night, they survived it. I was getting ready last night. I was like, all right, we're going to go in tomorrow morning and talk again about how the bullpen lost a game for them. And this time it was Spores, the guy you feel comfortable in, but playing okay. Jonah Heim, by the way, since he got screwed over by the umpires or the replay officials in Chicago, he now has what is a 6-game hitting streak, and he's hitting 400 with a 1179 OPS.
So nice. Peyton got us John Morosi this morning, 720 from the MLB Network. He's the one who really got these Andrew McCutchen rumors started. Where do you fall on that?
I think Andrew McCutchen is a much better sort of glue guy, clubhouse guy than he is a difference maker. I feel like Andrew McCutchen here is kind of a move that a team like, I don't know, like the Astros or the Yankees would make, where they don't trust young guys. They're like, playoff. I don't think we're there yet in the run. I think it's too soon to go after an old hat. Like I would just give me some young guys, energy, fun.
Well, Morosi said, yeah, but we are World Series contenders.
That's fine. I don't know that yet is the time to start going in and trading young for old. Like, he's old. He's not going to help you. He's not an everyday player.
Morosi said the Rangers have below average DH production this year. He played for Bochy, and now he's enjoying. Yeah, because I was like, how Andrew McCutchen's still around? Why would we be interested in Andrew McCutchen having his best offensive year, though, since 2015? So 36, never played in a World Series.
At 36 and having his best year since 2015, how much of this is a 60 to 70 game spurt? Like, what's going to happen when he wears down in August, if he does wear down?
Right.
I don't know.
I'm not giving up anything important.
Yeah, they want to get him for 20 cents on the dollar. Sure.
Yeah. By the way, you have Simeon Seager, Josh Young, and Jonah Heim leading their positions for the American League balloting. Adolis Garcia currently 5th among the 6 outfielders. And we have some other baseball notes as well. It's not going well for Alex Minaya.
No, Alex is.
This is pretty embarrassing.
So he got reduced. He went down from the Blue Jays all the way down to Florida, to rookie ball, the Florida Complex League.
Now this is the guy, just to reset, who was fantastic.
He was great last year. He was one of the 3 or 4 best pitchers in the American League last year.
And people are speculating that the pitch clock is exposing his conditioning.
Right. He's
too fat.
He's big. There's an Oliver Miller to him.
Yeah.
He's a big guy, right? He's just big. And this is what happened. You know, guys in yesteryear, like a CC Sabathia, could get away with being 300-something pounds because they could pitch at their own pace. Can't do that anymore. So Alex Manoah goes all the way down, and he gave up 11 runs to a bunch of 18-year-old kids. Top 3 of the Cy Young voting last year. He's 25 years old. He lasted 1 out, gave up 6 runs on 7 hits to the Astros on June 5th, and then he was sent down. In his first start in the Florida Complex League, 2 2/3, 10 hits, 11 earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 home runs. Again, the kids in this are like 18 years old.
It says 17 and 19 years old.
Yeah.
So imagine you're facing an AL Cy Young guy. You're 17 years old, and you light him up for 11 runs.
Yeah. 5 of the kids on this team, the average age was 18.8 years old. 5 of the kids were born in 2004 or later. Like, these are not even 20-year-olds.
And they're rocking his world.
Yes. He is just too big. His conditioning just isn't there. I don't think he was prepared for the speed at which the pitch clock was going to make him pitch at.
I love the quote from the Jays manager. Obviously saw the box score, but heard the things we were talking about in terms of strike throwing, delivery, tempo, velo was all positive. Rest of the stuff you can kind of take with a grain of salt. I'm not looking at the box scores.
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt. Now, look.
Which Manoah needs to stop taking things with grains of salt.
Yes, he needs
spoonfuls of salt. Yeah.
Now, question.
That was my joke.
Was he pitching to a scouting report? Or was he just out there throwing, trying to get his conditioning in? That's the only thing, if you're a Jays front office guy, you could say, all right, look, was he gassed? Was his velocity still there? Because if he wasn't pitching to a scouting report, he was just out there throwing fastballs and off-speed stuff. I mean, you still shouldn't be giving up 10 runs, 11 runs to kids in A-ball if you're a top 3 pitcher in the American League. But if his conditioning is there, that's all I care about.
Flyer? Take a flyer on it?
You want to, if the Blue Jays are looking to deal him and you want to throw something out their way and say, hey, would you take this right now for Alex Manoah? Hell yeah, I would. It's worth the risk. He's a good pitcher. If you could get him on some kind of a diet and a conditioning program, put him in a sauna. Just, you know what? Just sit him in the sun for 2 hours.
His 2 previous years, a 3.22 and a 2.24 earned run average.
Dude, he's legit. He is legit front-end rotation guy.
He's listed as 6'6", 285.
Yeah, that's generous. They ain't going to give him up, but it's worth a shot. It's worth a phone call.
Yeah, of course. It's turned into an absolute disaster.
They're going to say no. You would have to really, really whip them with a good haul, I think. But if they think that he is just, hey, we can't pitch him, he's too big to pitch in this, and they want to offload him, then it's worth a shot.
SMU getting recruited to the Pac-12?
Yeah, so SMU is one of the teams in speculation. Apparently, there is an invite just waiting on them. They are acting like the invite is there, imminent, ready to happen. So they are moving forward with that. Now, it's funny. The TCU is going to be west of SMU, but playing a conference that's going to be centrally located. And SMU's east of TCU, you'll be playing way out west. But it's the no-brainer move. However, if the Pac-12 dissolves, it's basically, if they lose Colorado and then they lose Oregon and Washington, that's a group of 5 league. I don't know that SMU benefits from being in the Pac-12.
All right, we have the Hockey Hawk and Gavin Spittle, but our show has added the Hockey Hamster. He is...
I don't like that sound.
I like it.
That's a hamster.
That's a hamster. Mm-hmm. The Hockey Hamster, Bobby Belt, is dedicating himself to the Stars this offseason.
Yep. couple notes from the Dallas Stars yesterday. The NHL schedule was announced. The Stars will open their season on Thursday, October 12th at the American Airlines Center against the Bluesers. That's what I call them, St. Louis. They then hit the road for a rematch against Vegas on October 17th, so that'll be their first shot at revenge. And then for the NHL lineup, the first game of the season will be on October 10th. It'll be a triple header on ESPN. The first game will be Predators against Lightning. And then interestingly enough, on October 24th, they're going to go with the staggered evening lineup, the way the NBA did, where they had starts every 15 minutes to begin the season. So they'll have every 15 minutes, every team in hockey playing. And the idea being like you're going to be loaded down with hockey from like 5 o'clock through the evening with every single game. And then another bit of Stars news yesterday, Jane Slater's favorite player, Evgeny Dodonov.
I thought she had like 7 different favorite hockey players.
She loves him because remember that's the one she said, "Hey, Daddy" to. Evgeny Dodonov.
Yeah.
The 34-year-old forward has signed a 2-year contract extension. Jim Nill announced yesterday.
34, he's too old for her.
Hockey hamster. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't like that. I don't like that noise.
Hey, your smoker's cough is sounding a little better.
Thank you. Fine. It only took a month and a half, but they finally put me on medication.
Okay.
Amazing what those antibiotics do.
That's right. All right, some around the NFL notes. Get ready for the Germany Cowboys. Tickets for Germany's second ever NFL game went on sale 12 p.m. Within 2 minutes, the queue for tickets had 1.4 million people in it to see Kansas City, Miami. By 12:15, the tickets were sold out.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Just put teams over there. It's going to happen anyway. I don't know what they're going to wind up doing in terms of what conferences are they going to go in, but there is apparently such a buzz for NFL football over in Europe. 15 minutes to sell out. Over 1 million people in the queue at one time. That's pretty good.
Horrible news with former Michigan and Arkansas quarterback Ryan Mallett drowned in Florida yesterday, according to a report from his high school where he was coaching. He was 35 years old. He was selected by the New England Patriots in the 3rd round. So Ryan Mallett passing away. Sad news. Stephon Diggs update. Good Lord. What drama. RG3 went on the Rich Eisen show and basically pointed to that playoff loss against Cincinnati where, like, on a drive, Stephon Diggs didn't get the ball.
Oh, well, oh, darn.
There was his fit that we all saw on TV, but RG3, who shares the same agent as Stephon Diggs, saying, yeah, Josh probably needs to fix this relationship.
Like he's putting all on Josh Allen. There's the riff, but one drive got the relationship sideways.
I know. Seems extreme.
Yeah, that tells me that it maybe wasn't a healthy relationship at all.
Right.
If one drive, one play, one fight can turn an entire relationship sideways, that doesn't jive.
He had 10 targets in the game, at the time
right?
RG3 was said. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, really good.
Should have been 15 targets. Now, the only other time I can remember a receiver-quarterback relationship going sideways on one drive was T.O., where T.O. said Donovan McNabb gave up on the final drive in the Super Bowl against the Patriots, and that was when he was like, all right, I'm done with you. And so I don't know that Stephon Diggs wants to be compared to the moodiness of Terrell Owens.
Headlines on a hump day. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, we have Chopping It Up and a Tolo giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. We're going to hook you up with Shine Down and Papa Roach after our MLB Network insider, John Morosi. Whale alert on your home of the Rangers to get this team some final championship pieces. John Morosi joins us next. But first, Sean Sharif here, and I want to talk. We have on the newsmakers and the responders to said news here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball. We're about to be joined by John Morosi from the MLB Network, but the other day we had Chris Young on the station with the G-Bag Nation stopping by for his weekly GM visit, and the fellas asked him about the Andrew McCutchen rumors.
I'll give you sort of an idea of how these things work in terms of the rumors. I saw there was a rumor out there today regarding an offensive player that, I mean, literally we've had zero contact with that team. So where that rumor came from, it really is amazing to me that those things get floated like that.
Well, look, no offense to Chris Young, but
what's he gonna say?
What are you gonna say? And I'm not taking Chris's word with as much weight after the whole DeGrom thing. So it's just like teams in sports. They lie. They have to lie. So Chris Young coming out and disputing doesn't mean much to me. Great job. Mm-hmm. Appreciate the first place team. Things to talk about, but whatever. Let's bring in John Morosi from the MLB Network. Good morning, John.
Sean and RJ, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on the show. And yes, it's a fun time of year to be talking about the Rangers again, but we haven't quite had, I don't know, you would know better than me, but this much excitement about the Rangers in probably a decade.
When did you start to believe, and do you believe, that they're a championship contender?
I do believe that. As we stand right now, they may have the best chance of anybody in the American League to make it to the World Series. I really believe that. Based on the balance of their team, they can potentially add one or two more pieces at the deadline. And as we talked about, maybe it's an outfielder, maybe it's a reliever, maybe there's even additional starting depth they could pick up. But I like the balance of this team. I think that the lineup is really hard to get through. And that, to me, is one of the things that stands out. When you watch a Rangers game, the at-bats are impressive, and they don't all look the same. And by that I mean there are some teams that are really right-handed, and they end up, by the end of the day, getting a little bit easier to game plan against. The Blue Jays have been that kind of a team at different points in the last several years. The Rangers are not. The Rangers have a different look to them. I think throughout the lineup, it makes it really hard to get through it. And I like this team a lot. I think they are as good or better than any other team in the American League from a postseason readiness perspective.
Can you share with our audience, John, what you've been hearing about Andrew McCutchen?
Sure. So the McCutchen piece. So I was told that there was interest by the Rangers, and that's why when I phrased it in my initial report, I used the word broached, it was very early stages that they were interested. And right now the Pirates are candidly not interested in moving him. They at the moment, even though they are, if you look at the standings, they're clearly sellers. I think with McCutchen, they're going to wait until very close to the August 1st deadline and see what he wants to do. That's typically not something that is part of the decision-making process in a trade that you would ask the player himself if he doesn't have a no-trade clause what he wants to do. But I think that Andrew has earned that right. He came back to Pittsburgh on a one-year deal to potentially end his career where it began. And I think it's up to him at the end of the day whether he is more excited about ending his career where it begins and finish the season with the Pirates, even though they're struggling right now, or chase a ring. He's not played beyond the division series ever, and I think that he may decide that and he may. I use that word on purpose. Whatever he wants to decide by the end of July, early August is potentially going to have a pretty big impact on that club. So I do think he's on the Rangers' radar. I think that Pittsburgh's pitching is on their radar just as much, and whether it's a Mitch Keller or one of the relievers like a David Bednar, I think there's a lot of fits there to where there'd be a really nice pairing between the Pirates and the Rangers. I think eventually the Pirates will be sellers. I know they have been a great story in baseball this year. They're just not as good right now as the Reds or even the Cubs or the Brewers for that matter. So I think that there's an acknowledgement that the reality is they'll be sellers, and the question is just where, is Andrew Andrew comfortable being traded anywhere, A, and B, if he is, where? And the thing where I believe that there could be an advantage with Texas is that he knows Bruce Bochy, played for him in San Francisco. And I think Andrew is not going, if he goes anywhere, and again, I emphasize there's an if there, if he goes somewhere, I think it's going to be to a team that he knows is going to be in the dance. I don't see him, honestly, if we're talking about American League West, I think Seattle has a greater need for Andrew McCutchen right now than Texas does. But will Andrew go to a team that's right around 500 and flawed and probably won't make the playoffs? I don't think so. But I think Texas, he looks at it and says, wait a minute, I know Boch, and this team is almost certainly going to make the playoffs. There could be some appeal there. So I would say, again, the Rangers are interested on some level. How serious it gets, I think we've got about a month or so before we find that out.
What kind of player is he still at his age?
I think he's a very good right-handed side of either of a DH platoon, of a part-time outfielder. He's not an MVP right now. He might, though. I would say this: if he ends up being the Pirates' selection to the All-Star game, I would not describe that as some ceremonial tip of the cap to his career. He's earning his way there, to be honest, in terms of what he's able to do. He's not the electrifying MVP center fielder, amazing catches guy necessarily that we saw early in his career, but great leader and a really good, powerful bat. He's OPSing 832, which is one of the best numbers he's put together in about 7 or 8 years. So he's really good right now. I think he would help the Rangers a lot in the area of potentially a right-handed side to a DH platoon and or some part-time outfield. He's not going to carry the team, but the benefit of Texas right now is that they don't need him to. They've got a really, really well-constructed lineup, and that to me is the important part of this, is that he could come here and join the chorus of what this team is. I mean, so yes, would he take away at bats from Ezekiel Duran? Perhaps, but I do think he's someone that enters the clubhouse with an amazing amount of credibility. He is someone that is respected universally around the game, and if you're trying to make a push and really round out the roster and complete a group, there are not many players that I would rather have in that context than Andrew McCutchen.
John Morosi, MLB Insider, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Are the Central Divisions kind of screwing up the trade market yet? Because they're just so bad that, with the exception of really the Royals, that basically everyone's still in it?
That's a great point, and I think the answer is yes. I'm actually here in St. Louis right now. We've got our showcase game broadcast tonight, the Cardinals and Astros on MLB Network, and I was talking to people yesterday from the Cardinals, and right now they would tell you, hey, we still aren't ready to trade yet. And that's a pretty interesting statement given how poorly they've played all season long. But you look at the standings and you say, okay, that's a defensible position. I don't really see them making the playoffs, but I understand that if they want to wait a while, that's plausible. Same thing with the White Sox. So there are some teams that have players who I think have good value in the market, and I mentioned a couple of them right there in the White Sox and the Cardinals, but who, for whatever reason, the team just hasn't performed this year. And I think those two teams might eventually get to the selling area, but they're not really there yet, especially not the Cardinals. So I think you're right. It's really slowed the market down a lot. I think Washington is one team that probably is ready to deal. The Royals probably at this moment would make a deal with you. I expect Detroit to be pretty aggressive. New GM and Scott Harris, they've got some pieces there too. Unfortunately, they just lost Matthew Boyd to injury here this week. So overall, I would expect there will be more sellers. But at the moment, you're spot on. There are not that many at the moment because of how close the two Central Divisions are.
You mentioned there that if Mitch Keller might have been a name that the Rangers would have had particular interest in with the Pirates. If they're looking for a frontline starter with the DeGrom Tommy John injury, what are some of the names we're expecting, some of the top tier names you're expecting to be available as starters? Is it going to be along the lines of Mitch Keller, Dylan Cease, or could there be a bigger name out there?
Right. I do think that those are the two names, Keller and Cease, who are the controllable guys that we would be talking about the most. And honestly, those two teams, the Pirates and the White Sox, I think will have a lot of really tough decisions to make because they're going to look around. I had a GM tell me last night, John, there's just not a lot out there right now, and it's not an especially strong market in general. There's no to borrow from a 2010 conversation that we would have had about the Rangers. Cliff Lee ain't walking through that door. Okay, so there's no Cliff Lee type. I don't think at the deadline this year is going to get traded, and so I think as a result you do have to go the more controllable route. And Keller's really good. I think that in the Pirates he's got 2 more years of control after this one. And that I think would have appeal for the Rangers because, to your point, it's not just this year. They have to figure out what the rotation looks like for next year. And with Martin Perez, we're not sure what his contract will be for 2024. So if you're going to make a move, better to get somebody that you can control for 1 more year. I would not expect, even in a controllable starter situation, I would doubt highly that the Rangers would move Evan Carter for anybody, but who knows? The trade deadline is a month away. A lot can evolve between now and then, but I would be very surprised if Carter were available.
And in terms of the reliever market, the bullpen's clearly been a struggle for the Rangers much of the season. You mentioned Bednar from Pittsburgh. I assume a lot of people believe that Aroldis Chapman could get moved. Is San Diego in a spot where maybe they'd be willing to move Josh Hader at some point? Like, how do you look at the reliever market setting up?
That's a great question on Hader. I think that as we get a little bit closer, that could be a conversation. I don't think they would trade him in the next week or two, but if they really fall out of it, and honestly, goodness, they're 10.5 back now. It's been a precipitous fall for them. The same thing might be true, honestly, for the Mets. And if they fall out of it, do they trade David Robertson? Would they trade Adam Ottavino? I do think those are two teams that if I were a Ranger fan, I'd watch carefully. Mets and Padres, two of the large market teams that have disappointed. One of the things that you are always most inclined to move if you're out of it is a reliever, and I think that's where Hader and Robertson would be of relevance. I think in Detroit they've got Lang and Foley in the bullpen. Both are pretty good. It wouldn't surprise me if I think Lang or Foley might end up being the Tigers' all-star representative. They've both been really good this season. Maybe a little higher walk total for Lang, but Foley's been spot on here lately. So I think that to me is probably those are probably the big names, and I do think Detroit. I live in Michigan. I mean, I think they'll be pretty aggressive at the deadline because they're not ready to contend yet. They've had some bad luck with injuries, to be honest, where it looked like they were getting some momentum, and then Riley Green got hurt and Eduardo Rodriguez got hurt. So I think that for them, trading a reliever is probably a very likely path. And so I would pay attention to Foley and Lang if I were a Rangers fan looking at the Detroit bullpen. I know that Detroit's there this week, and then maybe they would make a move elsewhere. But I think those are the two names to watch. I think most prominently right now.
Why do you live in Michigan?
Best state in the country, my friend.
Great golf. GaylordGolfMecca.com.
Well, so here you go. So you got to your point, great golf up north, beautiful weather. Obviously, the wintertime is tough, but I'm a pond hockey skating family. I'm from the north, so I mean we love to be outside, love the snow, and I believe I got to double check on this. I think we've got a Michigan versus Texas series coming up in football pretty soon, the next few years, right?
I think it's like starts at like 25 or 26, something like that.
Yeah. And by the way, I'll tell you this quick story since you brought it up. The one game that I ever did. I've only done one game as a college football sideline reporter, one game, and that was in the fall of 2018 in Lubbock when the Longhorns beat Texas Tech. Ellinger had an amazing game, and that was the one football game I did on the sideline, and it was an amazing experience. Loved it. Great.
Wow. John Morosi, MLB Insider, joins us here 105 through the Fan. What is the talk around the sport about DeGrom and what they think his future is after the recovery and he comes back from his second Tommy John?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that sadly, when the injury happened, I'll say this, and just like looking at this statistical record, it was not a circumstance in which there was profound surprise from the industry that he was hurt or that he had to have surgery. I think that we just saw the diminishing number of innings he was pitching. The Rangers took a gigantic gamble when they signed him, and they knew it was a gamble. I think any casual look at how many innings he had pitched would tell you it was a gamble, and they lost a year. Now, all is not lost here. If you look at how long a Tommy John surgery can be successful for, maybe he gets one that fortifies everything, and he's right back to being his dominant self from 4 or 5 years ago for the next 6 or 7 seasons. I mean, that's one of those things that we don't know. The human body is such a fascinating thing to study in a sports science context, and we're not sure what to expect. But I think you can look at it one of two ways. Either this confirms the uncertainty and the questions that everybody had for a long time, or this explains the injuries he dealt with in 21 and 22, and now he's going to be good to go. I think it's, for me, part of the DeGrom signing was that it was sort of one aspect of this 2-year plan to infuse this roster with a ton of high-level talent. And by and large, the strategy is working. Obviously, it's the first year of DeGrom as a swing and a miss, but that's part of the risk of doing this. You look at elsewhere, Eovaldi has been a success. Semien, what a year he's having. Seager, same thing this season. So I think this is one of those things where, especially in baseball, because of the injuries, you can't expect that you're going to hit on every single big-dollar contract. And this really comes down to the appetite for risk on the part of the ownership group. And while it's frustrating for a Ranger fan this year, I'm sure, I would say this. Being grateful that your ownership group is willing to take a big swing is probably a good attitude to take right now, because there's a lot of teams would not have even contemplated the DeGrom deal, and your owners did, and good on them for it.
John, last one. You got to buy a ticket. You get to buy a ticket for one. You could see Shohei or Ellie De La Cruz. Which one are you going to buy?
Shohei still. But there's just that Ellie is elite, and I think will be elite for a long time, and is amazing right now, and I think will be amazing. But the things like Shohei's doing last night, just no one's done it before. Not even like the Babe Ruth was quoted as saying that doing this is impossible. 100 years ago, he basically said, you can't do both. You cannot. It is not possible. The Babe was wrong. And we're watching the Babe be proven wrong every week. And I am of the mind that we should not take a second of this for granted. We are seeing something. I compare this, and I know he's a division opponent for Texas, but I grew up in Michigan. I was watching the Pistons play against the Jordan Bulls during those years. You still had to appreciate what you were watching, the greatest. And that's how I hope that all baseball fans feel about watching Shohei right now.
Hey, man, this was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, and continue to enjoy the square pizza there. I think that's y'all's thing.
There you go. Hey, but my pleasure. I look forward to it. And again, we got to check that calendar. Whenever the Longhorns and Wolverines meet up, I think it's time for me to get down to Texas for some football again, and we'll look forward to catching up then.
September 7th, 2024. That's the day.
Mark, and there you go. That's coming up, guys, a year from now.
Thank you, John.
Calendars, guys.
Appreciate you, man.
All the best. Thank you so much.
John Morosi, good get pay from the MLB Network.
Man, if it was always July, Michigan's a good spot. If it was always July.
Yeah.
December, you start getting wishy.
What other cities have you been to, though, in Michigan?
A lot of the northern ones.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. Like Charlevoix and Mackinac and Traverse City and Gaylord. A lot of the northern ones. I haven't spent much time in Detroit.
And I don't know why I was talking about Texas. I think Jim Harbaugh put up the Beat Georgia sign.
Beat Georgia. No, it's a beat Georgia period.
Beat
so
Georgia.
so that they have a team period, right? So they have a beat Ohio State team period.
Oh, it's a period.
And now they have a beat Georgia team period. They might want to add a beat TCU one. Not sure if Harbs is remembering that one, but they didn't get by TCU.
All right, let's hook up the Tolos. Every day, y'all turn it on, leave it on. You hook us up, so let's hook you up right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shinedown along with special guest Papa Roach when they perform at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center on October 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, what do we do? Do we do chopping it up right here? Or, well, I guess it'd be like a 2-minute difference if we did it at 8 o'clock. Hey, John Morosi, he was down to talk.
He was.
He was down to go. All right, you know what? Let's just unleash it. We'll carry it over. We need to. Hit it.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
This company needs Jesus. Much like what my aunt said to the 15-year-old gelato girl the other day. Told this story yesterday. I'll give you a quick recap. Went for gelato, and she wanted the gelato served a certain way off the top to get all the gooey berries on it. Even though they were mixed in, she got into a little tiff with the
gelato girl.
With the gelato girl.
I feel like the last people you can fight with in the service industry are ice cream people. They're always like so nice and so happy.
You should be happy in there anyway. You're getting ice cream.
The smell of fresh waffle cones being made.
It's fantastic.
They give you all the samples.
It's great.
How are you going to pick a fight with the gelato girl?
Because she's a miserable human being. Okay? If I could say this on the radio, I would, but I'm not going to.
You just called her miserable.
Well, no, there was something else I was going to say about her, but I can't say that. But yeah, she made this poor girl cry. And then she told her.
Cry?
She made her cry. And I had to go back in there and smooth everything over. I had to extra tip her. She said that she needed to go to church. She needed Jesus. And I was like,
she told the ice cream girl that.
Yeah.
But what was the problem? What was
she
the fight?
wanted the ice cream to be scooped a certain way. She wanted, like they scoop it straight down to gelato, and she wanted it off the top so she could get all the gooey berries and stuff. But even though they were all mixed in, she goes, "I want that."
And
that
you
looks
were
really
there
good.
for this?
And I was right there.
Oh my God, this is like Choppy's biggest nightmare: the humiliation during public service.
Yeah, and I didn't step in. She's a 70-year-old woman. I just let her hang herself.
So when you walk out, do you not say to her, "What the hell's wrong with you"?
My mom did. My mom took her in the car. She told my kids to get out of the car. She goes, "Get out of the car."
Whoa!
And
there you go, Miss Choppy.
She had a word with her. I don't. It's like if it was my kids that were talking to somebody like that, I'd be like, I would obviously step in. My aunt
and the girl cried.
Poor girl cried. I went back and I smoothed things over with the girl, and
yeah, you did.
Simmer down. She's like 15.
Oh.
It was. I felt so bad for her, man. So bad.
Okay.
But Pepsi needs Jesus. Pepsi is announcing the first infused condiment labeled, stop it,
jeez,
Cola Chup in honor of the
Chup?
4th of July.
Come on.
It is going to be Pepsi infused with ketchup. It's a Pepsi reduction. The topping is combined with ingredients including smoked tomatoes, a blend of spices, cinnamon and oregano, onions and ketchup to create the saucy delicacy. They say put it on your hot dogs. Put this Cola Chup on your hot dogs. This tangy characteristic of ketchup offsetting the smokiness of the hot dog.
I have a bigger issue with the name. Cola Chup?
Yeah.
You can't come up with anything better. Plus, cola doesn't make me think of Pepsi.
Right.
You know, you could have. Anyway, I guess don't
Chup.
knock it till you try
Pepsi
it.
Chup.
What's the thought here that the sugar from the is the sugar supposed to like reduce the acidity in the ketchup, or like what's the
Right.
draw here?
Right. Great question. I don't know.
What is the draw? The draw is
Choppy does
hot
not
dogs.
believe in ketchup on hot dogs anyway. You're not allowed to do that.
You're Dirty Harry.
Yeah, so I'm a mustard on the hot dog guy. Now the sauce will be available. So what they're doing, they're just introducing it. They're going to do a test. It's available for one day, 4th of July, at baseball stadiums. That's the only place you can get it on day one. It will only be debuted 4th of July at baseball stadiums. So there you go.
What's the one thing you swore you'd never try or enjoy, and then you did, and you had to admit you were wrong?
Careful, Chop.
Your
answer here.
Avocados, maybe?
Yeah, it's guacamole.
Avocados.
Same for you?
Yeah, that literally just happened in the last year.
Yeah, I love them.
Okay.
I think they're great.
I don't know what I thought avocados tasted like, but just seeing them green, I was like, they don't taste at all what I thought they would.
Well, they taste mushy.
Kristen,
they look mushy.
Kristen ultimately got me to try it because she said it's essentially like a veggie version of butter almost. She's like, it's just creamy and
okay.
Yeah. It's guacamole. See, guacamole looked like pureed throw up. Pureed peas.
I'm trying to figure out a different way to eat more anchovy. I love the taste of anchovy and Caesar salad.
Really?
But I can't look at them like on a pizza and eat them. So I'm like, do I get an anchovy paste? Like, what are some other ways? Have you ever had anchovy in a Caesar salad? You probably don't even know.
No, I've smelled them though.
Yeah.
And I don't think that I would ever.
Do you like the taste of them? They provide like a spice in it and a kick. Really
in moderation, when you get a big chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Artichoke, stuff like that, on a pizza or whatever. Sometimes I don't care for that, but yeah, I don't mind the anchovies and artichokes. All right, so that's
we weren't talking about artichokes whatsoever, but I'm glad you threw them in.
Well, I put the two together. I think they look the same or smell the same.
Well, they sound the same. I think that's where you're going.
Yeah, they don't look the same at all. But.
Or smell. One's like a nasty seafood looking.
Listen, I'm a moron. Okay, I don't know.
I think it was the sound, artichoke. And
Last night I saw this video on social media, and it was a drummer playing all kinds of different versions of how you would drum to Mr. Brightside.
Mm-hmm.
So he had like a regular one. Then he had the I'm an overly cymbal heavy drummer. And then he had the I'm the Travis Barker punk rock. And then he had the marching band. And then he goes, here's the halftime breakdown. And I spent I realized it this morning. I was like, what the hell? That has nothing to do with a football game. And it didn't even dawn on me that he was in halftime. Like,
I don't know what that means.
Exactly, because we're not music people.
No, like tempo.
Slower pace. No idea, because I'm a moron.
But did it go with Mr. Brightside, the different things he did?
Yeah.
Well, that was the point. That was impressive.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
We all go down. That's what YouTube is. It's rabbit holes.
Rabbit holes, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. All right. A slew of recent studies have found that taking a nap has real benefits for work productivity, creativity, and memory, including to the point some employers are installing nap pods, sleep rooms, and other spaces dedicated to taking power naps.
That's what we need up here. Sleep rooms.
Look, I'd be fine with that. Here's my issue, man. You got to bring your own pill. I don't want somebody else's drool.
Yeah.
Does everyone still drool?
I don't think
it's gone out of style. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not Jinkos.
Yeah.
I did that back in like 01.
I was so jealous looking around me while I was miserable flying and traveling of everyone who can just knock right out on the plane. Just nap and knock right out. I'm so jealous. What a tremendous superpower that is. I was like, man, if I could close my eyes and wake up here in 3 hours and be here, what a dream. It would get rid of all my misery and all my anger. Can't do it.
No.
Can't do it.
The stigma against people who sleep during the day remains stubborn despite the evidence showing that measurable benefits to napping. A recent study said people who take regular afternoon naps have larger brain volumes, i.e. they have bigger brains. And then you go down and you see the people throughout history who were, like not blatant, but like big-time nappers.
Yeah.
Margaret Thatcher, Aristotle, Da Vinci, Stephen King, Mark Cuban, JFK, Bill Clinton, George Bush, all were like huge on their naps.
When's Cuban nap during free agency?
During free agency and the draft is usually when he naps.
That was my one big regret from the trip. Like, my wife wanted to go, and I was like, I know my body, and I need to go back and like just lay down. First off, my natural body clock affects me when you're doing something different.
Of course.
My natural body clock is, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, chill, nap for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So while you're out drinking in the sun every morning at 10 a.m., like that to me accelerates the need for a nap or like a little reset. And she just wanted, no, let's go back and then let's go out. And I'm like, ugh. I needed like an hour and a half lay down or rest period in the middle of these days because you get beat down. The sun will drain you.
Yeah, no doubt.
See, you mentioned Da Vinci there. That's all Da Vinci did. That was the way he slept. He napped. It's called a polyphasic sleep cycle. He slept 2 hours a day. He would sleep in 15-minute increments like every 3 hours.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, Kramer tried that. Didn't work out. He ended up in a sack in the bottom of the Hudson River.
Every 3 hours throughout the day?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were referring to the butter episode.
No, not the butter episode. Yeah. Another study from the alcohol use disorder. Childless women, especially 35 or older.
Childless women.
Are at the highest risk of binge drinking and alcohol use disorder. Wait. You mean people who are without kids at 35 or older party more than those with? I mean, what a stunner.
It's wild, right? Like, I mean, eventually, though, you do hit the point where you're Slater and you want to take care of your home and your dogs. And so
I don't buy that.
That's what she does, man.
I don't buy that.
She's at home a lot now.
Yeah, I'll say this: on the weekends I don't have the kids, I will get loose more than when I do have them. I don't think it's just women. I think it's just people in general.
Pepe, where are you at with the dating age range?
Oh, the range? You know what? We've gone from 4 down to 4 up, so in between. So
4 down to 4 up.
Sorry, give or take 4 years from my age, so 22 to 30.
All right, so you've increased it.
We've increased. I think I was at like 3, give or take.
You were like 22 to 25. 22 to 26 was your age range. Am I understanding you?
Right. Now I've gone up. Now
you've gone 30.
If they want to be 30, let's do
if
it.
they want to be.
Single moms, are they in?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a lot.
Now, the one that you went to the ice house with, is that dead and gone?
We're still talking. We're still
but you haven't
texting.
set up a second in person.
No, because she had been out of town the last couple of weeks. She doesn't live. She lives here, but her family's away, so she travels back and forth. But we're still texting.
Where's the countdown clock on Jane Doe? Have we hit the whatever
6
marker
months.
period she gave you?
We've delayed it a little bit more.
Oh,
Personal decision. I delayed it a little 60 more days, so now we're at close to like 180 days now.
You delayed it.
Yeah, I delayed it without telling her.
Wow.
Without telling her. All right.
All right, we'll finish it. We'll do part 2, chopping it up at 9:20 this morning. Hump Day edition. Continuing right here on DFW Sports Station is a Dallas Maverick rookie. Is the Mavericks' newest big man guilty of a man card violation? The Draymond punch is explained, and people are going crazy on the internet over whether Steph Curry is an underdog or not. But we got to put Derek Lively in man card court next.
But let's get you.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the entire crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Toppy, and Roberto Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby is fist pumping. Fine. Go ahead.
We changed fist pump hour while you were out. We made it 8 o'clock.
Okay. Well, go ahead and do it. You change it up every day without anyone and their permission. Yesterday, Derek Lively. Was this yesterday on with G-Bag?
This was Monday.
Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So the Mavs, brand new rookie, joined them, and someone suggested that we take him to Man Card Court. Everyone's going to be grilling out. Man, this July 4th date, the day of the week, is really screwing me. Yesterday, the wife was like, oh, we got invited to take Ollie to fireworks and this and that and that and this. And I was like, what day is it? And she's like, Tuesday. And I remember Choppy telling me we've really screwed up our work scheduling by not taking off Monday.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. And she's like, well, what do you want to do? I'm like, we're not doing anything. It's a school night for me. So not sitting out here in 100 degrees. My neighborhood already sounds like fireworks anyway. I get fireworks every day of the week. It doesn't have to be with lights in the sky. I'm not going out and dealing with a mess or whatever type of traffic. So no. Because we got to work the next day.
What about Monday night fireworks? I'm sure there's some people doing Monday night fireworks.
Well, yes. A lot of like Roanoke does July 3rd.
Okay, I'll consider Monday night.
Yeah.
Yes. If people are doing Monday night fireworks, yeah.
I mean, it depends. Each city does it differently, and you may get
the Rangers should
city
as well, I believe. The Rangers play the Astros that day.
Yeah, okay. All right, so, dang, we really messed this up on the calendar. Could have been a long week. But Bobby and Broadus are going to be live during the morning show, July 4th, right here. 5:30 to 10? Or did you get the 6 o'clock?
No, it'll be 8 to noon, actually.
That's not bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's doing the morning show?
I think we're on CBS. I think we're CBS Sports until 8. But y'all still listen to CBS Sports from 6 to 8, please.
Okay, so during this G-Bag interview with the Dallas Mavericks brand new big man, they asked him about moving and eating in Texas, and see what y'all think with July 4th barbecue around the corner.
Going to be plenty of places to grub here for you.
Absolutely.
If you like the breakfast. You said breakfast.
That's why I'm excited. That's why exactly why I'm excited. I love Texas because I heard everything's bigger than Texas, especially the food.
Yeah, bro.
What's your favorite barbecue item?
You can't go wrong with a steak. Can't go wrong with a steak. You know, I love a nice, just a nice sirloin steak. You know, just a big cut of some nice meat. Just something I could definitely look forward to.
Amen, dude. Well said.
No. See, this shows you that that's not the barbecue show of record in the station.
Well, it's it's
because the follow-up had to be the first thing we got to teach is, you know, you're not getting a steak at a barbecue.
You get like a Hard 8 place, you get a steak. Right? You can get a steak.
Can you? I don't know. I've been Hard 8 once.
Yeah.
I just was at Hard 8 this weekend. I didn't see steak.
I was there yesterday and I saw it.
Whoa, Mr. Barbecue guy now. How was it?
Oh, I didn't even eat there. I had my kids went there for baseball, and I just dropped them off, bought them dinner, and I had to leave.
Would your aunt drop by and make the pitmaster cry?
No,
you didn't sauce that right, dummy.
So the whole team went between games, and I had to get back because I had Zeros coming over.
Whoa.
So I dropped them off. I got him his food. Then I left. But
steak and a barbecue, you're just not associating that.
You don't associate it with.
If I tell you guys, yo, I'm having a July 4th party, we're barbecuing. Or if I say grilling, does that change your expectation, or are you just thinking grilling dogs and burgers?
You've got to remember.
I think you got to say specifically, we're having steaks, grilled steaks.
You got to remember. Yeah. You got to remember where he's from.
Yep.
And in the North, grilling and barbecuing is the same thing.
Yes.
We're having people over for a barbecue.
Yes.
All that means is you're turning on the grill.
Yes.
It's the same thing. You've got to know where you got to remember. For him,
barbecue
there's
here
no difference.
is kind of like smoking. You may as well say
here
smoking.
there's a complete difference. Up there, there's no difference. They call it the same thing. Whether you're having barbecue or whether you're having burgers, you're using a barbecue grill, right? That's what they're called, and that's it. For him, it's no different.
I think even in a state like Texas, though, if you're saying that we're barbecuing, I think you still need to specify that it's more than burgers and hot dogs. Because I think just as a shorthand comment, it's generally interpreted as burgers and hot dogs. But I think you need to say whether it's like if you were making your brisket, you'd need to say brisket. If he was expecting, if somebody's making steaks, somebody needs to say we're making steaks. Like I would think you'd need to specify that. Otherwise, I would just assume burgers and hot dogs.
Well, we should ask you as the new chef at the station. As yesterday, you're making homemade meatballs. You're making homemade spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't make the pasta. I didn't go that far.
Did you make the meatballs?
But I did make the meatballs.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
And,
what inspired this?
They wanted spaghetti and meatballs for lunch, and I was just like, okay, let's actually try. So, like, I went to the store and got panko breadcrumbs and everything else that we needed. Got some ground beef because I knew we had some, but I didn't know if it was thawed.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, I got to go get some that I know is ready to go. And the kids liked it. They thought it was good.
What'd you look up? I know you looked up a recipe, a video.
I know how to make meatballs.
Okay,
but I looked up a recipe.
So you just made.
I did.
You put breadcrumbs and meat.
There's a
because I guarantee.
No. I did. It was ground beef.
I
don't know. Ground beef.
Putting brie cheese in there.
I'm stupid.
Ground beef.
I ended out using ground beef. Yeah. No, ground beef. Finely diced ham. And then we did breadcrumbs. Had to sub out the breadcrumbs actually because of an allergy issue we're running into with the middle one. She's got a bad tree nut allergy.
Okay.
And the breadcrumbs I bought after I bought them, I saw, oh crap, these were processed in a plant with it.
Okay.
It's a brand new allergy. But breadcrumbs, salt, pepper.
So what did you replace the breadcrumb?
I had to do. I looked up the substitute, and they say rolled oats.
Oats?
Yeah. Oats. Which it actually worked out fine.
Okay, what else did you put in this?
No, it was rolled oats, finely diced ham, ground beef, salt, pepper. I'm trying to remember what else I put in.
Eggs?
Garlic, an egg.
Yeah.
And that was it.
So it turned out as you baked them.
No, so what I did is I put some oil on a pan,
Yeah.
and then just kind of seared them a little bit.
Yeah.
Took them off the heat.
Finished them in the
then
sauce.
did made the sauce and then finished them simmering in the sauce for about 5 to 8 minutes.
Well done. I've never. Don't say well done yet.
Sorry.
I've never heard of ham and meatballs.
So that's my grandmother would do that. She would put pork, not necessarily ham per se.
Well, ham is pork.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but she would like a pork chop, and she would like really kind of ground it.
Okay.
And then throw that in there.
Well, I've heard of ground pork.
Yeah.
You put ground veal, ground pork, ground
Yeah.
beef. But I haven't heard of ham.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Yeah, like a honey baked ham.
Yeah,
Throw that in
No.
there.
Like the
deli counter.
No, you just get the packages of the diced, and then it's these little pieces in there.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
Never seen that, but cool.
It's Joshua Weissman, I think is his name. It's this really popular
great Italian
YouTuber.
chef. Yeah.
This really popular YouTuber who cooks, and it was his recipe. So
All right.
I stole it.
So the internet is going crazy over the Steph Curry documentary trailer that came out, painting Steph as the ultimate all-time underdog.
All right, Steph, ready?
Stephen Curry. Do not rely on him to run your team.
He was about 5'6".
looks like a little kid.
150 pounds soaking wet. That was when I first really understood I'm different. How did I get here? I was the undersized, scrawny kid that was just trying to figure out how to make it.
Steph Curry is hurt.
I was overwhelmed by everything. How would I respond? Let the work begin.
When you are an underdog, you have to take what is yours.
Okay, so that's about 30 seconds of the trailer. The internet is blowing up over this. Wow, son of an NBA player who was drafted 7th, big underdog. What a great story. All-time great shooter with that type of skill set. Yeah, he really came out of nowhere. Your dad played for the Hornets. So people are fighting over whether Steph Curry is an underdog or underrated story.
Yeah,
Interesting topic.
Look, is his career an underdog, or like we found out that his career wore on, that he was just a trendsetter that was like so far ahead of the curve on the best way to play the game? Like, he's an underdog from the sense that he went to Davidson.
And that is a big piece of it.
Absolutely.
He is, I'll just get this out of the way. He is 100%, in my opinion, an underdog story.
Yeah, how much of it is his size in school?
A lot.
Yeah.
And that makes you part of it. Right. Doug Flutie playing in the NFL is an underdog story who overcame. This is just me, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But Steph Curry, I mean,
would Baker Mayfield have been considered an underdog story? Because he's undersized, even though he was like a
no,
Heisman?
because of his Heisman credentials. Steph blew up.
He was a walk-on.
Yeah, I guess at what point do you transition out of it based upon your college status?
I want Iguodala.
Right, because Larry Bird, Indiana State, or Kawhi, San Diego State, or Dr. J went to UMass, or Mahomes didn't go to a traditional powerhouse, even though it was a Power 5 school. That Texas Tech wasn't a traditional power. Are they underdogs because of where they went to school? Or I think how much Larry Bird, he was a big guy. Dr. J was a big guy.
But they, Bird still went to the national title against Magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was still being hyped up as the top prospect. Now, the only thing that doesn't make Steph Curry an underdog is he was drafted 7. But from a size, when you talk about Steph Curry, you're going to talk about the best shooter ever. And then I'm going to say this guy overcame his size to be an all-time great NBA player. I mean, he's like 180 soaking wet, always hurt, shorter. He overcame his size to be an all-time great story. So for me, it's size in school makes him an underdog, and he was underrated from the jump. That's
it
me.
Does. I think a lot of it does. The size of his body.
When you talk about the all-time great NBA players, I think Steph Curry's probably number 1 in terms of overcoming his physical status. Iverson, Steph, does it end there? Overcoming his physical status to be an all-time great, it might be those two.
It might be. Look, I'll be honest. How many people thought he was going to be, what a wasted pick.
Well, it's like a Jimmer Fredette thing. It's like
Jimmer.
You got a big-time shooter, right? Buddy Hield. You got a guy who can launch it from deep. Trae Young, question the same thing. Same thing. But, Steph Curry to me is an all-time story, not just because he's the best shooter, but, look what he does at his size.
Yeah, he wasn't really recruited by big schools at all. He ended up at Davidson. That in and of itself is an underdog story. And like you said, he did go 7th overall, but Choppy will tell you the 7th pick in the NBA draft is the 91st in the NFL draft or whatever the number might be. Smaller guys who overcome their stature. Yes, Steph, AI. I don't know. Do we view Steve Nash in that at all? As kind of somebody who is thought to be a frail, injury-prone individual. One of these other lists that I'm looking at here says Calvin Murphy was another one of those guys, because Calvin Murphy was 5'9", I think. But no, he's absolutely an underdog. Just because he has NBA pedigree, I don't think changes that narrative.
The fact that he was the 7th pick absolutely makes him an underdog. Do you want me to roll through the list of awful basketball players? So you got the
at 7?
At 7.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bilal, it was a Koulibaly this year. Shaden Sharp, Kuminga.
Oh, FS1 host.
Yes. Killian Hayes, Kobe White, Wendell Carter Jr., Laurie Markkinen, Jamal Murray. Okay. Emmanuel Mudiay, Julius Randle, Ben McLemore, Harrison Barnes, Bismack Biyombo, Greg Monroe, Steph Curry, Eric Gordon, Corey Brewer, Randy Foye, Charlie Villanueva, Luol Deng, Kirk Heinrich, Nene, Eddie Griffin, Chris Mim, Rip Hamilton. That's since 1999. Good God. You couldn't even make the 12 seed with that group.
An all-time great TV show gets a brand new host. We all have to pay homage to the Jell-O shot champions, and apparently your car can just blow up and incinerate out of the blue if you look at this NFL running back and his social media. That's all next and Below the Bell right here on Sean and RJ. Your mic needs to be on.
Oh, I turned it on. I'm blaming Peyton on that one.
Someone else's fault.
Yep, why not? Let's get you over to K Post Roofing and
and Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
New update? New music? Get out the glow sticks? Oh, Linkin Park. I heard the new promo with the shot of Bobby. I love that, Spittle. Nice job. I like it. I approve.
It's good.
Oh! I finally saw a very... Go get that promo if you can, Peyton.
I like it.
Man, Bobby, I finally saw him bothered right there.
He's that's why he shaved.
Hashtag unbothered.
He was bothered. He was bothered in the face right there and nothing to say. Wow, that disturbed him more than
I'm
people
a man
saying they wanted to punch him in the face.
I'm a man of few words. All right, you guys know me. There are some times where there's not a lot to say other than it's good.
Okay,
that's all.
Wow. Did you guys have any big blowups while I was gone? Any biggest disagreement?
Ooh, only Choppy was a little mad the first day when I or the second day, Friday, when I pulled out the receipts on air about Derek Lively spending his NIL money on his cancer diagnosed mother getting her house, a headstone for his dad who had been dead for 15 years. Because Chop said he wasn't rooting for Derek Lively. He said, I'm rooting against him. And then I threw all that out there. And he was like, couldn't you have sent me a text message with this stuff before you started reading on the air?
I'm just trying to bring energy to the show, man. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's right. So look, apparently it's so hot out there that your car can just ignite. This petrified me yesterday. Did you see Leonard Fournette's vehicle?
I did. It's scary. It's scary out there. Like, you don't have to be outside. Don't be outside.
Did it just catch fire though? Come on. His luxury SUV was charred on the side of the highway, and Fournette said, "Man, one of those days. I'd like to thank God though. My car caught on fire while I was driving, but I'm still blessed." Can this really happen? It just catches while you're driving?
I assume if you don't have coolant, or maybe could be anything. I mean, can tires catch fire in the heat like this?
I don't believe they can just catch fire. No. Not just like spontaneously combust. No.
All right, good.
But like, I mean, in terms of, you can have
the spontaneous combustion has me shooketh a little bit.
You can have like shorts, I would guess, like electrical shorts or whatever else I guess could occur with a car and set it on fire. But I mean, I can't tell based off the car what car maker that is.
All right, let's talk about how Texans are surviving this heat with your youth baseball story.
Oh, it's sad.
Because I got into it with the wife yesterday about Oliver playing sports, and then you sent this, and
they're playing right now.
Not going to help my cause.
They're playing right now.
Oh, you got the video cam set up.
Yeah,
is Bassick there?
No, his team's out of it. They lost yesterday,
so he's got to come to work today.
He's got to come to work today. The great Josh Baugh is filming this for us, so able to see it.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Cowboys offensive line bust.
So this was not on. This was on Monday. Monday. There were, let's see, the game started at 8 o'clock and they lasted till about 10 o'clock at night. All right?
8
a.m. Not each team. Like, that's just the tournaments going on, right? It's the World Series.
Okay.
So today, if we play it now. If we win, we play at noon. And if we win, we play at 2. And we only play at 4. And that's the championship. If we lose, we go home. So this thing's been going on since last Thursday. Well, yesterday on Monday, an umpire, 19 years old, 19-year-old kid, in good shape, not like
Alex Manoah,
right? He had been out there all afternoon. This was about 6:30 because we were supposed to play at 8 o'clock. This was 6:30 at night. He'd been out there all day. He collapses. He got dehydrated. His blood. He was barely drinking water. His oxygen wasn't getting to his brain, had a seizure, bit his tongue off, and is in a coma.
Bit his tongue off?
Jeez. Bit it almost clean off. It's like just hanging. And now he's in a coma. And they have to wait for the swelling in his brain to go down.
No. Are you out there for this?
I was on my way to the park. I was on my way to the park to go. We had not gotten there yet. My son was there, but he had to get there like an hour early. His mom had him. So I was just getting there on the time.
And he's in a coma.
In a coma. Now, as of last night, I don't know if this morning he is still or not.
So we were driving by like a youth sports field. These kids are outside playing. I said, man, just imagine like 6 p.m. practices are in our future. And she looks at me. She's like, no, they're not. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, he worried mother. I mean, I married my father, my Lord. I thought he was bad. He's not going outside practicing in this. It's a health concern. It's a health hazard. I was like, well, I joke about that, but like he's going to do what, the rest of it, he's going to do what he wants to do with his friends, what he's interested in. And she's still looking at me dead serious, like, no, he's not. And then I read the coma story, and I'm like, I really don't know how kids practice in this heat around here. I guess your body just adjusts to it.
Kids don't care, for one. But generally, also, this is very late in the year. Like, this is our last tournament.
Yeah.
For the most part, we're practicing March, April, May. It's not that bad. You'll get a couple of weeks where it's like, ooh, this is brutal.
But I asked myself, are Texas kids, like, really, I'm not trying to make an arrogant statement or have you bang your chest. I'm like, are Texas kids this much tougher? Like, because I don't remember. I remember running around the soccer field in humidity, but this is 103.
Well, yeah, we didn't have this temperatures up where we grew up.
Yeah.
Also, this is different. But, my kids are there outside all day. And then in the wintertime, they want to go to school with no jacket. I don't think, dude, are kids not hampered by the temperature at all?
Peyton, what did you play growing up here?
Baseball.
And where?
Where is in like position?
No, the high school, the area.
Oh yeah, Mansfield.
Okay, Mansfield. So you guys, did you have youth baseball like in these temperatures nonstop all the time?
Oh, yeah,
did that many leagues set up?
Because I played summer ball, like travel summer ball.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
yeah, I mean you're playing 50, 60 games in the summer.
And did any kids pass out, dehydration?
No, we had a bunch of moms on the team that made sure we were taken care of.
Oh, of course they serve the water.
So yesterday.
Slice up the oranges. That's why you're here.
See the fruit packets.
Fetch me a Capri Sun.
So Luka catches. Luka either pitches or catches, and yet when he's not pitching, he's always catching.
Oh,
he caught.
Oh my God! If I told my wife right now that he's going to grow up and be a catcher in these temperatures, she would divorce me.
I think we played 20 innings yesterday. He pitched 4. He caught 16. I'm sorry, he caught 14, and they pulled him because he couldn't. He was like
they just set like
there's
no
pass out.
limit, like innings limit. Like if you're an umpire, like you got to stop after 6 hours, 8 hours.
In
come on,
there's in most tournaments there's a limit for pitchers in what you can pitch back-to-back days. In this tournament, because it's the World Series and it's stretched out over 5-6 days, there's no innings, there's no limit. It's
just smart. It means more.
It's just like 36 innings. So he pitched 4 innings yesterday, and we never let pitchers pitch back-to-back days. He only threw like 35 pitches, so he's pitching again today. This is it. It's our last tournament.
So but this is not a concern amongst any parents out there. This is
it's a little bit
like I'm sounding pretty soft right now.
No, yesterday, normally no. Yesterday, I was really concerned for him yesterday. He was not doing well. He came out off the field after catching, I think it was his 14th inning of the day, and he was dragging. And he doesn't drink Gatorade or Powerade or Liquid IV. He doesn't like the taste, so he only drinks water. And we were begging him to give him a Gator, and he wouldn't do it. And he was he couldn't they told him, hey, you're up, you're on deck, and he couldn't find his helmet and bat. We were like, all right, just sit down, man. Just thank God we got out of it. They made the third out and he didn't hit.
Wow.
I was like, we're going home.
Because I think the Postal Service here is changing because of the heat right now.
Yeah, Texas is, this was from Fox 4 yesterday. USPS is shifting the time that their postal workers are going to be delivering mail. So they normally start shifts at 9 a.m. They're going to start doing them at 7:30 in the morning. This is after last week when Dallas letter carrier Eugene Gates Jr., he collapsed and died out here in the heat. And so they've had to shift things up. So, the mail's going to start coming a lot earlier for the foreseeable future here in North Texas just because of how extreme this, heat has gotten.
Sounds like everybody needs more Jell-O shots, if any are left over from Louisiana.
None are left over thanks to LSU. Now, we had talked about this place, Rocco's in Omaha. That does the Jell-O shot challenge every year. Now, last year, they were won with 18,000 Jell-O shots by Ole Miss. Again, I say 18,000 Jell-O shots last year for Ole Miss won it. LSU won this year with 68,000 Jell-O shots.
They had 50,000 more?
Yeah.
68,000 at what cost?
Now it's up to $5 a Jell-O shot. This is the best marketing campaign in human history. I went through this last week that they made about $140,000 in net profit strictly off the Jell-O shot.
They just made $340K off of LSU.
Of LSU. And then you factor in 2,200, 900, 3,000, 800, 7,600, 700, 4,000. We are talking about they had almost 100. I think they had more than 100,000 Jell-O shots sold at $5 a piece.
Dang!
Okay, that's is that $500,000, Bobby? That's $500,000. All right, and we figured this out. To make these Jell-O shots, it basically cost you about $30 to make 120 Jell-O shots.
Wow!
And I'm $30 is if you're buying Tito's at market price. They're probably getting Smirnoff at $10 a bottle.
Rail, yeah. By the way, Chris Navarre texted, y'all talking about the heat. Not sure if you know, but UPS trucks don't have AC. Oh my.
Well, the doors are open. Right, the sliding doors are always open. Wow. Oh, that sounds
Does the union not fought for doors? Doors and the air conditioner?
I know, right? You would think so.
And by the way, Ryan Seacrest announced it himself. He is, I'm not sure how many in this age demographic care or watch, but Ryan Seacrest is the official replacement for Pat Sajak.
I think they nailed it. There were a couple of guys they could have gone with.
Is that the easiest job in the history of game shows?
I think it is.
By far the easiest?
Vanna's got a harder job.
Does she?
She's just a walk.
Yeah, physical labor.
She's got to just touch it, though.
She's walking.
And he just
What's Pat do? He stands there.
Howie Mandel, deal or no deal? That's got to be easier. Let me call the banker.
Yeah, every once in a while, Pat has to lean over and spin the wheel for them. I was going to spin the wheel this one time. But, Jeopardy... Those Jeopardy fans are so pretentious. They were going to nitpick whoever was the guy. They're like, yeah, whatever. It's Wheel of Fortune, man. We don't care. We just want somebody who's non-threatening.
But Alex had to do so much more work than
So
Pat.
much more work.
So much more work. And what was Pat? What do you think Pat was making a year?
Oh Oh my God, let me look it up.
That's a good question.
What do you
I'm
think?
going to guess he was making
$6
million by the end.
Okay, I'll guess it was $6 a year.
In 20, let's see. Okay, here we go. Pat Sajak's Wheel of Fortune salary is so massive. He only works he works 4 days a month. Okay? In 2016, that was the last time they did his salary thing.
Yeah.
He was making $15 million a season. He worked 4 days a month.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. And
$312,000 a workday. He works 48 days a year.
And Ryan Seacrest is now taking that over. The social media mob is coming for Micah Parsons again. That is next in Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not. Derek Carr will beat your ass if you make his wife cry. Don't do it. You don't want to do it. More on that in a second. First off, the social media mob is coming after our very own Micah Parsons once again. And I don't understand why they keep coming at him for something that I would think would be a little relatable. Like they're mad that he's talking about things that are relatable. So he was playing pickleball recently, which is just taken over. I feel like
pickleball's fantastic.
They've got like pickleball restaurants now, and there's one in Grapevine.
I think Dak just bought in.
Yep.
Dirk Romo involved.
LeBron bought a team.
Oh, well, now it's uncool.
Or league.
No, but Micah Parsons the other day was tweeting about how much a pickleball pass costs. And he was annoyed because he said that at the gym or the rec center that he had gone to, he found out that a day pass to play pickleball would cost him $50. And he was like, I'm not paying $50 for that. He said that where he was brought up and where he played, the passes used to be $7. And so he said, I can't do this just off principle. A dub is the maximum I'm paying for a day pass. I grew up on $7 guest passes. And the Twitter mob started going off on him again. Micah, you're a certified loser.
What?
Oh, Micah, you're going to be astounded when you find out what they charge us to attend Cowboys games. Love you, bro, but I've definitely seen you courtside at a Mavs game. Go get your Six Flags tickets full price.
Oh, my God.
So people are just going off on him for this thing. And this is the same issue that he ran into when he was complaining about the cost of the Universal Studios passes. And he was like, this is ridiculous how much this costs.
You know how rich people stay rich?
By complaining about costs? By getting things free?
By being frugal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Micah Parsons ain't paying for those tickets, numbnuts, sitting courtside. You want to get mad at a celebrity? And we won't do this right now because it's Bobby's segment. We don't want the broadest.
This is not 420.
Energy. Go look up Kevin Costner's divorce settlement. Go look up what they're fighting about. Go look up the monthly spending, their
right here.
kids' allowance. Go look up all that. Micah Parsons fighting for the real man, the average citizen. This is likable. This is better.
Well, and think about like when did he just came into money in the last 2 years? Yeah. Like, what do you want? Do you want him to be an idiot and just like throwing caution? How often do we hear about pro athletes going broke? Remember Antoine Walker made $100 million during his career, and then it was like, I have no money left a couple years out of the league. Not an athlete, but I heard T-Pain do an interview recently where he's like, I didn't know I was broke until I was in the middle of buying another house that I didn't need.
Yeah.
And he was like, you realize like, oh, this isn't just nonstop money for forever. You got to measure yourself a little bit. But Mike, I'm sure he spent most of his life probably trying to be frugal and trying to be budget conscious, and he doesn't want to break that just because he has money to spend now. He's not me.
All right, you tell me what's more likable or unlikable. Micah Parsons being like, I'm not paying $50 for an all-day pickleball pass, or the Kevin Costner details.
All right, here we go. So him and his estranged wife, Christine Bumgarner.
Is this part of the reason that Yellowstone ended this nasty divorce?
It's part of it because he's like embroiled in this massive divorce. So she's asking for $248,000 a month in child support. And she says that's only 60% of what our family spent and needs. The children's current lifestyle is $332,264 per month. What that entails, Sean, is they spent almost $6.5 million on expenses, not including taxes, a $2 million home in Aspen, a beach home they spent $1 million on, and then they donated $800,000 in gifts. They also spent $25,000 on expenses for their boat, $500,000 on their gardening service, $21,000 on spa services. Oh, but wait, when at home they have a caterer or chef for meals, a team of employees. Oh, wait a second, there's more. They have private school through junior high. They want their 13-year-old daughter to stay in private school. So $12,000 for a personal trainer, $300,000 for a beach club, $34,000 for a golf course membership. $238,000 in medical expenses. Her monthly American Express spending is $222,000 a month.
Monthly.
They spent $150 million on their house in Malibu. I'm going to say that one more time. It was in Carpinteria.
$150K Malibu. That sounds like a steal.
$150 million.
Oh.
$150 million.
Yeah.
On their house.
So I asked all the Micah critics, which one sounds more likable to you? Which one irritates you more? While I was reading this, I was getting worked up. I wish these judges would say, I'm ruling for the betterment of your child. They're not going to grow up to be a spoiled, entitled brat. They don't need this lifestyle. Bam. This is what you get.
Dude.
Now, Costner made $19.5 million last year. They spent $12 million on expenses in a year.
Yeah.
Spent 12, made 19. And she wants $248,000 a month for the kid's lifestyle. That's a repulsive sentence to read. It's a disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's disgusting. Their second home in Aspen costs $2 million a year to operate. Just to operate the house.
Yeah.
$90,000 for the ranch manager, $170,000 for other employees, $160,000 on insurance. They spent $44,000 on internet. Internet, Sean. $19,000 to clean it, $330,000 to repair and maintain it, $124,000 on utilities, $450,000 on commissions, and $127,000 on mortgage payments per year to operate an Aspen house.
Did you come up with a better system after your alimony or divorce, or the way that it should be done? Do you have a better system that should be implemented?
I wish I could say I did.
Yeah.
But like I do think that. So, if let's say I were to lose my job,
And by the way, I'm not saying that he or she should not get the split or whatever. I'm just saying, like, don't say it's for like to maintain the kid's monthly lifestyle.
I hate that.
I hate that.
I hate that. Like I think the system should be the party that is getting the child support should be having to prove that the money is being spent on the kids.
Right.
I don't believe it's fair to just give child support and then that money go directly into the mortgage payment.
Right.
To pay off the house. Not like I'm dealing with that myself, whatever. But but yeah, I think that should be the case. Also, like, let's say you make $100,000 a year, you lose your job, and your next job only pays you $50,000. You're still judged off what your ability to earn is, which is the $100,000.
Whoa!
You have to go back to court and get it reset, and they don't always reset it because the judge says, "Well, you've proven you can make this kind of money. That's what your obligation to pay is not the same as your ability to pay."
No way. Are you serious?
Yep.
That's criminal.
You know what I'm taking from this?
Don't get married.
Ollie's not playing sports.
Why?
Because you said you think if you put Ollie out there, you think you might get divorced now. Well, you clearly you don't want to have to play with those rules, Sean. But look, here's the thing.
Well, I made her sign a prenup.
Well,
I'm kidding.
Micah.
God, you guys didn't even stop down for that.
By the way, this girl had a prenup, and she's still fighting. She was told to get out of the house. She won't leave. This Kevin Costner's girl.
He got to call Tiger.
Yeah, find out whatever Tiger did.
Yeah,
that's what he needs to do. So here's the thing I look at it too. Do you want, as a Cowboys fan, some of those people going like, you should see what we pay to go to Cowboys games. Do you want Micah to develop rich tastes and expensive tastes and then go into his contract negotiations with the Cowboys in a year and be like, look, I've got a certain lifestyle I've become accustomed to and y'all are going to need to pay through the nose. You want him to have these frugal tendencies, I think, so that, he's willing to take a more reasonable contract.
Tolo Paul, who's an attorney, just hit us up, said Choppy is correct about the earning ceiling.
My attorney said he said the one segment I could add something meaningful.
And what did he say?
He didn't call me.
I worked with somebody who had this happen. He was making a certain amount of money. He came over, got a job over at our radio station. He wasn't making nearly as much as he previously had. And his first paycheck was like no money deposited in his account because they garnished his wages at the same rate that he had previously been paying. Derek Carr, your favorite player in the NFL,
I
Sean.
can't wait for y'all to tell me I was right about him. I'm the only person saying it.
So he quit. Make note of that, Peyton. We'll need that for previous receipts or future receipt segments.
Yes.
Derek Carr admittedly kind of quit on the Raiders at the end of last year. And a lot of people tried to say, well, no, he didn't. He was just heartbroken and everybody agreed it was for the best. Well, he was talking to the Fresno Bee this week about how everything ended. He said, I was, for lack of a better term, I was very upset. I was mad. You spend 9 years in a place, you have all the records, and you can play at a high level, and for something to get in the way, whether it was whatever reason, money-related or whatever, injury-related, I would have said, I don't even want the money. Oh, see, look, that's what kind of a guy he is, Sean. He doesn't even want the money.
God.
Just to play 2 more times in front of our fans, I didn't get that opportunity, so it definitely lit a fire inside me to keep going. But that is not what really caused him to say, I got to get away from this place and I got to get away from this football team. Las Vegas briefly explored trading Carr before the quarterback said he would not accept any trade and forced his way into free agency. This is per Bleacher Report. He said he would not have wanted to return to the Raiders even if the team had a change of heart because, quote, once they made my wife cry, that was pretty much over. Once they made her cry, that was out. But the love for my teammates is what probably would have made me do it. But the way it worked out and the timing of things, it was time for me to move on. But who knows? You never know what'll happen. So if I had to give up everything that ever made my wife cry, I would have to give up movies, my children, give up on myself.
Your radio career.
Onions. I mean, there's just lots of things that you'd have to give up on.
This guy is a soap opera star. He is so freaking dramatic. He's so he's so soft. Oh my gosh. It's just the Hallmark car. That's what he is. I wouldn't even have asked for the money the last 2 games.
Just let me for free.
Stand me there in front of the fans. That's all I wanted.
He's my guy.
Get me. This is eye roll stuff to you. Don't turn on me now.
It is eye roll stuff. He would not have played for free. I don't think. Maybe he would have. What the hell do I know?
You made my wife cry. That's why I wanted out. Yeah.
I can see how teammates love him, though.
Yeah, I can see.
I can see how his teammates really like him.
I can see. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. By the way, I don't think we have enough time to play it, but Mike was talking about other opponents coming at him. I'm a Lion. That's good. That's what happens at safaris. Everyone drives up to the Lion. They don't get too close. It is so pathetic that this national sports talk show on ESPN, they have dedicated half their show to Micah's quote about being a Lion. That's how desperate. You want another sign of being America's team? This whole half this show has nothing else to talk about but Micah's Lion quote. And we don't even have enough time to
it doesn't.
play it. Good Lord.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Like, they just harp on everything that they do.
All right. Is JaVale McGee the reason the Mavericks don't have their big 3? Wait till you hear this report. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on a hump day. As we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, we're all back together again after the return from vacation here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. We're live on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. And this is a pretty disappointing story from Mark Stein. He says that the Mavs and Suns talked about a DeAndre Ayton deal on draft night. The Mavericks would give up Tim Hardaway, Rashawn Holmes, and JaVale McGee. The Phoenix Suns did not want to take on JaVale McGee in the deal. They were fine with Hardaway. They were fine with Rashawn Holmes, but they did not want to take on JaVale McGee, so the deal fell apart. Dude, we would have given up Hardaway, Holmes, and JaVale McGee, and we're really close to getting DeAndre Ayton. Now, look, I know that DeAndre Ayton is, heading towards being a disappointment, and he's making $32.5 million coming up, and he's under contract for 3 more seasons. But, man, that would have made me feel a lot more excited about this upcoming Mavs season. Only giving that up feels like you would have fleeced Phoenix, and why couldn't they work around this in order to make the deal happen? Shows you how little, and as other insiders have said, how little the return for Ayton is and how little of Ayton the Suns think, because they're willing to give him over to the Mavericks, one of your undercover rivals in the same conference, and you're willing to go ahead and give him up?
It's troubling that they couldn't get this deal done. If you're Phoenix, what does that say about Ayton? Does it mean you really actually want him if the team that has him, that is, and look, Phoenix is closer to a title than we are, right?
Yes.
Why would they be willing to give him up to one of their Western foes? It tells me maybe they know something that we don't know about him as a player, as a person. But
we know a lot. We know.
But if I was the Mavs, I'd be like, man, let's find a way to make this work. Screw JaVale McGee.
He's a 24-year-old double-double. He's a 24-year-old double-double who also has not been given any touches as the number 1 pick. Right? He's been iced out offensively. So I get the frustration there. Does it excuse him pouting and quitting, coming across a little bit soft? Not totally, but I get it. As for why Phoenix doesn't want JaVale McGee, well, he's going to make $6 million this season, and he's got a $6 million player option for the year after that at the age of 35. So Phoenix is like, yo, we got to fill out this roster with pennies. Given all the guys that we're paying, we're not adding $6 million of JaVale McGee this year, then having him opt in because he wants to be on this team and live in Phoenix, Arizona, and $6 million a year after that. But couldn't make it work. Bobby went and did the numbers. It would have meant Josh Green instead, Jaden Hardy instead.
Out.
Okay, you're definitely out.
That's garbage.
Because people you'd think, take DeAndre Ayton over over Jaden Hardy, or over Josh Green, I should say. Are we at Hardy over Green now? In the value when in the middle of the season we were Green over Hardy, have we swapped that?
I like them both a lot.
I think they're around, they're right there next to each other. I think Hardy's ceiling is very clearly higher, though. I think the potential to be something really, really important to a championship team is better with Hardy.
Because you could talk me into Josh Green and Tim Hardaway for DeAndre Ayton. When you say that, let's not be guilty here. Let's not be guilty here of what has happened since day one when we started talking about this team together, overvaluing our own. The ceiling of DeAndre Ayton is still the number 1 pick.
Yeah, you could.
DeAndre Ayton's probably going to have better career numbers than Josh Green.
Yeah, you could absolutely talk me into it. You could absolutely talk me into it. But I'm just thinking on the surface, I like Hardy. I like Green.
I agree.
And I don't know. There's something striking me about Ayton where it's if they're willing to sell so low.
Yeah.
What are we missing here?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Christian Wood. When Christian Wood got here, we're like, what's the problem? Why? Look at what a freak this guy is.
With that, at least, we had 6 teams previously who told us he's a problem.
Okay.
This is one.
When you made a deal for Porzingis and it was what's the deal? And there was a sense out of New York of you'll see. And then when he got here, it's oh yeah, he is kind of soft and A little bit of a malcontent. Okay, this is what and we have documented instances like in the middle of the Denver series where DeAndre Ayton's like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, how do you want me to rebound when Jokic is standing right there?
Yeah, they're like benching him.
Yeah, he's clearly a bit of a difficult personality to deal with.
Yes.
Now, here's the question, though, about when you say DeAndre Ayton's ceiling is number one. When you compare that to Green, it's in all likelihood, I would guess DeAndre Ayton will end his career as a better player than Josh Green. But the question also becomes about value in the modern NBA and what you do. Like, for instance, if you're going to make an NFL analogy, if I said, hey, you can get the third best running back in the NFL, but you'll have to give up the 20th best pass rusher. Don't you kind of go, okay, yeah, I know he's probably better, like stripping away value, but that 20th best pass rusher, I feel like contributes in a more meaningful way to my team being better.
Excellent. Well, good. Wasn't excellent.
It was excellent.
It was a good counter.
Just like my meatballs.
It was a good with your ham sandwich. Decent counter. Pretty good counter. But this team is in desperate need of what DeAndre Ayton can do. We have no size. We need rebounding. I got to go look at his block shot totals, his defensive metrics. And it's like, okay, I can get a wing player. He's still a 7-foot, really good athlete.
Yeah.
And he has been... I do feel sorry for his role there. Like no one can deny that.
Sure.
Like he's been the third or fourth option throughout all these years of them building this super team.
He has. But I also think that's kind of the way the game goes if you're not a Jokic or Embiid type.
Right.
Where the game's not going to run through you as a big.
Right.
True. And he's kind of a hybrid, right? He's not like he's obviously not a stretch the floor Embiid, but he's also not he
got a little mid-range game.
A lumbering fool down below.
Post up, little mid-range game, but man, JaVale McGee was the reason, according to Mark Stein, this thing fell through. Very disappointing.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part of which that's the funny thing is that we're like,
because it was like, we almost robbed them.
Yeah, you would have felt like you got one of these deals that people have been getting around the NBA, like the Beal deal, where you're like, oh, well, that looks super unfair. How did we get one of those?
Yes.
But again, you do have to ask yourself, why are they willing to do it? Why are they willing to just say, yeah, sure, we'll take whatever, get him out of here?
In conference.
Yeah.
All right, Chop, set us up with your street cred for the Draymond Green explanation, as apparently Jordan Poole unfollowed Draymond as soon as he was traded to Washington. So the Warriors ship him out. Golden State knew they needed to address and fix their chemistry. So Jordan Poole gets shipped on over to the Wizards. He unfollows Draymond.
Yeah, so this is on the It Is What It Is show, the Is What It Is podcast.
One of my favorite sayings.
Yep, absolutely. Cameron, the rapper, was talking about Draymond and Jordan Poole and what exactly went down between the two and why there was the initial rift.
Now, let me say two things. Number one, you edited this, right, Peyton?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. You edited this. Number two, I want you all, because I respect amazing trash talk.
Oh, yeah.
I want you all to see where you register this on the trash talk scale. And at what point, if any, at what point do you think it was acceptable and understandable for Draymond to knock Jordan Poole out? There's levels to this, right? Mm-hmm. There's levels of the trash talk. See where you think you would have snapped.
And from all the things that I was hearing him say, not guaranteed, but they were saying his reasons Draymond punched him in his face. They said the first day he told Draymond Green, Michigan and Michigan State have beef. Draymond Green's from Michigan State. He's from Michigan. He told
That's already
Draymond,
a lifetime rivalry, right there.
He told Draymond, I more bitches at Michigan State than you went there. And then they was running sprints or something. He told Draymond, don't worry about it. You'll be in Sacramento next year. Then he told Draymond.
That's crazy.
Then he told Draymond, why is your Twitter handle Money Green when you broke and you're not going to get a new contract? And that's the one that broke the camel's back when he ended up punching him in the face.
Woo! All right, we got three things. Where do you give the green light to Draymond, if you do at all? I slept with more girls at my college than you. I'm not.
Well, he was saying he slept with more girls at Draymond's college than Draymond did.
Yeah, like I'm a Michigan player and I was able to get more Michigan State girls than you.
That's not enough to do it for me.
No.
Number two, you'll be running sprints in Sacramento next year. That's good. That's a little bit of a deep cut. And then the finisher was, you should change your Twitter handle from Money Green because you're going to be broke and no one's paying you your next deal.
Yeah.
When you broke.
Like, none of those are, like, that's corny. Like, that's all that is. Like, if Drake, now, the only way it wouldn't be is if something there is true. Like, if Draymond actually is having money problems.
Right.
Like, if he's actually having money problems, that could sting. The Sacramento thing, I mean, if they pay you a big bag, it's not going to sting at all.
And they're apparently interested in Draymond.
And I'm sorry, didn't Sacramento have a better record
I will say, well, at the time, though, that was a good insult if it was during training. But I will say Draymond in the Sacramento series put up 21 points in one of those games. That was the most points he'd scored in a playoff game in like 6 years. And so he clearly was motivated to go at Sacramento pretty hard.
Plus, you know that Draymond wasn't just sitting there dead quiet during all this. Things escalated. You know, Draymond can't keep his mouth shut. Okay, so now we move on to this clip. This is from Vlad TV. Dennis Rodman talking about what Larry Bird would be in today's NBA.
If Larry Bird played in this era, I think he'd be in Europe. So I'm just letting you know, man. Really? You know, like I said, don't just say he'd be somewhere over there. His game was fit for Boston at that time in the 80s and stuff like that, you know, but today's world, oh, hell no. There's no way. I'm not just downplaying him because he's a great player at that time, just like I was. And but I'm saying, no, there's no way. No way. I think the kid from Denver is way better than him. Jokic. Oh, my God. He's slow as hell. You know, it's okay, so, but that guy got a game. You know what I'm saying? I think he's better than Larry Bird. I mean, in this day and age, yeah. But I'm saying I can see the argument for that, absolutely. No, I'm saying he can shoot that three like, oh my God. So, wow. Compare him to Larry Bird. I think people pick him.
Who wants to start?
It's much more likely Dennis Rodman is playing in Europe in this day and age than Larry Bird.
Oh, it's much more likely.
Much more likely. Larry Bird is actually probably a
better player in this era.
Like a guy with size who distributes like he did.
And shoots.
And handles the ball. He's the one who like helped bring three-point shooting, sort of brought it into popular usage in the 80s. That's a guy built for this era.
He averaged 2 3-point attempts a game throughout his career.
Oh, that's quarter number. That's not even
a quarter.
I have to applaud this, not because of his point.
Dennis, yeah.
He's wrong. Larry Bird, if he had gone under after like Rick Smits, all right, I get it. Larry Bird happens in any era. What I'm just happy is that we finally get a player from their era that say somebody from their era could not play today. We finally get an old player that isn't just standing for their own era.
Pippen said it a lot about Jordan.
Okay, Pippen's a loser looking for a book deal. All right, Larry Bird, like he just picked the wrong guy.
Yeah,
you know, he had the idea, the process. I'm a big process guy. The process of pooping on your own era is good. Like Rodman himself is the type of guy that have a spot today.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
So I went down a Larry Bird rabbit hole. I was watching the Bill Walton documentary, like the 30 for 30, and I was like, let me just go back and watch Bird. Let me go back and look at some of these highlights. I did this like 2 weeks ago. I've been watching like 25 minutes straight of Larry Bird highlights. He would destroy in today's game.
Yeah, he'd be fine.
He's an underrated passer. He's an underrated passer, could score on anyone. He's just tall enough to shoot over. In today's offensive NBA, where, you know, the defense, you're not going to get punished for not playing defense as much, he would be more than fine. My gosh.
Yeah, wrong, right. You know, he's like, I understood, like, there are plenty of guys back then who could not make it in today's game. Larry's the wrong guy to go after, man. Like, he is definitely the wrong guy.
I think the Pistons had a race issue from their rivalry back in the day. Was it Bird who had to sit down with Isaiah? Isaiah had said something, or Rodman backed him up. I think Rodman suggested something, and Isaiah, there was something. I got to Google it real quick. There was something between Isaiah Dennis and Bird going back in the day, and Larry had to like sit down at this press conference while one of the Pistons apologized for saying like if he was a black player, he'd be just another regular dude. There was some controversy from back then. That's what I thought of when I saw this with Rodman the other day. All right, the Texas Rangers may end up owning the All-Star game. And apparently there's no math harder than baseball math. We'll bring it to you on the home of the Rangers after this.
Well, let's get you over to A number 1 Air and the super summer savings special. You get up to $3,000 off a new heat and an AC system with 0% financing for up to 60 months, or your payments are as low as $79 a month. It's a fantastic deal right now at A number 1 Air, the super summer.
deep into center field. Vierling going back. He looks up and it is gone. Adolis Garcia with a 2-run home run. It is his 19th home run of the year. And the Rangers have blown this one wide open now. It's 8-3.
Yes, they explode in the 8th inning with 5 runs. Zeke Duran with the big hit, and then everyone just poured it on. You had a hustle play from Simeon. He scores off Corey Seager's double. Some interesting Tiger defense being played last night.
That we calling it defense?
Man, that was disoriented.
Yeah,
you also had Adolis doing work as well, and the Rangers end up getting the W right here on this radio station. 8-3. Next game tonight, 6:30 pregame.
We talked about this is a must. It's not a must. We're not gonna say, but they need a series win here. They need to take 3 or 4 from Detroit. Last night had a chance to be very, very bad if they wound up losing that game. They're down 2-0, but
what about 4 in a row? Yeah,
it would have been 4 in a row, and then it would have been no better than a split with a Detroit team that had just lost like 11 of 12. Then they went on a 6 of 10 kind of streak, but. That could have been pretty bad. That could have been pretty bad for them had they lost last night. They're in a slump. They are. There's no doubt about it. They're in a little bit of a slump.
With the Astros around the corner, then you're at Boston, at the Nationals. So it'd be really nice to go ahead and take 3 out of 4 in this series.
Yeah, and especially last night, that one after Spurs gave up the lead, and we're heading into the bottom of the 8th, and it's tied up now, and you sense the bullpen collapse coming again. Meanwhile, the Angels are winning another game. Like, you're setting us up to be like, hey, they're within 4 now. And then you've got Houston coming in here to potentially chip away. It does feel very much so like they needed to win last night. They need to win these next 2. A series win is going to be really big for them. And I think a series win is, you don't want to say it's super important at the beginning of July, but I think a series win against Houston is about as important as a July series as they've played in recent years.
Meanwhile, Shohei becomes the 6th player since 1893 to hit 2 home runs with 10 strikeouts on the mound.
Yeah, and it's like what he did and what he has done this month is nothing short of amazing. He has 13 home runs as a hitter and 37 strikeouts as a pitcher in the month of June. We are seeing something we've never seen before. We're seeing a player absolutely dominate the sport on both levels, pitching and hitting. And we've never seen this at the same time. Ruth did it in separate spots.
Let's talk about the guys in that category of we've never seen this before, and I want to kind of follow up with the appreciation level for all.
Okay.
So I think we can throw Tiger in that, right? Like, I felt like I had never seen
somebody win at his. If you saw Jack, you might have, but I never saw Jack at his prime.
Right.
So, yes, Tiger, for sure.
Okay.
Tiger changed the game because he turned golf from like a very gentlemanly sport to about winning.
Okay. So, Ohtani, Tiger, who else belongs in this category? We've never seen this before.
We never saw Steph. We never saw a player like him, right, where he just changed the game to the point where he just completely made it from an inside-out game to just, hey, let's just shoot threes.
I mean, when Michael Irvin was suspended at the beginning of the 96 season, we hadn't seen anything like a year that Dion put together there. Like, I mean, generally, I hadn't seen a player like Dion. But Dion, you're talking about a guy who, what did he have that year? I think he ended that season with 36 receptions, 475 yards, and he was playing all-pro level corner, and he was still doing baseball.
Yeah. Let me make this follow-up statement then. Amongst those 4 guys, Tiger, Ohtani, Steph, and Dion, and text in any other names that were missing, 877-881-1053. I'm going to make a 2-part statement. Number 1, what Ohtani is doing is more impressive than all of them. That's number 1, physically, as a feat. And number 2, he's by far the least celebrated amongst those 4.
Right, he is. He needs to get the playoffs.
He's being the least celebrated and the least appreciated, and what he's doing is the most difficult, impressive task.
Remember Sam Decker, the basketball player?
Yeah.
Wisconsin NBA.
Yeah.
He like retweeted an MLB video. He said it's like if Peyton Manning was also Ed Reed. Like, you had to be a quarterback and a corner at the same time.
Yeah, because Dion as a receiver was not as good as Shohei as a pitcher.
Right. You're in when you're the pitcher, you're the quarterback. You're in control you're in a lot of control. The game, a lot of the time, it hinges on how well you do.
Yeah.
And then as a hitter, you're a corner.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy what he's doing.
And this is not the same side of the ball, but in terms of, wow, we've never seen somebody threaten a defense with both aspects of it. I mean, you could say that somebody like Marshall Faulk, when he really was like threatening teams, is like, I can be a 2,000-yard rusher or a 1,500-yard receiver. I can do both. Like, that was different. Now, obviously, I feel like that started mainly with Roger Craig, but not to the extent, not to the level that somebody like Marshall Faulk did it, or eventually LaDainian Tomlinson. So, I mean, those guys are innovators, but it's just completely unique what Shohei does.
So the Rangers are 5 up on the Angels. We are 6 up on the Armpit. Over in the National League East, I don't know why this became a conversation. We're about to find out. The Atlanta Braves are leading that division. They are 16 games up on the New York Mets. Let me just say it again. The Braves are 16 up on the Mets. The Mets are 4th in the division. The Marlins and the Phillies are ahead.
The Mets owner, Steve Cohen, called a press conference for today to, not to fire anybody.
Didn't he just talk like 2 weeks ago?
He's talking again today to say, hey, calm down. Like he's doing this things are okay kind of thing.
Okay.
And like it's just you don't see that. When does an owner ever call a press conference in the middle of a season?
No one's dying.
Well, for the team playing bad, he's like,
well,
he's going to answer for
Jerry
it.
doesn't have to call a presser.
Right, but
he just comes on twice a week on the station.
There you go.
Chris Russo, MLB Network, trying to do some baseball math on how the Mets can catch Atlanta in the East.
If they ever did 55-30, the Braves would have to go 40-45 just for the Mets to match the Braves. So, in other words, if the Braves go 40-45 over their last 85 games, that makes them 90-72. To match that, the Mets would have to go 50-35. And then actually do better than that, really one more win, 51-34, because of the fact, or 56-34, because of the fact that the, 56 and, is that correct? Wrong. 56 and, 55. What did I say the Mets are? The Mets right now, let's figure this out properly. They're 7 under 500. I think they're 34, and I think they're 41. So to get the 90 wins, they got to go 56 and roughly, is it 31? So for the Braves to do worse than that, the Braves got to go. I know the Braves got to go 40-45 in their 85 games to go to get the 90, because the Braves right now have 55 wins. The Braves have 50 wins. So 40-45 gets them the 90. The Mets are 35-42. So to get to, so that's 55 to get the 90 from 35. 42. They got to go 55-30. So to beat the Braves out, if they went 40-45, the Mets would have to go 56-29, because the Braves right now have beaten the Mets 5 out of 6. They'd have tiebreaker. The Mets aren't going 56-29.
Wow.
Wow. Unbelievable.
How did that keep going? Is this fifth grader?
Yeah.
Smarter than a fifth grader?
Triangles into circles. Now, if there was anybody, if you were to ask me, people in sports media, who I would expect would be the biggest train wreck trying to just do math on the fly on the air, Chris Russo would be way up there as the guys that'd be like, that probably would sound like a disaster.
Yeah,
and it did.
Because he also, he admittedly, he doesn't use a computer.
What?
So, when he needs something, he'll ask, hey, get me his numbers. Because he doesn't know how to pull up baseball. He'll ask him to pull it up on the computer.
He doesn't know how to
use a calculator.
He does. He'll bust out the media guide.
For real?
Things? Yeah.
Yeah,
I need a media guide here.
I just got the post. That's all I need.
And how much is he going to be talking about this? God, if this bird topic was not created for him today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at him. He's already so into this.
Larry Bird. Larry Bird is one of the best players that I played this time. But Dennis Rodman couldn't even play in today's game.
Yeah.
But Dennis Rodman, to catch Larry Bird, he would need to 18 points. Yeah.
I think he's
That's garbage.
I think he's Choppy's 1 seed, though. Choppy loves this guy. He comes in the morning playing this guy's clips at 5:15. I know you grew up on him, but is he your 1 seed all-time sports talk?
I don't really pay attention to what he says outside of baseball.
Okay.
He's a baseball,
diehard.
So, and he knows what he's talking about. He starts getting into football in the NBA. I'm like, that's not really his. It's just, but he is entertaining. because he will go on these rants and he'll make fun of him. He makes fun of himself in a good way. But
can you not stand him because of the accent, the delivery?
I mean, I just in general, he's kind of a caricature.
Oh,
he was nice at Super Bowl when I was walking out, and I just was holding the door. I sensed somebody was behind me. I didn't know who, but I just held the door open, and then I heard behind me, "Thank you." And I looked back. I was like, "Oh, it's Russo. That's who it is."
Say to somebody.
See, your Russo.
What is that?
For me, my Russo would be either Dan Patrick or Bill Simmons. That's who I grew up
I can't stand
obsessed
Is
with.
Bill Simmons the one that is destroying Harry and Meg? Is that the Bill Simmons that's commenting? Is he Spotify's director of content?
No. That's a.
Double check it. Double check it.
Surely not.
Because I'm like, no way. 'Cause Bill Simmons is at the Ringer, but I was like, wow, Bill Simmons is that high up for you, Bobby?
Early Bill Simmons, like the last
I
couple
love
years have
early
not been
Bill
as great.
Simmons.
Even like once Grantland ended, I felt like Bill kind of. But Bill Simmons' Book of Basketball is one of the best books I've ever read.
I used to love his ESPN columns. So creative.
He was
Pop
good. He was a
culture
good writer.
dropping in.
His voice, I just can't do.
I can't listen to him. I cannot listen to him.
Yeah, that was very good. No, I don't think it's the same guy. I'm looking online. It doesn't look like they're the same. But yeah, Harry and Meghan, man, they did one podcast and they bilked about a $20 million.
And now Netflix is like canceling their deals. Like,
because they're boring.
Yeah.
He is nothing. He's not in the royal family. So what is he? He's nothing.
Well, there's a lot of people in entertainment who are like a one-note person, right? But anyway, got off on a tangent. I thought it was the same Bill Simmons. I thought it was hard to believe, and apparently it is. Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring Derek Holland next. But as we reflect. It is now time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Corey Majors, Michael Bassick, and Derek Holland. Is Kevin out on his vacation?
Yeah, he just took a day. I think he had family in town for like the week, and it kind of wore him out. I think he's
her family,
his family, from some family from Chicago.
Okay,
and so I think as much as he likes to work, it's one of those things where you're just like,
are they the home of Whataburger?
I mean, they bought Whataburger. So, yeah.
That doesn't
the
make
city
them
didn't.
the
That's
home.
their headquarters.
A bank did.
Yeah, a bank did, but that's their home now.
Whataburger has become so bad, I think, in Texas.
Yeah, so they're not the home of Whataburger. We don't. And Bassett thinks it's become bad, so we can't even claim it anymore.
I like this argument because, like, Modelo is made in Mexico, but their headquarters is in Chicago.
So it's in a
so
Chicago
what's
company.
Where's their
Chicago.
home though?
Chicago.
Is it where they were invented? The native.
What's coming up on the show?
Oh yeah, the
what
arguments
person
like
in
that.
Texas doesn't like a jalapeno cheddar biscuit? People in Chicago don't like them. So now they're off the menu here in Texas because Chicagoans are like, jalapeno cheddar biscuit?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah. I mean, I think where your headquarters is where you're like American Airlines started in New York, now here, headquartered here. So they're a Texas company.
I hate it. 10-20, the worst contracts in the NBA over the last year, 10 years,
No,
50 years.
this year.
This year.
Oh, so we can't put Rafe LaFrentz in there.
JaVale McGee.
But it's a warning sign. I think that this article from Hoops Hype is a warning sign on the traits of these players and why that they were considered the most overpaid players in last year's season.
And then we got Inside the Oven with Derek Holland coming up at 11:20
Because of your
today.
pizza oven.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
I
exactly. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly.
Oh,
why.
yeah.
You've
nailed
been
it.
like all over this pizza oven thing. Are you like you got to get a
I think
pizza
he's
oven
gonna
now?
get one.
I have one.
You have one.
I haven't on my. That's why I got
You're
so
supposed to be
much.
the chef.
I got so much extra crap in my house. I had to give away a pellet grill to Broadus. I got an uni oven. I haven't unpacked. I got.
Wait, what's an uni oven?
It's a Disney thing. Team Uni Zumi.
No,
That was actually Umi Zumi.
Oh, it's
but
Umi.
Yeah,
Oh,
Umi.
dang.
I think it's uni is a pizza oven. Just
Does it work?
I mean, it's in a box, brand new. I have a cornhole boards. I was like, oh, we're having a party. We should get some cornhole boards. She's like, we have cornhole boards. I got so much. I need to
Are
get.
you a hoarder?
I'm not a hoarder. It's just like,
I don't know. I feel like you are because you have a bunch of stuff and you're giving it away.
well, a hoarder wouldn't give it
actually,
away.
yeah, you're right. You are giving
Yeah.
like you. Somebody must be pushing you to give it away. I should say. Sorry.
No, yeah, she, I got two kid Jeeps, and I'm just like, I won't get. It's kind of true. I won't give it away. I don't want to sell for the same on like Facebook Marketplace. I'm like, no, we just need to move into a bigger house.
Okay.
So I can
you know
set
what
it
else
up.
I just thought of?
How
I know you guys
Costner
are. Aren't both of you two looking for a bed?
Yes,
Mike's looking to sell his bed.
you should feel a lot of guilt.
I don't because
I
it's
look
his
at
own
you as
fault.
a good guy, as a nice guy, and
Hey,
you
hold on.
came in here and you robbed this man blind.
Lemon law.
Actually, I did not. He got a huge deal. It's his fault for not following through and contacting Sleep Number so you can set up the bed properly so that you don't sleep on it and it deflates every night.
So I have
That's
to,
his fault,
I
not
have
mine.
to call the company in order to sleep in the bed comfortably.
To
Or
get
to
it
this-
set up correctly. If you want the bed to be set up correctly so it's working, because it's not something you can just go in there and here it is, I got it.
But
No,
why did
gotta
you get rid of it?
Because I didn't want it. I didn't.
Why?
I was not sleeping very well on it. He wanted
Okay,
it.
that's not a great.
But
everybody's different, right? I mean,
it was set up correctly. Everything was fine.
Yeah.
I'm very impatient. I'm not sitting here trying to spend a year trying to figure out what my stupid sleep number is.
Okay.
So he wanted a new bed. I said, hey man, I'm willing to just drop this thing for you. You can get it for a steal.
Yeah, hey, Ryan, focus in on Mike right now. Zoom in on Mike. Go ahead.
He's not
keep
even
going.
looking over here. He's looking at Bobby's shirt.
He just has a general defeated look, and I want to get that
because
on
he
camera.
knows that he's actually wrong and he
Okay.
can't defend himself.
Okay, so did you?
We had the conversation talking about he needs to call Sleep Number and go from there.
So how long is the conversation? I'm going to call first exclusive. This is a restricted negotiation. All right, I get right of first refusal.
Yeah.
Okay, how long will this phone call take to set
It
up?
shouldn't take that long.
It shouldn't take that long. All right, Mike, you want to make a deal?
Okay.
You want to get rid of the bed?
Okay.
Do you?
I don't think Sue's going to let it.
Does she like it?
No, but
She's
she is
upset that
mad
he already
about the
screwed up the
whole
deal.
moving process. So she just is like, She doesn't want to, because our bedroom's upstairs, and getting, whether it's Tempur-Pedic or Sleep Number beds upstairs is not the most fun thing to do.
Oh, okay.
This is, for
So
the
the
record,
bed's-
this is a tough thing to move. This
Oh,
isn't
really?
Yeah, this isn't like an easy.
But you're not
task.
moving. You're not moving houses.
No.
Okay. So the bed's already there.
Right.
So you mean like okay? So the bed's not on the market. Is it? Is this the DeAndre? Are we in Ayton status or not?
It's probably not movable. I don't want to deal with the consequences of a conversation.
Okay.
No way.
Is the bed a bad sleep? There goes any future
I think
sleep.
Tempur-Pedic is a better brand. I think Tempur-Pedic is a better bed
right.
than Sleep
I would
Number.
vouch for that too.
Because I had
That's what
Mike,
got
and
now.
I know I got Mike right here. I feel like I could steal this thing.
You probably could.
I don't think you should say that part out loud.
No, not steal it like rob
But
him,
like,
but
yeah,
like I
get
get
it for
a
a good price.
Yeah, an amazing
Don't
price.
worry, he got it. He got a very good price from me.
Okay.
Is this more DeAndre Jordan, where Sue's going to have the chair in front of the door and she's going to be like, "No, I'm not doing this again"?
Have you?
I
even
would
tried
have to do
contact
it
Sleep
while not yet. No.
Oh, you have to do it while she's out of the house.
So the thing is on their Sleep Number app, I put in all the information. You gave me all of the paperwork, and they're like, "No, this is already registered under somebody else's name." So they're like looking at it as like you have stolen somebody's. Like, I don't think
'Cause they don't think
bed,
you
maybe
buy beds
stolen
off
their paperwork or whatever. So I have to. I'm assuming when I go to a Sleep Number, physically go there, I have to show them, like, I know this is Derek Holland's bed. Here's all his paperwork. I bought this from Derek Holland. I need.
Do you feel like Derek got one over on you? Honestly,
I don't think he got one over on me. I think that he
That's what
wasn't
you're trying to
pleased.
do.
I think he wasn't pleased with
Why are
a
you trying to
bed.
set me up like this today?
I needed a king bed. I've been sleeping in a queen bed with my wife, and it's
Ugh.
just too small of a bed.
Yeah,
She doesn't get it because she's 5'5" and a little over 100 pounds. We'll
Okay.
just put it at that. And I'm
Well,
not.
that's
So it
Mike's
just,
trying to do this to sleep on the couch.
It's probably more comfortable.
So I would, but I've slept in a Tempur-Pedic since 2002, I believe was my first Tempur-Pedic bed, and I'm very used to their brand and their style, and I'm not used to Sleep Number. I do need to go to Sleep Number and try to get it fixed.
Do you want me to go with you?
If you'd like to.
If it's going to help you.
I mean, what are you doing besides rehab?
I got an extra bed. You can have my old bed.
Okay,
I don't
so
want anything from you.
I wrote
You
down.
wouldn't want this one.
I wrote down. Interestingly enough,
Basically a water bed.
youth baseball and trash talk as you guys were going back and forth in the commercial break. You're watching your son's team that Bassick already beat.
And we lost it immediately after.
We advanced further.
We're done.
Oh, you
He won't
advanced
even-
further.
he
Yeah,
won't
it's
talk-
double elimination.
He won't even talk crap to him. I was like, come on, dude. This is the one time your kids are playing against each other. I'm talking crap. If I had a kid, which he could be out there somewhere, I don't know.
Oh,
Let's
on that sleep-
Father's Day.
Made on
already
that
has
I watched
sleep
sleep
Luka
number.
pitch. I got there a little bit early. I mean, I had to get there early to drop off the kids for the game yesterday. But then I went to another field because Choppy's kid was on another field. I watched Luka pitch. Luka can throw the ball.
Well, I hope he
appreciate
took
it.
lessons from you, your father.
Yeah, he does.
So his team's getting run right now.
We're getting beat. We're in the last inning. We got to score. We got to score 4 this inning. Luka threw this morning. He threw 2 innings. They took him out. They were like, "You're done." And then as soon as they come out, of course they give it 5 runs.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course they give it 5
Their
runs.
team's a big fan of Manny Ramirez baseball pants.
God, they are. My
You guys wear
goodness.
baggy pants.
I can't stand it. Luka hates it. But this is what they gave us.
Is that
And
the rule?
No, this is what they
rule?
gave. This is what the team gave us.
They're just super baggy.
A lot of the kids had already taken to the tailor and gotten like them cut and then put like an elastic band. But the kids nowadays, you know how like if you wear high pants, they wear them at the knee. No, nowadays they're mid thigh.
Yeah, I hate that.
They're almost wearing shorts. They
It's your
wear
buddy
these
Hunter Pence.
socks
I know.
that go way up.
I saw your pops in the Rangers press release yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was
Awesome.
out there on the field.
Yeah, he was there with, him and David Clyde were teammates
Yeah.
and friends, and they've kept in touch through the years. So he was excited to get to see him because he lives in the Houston area.
All right, I want to ask you a serious question, Holland.
All right.
Alex Manoah.
Manoah?
Yeah.
Manoah. Worth a flyer, like trying to steal him? Is this just a conditioning
Yes.
thing, or what about just getting it in
So-
your head? As yesterday,
Yips.
he got blown up. Let me give the numbers real quick.
I
He
know.
got blown up by this 17, 18-year-old team, 11 runs over 2 1/3 in his minor league stint.
So here's the thing. First, when a big league guy goes down to rehab in general, anywhere they go, lower levels, they know we're throwing strikes. So they're super aggressive to begin with. That's just how it is. They know that we're going to be right there around the plate versus the guys that come up. On top of that, too, I kind of feel like this could be a sign of the yips of he's walking people too. He's not punching guys out. And yips is a mental thing. I'm not saying he's necessarily not throwing very well, but it's all in his head to where it's kind of like how Leclerc was at the beginning. You know, he was just throwing and you could see the defeat right away. Now maybe Manoah's doing the same thing. But the dude's got electric stuff. We've already seen what he can do. It's the same thing we saw with Leclerc. We saw what he could do. He had his little struggle, and now he's kind of got back into a groove. You're going to see the same thing with Manoah. I would go after him if we could.
Toronto's not going to give him up.
No,
yeah,
that's
But it's worth a phone call.
Yeah, you could.
There's
They're
no
redoing.
it's worth a phone
they're
call.
redoing his whole body, so they have to redo his whole body. As in, he's gotten way too big, way too out of shape. So they have to redo all that, and they're going to redo a little bit of his mechanics and everything like that. So as good as he was last year, an all-star last year, they're going to have to redo this whole thing. So I don't know this, but I assume that outing yesterday, they're not too concerned with in this aspect. They're having to redo everything. So if you were to take a golfer, and sometimes it doesn't work out, like David Duval, I don't know everything that went on in his brain and everything. I don't think he got out of shape. But if you're having to redo everything, since you played tennis, like if you had to redo your whole serve, and while redoing your whole body, and they're like, all right, we're going to start the competing of this, but you're going to have to kind of.
But are they changing? Why are they changing up all of his mechanics? Are they changing the mechanics to fit the big body, or are they? Why don't you just be like, lose the weight, keep the mechanics?
He needs to lose a fifth grader. I don't know if he could lose all that weight.
The thing is so we're always taught this too when we're training. You can't put on more than 10 pounds or lose less than 10 pounds. He's clearly put on more than both of that. Your body can't handle that. So when you start doing things that you're normally doing at whatever, 220, and now you're 240, it's not going to work as well. You're going to put yourself more at risk of blowing out, hurting yourself, whatever it is. This could be the case with him, is he's just got himself so sloppy that things aren't coming out the same way that they used to.
Okay.
And his mechanics, from what I understand, have kind of changed because he's gotten so fat.
And that's what happens.
That he's unintentionally changed the way he threw from last year a little bit, not a lot. The pitch clock has hurt him the most because of his overweight and stuff like that. But they're trying to get him back to where he was, but even better. And what I mean by that is they don't think he's going to pitch in the major leagues the rest of this year. They have to, because he's so out of shape and so physically incapable of pitching in the major leagues that they now have to take June, July, August, September, and up till spring training. And pretty much Tyler Walker, who was a closer for the Giants, I played with him. They sent him to the fat farm at Duke. Like, he was so fat and out of shape from University of California that the Mets were like, look, you're so fat and out of shape, you can't pitch professionally, but we believe you can. We just have to get you to the fat farm and understand how to get your body in shape to pitch at this level, and they did.
But you think they're sticking with it, both of you?
I do. I just think they got to kind of fat farm him, and then after that, they got to redo his mechanics and get him from there.
Learn how to pitch again.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece next with Derek Holland right here on The Fan.
Our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Mike Bassick, Derek Holland, and Reggie Atatula. Kevin is he needs a little time today, so he's going to take a little break, and he'll be back at it tomorrow, where we will be out at Globe Life Field setting up for the game. So, Mike, I think the last time I was talking to Brandon Hurtado, he said, "Hey, next time y'all are out here, let me know." So we need to let him know tomorrow when we're out there, because I love brisket and I love that big old beef rib. So I'm looking forward to it. Guys, Rangers win last night, and there are a couple things I wanted to ask you guys about, because Mike, did you play here during the heat of the summer as a Ranger?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't here very long. Obviously, this is going to be a great question for Derek, because he spent seasons here. But yes, I was called up in, I believe, early August or late July. So my 3 weeks here, I was only here for, we went on a road trip too. So I was here for like maximum 10 games.
Okay, but you did grow up here in pitch in Duncanville.
One of the days I can remember was we were playing Oakland, and it was a Sunday day game because it's a getaway day. So you're playing in late July, early August at 2:00 in this heat, and it is tough.
Okay, and so this is something that that Bochy was talking about yesterday with us. Bochy just pointed out, that there are a couple guys that need a break. Mm-hmm. And Josh Young and Tavares got a rest day yesterday, and then they come up big pinch hitting. They're the reason the Rangers go up in the game yesterday because of what they did, and then the Rangers end up winning 8-3 last night. I do wonder if that break is just from, and you played for Bochy, if it's because the guys are young or because it's just a time of the year where, I mean, he did say a lot of stuff's going on. The All-Star game's coming up. There's that going on. The trade winds are starting to blow a little bit here. So I wonder how much that affects it. But is it just young player needs a little bit of rest because it's that time of year?
Well, think about for Young, first off, this is the first time he's played, what is it, 85 games?
Yes.
So I don't know if we're at 85 yet, but we're getting close to it if we aren't. But that's the one thing, too, is they got to be cautious with him. So giving him some time, I respect that. I understand.
Derek, can I just give you this and then continue?
Yeah.
In Josh Young's career, I have Baseball Reference pulled up. In 2021, he played in 78 games. It's the most games he's ever played in his life in a season, 78. This year, he's played in 76 games.
Okay, there you go. Thank you for that.
Nice.
So that is where we're going to have to start doing more of the watching his playing time, because we want to keep him for the long term. The thing is, he's playing good. You can't slow that down. You don't that's the thing is, as a player, he has to be honest. Hey, I need a day. Bochy is the typical guy that's going to be like, I got you. You need a day? I got you. Let's do it. But if you're not saying anything, they're going to assume everything's fine. It's just like any other athlete that's out there. If you're hurt or anything like that, yes, you want to try to play through injuries, but you have to be smart in this situation. So for Young, I haven't played past, what'd you say, 78 games?
78 in 2021 is the most games he's ever played in a season.
So now that you're getting to that threshold, okay, let's be smart about this. The other thing, too, I forget what I was getting ready to mention, but talking about the Rangers and their victory last night, too, like, Martin did a good job. That's one thing that people were like, oh, crap, here we go. After, he'd given up the couple runs and had a couple tough first few innings.
Right.
But he settled in. That's the thing. That showed a lot about him as a pitcher and the veteran status that he is now, is he's able to withdraw or however you want to put it, just handle those tougher situations and not let it get the snowball inning, as we like to call it.
Navigate it a little better.
Another thing that is almost indescribable to a baseball fan or a fan of sports. And Derek, you might be able to talk about this because your last few years you did pitch in the minor leagues. You played a lot of years in the major leagues. The intensity of a major league game on your brain and even on your body. Now, it's weird, right? Because you say, oh, Frisco, Evan Carter played 9 innings last night, and Adolis Garcia played 9 innings in the outfield last night. What's the difference? There is a huge difference, as crazy as it sounds, mentally and even a little bit physically when you're done with a major league game versus a AA or AAA game, which is a very high level of baseball. Way higher of a level of baseball than LSU versus Florida. That's difficult for people to understand, too. That College World Series, a lot of great players played in that. A lot of future major leaguers played in that. But AA baseball is way better than LSU versus Florida. But the level of intensity and mental fatigue at the end of a major league game, going through that, having to battle the top 0.1% in this world and try to figure out what that person's about to throw. How is this person's approach right now? His swing right there told me something. What did it tell me? That doesn't go through in college at all. Paul Skeens is just like, here it is, MFer. Let's see what happens, And so that's another thing, too, right now, talking about Leody Taveras, who's 24 years old, I believe. Josh Young, first year in the major leagues at 25 years old, limited time in the major leagues. There also might be dealing with a little bit of just how tough it is mentally versus how tough it is mentally in the minor leagues.
They're doing a very good job. You got to give them a lot of credit.
100%.
Could be their psychiatrist that they have there. I don't know if they use that. It's just also the way that they're handling themselves. The veteran guys that are in that clubhouse are probably helping them, keeping them calm, stay in that moment. But yes, the difference between, and I hate saying it because it is a big gap. You're not kidding about that. The AAA, AA, all that to the major leagues is a huge gap when it comes to the mental exhaustion and physicality that we have at this level, because it's more intense innings. Nothing against those guys, what they're doing, the College World Series, those are stressful innings too, but they're not as stressful.
Right.
That goes back to us watching you pitch against the Tigers and Mike explaining to us at that time, look, 5 innings in the playoffs is just so different. It's just so different. It's like pitching a full game.
All it takes is one pitch, really, that could change everything, or one inning, however you want to look at it. It
kind of happened the other day to Heaney, right? He got off to a pretty good start. Obviously, there are a lot of injuries in that game that had him sitting on the bench a long time, which is tough. But
very tough.
It was a bad pitch to Andy Ibanez. That changed everything from a 1-1 game to you made a really crappy changeup right there. And it's 4-1. And the game wasn't over at that point, but it put the Rangers in a very tough position.
Dude, there's a complete difference. I'll put it to you this way. Anybody who's ever waited tables, Tuesday morning shift is nothing like Sunday after church. All right, Sunday after church is the most stressful, and Friday night and Cinco de Mayo at a Mexican restaurant, those are the most stressful moments you're going to have. If you're trying to make a comparison to this, you've ever worked in the service industry, that's what the feeling is like for you, is your brain has to go to a different level and Mike, mistake free. You have to be so focused whenever you're at that level, and it's just a difference. It's just growing into it, learning it, and becoming part of it. But how did you feel seeing them last night, Mike? Those two guys specifically, Leody and Young, come in pinch hit situations and execute.
I passed to Derek.
Thank you. Bounce pass or chest pass? That was
on time, on target.
That was, to me, I think that was huge. It shows a lot about them. They stayed engaged in the game. That's the one thing is some guys that I've seen before, hey, you got the day off, they check out.
Yeah.
And that's where it hurts the most. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Mike, you're going in. Let's go. And it's like, what? Oh, okay, I got you. And then they go swing. I guarantee those guys went down, took some hacks in the cages before, at some point during the game, just to keep themselves going in case of that situation. And Boch probably reminded them, hey, I just want to let you know, yes, you do have the day off, but I could still use you at the later in the game. So that says a lot about those guys in general too. This ball club is very fun to watch. It's cool to see how much they've matured, grown up, however you want to look at it, when they're out there performing the way that they are.
And Tony La Russa is a Hall of Fame manager, great manager, but here's a story about Ricky Henderson and Tony La Russa. And Boch has to stick to his word when he says you have a day off. Tony La Russa, there's a story that obviously I wasn't on the team, but I had teammates that were part of this team on the Oakland Athletics. And Tony La Russa tells Ricky the night before, hey, you're going to play tonight. I'm going to give you tomorrow off. Tony changes his mind. And so when Ricky gets to the park, Ricky's batting first. Ricky had the day off. And I know I'm saying Ricky a lot because this is the way Ricky was.
Ricky be Ricky. Yeah.
Right? And this is the way Ricky was in this. You said Ricky had the day off. Ricky has the day off. He went up there. and he stood and he watched 4 or 5 pitches go by. He actually walked and he never pulled the bat off of his shoulder. Then he walked to first base and he barely got a lead and just stood there. And he said, Ricky has the day off. He said, Ricky has the day off. Ricky has the day off. Like, I'm not playing. Like, I'm going to stand here and watch the ball go by, and I'm going to stand here on the bases. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think Tony had to take him out of the game because he's like, Ricky said Ricky has the day off. Ricky has the day off.
Ricky one time told me when I was in Oakland, he was always up there. You'd see him quite a bit. And I had picked off one of their guys like maybe the night before, and I was out there shagging, and I came back in and I saw him, so I wanted to talk to him. So I went up and talked to him, and I remember him saying, you know, Ricky would like to see what it's like over there at first base with you. He's like, I think I could steal off you. And I was like, right now? And he was like, oh, maybe not right now, but Ricky would steal the base. I know that. And it was so funny because that's how he talks. And like the whole time I'm like, I'm talking to Ricky, right?
Oh, man.
So it's cool.
And Mike, you got a chance to like hang out with him. That's the mentality of that guy. Like that's how he is. That's awesome. That's crazy.
How was that?
It was great.
Can we talk about it?
I mean, I've said it before. It's the first time I guess I ever smoked weed. I don't think I did it right.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, what do you mean you don't think you did it right? Isn't there only one way to do it?
Well, I don't think I inhaled. I was very Bill Clinton with it. I didn't feel like any effects.
Did you?
It.
Then you probably didn't smoke enough.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't see any coral later. All right. So the other question I had about this.
Look at coral.
The other question I had about this was like, and Derek can talk about this a lot too. The heat. I know Mike Maddox has talked about this, and he said, look, man, we had to give it in our heads that this was our home field advantage. That was our way of creating an edge. He said that with G-Bag. But, I mean, it had to have taken a toll. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on making it through this summer with the roof, because Pat Doney tweeted last night. I saw him from NBC5. He tweeted, man, thankful for this roof right now. And I was just like, oh, man, it's 105 degrees outside. I had to go to my kids' game last night, and I was miserable out there. And I was like, man, I can't imagine playing in this like all the time throughout the summer.
So the trick was you got to start hydration literally. I would start almost a day and a half before my start. And then, because I had like a drinking rule, because obviously I want to go out, have fun, hang out. And I stopped drinking 3 days before I would pitch. That way everything was getting out of my system. I was hydrating. And then the real key was game day, getting an IV. So I would get an IV probably 2 hours before the game, maybe. And then what's crazy is I wouldn't get an IV until it was at least 97 or higher. If it wasn't that, then I didn't care. That's fine. I knew I had plenty of hydration. Yeah. You also get
100 degrees is different.
We also get plenty of hydration stuff in the clubhouse and everything. But I would do that, and then I'd go out. But it was funny as you would get the IV, and then like you'd be walking around the clubhouse in like a hoodie and sweatpants because you're freezing from that IV.
Wow.
And everybody else is in shorts and stuff. But everybody knew like, okay, he's starting today. And then you'd go outside, and it was like instantly like you didn't sweat that much. You just felt yourself like thawing out, and then you would go, and you were perfectly fine.
And they just have IVs just hanging around down there. They're just like
not when I was.
Okay.
Not
I wouldn't say they're just
like they're
hanging
giving me
around.
a cold beer back then.
I don't know how much and when that started. I heard Pudge would sometimes, if he knew he wasn't coming up to bat, would have an IV in between innings.
Wow. Okay.
Napoli would have to get one too, because I think it's mainly like the catchers, because you're wearing all that gear and you're sweating back there. So yeah.
And Napoli went hard too, right?
As a something catcher, like that. Yeah,
he'd be back there just
It was always focused. A party at Napoli's at home plate.
Party at Napoli's at home plate is the way to go, man. We got Derek Holland joining us all day today. We got Reggie in studio, and Reggie's going to get down with some basketball talk here in just a minute because Mike has a very hot topic regarding all of the worst contracts in the NBA next year. Coming up next on The Fan.
We have you covered.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to get into some NBA discussion here. Mike, I just saw this. League sources are saying that the Milwaukee is in a promising position to re-sign both Chris Middleton and Brook Lopez as they go forward here. I'm wondering how this is all it's all starting to shake out as we get to Friday, as all that starts to play into our hands. What numbers we're going to be looking at? If you were to say 4 for 160 for Kyrie, does that sound accurate for him, or is there something a little different that you think would be thrown in there?
I think he's going to get 3. I don't think he's going to get 4.
Well, that 4 could be a 3+1 with a player option.
Right.
Okay.
I just think that we found it. Nobody wants Kyrie. So now there's a lot of teams that don't have the money to offer anyways, but teams that think that they could possibly sign and trade for him or sign him outright, nobody wants him because they're worried about him, the player. And this is where we get into this article from Hoops Hype, is for Kyrie. The Mavericks have to sign him. They've left themselves no options, and I'm fine with that. He is a great basketball player when he's totally engaged and he's healthy. But he is a smaller guy. And this is from Hoops Hype, and I want the audience to think about Kyrie Irving and his traits. And now I'm going to give you, from Hoops Hype, the most overpaid players in the NBA last year. Number 1, John Wall. Last year, he was paid $47.3 million. His real value, according to Hoops Hype, was $4.8 million. Ooh. That is a $42.5 million difference. They believe he was overpaid by $42.5 million last year. Now,
has he ever lived up to John Wall?
Early, before he got hurt.
Okay.
So he's a smaller guy. Let's just go over his career here. He's a smaller guy, 6'4". I mean, bigger point guard guy, but smaller guy in the NBA who got hurt. And at his size and his ability was all based off of pure athleticism. Dude, he's so freaking fast. Yeah. He's so quick. His ball handling skills are amazing. Nobody can stay in front of him. He can get to the rim whenever he wants until injury obviously slowed down his game tremendously. The next guy on this list, former Dallas Maverick last year, Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker, 6 feet tall. Last year was paid $37.2 million. His real value was $1.99 million. There's a difference of a negative $35.2 million player. So the first 2 guys on this list are smaller guys that their game was based off of athleticism and speed because they're not very big in the NBA. And injuries took them to a player that really, Kemba Walker's not even an NBA player anymore. So that's number 2 on the list. Number 3 on the list. Tell me if this list is taking a little bit of a similar look. Russell Westbrook, point guard, smaller guy in the NBA. Game based off of pure athleticism. Last year, he was paid $47 million. His real value in the NBA was about $14.9 million. That is a negative difference of $32.1 million. Russell Westbrook, a guy who got paid a whole bunch of money as an elite point guard. And then as his age and some injuries got to him, his game has completely and totally deteriorated. Now,
Corey, are you starting to sense a theme of what Mike's getting at here?
Yeah,
his real value is $15 million. But after I go over the first three, Reggie, I'd love your thoughts on this. So we go John Wall, Kemba Walker, and Russell Westbrook, the three most overpaid players in the NBA, according to Hoops Hype last year, and they give what their real value was worth. Russell Westbrook is the only one that still had value at almost $15 million. I'm just kind of, Reggie, giving a warning sign of the Mavericks have to sign Kyrie. I'm not saying don't sign Kyrie. They have to sign Kyrie, but doesn't Kyrie kind of fit these guys' formula?
All of them 30 plus, by the way.
Right.
That he pointed out.
So, like, what you're laying out is just, guys that are, injuries have kind of robbed them of what they have to give. I think the thing with Kyrie Irving is that he has a lot more skill-based outside of just the athleticism that is nice. But no, that's a concern, is an aging point guard that cannot lean on size, that now has to lean entirely on the skill of shooting or whatever and playmaking. Will you have enough of that left over when the quickness and the speed leaves you, especially with injuries, which we started seeing with Kyrie this past season as well?
And now, two of the greatest small guys in my lifetime are Isaiah Thomas with the Detroit Pistons.
Injuries robbed him.
And Allen Iverson of the Sixers / I guess Nuggets, if you want to go down that path, where he's not Bugsy Bogues, but
where's Steve Nash fitting?
Bugsy Bogues. Allen Iverson's career ended at 31 years old. I don't think people realize that. Now, he played at 32 and 33, and then that was over. Like, his last year in the NBA was 33 years old. It wasn't 36 or 37. It was 33, and by 31, his career was over. And so I'm just saying, small guys, when small guys lose a little bit, when they lose a little bit in this league, it's over. They become negative players, and they become like, hey, they have to fit a small, specific role on your team. Now, you have to go down this route with Kyrie, but the first three are smaller guys in the NBA. Obviously, Russell Westbrook and John Wall are bigger point guards, but still smaller guys in the league. Number 4 is a little bit different, but there's a little bit of Kyrie in this guy. Not a lot, a little bit. That's Ben Simmons, who last year got paid $35.4 million.
Oh, no. Kyrie's going to take the shots. Don't worry about that.
His real value is $6.5 million last year, a negative value of almost $29 million. What I go with Ben is, and there's not a lot of similarities, but the small similarity is, could he mentally, he has yips and doesn't want to play basketball anymore, but Kyrie at times have gone into bipolarism where you're like, wait, is this Kyrie Irving? I don't think so. This isn't the Kyrie Irving I'm used to, but all of a sudden there's something that throws Kyrie Irving off where basketball isn't important anymore to him. And that's Ben Simmons. It's way far off, but Ben Simmons and Kyrie, to me, have a little bit of where something can throw them off. Ben way more than Kyrie, but that's it. Number 5, honestly, has really nothing to do with Kyrie Irving at all. Number 5, you just mentioned to start this off. Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton last year was paid almost $38 million. His real value to the team last year was 9.7. That's a negative $28.2 million difference. So Chris Middleton and Kyrie, I cannot make any type of correlation on see what happens when you pay Chris Middleton. Now, Chris Middleton a little bit based off of injury, if you want to look at it off of that, but I just find that this list, those are 5. Number 6, I don't think people would ever get this one, but you can understand it because of injuries and size. 6'3" guard who got paid last year $43.2 million. Just got traded, Bradley Beal. His real value, $17.66 million. That's a negative $25.6 million player, according to Hoops Hype.
Well, I think some of that is like nobody's watching Washington Wizards basketball and not seeing that the defense has declined and that the playmaking isn't there in a huge way.
Right.
Yeah, they're just looking at the points.
Whole bunch of buckets.
That dude can get points. He takes a lot of shots, gets a lot of points.
Number 7 is Kevin Love. Obviously, age. He got paid $30.5 million last year. Real value, $6 million. Number 8, injuries have taken him way down. Klay Thompson, $40.6 million. Real value, almost $17 million. A negative $23.6 million player. Number 9, same team, Andrew Wiggins. Because of him not playing most of last year, $33.6 million, real value, $11 million. I do think Andrew Wiggins can turn that around a little bit.
I also think with the value there is like people neglect because he is on the team that he's on and they're just spending a whole bunch of money. He is a third, fourth option that's getting paid how many millions, $30-something million. I think like that doesn't happen in many other places except Golden State is just invested in winning. So they're like, we will pay the money, whatever it costs to have that caliber player.
And I'll mention 10 here, and then we can have a discussion. Gordon Hayward paid $30 million last year. Real value, $8.7 million, according to Hoops Hype. That's a negative $21.3 million player in the NBA. Now, I want to talk about Kyrie because Kyrie, I don't know if he's going to sign Friday. I could see him waiting a week. I don't know why he's going to wait. I don't think there's going to be any suitor that comes available to Kyrie Irving. There's no talk of any team. This is from Adrian Wojnarowski. There is no talk of any team trying to pursue Kyrie, that's interested in Kyrie, that has any types of thoughts or dreams of possibly changing their mind and going towards Kyrie Irving. There's only one marriage here in the NBA, and it's Kyrie to the Dallas Mavericks. So I don't think the Mavericks have to worry at all about another team scooping in here, and I don't think that Kyrie is going to sign for $12.4 million like a mid-level exception deal with another team. So Kyrie's going to be a Dallas Maverick, and I think for somebody like me, I'm going to speak about me here, I have to become somewhat optimistic about this. I am super concerned about Kyrie Irving, the way that Tim Legler was when we played his audio on Monday about how is Kyrie going to actually be as a teammate now on a 3 to 4 year deal in this situation.
Can I try and give you some optimism?
Yeah.
Because obviously, like when we're talking about the lowest value contracts from last season, that's more of the negative side of what this possibly could be. I view the possible positive side of like Kyrie as he ages through what could possibly be a 4-year deal with the Mavericks. Chris Paul, as we talk about small guard, aging gracefully. That's a dude who is very skilled because the guys that lose their value, you mentioned John Wall, you mentioned Russell Westbrook. Those guys, the athleticism was all of it. And then you try and look back, you go, okay, do they have shooting to lean back on? No. Do they have skill and like maybe like a really solid understanding of the game, playmaking to lean back on? Maybe not as much. Chris Paul had those in droves, and I think that that's closer to what Kyrie can bring. He has a very good understanding of the game. The shot has always been very good. Shoots 39% from 3 over his career and shot 38% from 3 last year. So it's not even like that's regressed to a large. Maybe you can look at Kyrie as he ages, even if injuries start, making the athleticism regress. The understanding of the game, the skill that he has, and the shooting could probably help it so that you don't feel like you have a negative contract at any point.
Similar to, maybe Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd changed his game whenever he became a Maverick for the championship run because he's like, I know where I can fit in on this team. It's not necessarily everything that I was doing then. Jason Kidd also wasn't paid. He wasn't paid the same way, right?
I don't know. They're totally different players. Jason Kidd could guard a center and a point guard. Kyrie has no value or very little value defensively. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But Jason Kidd and Kyrie are tough examples to me to compare.
But I guess for the purpose of that would be Jason Kidd has experienced that of I have to change my game a little bit.
Right.
You might have to change your game a little bit too as you get older. And pitchers experience that too. You're not throwing 95, 98 anymore. Maybe you have to learn how to how to pitch a little bit. But I guess my biggest question, and this is going to run all the way up to the date, what's the best way to maximize Kyrie at this point in his career and with whatever team you build around him? Is the best way for him to have the ball and be a scorer, or is it the best way for him to have the ball and be a distributor? And just like Legler asked, how do you get him and Luka? Well, how do you maximize that pairing together? When you watch Luka in the post, he's dominant, dude. Like you might not find any ball handler that dominant in the post except for maybe Jokic. So how do they add a little more of that to their game, and how does that team maximize those two?
It'll be interesting too because you're about to give him about the same contract as Luka, but you're really building a team around Luka. As much as I do think Kyrie is a great basketball player, he doesn't really compare to Luka in how good they both can be. Kyrie can be a top 10 player in this league. Luka can be the best player. Now, there's a lot that goes into that. He's not the best player yet. Kyrie can be a top maybe 5 player in the league. Probably not. Probably like 10th if he reaches his potential in the next. And he has reached his potential in his career.
Yeah, he's done it before,
If Kyrie plays as good as the most optimistic Kyrie fan believes, he can be like the 10th best player in the league this upcoming season. If Luka reaches his potential, he can be the best player in the league. Yeah. So that's the difference between those two guys.
All right, Mike, if you want to talk some more, we got baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick next.
How quick do the Rangers want to make a move? Could we see one before the All-Star game next?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. Goodbye. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we'll see Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation live from Cowboys training camp with coverage beginning July 25th on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those who have been on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, where I just got terrified, Mike, when I saw Derek kind of doing this with his arms.
Mike doesn't care.
We're on radio right now, but his arms started moving back and forth, and he's wearing this brace.
It's fixed. You had surgery. Let's go.
All right, so
we'll go. I did it to myself anyway.
Get on that Des Bryant program. After the surgery's done, you just do whatever you want.
We'll find out more about the surgery, how it went at 11:20 inside the oven with Derek Holland. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Dutch.
All right, so first, well, I'll tell you what. I'll save it for Mike Likes It. Mike Likes It will be a little bit about youth baseball.
All right.
Okay. Right now, I want to talk about Ezekiel Duran's great at bat last night as the Rangers got tied up there in the 8th inning, 3-3. And I'll start with Spores. Spores has been tremendous. Thank God for Spores, because the Rangers have had almost everybody go into that setup role and really struggle to accomplish that goal. And nothing against, like Grant Anderson, he's been awesome too, but that is a lot to ask of Grant Anderson, who's never pitched in the major leagues, to be like, all right, hey, welcome to the big leagues. We're really struggling in this situation. Let's just see if you can pitch the 8th inning in a really tight game with a lot of pressure at a big league level and do this. That's a lot to ask. Okay. Spores last night. Boch was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to try to get 2 zeros on the board here from him. And that's when you start to become a setup guy, Derek, that's a lot to ask of, I need you to put a 0 up in the 7th inning and a 0 up in the 8th inning. So even though, yes, he gave up the lead and he gets a blown save in that situation, I'm like, man, that is a lot to ask to get a 0 in the 7th and an 8th inning.
I do want to say, though, that shows a lot of confidence. And for Spores, like, he should see that as, man, that's cool. He really believes in me. So that's a confidence booster. Yes, it didn't go exactly his way. That doesn't mean Boch is like, all right, never doing that again.
Right.
He knows that, you know what? I put him in that high leverage situation. I pushed him. I want to see if we could do it. He gave us a good effort. It's fine. Yes, I get it. We gave up, the lead. It tied it up, whatever. But he still, to me, I still think it's a very positive outlook going forward, knowing, okay, I know I can push him to 2.
Yeah, and I think if you can pitch him 1 inning a day, you can pitch him 3 out of 5 days. Because right now he is, just like Will Smith is your closer, Spores is your setup guy. There's really nobody competing with him, and he's doing a great job. I don't want this to come across as anything, but he's been awesome. I just think that probably pushing him in that situation to try to get 6 outs instead of what most guys in that situation, hey, get us our 3 outs in the 7th or get us our 3 out in the 8th. Don't get us. That's a lot to ask to get 6 outs there in that situation.
But you also got to think of it too as that's his first time doing that in these kind of situations. So now it's like he's used to 1 inning. Now he finally got to do the 2, and it's like, okay, now I know what I need to do next time. And I screwed up, but I got it.
And the other day he did go an inning plus in Nate Eovaldi's game where he went 5 2/3 against Garrett Cole. He got the last out in the 6th and then pitched all of the 7th to get your 4
2
outs.
ups, yes.
So then you got the 2 ups, and that's, people don't understand that, right, Derek? That's a big deal, is to come in from the bullpen with that adrenaline rush. You're ready to go. You get your guy out, or you get the 3 guys out. And then you sit down, and as a reliever, if you're a short reliever, there's a little bit of, you got to learn this and also fight this. There's a little bit of an adrenaline letdown, a little bit, because now you're sitting in the dugout waiting to go back out there. You're not in the bullpen with that phone ringing. I don't even know. Can you explain the adrenaline rush when you're in the bullpen and the phone rings and everybody gets an adrenaline rush, and then when they say Holland, Bassick, you're up, like that adrenaline rush is amazing.
So for me, it's every time the phone would ring, my heart would start racing. And it was like, okay, this is me. It's me. And then all of a sudden it's not. Then it's kind of like a letdown. But then once you find out it's me, then it's like, okay, hurry up, take your pre-workout. All right, let's go. And then it's like everything is just going 100 miles an hour. Now you got to learn to control that and slow it down. And then once you get out there, it's you don't even think about it. Now it's go time. So yes, it's something else. But I also
you are using it. That's why guys will throw 94 as a starter, and let's just say they don't make it as a starter. Like, hey, we're going to go to the pen, and then all of a sudden, Cole Reagans is a good example. Then all of a sudden he's throwing 97. He was 92 last year. They put him as a pen guy, and now he's throwing 97. You're like, whoa! And it's like, one, he worked really hard this offseason. Two, that adrenaline rush.
That plays a big factor. But I also wanted to point out, too, that with the up-downs, that's a big thing in pitching. Like in spring training, that's why we always have to, you throw a bullpen, and then we get you back up. We want to, like, all right, let's throw 30 pitches, sit down, let's throw 15 more, and you're done. Yeah. So it's all about getting the conditioning of getting used to that and continuing your adrenaline rush with it.
From there, Ezekiel Duran has an unbelievably great 12 pitch at bat. It ends up being a home run, 4-3, and you're like, all right, come on, Will Smith, hold this. And then the Rangers exploded again. Like that was, I don't want to say the old Rangers, but that was the Rangers that we got so used to in April and May, is they can just pour it on. And right there, luckily, the Rangers just poured it on, and everybody from that Ezekiel Duran at bat, just it seemed like everybody got up there and had a quality at bat after quality at bat.
That's awesome that they kind of got that spark from that. I just wanted to point out, Mike, in the last 10 games since the Toronto series, Duran's 17 for 32, 7 runs scored, 4 doubles, 2 home runs, and 3 RBI. It seems like a dude that's hitting like that should have more RBI, but he's so low on the order.
Everybody in front of him has like 50 RBIs. Like eventually, there's nobody else to hit in.
Yeah, that's why I think that's what makes this team so good. Is like no matter what the situation is, they will strike at that time, and that's why it's good to see. Like he's in the 8 hole, right?
Yeah, 8, 7, yeah, 7, 8.
Okay, don't move him, and that's what Bochy's like. I'm not going to move you. This guy is doing so good there, and he's a weapon.
Yeah.
When he gets on base, he helps out. He's a threat. So why move him? We've got such a good threat up top. We need that same good threat at the bottom. Now you look at our lineup, and you've heard it from multiple guys saying this, that this is not an easy lineup. Yeah, we don't have superstars, but these guys are making a name for themselves 1 through 9, and they are a threat.
Huge shot at Corey Seager and Marcus Semien there. Did you hear? No, they are superstars.
They are
I know
superstars.
They'll probably be mad at me.
They might all be all-stars.
We'll find sarcastic, right? Isn't it tough, though, on this?
Yes.
If you say one thing that, like, then people go, oh, Derek said he's not a superstar. But they are. They're stars. They're superstars. They're probably both going to be starters. By the way, Ranger fans, great job so far voting.
11:30 is when we'll get an update from yesterday.
Okay. I want to ask this question about Ezekiel Duran that I asked about Lillard Taveras, I believe, early last week. Is this who Ezekiel Duran is? Like, going forward, can you expect, is Ezekiel Duran around a 300 hitter, around I'm going to guess, a 25 home run guy? And I know his RBIs, RBIs are somewhat situational. You have to be presented the opportunity, unless you're hitting home runs, you have to be presented the opportunity to knock guys in. But is Ezekiel Duran, is this who he is in the future? Is he around a 300 hitter, a 25 home run, let's just say 80 RBI guy?
Could be. I just feel like it's what's around him. The guys that are around him continue to push him and show him the way. I think having that veteran leadership that they see what guys like Semien and Seager are doing. They see that they have to do that. And
Corey, I have to move this conversation forward because I kind of feel like he might be. I'm just not sure. I'm sure a lot of teams are calling on Ezekiel Duran because he's a second baseman. Ezekiel Duran is a second baseman. He's struggling in left field. He's working his butt off to become a left fielder, but it's a tough position to go from second base primarily in his career to then, like, hey, go to left field and figure it out in a hurry. It's very tough. Obviously, I work with Mark McLemore.
And doing it in the big leagues.
Yeah, and do it in the big leagues. Like, it's really tough to do. I'm just wondering how many teams right now are calling. As the Rangers, I think, are trying to make trades right now. I wonder how many teams are going, what are you going to do with the Ezekiel Duran guy? You're not going to play him in left field all the time. He's not a left fielder, right? Yep. So I'm just wondering how many teams are trying to get Ezekiel Duran off of this team.
Okay, you say that they're trying. Are you trying to keep him too?
I'm trying to, but in the right situation, I might move him.
So what would it take for you to move him? What kind of pieces?
A guy like Mitch Keller or Dylan Cease, who I know is going to be in my rotation as one of my top 2 or 3 guys for the next 3 years.
So somebody you can control a little bit longer.
Because I'm looking at, I said this the other day, Evan Carter, who John Morosi was on this morning with Sean and RJ, he said, look, they're not moving Evan Carter for anything because Evan Carter most likely next year is your everyday left fielder for the next 6 years. And Lillard Taveras is probably your center fielder for the next 5 or 6 years. So if I know that Evan Carter is going to be my left fielder next year and probably my left fielder in the future for a long time, then other teams know this too. The Pirates, the White Sox, whoever you're dealing with right now in trade discussions, they also know that Ezekiel Duran has a little bit of a crunch in where he fits in on the future Texas Rangers. But the dude's about a 300 hitter and about a 20-plus home run guy. That is a super valuable piece to have on your team. And as a trade situation, I don't want to trade Ezekiel Duran. To your point, Derek, I just wonder. I bet teams really want him.
Can I name some guys?
Okay, go.
Okay, I've got Ottavino from the Mets.
Number 0.
Yeah, we could do Cease, Giolito, or Kelly, one of those guys from there. And then also from Detroit, these 4 guys are guys I think we should watch out for. Foley, Lang, Alexander, and Cisnero.
Yeah,
Cisnero is a
was great
big
the other
one.
day in long relief when they had the injuries.
I mean, a big one to me out of all those, I think Cisnero is one that like really stands out because he's here already. The guy's been lights out this year, and I played with him.
Yeah,
I know what he's capable of. He's got closer mentality.
I'm not sure if this is who Duran is for the rest of his career, but he could be. To your point, he could be. I will trade Ezekiel Duran. Last night, unbelievable bet. I will trade him if I get a starting pitcher that I believe is a guy that it's tough to say replace Jacob deGrom, but a guy that I know if we make the playoffs, if the Rangers make the playoffs, he's one of my 3 starting pitchers, right? And Cease would be. Mitch Keller would be too.
I don't see him going anywhere. Pittsburgh really likes him. That's their guy. They've been working with him. They've got something going with him. I don't see them going anywhere.
They might be more interested in working something with that closer there.
Bedard.
Bedard. We might be
I could
interested
see
in
that too. But then 2 closers.
I'm not crazy. That's not a problem to have.
I know.
And obviously,
at one point we had a Gondo and Fleas, and so we said you're our 6th inning.
And I don't think
now.
they ever expected Will Smith to be the closer here when they signed him. They thought he's going to be a great lefty, 7th, 8th inning guy. So you can move him back to that and be fine. But I'll tell you this: I don't think I'd trade Ezekiel Duran for a closer.
Okay. I do want to revisit this at some point, Mike.
Okay, cool.
Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Okay, fine. When I'm
but
not
because
here.
it is more about Evan Carter at that point. So I want to get to that
He's
later.
not going anywhere.
I know.
That's
Well, I know
touch.
that. It's just got to figure out what to do with him this year.
What about if it was for Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah.
All right, Derek.
We're out of time.
All right, coming up next.
Yeah.
Micah says he's working on something that Derek thinks is very important for an athlete. Next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we cry. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Currently, if you're looking in the studio cam, our boss is sitting on the floor as he's getting prepared to set up Broadus today.
Oh, I thought it was story time.
The G-Bag Nation. Yeah, everybody gather up on the rug. The magic rug of story time.
Are there snacks?
There will be snacks. Yes, there's a snack pack for you.
Orange slices?
Snacks, some orange slices, and a Capri Sun.
Yeah, there we go.
But Broadus is going to be doing the sack toss later today. Yeah, no, this is a thing. Kevin had to endure this.
He's old. He can do that.
I think Kevin had to endure this while also being on the phone with somebody else's significant other trying to hit on them. This is the weirdest thing that we did at nights where we would just do stuff like this. But Broadus will have to endure this. You've got the cornhole board sitting on his lap and the bean bags every hour. Somebody gets to throw 3 and throw bean bags at his beanbag area. So yeah, we're looking forward to that coming up today on the G-Bag Nation every single hour. And Derek's like, I'll do it. Derek, you're just volunteering to get hit in the junk for just for fun?
Because they're not going to do it.
What do you mean?
They're not accurate.
They're not going to be able to hit.
Nah, I don't think so.
You'd be surprised at what the motivation will do with these gentlemen.
I'll tell you this.
I out of all 3, because obviously Broadus is playing, I got Gavin being the one to do it.
Yeah. No,
hit him.
See,
I could see him being pretty good at cornhole.
When we did this was where Colby was always great to have around because he'd practice for 6 days just to make sure that he would do it, and then he never missed at Kevin. It was just the best thing. So I'm looking forward to this tonight.
They're going to go high.
Good luck, Broadus. Good luck to you. Yeah, maybe fill it up with some weights like those fishers did with their fish. Micah Parsons, he was talking with the Morning News, and he currently weighs 248, and he wants to get up to 255 by the start of the season. Which I don't know,
how big was he though? Hold on, how big was he last year?
About 245. So he
wants to get to 255.
Yeah, maybe 240. So he wanted to add about 15 pounds this offseason. He says he never wants to play higher than 255.
Yep.
And Derek, you were talking about this a little earlier about don't add more or less than 10 pounds. It changes all your mechanics. I know this is really dumb, but when I first got on soda and I lost 100 pounds. As I was hitting golf balls, everything's going right now out of nowhere. And I was like, I don't know what's going on.
You have more.
Yeah.
You've created more of a whip now because you don't have as much as much baggage, to carry around.
And I didn't know what was going on, but a guy that I was playing with was like, no, man, I think this is one of the causes. So I understand that part of it changes your mechanics up for sure. So he says he wants to be up at 255, but he added this. And this is different than Derek Lively, Mike, where Derek Lively just needs to add strength, maybe not as much bulk on his body. Micah says it's about stability, strengthening joints, strengthening the knees, shoulders, so all the nagging injuries don't come across, especially in the groin. I'm trying to stay as healthy as possible. So that's what he says. He said he's done different things to add into his body to help him become a better player because not everything is going to be at work. You have to do some stuff at home too. And I know you guys certainly understand the homework that goes along in training, but the joints, the ligaments, those things, a lot of people are like, you're just big and strong, but you have to strengthen and make sure those things are flexible and able to do things. Otherwise, Micah, he dipped off a little bit last year because groin was bugging him.
Derek, I just want to add to this because I know you got a lot to talk about here. I was with Tony Tolbert, and for most people that don't know Tony Tolbert because they're too young, he was the other starting defensive end with Charles Haley on their dynasty team. And with Tony Tolbert and Kevin Gray and Nate Newton last year during a Cowboys hour, Tony Tolbert said, Micah can't play that position at that weight without wearing down tremendously. So I think a former defensive end who played a lot of great years with the Dallas Cowboys was kind of like, during this offseason, if he's going to become more of a defensive end and less of a linebacker, he has to put on weight at that position.
As an athlete, too, when you're playing during the season, I would say 90% of athletes lose weight during the season. So that's the other thing is he has to maintain that weight. On top of it, the working out is huge. You're trying to fix the issues that you have problems with. For me, I had some shoulder issues earlier in my career. What did I do? I focused on working out my shoulders, getting them bigger, stronger. Then I didn't have any shoulder issues after that. And then whatever.
Don't worry about that right now.
But that's the thing is you're trying to fix the issues that you are having problems with. So if my legs are, I'm getting tired later in the game, I need to build up my legs. I got to start working out my legs more, doing more cardio, get those things right. That's what he's trying to do. And the good thing too is you said he was 240, 245, whatever. and he's going to increase 10 pounds. That's a comfortable adjustment to maintain his mechanics, his body weight, and function at a heavier weight. If he went past that, if he gets up to maybe 20 pounds, then it becomes an issue of his body's not used to carrying that load. So he's going to possibly get hurt that way. So you have to be very respectful and honest when it comes to doing your training and gaining the right weight. You hear that all the time from all the strength coaches. I know the strength coach with the Texas Rangers, Jose Vasquez, unbelievable at making sure that guys were gaining the right weight and the right amount of weight. He never let you get too big. He never let you get too small. He kept you right where you needed to be and maintain so that way when you're continuing to do your mechanical stuff with pitching or throwing, whatever it is, you were still at a comfortable weight to where your body wasn't like, oh, this is new.
I'm always curious about guys' workout habits and work ethic when it comes to their bodies. I mean, some guys are just naturally gifted, right? Like you've seen kids, and it does kind of weed them out as they get, from the high school level to the next level. Is you're like, well, they were gifted to, Mike, we talk about 12-year-olds that are already the best and never get any better because there's a different work that goes into it. They were naturally physically gifted for that.
Their balls drop a lot earlier than other kids too, so they hit puberty, and puberty plays a huge role in who's really great at 12 and 13.
I was wondering why their balls drop.
Yeah, and so
that's what happens in puberty.
Well, I didn't know if they fell out of their glove or what.
But that is, and I do kind of wonder about, like, as you see guys, as you see athletes, I mean, that y'all have been teammates with or worked around. Did you notice that their lack of work, their lack of putting that effort into their body affected them through seasons? That
I had great people showing me the way of working out and everything.
Like Michael Young?
For the most part. Yeah, they were doing it. And the thing that I've learned, and it was a quote, I think it was maybe from Mike Tyson, you got to learn to love to hate the workouts or hate to love the workouts that you do. I forget exactly how it went. Like, guys hate squatting. I love squatting because I knew what it was doing for me. And yeah, I knew that's gonna
come back and get you.
Also, they say you have to love the boring.
Yeah,
the greatest players can do the repetition for 2 straight hours, which most of us, even professional athletes, are like, I'm not shooting a free throw for 2 straight hours. You know how boring that is to just sit there for an hour or 2 hours? Hey, shoot 500 free throws. Most guys, Luka's not doing that. Now, Luka's one of the greatest players. Luka will not sit there and just shoot free throws for hours at a time, most likely. That's one of the reasons probably he's a 70% free throw shooter.
And you can't be afraid to fail.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like people are afraid to take that risk because it's like, well, I'm just going to fail. And then what happens too is like you failed and it's like, well, all right, I'm done. That didn't work. You got to keep trying to do things and keep learning. Like, don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and try something new because it's going to advance you and help you out so much. That's the big thing I think that helped me so much was anytime one of my pitching coaches asked me to do something or strength coach told me to do something, I gave it a shot and then I'd give them feedback and then we'd make the adjustment to it. Like, okay, this will make it a little bit better that you'll like it. But always the big thing is like, no matter how much I hated something, I made sure I loved it when I was doing it.
Mike, we've watched Micah now for a couple years do his thing and be this kind of guy. Like, we know what he's capable of. Are you anticipating, like, this offseason? He looks like he's put in more work than I think we've seen Micah put in an offseason. Are you anticipating him having an even better year this year? Like, what are you hoping for him?
I don't know the stats, right? We went over Charles Haley was one of the best defensive ends and had 6 sacks when they won it all. But we all know that he was the best. There was a reason that everybody ate off of Charles Haley getting triple teamed a lot. And then he would make the quarterback release the ball way quicker. They'd have to change plays because, like, we can't handle this guy. So I don't know stats-wise what I expect out of Micah Parsons, but if the Cowboys make it to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, someplace they haven't been in forever, it's because Micah Parsons turned into Lawrence Taylor. Because I said this the other day, I'll say it again. We have, at best, Phil Simms at quarterback. And Phil Simms was a really good quarterback. I don't think Phil Simms is in the Hall of Fame. If he is, I'm sorry to disparage him that he is a Hall of Famer. But I don't think he made the Hall of Fame because he's a really good quarterback in his time. But
he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
He's in the Kentucky Pro Football Hall of Fame.
There we go.
Yep.
So I look at Dak Prescott as Phil Simms. Can you win a championship with Phil Simms? Obviously, it was proven you can. Even they kind of won one with Hostetler because Phil Simms got hurt. How did they win with Hostetler and Phil Simms? Because they had Lawrence Taylor. And they had other good players around him. It wasn't just because of one player. I do think Micah Parsons is Lawrence Taylor-like, and if he can turn into the way Lawrence Taylor was in the 80s and even early on in the 90s till his career started going downhill a little bit, I do think that he can be that guy this year and lead you to a special year.
I don't know Micah Parsons. I would hope to get to meet him one day, but I can tell by watching him, that guy wants to be the best out there. You've seen it in the college days. Yeah, you've seen it in college days when he's at Penn State. Like, you know that guy, he wants to be the best, so I can see him being that guy that's getting after it in the weight room. I can see him being the guy that's leading that team and trying to get, because he's hungry. He wants that Super Bowl. I know I mean, no athlete doesn't want it, but you know what I mean? Like, there's just more. Yeah. He's going to make sure that everybody's doing their work. He's going to hold people very responsible. This is just the vibe I get from watching him, but that's only from watching him play. I just think he's a guy, I think he's going to have a really good year this year.
Yeah,
it's going to be better than last year.
This mentality, Derek, that it's if it didn't work, it wasn't good enough, and it's got to be better. And watch me go make it better. That's the vibe I get off of him.
It's just the things that, like, he puts out on the Twitter, all that stuff. Like, you can see he wants it. Like, he's got that Mamba mentality.
Yeah, he does.
That's the best way to put it, really.
Now, I found the top 25 under 25 in the NFL from CBSSports.com. And, Mike, I think you're going to be a little let down by this because Sunshine is ranked number 12 out of the top. He's out of the top 25 under 25 right now. Trevor Lawrence is ranked number 12. Your thoughts on that interception he got for Dak last year?
As an amazing play to win in overtime by Trevor Lawrence on that one to prove who the better quarterback is.
Is Deshaun in front of him?
It is what we do, though. I mean, and it's real. Trevor Lawrence beat Dak Prescott last year. In a way, he played a little bit better than Dak, but not much. But in the end, Trevor Lawrence had very little to do with Dak throwing, and he didn't even throw the interception. It was, I think, off of 85 Noah Brown's chest.
Yeah, it bounced right off his hands, yeah.
And ended up being a touchdown. But interception touchdown. I would think Trevor Lawrence, 25 under 25. I am shocked that there are 11 guys considered better than him.
All right. Now, okay, then here we go. Then Watson's 27, by the way. So, Creed Humphrey, the center for the Kansas City Chiefs, is ranked above Trevor Lawrence.
All right. I mean, he is great. That was a great pick by them. But, I mean, obviously, centers have a major impact on games.
I thought this was just quarterbacks.
No, this is the top 25 players in the league. Number 10.
That's pretty good then.
Under 25.
Yeah, under 25, because Watson's closer to 30 than he is.
Yeah,
25.
He number 10, CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb gets in there at number 10. Number 9, Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle for the Bucks.
Really good.
Number 8, Patrick Surtain, who, like, that was an option there at one point, was, can we get this dude? And we end up with I think it's Micah, right? The Sauce Gardner falls in at number 7. That's amazing for the dude to first season already be in the top 10 under 25. Justin Herbert at 6, who Kevin.
Okay,
here it is.
Kevin's against him
go.
at all.
Get
Mike,
him, Mike.
Do you think he should be higher than 6?
I ask you this question. I'll just ask, and you guys can give your answer. If right now you could start a franchise this year with Trevor Lawrence or Justin Herbert, who are you starting your franchise with?
I'm probably going Trevor Lawrence. He had a bad shake in the first season with that coaching staff, and then he showed what he could do with a good coaching staff the next year.
I'm going to go Herbert.
Okay.
I think that Herbert
Reggie's a tiebreaker here.
I think Lawrence has all the intangibles that Herbert has too.
Sidebar. Do you think I could make him go off the handle by saying Justin
No,
Herbert?
I think they're obviously one guy was up 27-0 in a playoff game, and the other guy didn't he have 4 picks at halftime? Did Trevor Lawrence have 4 picks at halftime?
Something like that, yeah.
And then had a great second half.
He was so close to the Peterman.
And Justin Herbert didn't do much in the second half, but it doesn't mean they're both great guys. You'd want to build around either one, but I would lean towards Trevor Lawrence. But you can say Herbert, and then we're
on to the next.
Honestly, like, they feel neck and neck to me, but like, I really do enjoy what Trevor Lawrence showed me in college as well. So I guess that would be the tip, even though that really shouldn't matter. But yeah, that would be what tips it one way or the other.
Number 5 is Jamar Chase. I think we all have seen that dude. That dude can ball. Number
I can
4,
put him over Trevor Lawrence.
Micah Parsons is number 4.
I can see that.
No, he is only 4. I think.
Is it because he's almost 25?
Mike might lose it here shortly.
Oh, let's do that.
Number 3, Nick Bosa, who is 25. Who, him and Mike are neck and neck. So,
all right.
Number 1 is Justin Jefferson. All right?
Makes sense.
Number 2 is Jalen Hurts.
All right.
He's just, wow.
I think that,
He's
look,
calm right
he
now.
was.
No, he's dejected.
Did you drink all your coffee?
Wow, dude, yeah.
He had an unbelievably great year, right? Second in MVP. Could have won it if he wouldn't have got hurt, and I would have understood that. I think the Philadelphia Eagles have also done a tremendous job of building around, and that's the job.
They went
that's
after
the
last
job
year.
of a general manager.
Yeah.
The job of a general manager is to look at your best player or your most important player at quarterback and go, how do we build the best team around him? So it's, in a way, I don't want to make it a shot on Jalen Hurts. It's a great job by Philadelphia looking at their quarterback saying, what are his biggest strengths and what are his biggest weaknesses? How do we build around that person to make our team and him the best team one, the best quarterback two? And Philadelphia did a perfect job of that. So it's tough to be like, oh, because I think if you
then while he had all that around him, he excelled. It's not like he had it all and then just crapped the bed.
Right.
You know, like he said, I'm here, so let's go ahead and take care of it.
Yeah, I hate 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. I feel like it's an automatic first down every time with that guy because he just takes his power bottom and then gets it to be a first down every time.
Great stuff there. Great stuff coming up
make
next.
a quick bet?
What's that?
I want to make a quick bet.
You know what? No, Derek, you can wait until you go inside the oven with Derek Holland in your segment next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we do have something happening in the NFL right now. NFL Players Association has announced Lloyd Howe as its new executive director, replacing DeMaurice Smith after his term expires in 2024. This is fascinating because a lot of people from our side have felt like DeMaurice Smith has just kind of said whatever you want, NFL owners, for a very long time. And Rex Burkhead, I saw a tweet from him that said, hey, this is a great player-led process leading to a great hire. Congrats, Lloyd. So very interested to see how things go from here as the players have elected a new executive director. But right now, it's time to go inside the oven with Derek Holland.
Yeah. I like these tunes. Well, welcome inside the oven. We have an interesting topic. I was curious. We have two, thanks to Reggie and I having a conversation earlier before the show. But to start this all off, who do you guys feel has the best jersey of all the DFW teams? I feel bad. I only put the four main teams. I didn't put the Wings and I did.
Don't worry,
FC
the Wings
Dallas.
is not going to win this.
So I was curious how to rank.
Okay.
I would just take your top four of the jerseys, whichever one you have. So for me, I put out there. I don't have them in specific order yet.
Wait, are we going primary jersey, or are we just
you
like
can do
picking
any jersey,
Okay.
any jersey that these guys had. And for me, I love the Mavericks, the green cowboy hat one, the newer one. I think it was last year they showed it off. It's the white and green little cowboy hat logo with the basketball, and it says Dallas across.
Basically the throwbacks, right?
Yes, it's close. It's like a shot to a shout out to the throwbacks. And then I have the Cowboys white with the blue stripes on the sleeves. Then the Texas Rangers white with the Texas across the chest. And the Dallas Stars green sweater with the new logo on it, I think, are the four top jerseys. Now, if you have a better jersey in mind, throw it out there. But I'm curious of what you guys would rank. Who has the best jersey?
My order would go Rangers white jersey with Rangers across the
So you like Rangers rather than Texas?
I like the Rangers, yeah. I like the way, I just like the script. I like the way that they use that.
What if they change the script?
Yeah.
Cursive.
Yeah.
People
I like
can't-
the
we don't
text,
teach cursive
the font.
nowadays.
Yeah.
My son didn't know how to sign his name.
See,
How important is cursive? When was the
for
last
his
time you used
driver's
cursive?
license, right? You have to sign your name. And
I
he's
practiced his signature
he's
in
like,
third grade.
I've never signed my name before. He always just writes out Jake Bassick. He
So
never
maybe
has,
that's the
so
new
I'm like, what did
signature.
you just do? And that's like, he's like, I don't know. I've never done this before. He's never had to write his name in cursive
We don't
before.
teach it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be able to read it. soon.
Rangers white with the Rangers across it. Cowboys white, Stars green, then Mavs. That's my order.
Cowboys white for me is number one by far. Just
Now hold on,
because
the white with the blue on the shoulder or
the
the
blue-
stripes?
No,
just
the white with the
just
blue
the
stripes.
basic. It's just like Yankees pinstripes to me. It's the
Okay.
exact same.
I mean,
That's-
I
Like
the-
Laker yellow.
Yeah, or either one,
know you're not-
whichever
but you
one. No, I
understand
get
that,
it. Like
yeah.
that's. I hate that when the Celtics and Lakers play, they don't go traditional, where the Lakers are wearing purple on the road because the Celtics are wearing their white, and that the Lakers are wearing yellow at home and the Celtics are wearing green. To me, that is the history of the NBA. That is the tradition of the two most historic franchises with the most championships are playing each other. That's what I want to see. I want to see that tradition. Just like when the Cowboys are playing, I think the Cowboys in their white jerseys, whoever they're playing, usually in their colored jersey, is the best looking game to me because of the history of it.
Reggie, what do you got?
All right, I was just going through it real quick. The Cowboys white is just so clean and iconic. I think that
Agreed.
you guys are right in that regard. The Stars green sweater, very close thereafter. I think that's just an incredible look. Also, hockey sweaters are incredible. Like when it comes to just jerseys, high level jerseys, the hockey sweater.
Yeah.
After that, the Rangers blue, Texas in red across, or in white across rather. I think that's just a great look. And then FC Dallas's home kit.
Yeah, that's
with
nice.
The red with the blue horizontal stripes.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Really good. And then after that, I guess I'll give a nod to the Mavs green throwbacks. I've been very long and very loud.
Jerseys.
They need a brand redesign.
Their logo's horrible.
In the worst. The logo, the font.
The horse with the basketball in the background. It's a horrible logo.
It's just all 2005. Like, please, let's
you guys
update
really
this.
just rained on my parade.
That's right.
So, Derek, here's the thing.
You didn't even pick that one. You picked
I know,
your
I picked
old
that-
one.
I know, I did pick the
Nobody
old one.
picks that. When you're around the country, I did wear Mavericks gear all the time. Now it was back in the mid-2000s, to Reggie's point. People are like, is that the Timberwolves? And I'm like, no, it's the right? Because they decided to go with almost like a similar logo to the T-Wolves at the time. And it was very confusing to people who are casual basketball fans. Like, oh, that's the Mavericks logo?
I just didn't want to pick the Rangers powder blue as one of them too, because it's like everybody has powder blue jerseys now. So I stuck up.
Dope at first. Like it was dope
no,
at
it is.
first.
It's awesome, but I wanted something that this is Texas. Like this is what we think of when we see it. But that's good. I was curious what you guys thought about that.
There's something about the white Rangers jersey, Mike, that reminds me of being a kid. Is that what it was? Is that what the logo?
I think what's going to become more popular, honestly, yes, to the Rangers.
That's what they were wearing?
What they did is, because Bobby Valentine came here, Bobby V is a big Dodgers person. Came from Tony Lasorda and all that. So he was like, I want our jerseys to look just like the Dodgers.
I didn't know this.
Now, that was also...
Never knew that.
Yeah, so a lot of the way the Rangers cursive and the number, now they don't do the number underneath, but if you think of what we grew up with, Ruben Sierra, Oda B. McDowell, well, it was Bobby V wanted a jersey that was very much like the Dodgers.
Okay.
And so they mimicked the Dodgers home jersey.
Wow.
Kind of shocked nobody picked any of the City Connect jerseys or any of that stuff, really.
Very intentional.
But yeah, no, I get.
I do think white and gray are going to become a lot more popular. I think that's you picked white for the Texas Rangers. I think
white.
because they've gone so much into color over the last, let's say, decade. All these teams going, hey, we're going to blue jersey. Well, that was really cool at the time because everybody's like, hey, it's always white versus gray.
Yeah.
In a baseball game. So then all of a sudden it became. Now I don't like when the
Secondary
Rangers
colors
wear their blue and the Angels wear their red. To me, that looks very spring training-ish.
Yeah.
And I do like the tradition. When I'm at a game, it's rare now that the Rangers wear their white jerseys, and let's say the Angels, I'm using them for example, they wear their gray jerseys. I'm like, ooh,
yeah,
that looks very cool because not many times do you get to see a baseball game where white plays gray.
Derek, I guess my fifth ranked jersey would be the Stars. I do like the blackout sweaters. I think those are cool. I know not a lot of Stars fans love them, but I do like the blackout sweaters that the Stars throw out there.
No, I think those are, yeah, I agree. If you don't mind, Reggie, I just saw actually it's audio clip 9, I think. If you can play that for us before we go to the next thing.
If Larry Bird played in this era, I think he'd be in Europe. So I'm just letting you know, man. Really, like I said, don't just say he would be somewhere over there. His game was fit for Boston at that time in the 80s and stuff like that, but today's world, oh, hell no. There's no way. I'm not this downplaying him because he's a great player at that time, just like I was. And but I'm saying, no, there's no way. No way. I think the kid from Denver is way better than him.
Jokic.
Oh my God. He's slow as hell. Okay, but that guy got a game.
Yeah, so with that, I was not very pleased with that. I heard it earlier.
Do you know the history of Rodman?
I get
he was the first guy. He got Isaiah Thomas in trouble. So the reason Isaiah Thomas had to hold a press conference when he wasn't even in the NBA Finals was because of Dennis Rodman, because he followed Rodman's suit of he's only popular because he's white.
Yeah,
so.
No, I get, and to me, I just think that was a bad take. Like I did like that Choppy was talking about this in the morning show. Is he at least admitted to like, oh, this is a player that couldn't play in this league? Well, the only thing is he picked the wrong guy. I agree with Chop on that. Like, yeah, that's cool to see somebody finally admit it. Then me and Reggie started talking about it, and we thought about it. If guys played in this era now, they would have all the stuff that these guys grew up playing and learning and all the technology and all that. How do you think they would survive now versus back then? Like, do you think they would still be just as good because of the the way that things are being taught now. Isn't that right? How we were talking about that?
Yeah, because that's always been my thought when we start comparing across eras, and we, call Bob Cousy, playing with plumbers and stuff. Is just we stand on their shoulders, at least the modern era, where we've learned things from their careers and their times, and we've added stuff. So like if they had modern development, the greatest players of then would be great players now because they would be able to have the development and the cross training and all these things. So Larry Bird, I have no doubt that he would translate, if he had modern opportunities. Well, maybe not because, he was kind of ornery and wanted to use a jackhammer to fix his own driveway or whatever. But like, I think that where the across eras gets tough is
Bear on gravel.
where the cross eras gets tough is like, some of the guys that are like, the middling players, right? Those guys, if they have the modern technologies, are they now going to compare? But the greats, I think, across any era, given that you drop them in there with the modern technology, because of course, if you drop Pistol Pete in modern NBA with just no access to any of the development that modern players have, of course it's going to look wildly different because that's unfair, that's unreasonable. But I think when you have those conversations, you have to consider that, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I contend that the depth is probably better than it ever was. And I mean, like 1 through 9, you could probably find multiple holes on a lot of teams back in the day. And now it's like, man, we're talking about the Rangers roster, and you're like, that 1 through 9 is really good. Not all rosters are like that. Well, I think the depth around leagues on all sports are better.
Well, even like what Reggie was saying too, if you took like our guys now, somebody that's pitching now, let's say we could use DeGrom, guys throwing like cutters and stuff like that. It's not like they were throwing cutters and stuff back in Babe Ruth's time. So it's curious to see how we would develop, or how we would be with all the stuff that we know now going back and playing them. Would we dominate? Would we do good? The big thing that stood out was the strike zone. It was a mile long back in the day, and now it's,
I'm with Reggie, though. You take great players, they're going to be great. If you let them train the way that you train now, Magic, Larry, Isaiah, whoever, they're all going to be great. They were great then. They'd be great now. The other thing, too, you have to look at, when my dad played in the major leagues, there were 22 teams. So you start doing job situations. Now, how many pitchers were on my dad's team? 9. There were 9 positions for pitchers at the time, not 12, not 14. So you just start looking at it and you go, all right, well, back then you just start doing multiplications. Let's just take it to 10. 10 pitchers on 22 teams. Pretty easy math, 220 pitchers. Now, how many pitchers are in the major leagues at one time? Well, you go, well, there's 30 teams, and on average, there's 13 pitchers on each team. And so now I've created 120 or 130 more jobs in the major leagues based off of in the 70s. So there's always different ways to look at it. So it's always tough to try to compare eras and stuff when now there's 130 extra pitchers in the major leagues.
All right, Derek, I think what we do now is we write a movie about it, and we recreate this. Let's pitch it to Sandler. Let's pitch it to Happy Madison. Get that thing rolling there, and we'll create this in a movie.
You're right.
Let's make this happen.
We don't have to put Sandler in this. He doesn't need.
We don't have to. We're gonna get Derek in it. We're just gonna pitch it to them.
We'll get all of us in it.
Yeah, we'll get all of us in it. That's how this thing's gonna rock. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, that was Inside the Oven with Derek Holland. It is gonna be gridiron gravy. This Eagle should probably just let it go. Next on The Fan.
Anytime.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Derek Holland in studio with us, as he does on these Wednesdays, and Reggie Atatula. Carter back there making this video happen for you. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits.
Buttery biscuits. We start with Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham had some comments to make about the turf during an appearance on Sports Take.
Makes great crackers.
The podcast, the Graham Cracker. Thank you, Reggie.
Yep. Which is funny because I don't even really like graham crackers like that.
Really?
They're all right.
He said that during we could not believe it when Sweat went down and said that the slippery turf was on the team's mind throughout the entire 38-35 loss. He said, you need that traction to be able to get off the block, and we were slipping a lot. I don't make excuses, which it sounds like you are. I just know that's not that. I added that. I just know that's what was being talked about, us trying to get our own head a little bit too. I'm telling you, that O-line, they got blessed. I'll say that. Should Brandon Graham just let it go? They lost the Super Bowl by 3 points, and that's the way that it is.
I mean, both teams had to deal with the same situation. So that's how you look at it. When we were just talking earlier about 120 degrees when Derek was pitching for the Texas Rangers because it was an outdoor. The other pitcher's pitching at 120 degrees. The other lineup's dealing with 120 degrees.
Now, maybe Derek knew how to
They don't
prepare
change the
for it
field,
better.
right? But they don't change the field for the Kansas City Chiefs. They're not like, okay, now your defense gets to play on a non-slippery turf. Everybody had to play on the same thing. I get it. That was maybe more of a strength for their team than the Kansas City Chiefs. So he's like, man, our strength was negated a little bit by this field, and it helped out the Chiefs. Well, all right, I can see your point, but both teams had to play on the same field.
Well, they're saying, too, this is different, but I saw that Ohio State actually has, their turf is messed up. They have, like, I don't know, I guess there's some turf that supposedly is causing more injuries, and they just put it in, and they're not going to replace it. I think it's been in maybe for a year or two, and they've had injuries, but I saw that, so I'm curious if the turf is that same situation with Kansas City. Like, is this a turf that's
gonna be all slippery up there in Ohio?
Where was the Super Bowl at?
Wasn't it in Arizona?
It was in Arizona,
Okay,
yeah.
I was like, I can't remember.
We went, Mike. We were there.
When the Sod Father.
I interviewed Kay Adams, kinda. You guys helped me a lot. Y'all helped me a lot in that process. I really appreciate
Possibly
that.
future Ranger Joe Kelly.
Yeah, possibly future Ranger Joe Kelly popped on the show. Maybe cussed a couple times. Was he on right after Kay Adams?
Yes, because they both met because that was his first ever interview in the major leagues.
That's right. Yeah.
That's cool. You guys were at the Super Bowl and I wasn't.
I disappeared for a little bit, and Mike was like, where did Corey go? And I was like talking and taking pictures with Kay Adams, and he was like, we're interviewing Joe Kelly right now. You can become friends with him.
And Corey was like, y'all are interviewing Joe Kelly.
It was the one time, Mike. The one time I disappeared for a minute.
Ruined it.
Maybe, you know what, Derek? We're in Vegas. We're in Vegas this coming up year. So,
I'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to that.
We will all be
Good
there.
luck getting a press pass.
I
don't even need to. I'll hang out while you guys work.
Good luck.
Hey,
I'll just hang out while you guys are working it.
Shouldn't he walk in and be like, I'm here for all the interviews? Like, everybody's going, they're all interviewing me today.
You still got to get a day pass.
I'm pushing these cucumbers.
I'm sure I'll try to find one.
What fake product should he be
Pickles?
selling? Pickles?
Yeah. He's growing pickles on his farm right now.
Are you?
Well,
I'll tell you what, Derek.
Yeah. Wait.
There's a zillion people.
I got you.
There's a zillion people selling weed products in that place. So
I'm not selling weed products.
I don't know. That's
He's growing pickles in his little garden.
Just bring plants of weed and just be like, listen, I'm one of the people selling weed. They're like
dispensary.
They're like 1,000 people are trying to sell.
That is true. I mean, think about it. Jake Plummer was pushing mushroom-based products on the show, and multiple other players were out there pushing CBDs.
Kyle Turner's always there selling weed.
I'm selling weed then. Let's go.
Derek's a guest on everybody's shows.
That's inside the oven.
I like
weed
that.
selling.
I did see this also from Jason Kelsey. He's talking about Jalen Hurts. When you're Jalen Hurts, I know the way he thinks because we talked about it. He still beats himself up for this play and that play. I'm like, dude, you had the best performance ever by a quarterback in the history of the Super Bowl. You did just fine. And I think I don't know how much that's going to carry over and hurt Jalen Hurts. He seems like a dude that seems to be able to let it go pretty quickly whenever he steps back onto the field. But I imagine an offseason after something like that, I don't know. I'm not going to ask you, Derek, about it, but I imagine an offseason after losing something like that can be very difficult to kind of go through the offseason because you're motivated to get back out there. You want to show everybody I can get back out there and do this, but you're also kind of living through it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, after the World Series in 2011, like I pitched a great game, but it's still like at the end of the day, I felt like I still didn't do my job. I still, like, to this day, I look back at it and it's like, man, I could have done something better. There's some way I could have done something better to help us to win.
You scored a run.
I did do that.
You know what? You know what could have helped? When you got the bunt, though, it didn't count because you got out at second base.
Yeah, I know. But I still made up for it by scoring that run.
Yeah, but it could If you'd have laid down the most perfect bunt, it could have been first and second.
Well, you know what, Mike? Did you ever bunt in the World Series?
You could have been running around with your jacket.
I did get the run
jacket on the
cool.
bases.
What is that like being a pitcher? And like, Mike, you did that
I didn't
too.
want it. That's the thing. I didn't want. Oh,
Does
wait,
it slow
what?
you down?
Yeah, I literally tried to wave it off, and then Gary Pettis was like, "No, you got to put it on."
If you don't put a jacket on while you're running the bases, you're going to go out there and get destroyed pitching.
If somebody hits a home run while you're running,
there has to be with all this now.
Do you go jacket off like later?
Rip it off as soon as I get to home
down
plate.
the third baseline, you're just like, yeah.
Rip it off and slam it down.
There has to be somebody in this whole world of science that have said putting a jacket on while you're on the bases is stupid. It is.
I said it, but it
is stupid. I get it. Like if it's 25 degrees, when it's like 60 degrees outside or 55 degrees, like, man, you got to wear a jacket right now running around the bases. No, I don't. I'm running.
Mike, I know I got involved in this too, but this is football nuggets right now, all right? Let's get back to football
Yeah, just
nuggets.
think like, hey, football quarterback, while you're out there playing, it's really cold outside.
Only when you do handoffs. If it's a handoff, you have to put your jacket on.
Put your jacket on to stay warm that next time you throw the ball.
Yes, Reggie.
Yes, can I bring a football nugget to the table?
Absolutely.
This was as of 11:42 a.m. per ESPN. Breaking: a handful of NFL players, including the Colts' cornerback Isaiah Rodgers, are expected to receive season-long suspensions this week for allegedly gambling. Sources tell Adam Schefter.
Ooh, Mike, this is.
I want to say I want to say this real quick because we have it in baseball. Mike, you know this too. When the first day of spring training, there's a sign as soon as you walk in talking about what you can't do, and gambling is the one, and we have to read it. Like, we literally have a meeting one day, and our travel secretary is who it was, would read exactly what it says about gambling and not doing it and what the consequences are.
Yeah, and that should be.
Did they not do that in the NFL?
I guess then
they've never had a Pete Rose situation, so I think that they
But
don't,
okay,
they don't.
That
take
should
it
take care of
seriously.
it for all of sports. That's your example. Is this guy? Hey, you saw what happened to Pete Rose in baseball
because it was such a long time ago. You know what? I think guys stopped sleeping around as much with women that would like to sleep with 1,000 different players when Magic Johnson got HIV. And I think it scared players for a small amount of time. And when I say small amount, was it a year? Was it 5 years? And then as nobody else got HIV, they're like, well, you know what? Right now, do you think any player's scared about getting HIV? Probably not, because Magic Johnson was such a long time ago. Pete Rose was such a long time ago. I do think putting harsher penalties on these football players, that it's a whole season, I think is hopefully going to stop these players from doing what they've done.
I also wonder how much like the perception is different for the modern player now that betting has become so easy and so close to you. You're not going to some shady bookie. You're not going to a sports book. It's just I'm on my phone and I hit FanDuel or I hit this quick parlay real quick, and it doesn't connect in that way to like I'm not really gambling. I wonder if that is something that goes through players' minds.
Yeah, I think just the accessibility, and it's just an app right there that I can take care of it. I can make a bet real quick, and I have it becomes how apps can be sometimes on your phone whenever you're like I'm kind of addicted to this
TikTok?
game. Yeah, TikTok. I'm kind of addicted to this. I'm addicted to that. And that's the path. That's the avenue. Hey, man, I've learned some things from TikTok, all right? I learned some things about painting. you're not going to draw me in on this one, all right? Dalvin Cook has gotten an offer from the Miami Dolphins. That appears to be something he's still weighing, multiple options. And then on a sad note, former NFL quarterback Ryan Mallett drowned and passed away yesterday. The Patriots did announce and confirm that as well, and that's tough, man. 35 years old.
Yeah, he was a high school coach in Arkansas, and apparently, it was at the beach. So, it seems like he got caught in some level of riptide that kind of pulled him down, which is terrible. And it reminds you, in this season, be careful out there in that water, man.
Yeah, riptide. I mean, you kind of, it's tough to know exactly what's going on. One thing I did learn is whenever you see waves, you're doing okay. The riptide is that one area that comes up to the beach that you're like, hey, it's kind of calm. That's the place you don't want to get into, is what I'm learning right now. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, what is the best Cowboys team of the last decade? Have they been great? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Expressway coming up here at 12:20. And don't forget, on the G-Bag Nation today, Broadus is going to take a cornhole bag to the junk. That's what's going to happen. They're going to set it up during the G-Bag Nation. Every hour, one of the hosts gets 3 tosses. And Broadus has to, I guess it's just win bets so that he can not have to deal with this anymore.
If you're 1 for 1, whoever tosses the first bag and hits his bag, it's not over yet, right?
No,
he has to keep going throughout the day.
Yeah.
His hope is that it never gets hit.
Yes.
But I just can't, what if somebody's really good at this? I feel like Sean Sharif brags a lot about his cornhole play.
Yeah.
I feel like Sean Sharif would be very good at this.
Which is interesting because that's a large bag in his tiny hands. You know, that's really interesting that he brags that much about it. And if he is that good, I've seen him play before. He's pretty talented. All right, Mike, the Cowboys have made the playoffs 5 times in the last decade. That is a 50% win rate when it comes to making the playoffs.
That
if you call that a win rate,
like out of the last few decades, that might be the most, best. Yeah,
yeah. For the Cowboys, there was a period of time where they weren't there at all, man.
Yeah.
So they've made it 5 times.
Okay.
But what we wanted to figure out is, out of those 5 times, which one of those teams is the best? And the Athletic put together a voting and threw it out there. And so I'll list the years, Mike, if you want to, because you're really good with years. If you name a number to me, I'm like, I don't know. I need to know other things about it.
All right.
2014.
That was Romo and Dez.
2016.
That was Dak's rookie year.
2018.
That was, I believe you beat Seattle at home, and then you went on the road and lost to the Rams.
And that was, I think, the one that Kevin always references where you, like the
lose.
first
like
run.
The first was like an 11-yard run.
And you said, we're going to lose.
I was being sarcastic, but also it did play out that way, that we lost because he couldn't stop Todd Gurley and some other running back. I forget his name.
That's exactly what it was, too. And I think that some other running back ended up having the best day out of it all, like 220 yards or something. 2021. Which is San Francisco.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Garoppolo throwing for 53 yards and winning.
And in Dak Prescott's moment of just, what am I doing here? And then 2022, they lost in the divisional round to San Francisco as well.
Beat Tampa.
So I guess the conversation here is like, I think the last 2 years are very good teams. Like, I think the last 2 years are extremely talented teams.
Yeah.
I think that last year's team may have the most talent across the board when you consider what their defense is. It's just still young talent in my mind for what their defense is. I guess Hankins and DeMarcus Lawrence are older, but even still, most of those guys that you're expecting and leaning heavy on are younger players.
Right.
I don't know that I think that the 2021 team's more talented than last year's team.
Okay.
My personal opinion. But I still have those ranked pretty low in the group here.
I will say this, and maybe this is too easy or too general. I go to 2016 as the best team because they had the easiest path. They had the best record in the NFC. So they had the bye. They had the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Obviously, they lost to Green Bay in the first round. But I look at that team. Were they the best team? Debatable. But they had the easiest path by far out of the 2014, 16, 18, 21, and 22 teams, because all of those teams had to go on the road. If they were going to win it, if they were going to win the NFC, they had to win at least one, if not two road games to get to the Super Bowl. So for me, I say the 2016 team was the best team, even though rookie quarterback, because they had the easiest path. They had bye, home game to get to the Super Bowl.
The number one team on the athletics list, according to votes, there's 578 votes. 43.6% of those votes go to the 2014 team.
I had a feeling you were going to say that, because when a guy retires, because obviously Romo had to somewhat because of injury, you start having more nostalgia for that team.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Tony Romo was playing right now, and I think Dak Prescott was the quarterback, because they're very different quarterbacks, we start having nostalgia of, dang it, Dak would have got it done. I'm just telling you, if the referee would have done this, and you're like, well, there wasn't 36 seconds on the clock when Dez, caught it, didn't catch it. There was a lot of time.
Couple minutes, yeah. About a minute and a half, yeah.
No. Like 4 minutes.
Was it 4 minutes?
Yeah, it was not the end of the game. I mean, we need to check and see the time, but it was not like if they got the ball back, they had, 90 seconds. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I totally forget, but I don't even think we were at the 2 minute warning, because you had time to stop them, and they ran the clock out. You had timeouts and the 2 minute warning, and you still had time to stop them, and you couldn't stop them. So who's to say you're actually going to stop Aaron Rodgers when you had plenty of chances to get him 3 and out and get the ball back, and you couldn't do it? But that being said, I just think there's a lot of nostalgia on that team. Also, at that time, Seattle was a great team. I understand you beat them. You had a big fourth down play where you threw the ball to Williams and got a fourth down conversion, and early in the year you beat Seattle. So it was like, we set up against Seattle, we're going to beat them, this and that. Remember how we felt about the Golden State Warriors recently when the Mavericks beat the Phoenix Suns? Man, you beat them 3 out of 4 times in the regular season. We got them. This is the matchup that you wanted. You got Golden State. They can't match up against Luka. They don't match up well against this team. And then you lost in 5 games to them. So I get that you did beat Seattle earlier in the regular season. There was a matchup situation that you felt like you could take advantage of a matchup. But going to Seattle at that time in the history of the NFL and winning an NFC championship game in Seattle after playing the Green Bay Packers was probably not going to be favorable to your team.
Okay, we will agree to disagree there. I felt a certain way about that team, but Mike, you were right. 4 minutes and 6 seconds left when Green Bay got the ball back.
Right, plenty of time to get a 3 and out and get the ball back, and you could not do that. So now we're putting on that defense. If Dez would have caught it and you punch it into the end zone for a touchdown, we know that Aaron Rodgers, being hot in that moment because he had a much better watching it with you. First half, you were somewhat dominating defensively in that game. Second half, you started struggling in that game, and you're going to give the ball back to Aaron Rodgers with 4 minutes to go. And we're definitely sure that the defense would have stepped up in that moment, which it did not step up in the second half. That goes back to the nostalgia of forgetting a lot of things that were going on in that game.
There's also in that moment, Beasley, if Romo goes to Beasley instead, gets the short first down,
right?
Do they wear off another minute and get under the 2 minute warning and give Rodgers even less time to do that? So there's all sorts of questions when it comes to that.
And we found out in 2016, just 2 years later, if you give Aaron Rodgers about 20 seconds to get into field goal range, he can't do it. Oh, wait.
He
a second. No, he did.
I will say this when it comes to that team, Mike, I felt like that Romo-led offense in 14 was very zombie-like. Late in the season, there were lots of moments where late in the games, they were able to just do what it took to get the win. Like they did things, and I was like, man. And I know the Detroit game, we call it a hold. There was other stuff on the other side. They were back and forth, but they were able to make certain plays that I was like, dang, I've never seen this from Romo. And here's what I thought it was he didn't have to do all the things that he had to do before. He was like,
Murray.
Hey man, just DeMarco Murray's a train.
1,800 plus yards.
Yeah, just hand it off to him. He's going to get you exactly what you need, maybe a yard more. He's going to get you right about that every single time. Just trust that offensive line in front of you, and when it's time for you to make a play, then we can ask you to do it. And he usually could step up in those moments because he felt like he could. It just felt like most of his career, he was trying to prove that he belonged in the NFL on every single throw. And I was like, dude, you don't have to do that. You don't have to be the Brett Favre type all the time. At some point, you got to rely on your teammates. But I thought that team just had a zombie-like, they're going to come back.
Real quick, do you feel like the 2014 team was a better run offense than the 2016 team?
I think I'll put them very similar. I think maybe Zeke was far more explosive than DeMarco Murray. You were going to get bigger plays out of that offense than in 2016. The thing about it was that team was full of veterans that helped guide Dak through the process, and Dak said, I will trust this team. He did what Tony Romo did in 14.
Yeah. Two interceptions that year?
Something
like
stupid.
27-2 or 27-4, something like that
was
for
dumb.
the year, right? He just made sure I'm not going to give the other team a short field.
Best rookie season you've ever seen out of a quarterback. I do believe maybe I'll have to go back and revisit since then. But to add to that, Mike, when he got into the playoff game, he started slow. And that you were behind very early in that game, and you were having to come back. Now, granted, they did come back. They did have a better second half.
Tied it up with seconds to go.
But I think that was another spell of, this is a rookie quarterback, and we talk about this every year, don't we? Have this. Hey, can Mac Jones do it? Hey, can this guy? And you're like, hey, he's a rookie. They've never done it before.
I was doing the post-game show back then. That was my 1 year to do the post-game show. And I will say this. I don't remember every play. I don't remember Dak being the issue, being down 21-0. I don't think Dak did anything wrong to start. Maybe I'm.
It's 27-4, by the way, I believe, or 23-4 for Dak Prescott.
Okay, thank you. And then I do remember later in the game, they threw a screen pass that I think Green Bay knew exactly before the ball was being snapped what they were going to do, and it got jumped for a pick. But I don't feel like, maybe I'm wrong.
It was just flat.
I don't feel like that was early in the game.
Okay.
I think that they had 3 and out.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I think there might have been some sort of fumble by somebody, but it wasn't Dak that caused it to get out of hand. And obviously there was the crazy deal. I give Mike Holmgren a lot of credit before the game of saying somehow the Cowboys do illegal substituting on the sideline.
Yeah.
And Bryce Butler, there's a big play to like Terrence Williams or something like that. I'm not exactly sure, but they had to call it back because there was some sort of illegal substitution.
Too many men in the huddle for an illegal substitution.
He came off the sideline. It was just a weird deal that I give McCarthy credit for pointing it out before the game that he could get a fake penalty situation.
They opened the game. I remember that. Open the games and kick a field goal and then go punt, touchdown, field goal, and that was before. And then they had an interception and a touchdown. They just started a little slow. They started a little flat, and it just didn't work out. Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers.
But I just don't want to make sure. I always want to make sure, even his rookie year, as much as I just think Dak is good, and I think he's kind of Phil Simms-like in this era of football, and you can win with Phil Simms. It's been proven before that. I don't want to put that 21-3. I forgot of the field goal. I don't want to put that on Dak.
The 14 team I thought had a good defense. I thought it was. Rolando McClain. Carter was telling me this year's reminded me. Rolando McClain was really good.
Right, his 1 year that he was good. and it was because Sean Lee got hurt by rookie Zach Martin. It wasn't Zach Martin's fault, but remember that major injury that happened in whatever it's called, mini camp?
Yeah, with the Zach Martin moment. From the 214, I disagree. I've never seen the Cowboys defense as good as the last 21 and 22 Dallas Cowboys. The secondary's always been horrible. I'm 34 and don't remember the teams before I was in the second grade. So,
Right.
I agree. Over the last 20 years, over the last 30 years, this Dallas Cowboys defense, the last two, is growing into its best.
Now, they've had tough paths. That's the issue with the last two teams.
Really good teams that they had to face.
Now, that being said, one of the reasons that I think the Cowboys can make the Super Bowl this year, they've never, since the dynasty of 92 through 95, they've never made the playoffs 3 years in a row. So sometimes Choppy's a big person on luck. Hey, it's just lucky. You make the Super Bowl primarily based off of luck. And I know I'm exaggerating Choppy's point, but I've always said, look, luck doesn't have to do with it. These teams that end up making the Super Bowl, and you say, well, they were lucky. Well, they made it 3 years in a row, or they've made it 4 out of 5 years. They've made the playoffs 80% of the time in the last 5 years. You want to get luckier, and I don't like that term, but let's just use that term luck. You want to get luckier in the playoffs. Keep making the playoffs. Eventually, that penalty, that interception, that whatever, that fumble recovery that goes your way, it'll eventually happen if you keep making the playoffs. But when you make the playoffs on average, the Cowboys, it felt like make the playoffs once every 3 years. It's harder to get lucky or for the ball to bounce your way when you're inconsistent making the playoffs. The Cowboys have made the playoffs 2 years in a row. If they can make the playoffs this year, and I would say this, don't have to go on the road in the divisional round and then the championship round. That makes it way too tough, I think, to make the Super Bowl. It happens, but it's very tough to do it that way on going on the road 2 weeks in a row to make it to the Super Bowl. If they can have a 12-5 or 13-4 record, hopefully win the division because that puts you in a much better position, and you make it 3 years in a row, sometimes that ball will bounce your way. Sometimes that big play will happen in the key moment. Sometimes that ref will throw the penalty when you got lucky, and you're like, wow, I can't believe he threw the penalty for us in that situation. The more opportunities you give yourself, the luckier you get.
Yeah, it doesn't all boil down to luck. There is some luck involved, but that takes away from all the work that you put in to get to that luck. And Mike, I think you can say this for sure. Would Moose Johnston have been able to recover that onside kick if they were not in the playoffs? The answer is no. All right, they had to be the playoffs for him to have that lucky moment for all that to happen. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to hit the expressway. And based on Cam Whitmore's situation, we asked the question, do you want to have an iffy injury or an iffy attitude? Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The studio gets a little busy around this time as a lot of, hey, we got G-Bag Nation popping on here at 2 o'clock. We'll have them for Crosstalk coming up at 1:40. Looking forward to that. Chiafalo in here. It sounds like this Broadus thing is going to be an absolute blast. Looking forward to it.
First off, Mike's mad that I have friends.
Mike, why are you mad that he has friends?
He told me to shut up.
We're on the air.
Derek, it is important that whenever we go on air and these little red lights come on, that we focus. All right.
Correct.
So that's what Mike's just trying to get you, because Kevin will call him and yell at him after the show, and he's like, I don't want Corey to have to do that.
It's
to
like they don't know that my Cowboys are on TV right now on NFL Network. Those 92 Cowboys from East Carolina, Robert Williams making a play, James Washington making a play, Tony Tolbert, who I mentioned earlier in the show, making plays. They don't know about my Dallas Cowboys.
That is our Dallas Cowboys group, and we want that group to rise back with this group.
Honestly,
now.
I wonder this, 80% of our listeners, maybe 70, don't know anything about those Cowboys because they weren't alive for those Cowboys. It's kind of like, I don't know. Yes, I do
think
know
our listening audience is too young to remember that team.
Yeah.
The whole, 80%.
You don't know that team?
Yes, I do. That's where
Zach and Eric don't know that team at all.
I agree.
Right? I don't know that. Zach
loves him at Smith, so I think that was kind of his introduction.
I don't think he. I don't know. I was alive for Tony Dorsett. I don't really know Tony Dorsett.
Okay,
I don't really know
that.
Roger Staubach. I don't really know Randy Whitehead, Too Tall Jones, Harvey Martin. I don't really know those guys. Yeah, I was kind of alive.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was alive, I was just not.
It's kind of like how I remember the Nolan Ryan era. I remember it because it was big, but I was 5.
I lived through every game of those guys. It was so fun.
That's cool, Mike. Can I give you guys a fun fact?
Absolutely,
All right.
man.
Jared Sandler is listening, and he just wrote in, Durant's home run last night tied the franchise record for most pitches seen in an at-bat, ending in a home run. Do you know who the last one to do it was? One other
Adrian Beltre.
Adrian Beltre.
Quit! You're cheating. What is
that?
This?
That was gonna be my guess anyway.
Yeah,
it was.
I was gonna guess 2011.
I was gonna say Elvis, but then it wouldn't be a home run. It would be an opposite field line drive.
Was it against the Angels?
Shut up, Mike.
So it was. I think it was. I'm betting it was Adrian Beltre in 11 against the Angels. Was it? Am I right here?
He just said that.
Nice.
Is there a possibility? I'm just throwing it out here. Okay?
I can't wait. Yeah.
Is there a possibility that there's been 19 at-bats in Rangers history where a guy has seen 10 plus pitches and it ends in a home run?
I think you're about right. Yeah.
Okay.
And you know what?
That's an amazing guess.
It's no one has hit a home run in a bat lasting longer than 12 pitches since. Do you know who that is too? Without looking, now that you've already cheated, do you know who it was? It was in the text.
No, I didn't look at that.
Anthony Rizzo, 2021, 14 pitches.
All right. What are we supposed to talk about?
All right, guys,
Nothing,
let's get into
wanted
this
to
because this
interrupt
has to do with Cam Whitmore. And so I wanted to, as a guys who played with multiple different types of teammates, Cam Whitmore tumbled roughly a dozen picks below his projected range on draft night, Mike. And that was one of those guys that we were kind of interested in. I would have loved to have added him to this team. The ex-Villanova star was the talk of Thursday's NBA draft, but he was a former 5-star recruit. He also got the report that there was a little less concern about his health and more concern about his attitude towards basketball. Like, that's where this conversation is that the medicals and the pre-draft were up there and people were kind of talking about that. but evidently there was more concern about his attitude towards the game. And that brings out the question, 877-881-1053. What would you rather have as a teammate? And if you're, let's go through this for all of them. As a teammate, if you're a manager or coach of a team, and then as a GM, iffy injury history or iffy attitude? Because I'm one of those people that injuries they drive you nuts because you never know when they're going to pop up. We're experiencing this with Jacob deGrom. The iffy injury history is there, and then we paid him all the money, and now we're dealing with it.
So you're saying which one would I rather have?
Yeah, as a teammate, which one would you rather
I don't
have?
want the iffy attitude. I want somebody who's all in. I'll take the risk of the injury because you can't predict that. And if you have, like, for instance, the Rangers, since we're talking about deGrom, have the staff that they do that can help keep guys on the field longer, and you got your strength coaches that help to maintain the strength to keep you on the field, I'd rather take the risk of going iffy injury, because if somebody's iffy with their attitude, you're not in. Like, I don't feel like you're checked into this. Like, you don't really care whether you win or lose. Like, you're just not competing. You don't have that competitive edge. The guy, like, for instance, deGrom, yes, he has the injury, but that guy is competitive. That guy wants to be out there. He's very dedicated to his craft. He wants to be a part of that. I'd rather have that guy because I know he's trying. He blew out, but he's trying. He gave everything he had, and it just happened to be his arm.
So I think it matters where you're at in your career. I think it's a great question, but it's not a black or white question in where you're at. I think for Cam Whitmore, and I'm wondering this because I don't know his attitude history. 26 games played at Villanova, 19 assists. He is what you call kind of in basketball a black hole when you pass him the ball. Like, you know that the ball's not going back anywhere. It's going towards the basket at that point, right? In a way, Tim Hardaway Jr. is like that. You know, now he probably feels like Tim Hardaway Jr. probably feels like that's my job. The reason I get paid $18 million is to put the ball in the basket. And so when he gets the ball, his ultimate goal is to try to put the ball in the basket. It's not to try to set anybody else up. It's not to do anything else. He's like, I am shooting the basketball once I get it. And for Cam Whitmore, I don't know his attitude situation, right? Because it's very
This
general.
is from the Houston Rockets. They're the ones that are saying that they had
what's his
questions about
attitude
motivation, level of care, and attitude.
And they were the ones who ultimately took him at 20.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. But that was kind of where they were. Is that was the concern, was level of care, motivation, and attitude.
Because sometimes when a guy has the ball that much and he has no assist, then you go, does he care about winning or is he just caring about scoring a basket? And hey, look at me. I got my 20 points, right? I mean, there's plenty of people that are Hall of Famers that was their attitude.
Yeah.
Like, I got mine.
Yeah, I've been around that too.
It's got to be frustrating as a teammate, right? Or even as a manager or coach.
That's the only thing. Like, as a teammate too, I don't want to hear you talk about your stats after we just got beat. Like, oh, is this going to affect my ERA or what? Like, that's going to really chap my behind. I don't know how this. I
say the same thing when we played Warzone.
I like the
if
emphasis.
somebody had 10 kills and we still lost,
When I have a 19-year-old in Cam Whitmore and he has possibly attitude issues, I believe I can change that more than changing his degenerative knee.
Okay. Do you think you can change it, or you don't think the players around him will change that?
My whole organization.
Okay.
If I'm worried about the Houston Rockets, they don't have a veteran guy on that team, right? They're building around right now 19 to 22-year-olds. They're in a rebuilding part. Now, there's a report out that they're about to offer Fred VanVleet, because they need veteran help, a 2-year, $80 million contract.
And supposedly that's not all. Like, it seems like they want to add a few veteran pieces.
Right, because
for free agency.
These young guys need some examples. It's when you go into rebuilding to not have any veteran guys, then you have no examples on how am I supposed to come to the Parker? How am I supposed to come to the court? How am I supposed to get my work done at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 p.m.? You guys yesterday just had on David Clyde. David Clyde had bad examples on his team. Nobody cared to really help him out, so he went out and drank a lot at 18 years old. Or, after the game was over, he went out and partied because that's what his 25 to 30-year-old teammates were doing. They weren't trying to help him out in that situation. So when it comes to Cam Whitmore specifically, or a 19 to 20-year-old guy, if I feel like I have the right organization, the right veteran players, the right coaches, I believe I can possibly change his attitude. Can I change his knee that looks like has the possibility of having to wear a knee brace at 24 years old? I don't know. So now at 27, 28 years old, I get a guy, example, hopefully a bad example. I'm going to say this. Hopefully a bad example. Can I change Kyrie Irving's attitude?
Okay.
That becomes a little bit more difficult at 30, 31 years old.
I want to add this because this to me feels like a good example of when Beltre got here to Texas, when we traded for him. He got here and he was, I'm not saying he was that guy, like he was a bitter Bob or anything like that, because he wasn't. It was just, I think Elvis got him more energetic and outgoing, and just as you could see how they act on the field, it was awesome. He was not like that, I feel like. Now I could be wrong.
Anywhere else,
and I felt like we got the best out of him, and we got the most out of him by opening him up that way. And I feel like maybe that's something that Kyrie could have here, is he could get that from Luka or the other guys. He sees how they, interact. I get it is upsetting to watch sometimes the pregame stuff where they're just throwing balls up into the air and all that, but it could loosen him up to like, okay, let's have a little bit more fun and, put that into my system too.
Mike, whenever you were talking about, what Houston's going through, Wembanyama might go through this too. Where it's a young team around him.
Right.
And I think I sent you a piece or a clip a while back about Tim Duncan talking about early in his career and how when he got there, they were 20 years old. They were ready to go party on a Friday night and they lost and they were walking out and they see David Robinson working out after a loss. And they're like, holy crap, do we need to be doing that? And that's when their whole mindset changed, because they did have
he got drafted. He is lucky he got drafted by a championship team.
Yeah.
Because they were a good team that tanked, and he had Sean Elliott and he had David Robinson. He had a lot of young guys. To your point, Victor Wembanyama, I saw the picture and I was like, if these guys take it seriously, David Robinson does, I think, live in San Antonio, so he will be there if needed. How much will Tim Duncan be around? I don't know. Sean Elliott is their guy that travels with the team that calls the game on television.
But that was a benefit to Duncan, was he had somebody there that was the example. And now he was going to be great. He had the great talent, but the work ethic comes along with it. Ben Simmons, I think, is a perfect example of it's a little weird because he might be an example of both here. But going into the NBA draft, whenever he was coming out of LSU, everybody was like, he's got all the talent in the world, but he doesn't like basketball.
Right.
And that's the question of it becomes very difficult as a manager to motivate a guy constantly. You hear a lot of coaches say they would rather have dudes that you never have to motivate them because they're going to do their work on their own. They're going to go be great. Mike is an example of that, right? He's the guy that he's going to do all that extra work on his own. He's doing his own homework. But then you have a dude that you're just like, man, I got to go pull this guy out of bed every single day. It's a drag. We talk about Josh Hamilton a lot in that dude had every ounce of physical talent in the world. And maybe if there were some differences the way he approached his day-to-day life, he would have been the greatest baseball player we ever saw.
I think he would have been a Shohei Ohtani type of vibe.
So this is a very tough. This is when Kevin and I were kind of throwing this around yesterday, and it became a very difficult situation to kind of. I would prefer. I hate to have a guy that doesn't show up. I've had a guy, here in this building where when we turned around, he wasn't sitting where he was supposed to. He wasn't even in the building.
Wow, Mike.
Well, that's a different situation.
Was it me?
No, it wasn't you, Reggie. Okay. Actually,
I was deal with greatness.
I'm only here once a week, so I guess that could be me.
And so around. Every time I looked over, I was like, man, is that guy going to be there today? And I could, if he was sick, I could deal with that. But injuries, those are the things that you're like, man, there's no way to predict. Mike's right. You can't predict that. You can't predict an injury at all. And so you never know when it's going to pop up on you. Maybe you can live with it just enough because you get the talent, the commitment, the work ethic that goes along with it. And that speaks to Michael Young's greatness. Why people around here appreciate Michael Young so much. The dude was in for the grind.
Yes.
He was in for 162 and he knew how to handle it, but he was like, I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to be there. I may not be the most talented. And fortunately, he had a pretty good injury history. He wasn't injured that often throughout his career.
It helps when you have that kind of leadership to show you the way. And that's why, to me, I get it. People are going to give you crap. If you go out, after a loss or whatever, it's like, oh, you shouldn't be out doing that. You could still go do that. You got your own life to live, but the way that you should do it or carry yourself, like I got great examples from Michael Young, Kinsler, all those guys. This is how if you're going to do that stuff, just be a little under the radar. Don't try to cause a scene or any of that kind of stuff. I was very lucky with the group that I had to show me the right way.
Yeah, that's so basically, Mike, Derek is saying that he's the Tim Duncan going into the David Robinson group right there. Your thoughts on that?
Sure.
Deal with it.
All right, now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Did you just compare one of the 10 greatest basketball players in the world to Derek Holland?
Yeah. That's how cool I am.
All right.
Cooler than the other side of the pillow.
That being said, you're 10 times better than I was. So.
Yep. Did you bunt in the World Series?
Nope.
If you'd have had a chance to bunt in the World Series, would you have laid down the perfect bunt?
I would have got the guy over to second.
No, he wouldn't. We'll go have a bunt off right now.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we will. We will. We'll have a bunt off right now, and let's see how Tommy John does.
I don't need this. I only need one side.
What?
That's yeah.
You're gonna lay down a bunt with
Were
one
you a
arm?
left-handed bunter? Left-handed batter?
I could do it on. I was. Yeah.
You were both
I did
sides.
both sides.
Of the plate,
I was trying to be careful because I knew what was going to happen if I said anything. Everything's ridiculous.
You played both sides, huh?
And he thinks that he can lay down a bunt right now.
I could easily lay down a bunt on the right side, one-handed. I would beat him.
All right.
Maybe. I want to see it.
Bochy showed us. That's the reason why. Bochy showed us we would do it with one hand. You should be able to bunt.
Yeah, so did Tim Foley show me that too. I played for the Nationals.
And we did it. You didn't get any
I played
bats.
for the Mets.
How many bats did you get?
50.
How'd you do?
5 for 50.
No chance.
All right.
We'll bunt off whenever you want.
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait for the bunt off.
All right.
For
Derek's
shaved
gonna call him at
eyebrows.
like 2 a.m.
Mike
Lose
likes
us to
it.
shave his eyebrows.
Mike likes it. All right.
He really likes it.
Speaking to the Dallas Morning News Player of the Year when I was in high school. Let's talk about youth baseball here.
All right. Sounds good.
Obviously, yesterday I had to miss the show. I wasn't planning on missing the show, but my son, he won on Monday a game and lost. And after that, their bracket got put out and they were playing at noon yesterday. And by 9 p.m., I couldn't find another parent that was going to be able to take some of the kids that are in our area to the game. So I was like, well, I have to take off. I'd like for my son to play in these baseball games. And if they would have won at noon, which they didn't, so they were eliminated from the double elimination tournament / World Series, they would have played at 4 o'clock. And if they'd won at 4 o'clock, they would have played at 6 o'clock. And if they would have won at 6 o'clock, they would have played at 10 o'clock today. And if they would have won at 10 o'clock, they would have played at 2 o'clock. If they would have played at 2 o'clock, they would have played at 6 o'clock for the championship. So they would have played 6 games in 2 days.
Oh, man.
Plus,
is that good for?
I heard Chop explain this a little this morning. I was like, man, that's a beating right there.
That's
so
way too much.
For youth baseball, and I know they won't change this, it goes to renting fields and trying to get in as many games as possible to make as much money. Like, the youth baseball is not for the benefit of the child. It's to make money. It's to make money off of tournaments. It's to make money off of the parents. And it's really frustrating, and I know it's never going to change. But when I was looking at this, there was a possibility if I would have just looked at yesterday. If yesterday they would have won 2 out of 3 games, they would have won the noon game and 4 o'clock game, and let's say lost the 6 o'clock game. So their tournament would have been over. That would have been their second loss in the double elimination tournament. They played 2 games on Friday, 2 games on Saturday. They had off on Sunday. Then they played 2 games on Monday. They ended up only playing 1 game on Tuesday, but could have played 3. That's 9 games in a 5-day stretch. And we're pitching kids that, I'll be honest, shouldn't have been pitching, because you would have never done what we done to Spores or to Will Smith or to Grant Anderson. You would have never done that to these adults playing in the major leagues. Now, I get it. It's not like a World Series tournament. You're playing 162. This is like end of the season. Season ended for my son Cal yesterday as they lost. But I was looking at it. If you're going to do these tournaments, why wouldn't you go 1 game on Monday, 1 game on Tuesday, 1 game on Wednesday, 1 game on Thursday? If we're going to really turn this into like we need to play every day or get in 9 games, if you were to play 1 game every day, Monday through Friday, and then play 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday, That gives me 9 games in 7 days. That's still too much, but at least I pushed it out where I can work a little bit more as a coach and not throw a kid, hey, I'm going to throw him 40 pitches on Monday. Then I'm going to throw him 20 pitches on Tuesday. Then I'm going to give him a day off on Wednesday and throw him 80 pitches on Tuesday. That is horrible for the arm. That is just, and I get it from a coaching standpoint. There's not much I can do. I don't have most teams.
Don't have a full team of pitchers.
Everybody doesn't pitch. Half the guys pitch.
Yeah.
And probably out of the half the guys that pitch, only 4 of them are maybe pretty good at it. The other 2 that I'm using on a 12-man team are like just in case guys. But now I'm having to really pitch them in these World Series things because we're just racking up game after game after game. Once you get to be over 14 years old and you get to be 15 or 16, you start carrying 20 guys on a select team because you'll have 5 guys that are pitcher onlys, which I don't like that either because now – I just don't.
You're limiting kids at a young age.
Derek, I'd love to know this. I was miserable my first 2 years in professional baseball because I was a pitcher only. I hated playing only every 5th day. It was just miserable to me that you were only playing every 5th day when I felt like I was a baseball player, and now I had to turn into an every 5th day pitcher.
I was okay with it just because when I was in college, I played outfield a little bit, and then it was immediately shut down, became just pitcher only. So I was used to it. So it didn't bother me. But speaking of the kids, though, like I want to make this clear, too, is have you ever seen a pro game, three pro games in one day?
Nope.
Okay, so kids should definitely be doing that. That sounds right. And then on top of it, like, you're burning these kids out. You want them to want to play sports and stuff or play baseball. You can't do that. You cannot play 6 games in, what'd you say, 2 days?
Yeah.
Like, you can't do that. We need to be more responsible with these kids. Like, we're killing the game of baseball. Like, I get it. We're trying to promote the game of baseball. That's not doing it. Playing 6 games, and then you got guys that never pitch or even probably want to pitch. You got to make them pitch. It's just not a good thing to do for kids at all, I think.
Can I ask a question about this?
Sure.
'Cause my kid plays, 3 times a week. Right. And he's an outfielder. We have 3 pitchers. We're okay. But what's the goal for having your kids play this frequently? Are you trying to get them seen? Or are you just trying to get them reps? I'm trying to figure out
money.
It's money from the tournaments, right?
Mm-hmm.
So think about this. I've done this before. I've said this on the air. Now, there was not a gate fee at this. We all had to pay like a gate fee before the tournament so they wouldn't have to take money. But if me and my wife want to go see our kids play baseball, it's $20 a day to watch them play baseball because there's a gate fee at all these tournaments. Now, if you take 12 kids on a team, there's going to be more people that go. Grandparents are going to go. Brothers and sisters are going to go. But if you just say 25 people are going to watch your team play on a Saturday, that is times 10. That's easy, right? $250. Well, you're going to do that again on Sunday. Mm-hmm. So that's $500 per team. And I'm being really generously low on that. That's just gate fee. The teams already had to pay $500 to play in the tournament. So if there's 10 teams playing at a certain age group in a tournament, which is a little bit of a low number, but just trying to do easy math here, that's $5,000 for the tournament to happen for, let's just say, 10-year-olds. Okay, so I've already collected $5,000. Now there's going to be a gate fee for those 10 teams. Those 10 teams are now each going to pay, this is a low number, but $500 each. Now I've collected another $5,000. That's $10,000 for just 10-year-old teams to play. In these tournaments, you have 7U, 8U, 9U, 10U, 11U, 12U, 13U. Usually there's 7 different age groups playing in a tournament. So now take that
70 grand?
$70,000 in a weekend for these tournaments. So for a Perfect Game or for whatever it is for the other ones that are around, Perfect Game's taking over, and hey, good for them. They're taking over. But just think about that. These tournaments on a weekend that are happening around our Metroplex, they're making $70K a week. And now they do have to pay umpires. Umpires get paid, which is a pretty good paying job if you look at it on a per hour basis. It's about $50 an hour.
Yeah.
So if you umpire 4 games, you're looking at, $300 approximately that you're going to get to umpire 3 games. So they do have to pay umpires. You do have to pay the field to rent, which isn't that big of a cost. But when you just start looking at this, guys, Like, this is why it's not beneficial to the kids at all. This is when you are part of this scheme, I will say, or part of this program, you're raking in $50K to $100K a weekend for this. And who cares about the kids? Honestly, 99% of them are never going to even play college baseball.
So in this, it gets like the parents get competitive with it too, and so they're, hey, we got to get you there. We got to make sure you're there for all these things. And
I'll be honest, I've already said
be left
this.
behind.
In the next 4 to 5 years, I'm going to pay for my kids to play select baseball. I am going to pay approximately $50,000 total. For 2 kids to play baseball for kind of 7th grade through 12th grade, approximately, it's going to cost me $50,000 for them to play baseball.
Each?
Yeah. No, total. Okay. About $25K a kid to play through about high school, because you're going to travel if they're good enough to be on a travel team / select team. You're going to have to pay for travel. You're going to have to pay $400 per bat. They're probably going to need 2 to 3 bats for their kind of high school career.
Probably get that every year.
Right. Every year. You're going to need a couple gloves. If they're playing infield and outfield, that's 2 different gloves. You can't use the same glove at those positions. You might even need a pitcher's glove, right? Because that can be a little bit different. You might play first base. You might play catcher. That becomes a whole nother expense in that situation. So, yeah, I'm going to be honest here. I have aspirations of my kids playing college baseball. Mm-hmm. I would not pay $30,000 if I don't believe that they can play college baseball. So now, does it mean that they're going to go to UT or they're going to go to Vanderbilt or something? No, probably not. But if they end up going to
Blinn or Navarro.
Yeah, right. And those are junior colleges, and you'd hope from there you'd play a year or 2 there, and then your next year or 2, a lot of my teammates, right, went and played at UT or A&M from Navarro or Blinn or whatever. But you start looking at it, you're like, oh, the parents are so competitive. Hell yeah, I better be competitive. I am kicking in $25,000 for my kids to play 9th grade through 12th grade select baseball. Yeah, I'm going to be competitive about that. That's a lot of money to be putting in. They better be good at it. If they're not good, nothing against it. Go play at PSA. That doesn't cost much money. It's not super competitive, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Right?
So sometime.
I just look at it and go, man, this whole... I had to take a day off of work. The other thing, too, I used a vacation day. I get 15 vacation days a year, and one of my vacation days yesterday was used for me to drive out to Frisco to watch my son play. I don't know. He didn't play very well, so it's like one of those things where you're just like
you're gonna let me down. I just wasted a vacation day for my child.
Do you tell him that in the car?
Yeah, I feel like you would.
I didn't say anything in the car. I feel like I'm somewhat of an honest person. I'm not going to say great job. I don't think that's good to tell a kid great job. You can say, hey, you gave good effort, good job. Like after you got done pitching, you only got 1 out yesterday and gave up 6 runs. I went over to the dugout and I didn't tell him anything about the game. I just said, hey, here's a Gatorade, because it's a zillion degrees outside at noon yesterday. And I gave him a cold towel. He didn't want it because he was, disappointed he didn't do good. I said, no, I don't care if you don't want it, Cal. Put a cold towel on your neck here for just 30 seconds to kind of cool down, because you were just out in the heat for a while and to cool you down or whatever, and didn't talk about the game on the way home. I didn't feel like talking about it because then I was going to critique the game. And when you get 1 out and give up that many runs, there's not like a lot of positives to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, my dad would definitely let me know, like, that one sucked. Yeah. But he wasn't like, the thing is, I know people, you probably can't do that now because they get so butthurt about everything.
You feel like dad loved you though?
Oh yeah. He'd always make sure, hey, I'm still proud of you. You worked your butt off out there, but that was just a bad, we're on the air.
Mike. All right. Keep going.
But he would always let me know. Like he was very determined to push us in the right direction, and he didn't want to see us fail, so he was just trying to encourage, like, hey, you did do this, let's work on that next time. But he you let me have it. But the other thing I was going to say too, 6 games in this heat too, that's the other thing that's like that people don't realize.
Choppy's kid played at 10 a.m., 4 p.m., and 6 p.m. yesterday. Then they played this morning.
Any back-to-backs?
Well, yesterday Choppy's kid did. He played at 4 o'clock, then 6 o'clock.
See that?
So he played 10 a.m., he got a little bit of a break, and then went out there at the hottest part of the day, played 4 p.m., 6 p.m., and he pitched and caught all of those games.
Yeah, see, we got to fix
and
that.
I don't know what to do, because it's a broken system when you look at it. Now, it gets a little bit better just because my dad has worked for the Arlington A's, which is a pretty big organization. He coaches college baseball now in the summertime.
Love that.
But they try to, as they get a little bit older, get a little bit better at that. But also teams then start going, hey, we do need 8 pitchers on this team. And then you're like, you're not going to play. I can't play 18 guys, and so you're just like these 10 guys, or maybe these 12 guys, 4 of them are pitcher/players.
Mm-hmm.
These 7 or 8 guys are just position players. And these 4 or 5 guys are just pitchers. Sometimes the pitchers, I don't even need you showing up tomorrow. You pitch 6 innings. If you don't want to show up tomorrow and you want to do whatever, because you're never going to play, and I'm not going to pitch you tomorrow. So it's a weird place when you go through it, because when I went through it in the 90s, it's a totally different aspect of it. You went through it later in life. You went through it in like 2005-ish high school. What year did you graduate?
Yeah, 05.
05, yeah. So you went through it a little bit later than me, but I know I'm out of time here. Was it like that at all for you? Like, were you guys playing that many games?
No, my summer was, for the most part, pretty wide open. But the thing is, my dad had me playing every sport. That's why I always try to encourage all the kids is play as many sports as you can. Don't just stick to one and play it all year. Because at the same thing, remember, as a professional baseball player, I've never played all year round.
I'm afraid I'm going to upset my coaches, though, as we're not playing fall ball. My kid going into 9th grade is going to play basketball.
Are you worried about upsetting them, or are you worried?
No, they think
shouldn't
are
care.
Like, hey, but we're going to have this team, and it's kind of the tryout time to see who's going to be spring. I'm like, I don't care.
They should understand what's more important: your kid playing other sports and living his life, rather than just sticking to one.
Yeah. And we had a texter that texted in and said, "We don't care about your life. Nobody cares about you sports." And then he texted back and he was like, "You know what? I take that back. Mike, your information on this is eye-opening." So I thought that was great content, Mike. Good job, man.
I got to become a better pitching coach too.
Yeah, because I'm sending my kid your way soon. So I need him to be able to throw that good changeup.
Well,
coming up next.
Good luck.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, is this all-star voting a little too close for comfort right now on the KNC Masterpiece? Next on the Fan.
Mavs top pick Derek Lively comes to town and fires us up on the Fan.
No matter if it's the weight room, the gym.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, getting ready to turn things over to the G-Bag Nation. We'll have a crosstalk with them at 1:40. Already a lot of trash talk from Broadus about what's going to happen today with the cornhole. He has to sit underneath the cornhole board.
His cornhole?
Sure.
Okay.
He has to sit underneath the cornhole board. What's that, Rich?
What are you doing right now?
I was watching my stream.
You know what I meant.
On the Twitch, you can check us out, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, and you can also check us out on YouTube as well, and you can check us out on the Odyssey app. Now, Mike, the All-Star voting, it's been rolling over every day at like 12:30, 11:30 in the morning.
I haven't voted today, but I have voted. I'm going to tell you, I voted 3 times so far.
All right, that's awesome.
I did use the cheat code that I have 2 emails.
Nice.
So you can use another email on another computer and get to vote more than once.
And you couldn't use it on the same computer?
I don't think so. I think for some reason, maybe
use a different computer. Huh?
As far as I could tell, I had to use a different computer. On my own computer, it's like you've already voted.
Somebody texted in yesterday, and we are not encouraging you to do this because we can't. We're not allowed to do. I don't think we're allowed to do that. But you can add a plus sign at the end of your email address if it's a Gmail account, and it'll still send. It'll add it like it's a new one, but it'll still send it to your regular Gmail account. I don't know if this is true or not. We're not allowed. I don't think we're allowed to encourage you.
Can
Wink. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, you guys should go do it.
Yeah. All right. So and I have voted every single day as well, and I think you should, man. This is awesome. And Mike, I don't know if you heard us yesterday. We found out that the Rays and the Rangers have an alliance that we're going to make sure that Toronto doesn't get in here. This is awesome.
I heard that on G-Bag Nation, and they're like, we're probably doing 95% of the work because of the fan base in Tampa isn't very big.
Yeah.
But then we're trying to beat Canada, but then I feel like Tampa is Canada when it's wartime. It's like Canada's with us, but then they don't really do anything to help out us. It's like, yeah, we're for United States. Can you guys send over 95% of the troops and do all the work?
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, Canada, thanks for being on our side. Thanks for the 5% you sent.
All right, so at the moment, Diaz is up on Vlad Jr. 53% to 47%. Do you think that's justifiable for Tampa Bay to have Yanni Diaz as their representative at the moment? Mike, Rosarina is the only other option for Tampa, and they're the best team in baseball right now.
I will say this, when I'm voting, because there's no Ranger in that position, I have been voting Vlad Jr. just because I would rather see him in the All-Star game. Now, I know I'm not helping out our allegiance right here, Alliance.
Yep.
With Tampa.
Alliance. Are you okay over there, Derek?
Yeah, it was
because I'm voting against one of their guys, but Vlad is such a big name that I'd like to see him starting. But I totally get that the Tampa guy has better stats.
All right, at second base, Marcus Semien is just destroying Whit Merrifield.
As he should.
65%.
I feel like he's going to get Whit's playing for Toronto, so it's tough to say that, but Semien played in Toronto and they loved him up there too. So I feel like he's
probably getting
a little more love.
There's no way Whit Merrifield, he's a platoon player for Toronto. He doesn't even play every day for Toronto.
Yeah.
How he's I get Jose Altuve's hurt, and it doesn't matter. Even if Jose Altuve was batting 700 with 48 home runs right now, he wouldn't play in the All-Star game anyways because he's too sensitive that he'd get booed. Have you ever noticed since COVID, when that came out, he has denied the All-Star game every year? Whether he wins the vote or he has never, him and Carlos Correa, even when they win the vote, will not play in the All-Star game. They always fake an injury on the last day of the regular season so they do not have to go to the All-Star game because they do not want to get booed at the All-Star game.
If you're gonna cheat, have the cojones to show up to the booze.
Go. Yeah. Like you got to take the booze.
Yeah.
Altuve and Correa, even when they've made the All-Star. Yeah, so 21 and 22, they've intentionally sat out of the All-Star game.
All right, let's move past them. I don't care about them.
But there's nobody at second base. Like Semien, I get it. He's way better, but Whit Merrifield's our second best second baseman in the American League. What's going on here?
Well, it's voted on. That's the thing. It's not. It doesn't matter how good you are. They just pick the guy that they like.
Right.
Yeah, and I do wonder as players how you guys handled that part of what and the voting.
Okay, look at the
different.
We have a perfect example. Jonah Heim.
Okay, I'm going to get to him in just a minute. I'll get to him in just a second.
There's your big one.
Josh Young's in at 58%, to Matt Chapman's 42.
And this is updated today?
It's updated at 11:30 this morning.
Awesome.
And
so they're holding their leads at steady pace.
And it closes tomorrow at noon.
So get the votes in.
And so that'll be 11 a.m. here. So it closes tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's when voting closes tomorrow. So feeling pretty comfortable about Josh Young holding that lead right now over Chapman?
I don't know. I mean, Chapman's Derek's guy. He's been voting for Chapman left and right.
Why are you voting for Chapman?
I didn't.
Okay. All right.
No,
he's just upset because I picked him.
Okay,
and all of a sudden now he's having a good year and he feels bad, so he wants to throw me under the bus.
This is going to be awesome if this holds. 3 out of the 4 starting infielders are our guys.
Mike, Corey Seager is at 60% to Bo Bichette's 40%.
This is going to be the one where Toronto feels really cheated on that they reset the market, because early on in phase 1, Bo Bichette deserved all the votes. When you started All-Star voting, Seager was hurt. He had barely played in the season because of his injury. So when All-Star voted opening up, you couldn't really go, I'm going to vote for Seager. Why? Because his 15 to 18 games or whatever before he got hurt, I'm voting for Bo Bichette. Look at these numbers. Look what he's doing. Now, Seager has been amazing since coming back, the best shortstop in all of baseball. Yeah. And so now Seager's going to win this, I think, where I think that Toronto, this is the one that Toronto has where I can see where they would be a little bit butthurt on because they had dominated that voting up to that point.
We have the, what'd you call it? Allegiance?
Yeah.
Alliance.
I know,
Allegiance Alliance.
With the Dodgers. I think we're getting a lot of votes from the Dodger fan base because they love Seager.
They do love Corey Seager still. Like, they understood. Hey,
and he didn't leave on bad terms.
Yeah,
the Dodgers were like, we're moving on.
Yeah. And so that's where he is. So that would be, if everything holds true there, that's 3 starters across the infield. Nate Lowe, what are you doing, buddy? No, I'm just
He's getting
joking.
better. He's doing better because he's on my fantasy team. And Nate Lowe's having a pretty good year, but not as good as last year, but he's starting to pick up his pace.
And obviously, Yanni Diaz was an option there. So the Rangers Allegiance Alliance ended up working out for Tampa in this one. So here's where it gets real tight. Adley Rutschman is at 48%, and Jonah Heim is at obviously 52% there. So it's starting to get very close there. I think it was a little bit higher. I think it was 54 yesterday or something.
So Heim time needs to get going.
So now it's like, all Rangers fans, you got to start voting for Heim. But this isn't a situation where they're keeping a Blue Jay out. This is a Baltimore Oriole. Yeah. So this is a little unique.
So Baltimore has one guy to vote for, and they're making sure to vote for their guy. I totally get it. Look, Adley Rutschman's having a very good year. And I heard Mike Peasley say this the other day, driving home and listening to the postgame, and he's wrong about this. They usually only take 2 catchers because he's like, well, they should all make it because Salvador Perez will probably make it. You have to have a Royals representative, and he's going to be the guy. But if you look at a lot of all-star games, they usually only take 2 all-stars. He's like, no way they take 2. I was listening to him. I was like, he was having an argument with himself. Like, they have to take more than 2, right? Because what if an injury? But there's a limited amount of all-stars you can have on the team. So they only take 2 catchers. So whoever wins this is going to be on the all-star team. And Salvador Perez is going to be the backup because you have to put a Royal on this thing. And I think they're going to lean towards him over, like, let's say, Aroldis Chapman or somebody. So that being said, this is a huge one for the Rangers and Jonah Heim because I'm afraid if he doesn't win this, that he's not going to make the All-Star team because they're going to take Salvador Perez as the backup catcher.
Man, that sucks because you can only get one of those 2, Adley or Heim.
Yeah, because
do you want me to throw some stats your way real quick?
If there's an injury, that changes things.
Right.
Stats just real quick here. Heim 282. Rutschman 269. Nice. Home runs.
That's good.
Heim 11. Rutschman 10. RBIs. This is where Jonah Heim shines. 55 to Rutschman's 34. And then at OPS, 809 to 796.
He's shined in every one of them.
Yeah, Heim has the lead.
He has to get that. He has the lead too right now, though, right? You said 52%?
Yeah, 52% to 48% for Jonah Heim at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously, looking at it, he's more deserving of it, but man, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And like Mike said, like that's the one Oriole that's like trying to squeeze in there. And so it's going to.
Well, that's their guy too. Is like that. Could that be a factor since, obviously the rule is you got to take one guy. Is that the only guy coming from Baltimore?
Baltimore has a few other guys.
Okay.
One of them, he's starting to tail off. Kyle Gibson was having a good year as a pitcher. But yeah.
Yeah, but you don't vote pitchers though.
No, I know, but you have to take one.
Right, but I'm just saying I'm trying to think of when they vote that in. Like, when does that actually become official? You know what I mean?
The reserves?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think because pitchers are part of the reserves. I believe that will be on Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll find out who made it. And then about 5 days later, I believe the reserves get named.
I hope
and that's when pitchers will get named.
He's doing so.
I did have a question from two pitchers.
Okay.
For whenever it comes to catchers, when you guys watch the game, do y'all watch catchers as well and like how they set up? And
I do. I mean,
what makes a good catcher for a pitcher? When you're up there on the mound, what makes him a quality catcher?
So the one thing that stands out to me is how he sets up and then where the umpire sets up. So if let's go for a right-handed batter, sets up on the outside corner, does the umpire stay on his inside shoulder? And if he does, then that gives me more of the away target because of he can't see it as well. So you get a little more calls when it comes to stuff like that. Same thing going inside. How does he set up? Also is how he does set up on the corners too, is as I would always tell my catchers, put your whatever on the corner of the plate.
Okay.
So that way now I have more of that target.
The center of your body.
Center. Yes, that would be, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I like what you're saying, just to add, because I agree with that. Just to add, there's a Jonah Heim the other day. I can't remember who was pitching, is a relief pitcher. And he was getting a little bit quick with his mechanics, and he was missing up. And he came after he caught the ball. He stood out in front of home plate because the clock doesn't really start until the pitcher gets the ball for the most part. And he kind of took his hands and was like, calm down, like slow down, right? He can't go out to the mound. That's a mound visit. But I think that's something big when the catcher is recognizing maybe when a pitcher is doing something that is causing an issue. And it's important because he can't go out there anymore. It used to be Sandy Alomar Jr. would come out there real quick and talk, say, hey, your elbow's dragging a little bit. Get your elbow up or get your hand up, whatever. And now I saw him do that the other day. I was like, oh, that was a good thing to tell the pitcher, hey, let's calm down. You're a little bit too quick right now. It's like a verbal communication, right, Derek? He doesn't have to say it, but he's just telling you, like, you're getting too quick. You're a little bit too hyper right now with telling you to calm down. Some of the other things, which is different now because there's so much picking back there instead of blocking.
Mm-hmm.
When I see a really good catcher, when I see a 2-strike breaking ball and you're trying to back foot that breaking ball or you're trying to throw it right behind home plate, that I have confidence. I want to swing and miss here. If I get that swing and miss,
you knock the ball down.
It's an out.
Yeah.
Because you have blocked the ball in front of you and the ball stay there. Runner on third base. I want to have confidence that if I throw a ball in the dirt, that runner's staying at third base. It's different now because there's so much picking and less blocking.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how big of a trait that is.
I also watched the pitch calling as one. And the other thing I wanted to mention too, that I did see Jonah do this. Now, I could be wrong, but I've seen it a few times happen is, as he was saying, a guy has been missing up. Sometimes you don't have to stand up and go out there. I've seen the target drop lower.
Okay.
So you're changing his eyesights of, hey, I've been like up, middle. Okay, he keeps missing up. So let's go down. I'm going to put this a low target and watch him go to it.
When you hit the button and it says fastball away, fastball in, cutter, do you have a button that also says fastball low, fastball
no,
up?
It's just fastball away, fastball.
Does it say up?
No. Yes, it does actually. Fastball up.
Okay.
There is not a fastball down.
You never pitched
at least
with
I've
this
had
system.
Yeah, I never pitched. So
I've only thrown a bullpen. I never got to throw a game. So
interesting.
Right. Okay.
That was the only thing.
And one other thing, and maybe y'all can ask Bochy this next week, and Derek having played for him, do you think that his relationship with Heim is like that it's paying dividends for him? Yeah.
That's his buster.
Yeah. And he knows about catching. Like that was his career. And I do wonder how much we talk a lot of times about how a guy will take special interest in a certain position because he knows that so well. And I wonder if Bochy has a special interest in Heim's future.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to Jonah going up and talking to him too. I'm sure that they're all picking each other's brains like, hey, what do you think of this? Or, Bochy might be like, hey, I saw this. Let's try to do that. But also you got to give a lot of credit to Bobby Wilson, who's done an outstanding job working with these guys and setting them up the right way. Bobby was a great catcher to throw to. Like, I loved throwing to Bobby.
Yeah, and I did see the video the other day with him and Jonah, and they look like they have a pretty good relationship rocking along there. And maybe Bochy seems to have a good relationship with Bobby Wilson.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you're always trying to have a good relationship with your catchers.
For sure. All right, man. Great stuff there. And now it's time for us to dive into power ranking the power rankings. You guys will decide where we choose from next on The Fan.
Tolos tell me all the time about the
Piece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we will keep you up to date on the NFL gambling bans that are expected this week. So we only got a few more days of this week before we need to get that information out. We'll have that. It sounds like the number of names will go into that. And as Mike said earlier, the NFL's never had their Pete Rose. They've never had that moment where it's like, man, you are done, and this has to stand out. So I think there are like 13 names expected in this. Reggie, is what we were discussing earlier. And if that's the case, that many names, maybe it will be a wake-up. Listen, man, I don't have a problem with dudes gambling, but I understand where the league comes from on this. And whenever you set a rule, you hope that the people that are working with you abide by those rules. It's very similar to Randy Gregory's situation. I don't care if you're smoking weed, but the rule is this. You got to pass the test. So figure that part out. So you have a thought there, Reggie?
No, I think that the NFL, it points to the idea that like this thing matters to them, right? The idea of the money of gambling and the perception of, impropriety or the lack thereof, making sure that it looks like everything is clean and on the up and up matters the utmost to the NFL. Because I know I've seen people already start doing the NFL cares more about gambling than,
other
domestic
things.
abuse and things of that nature. And it's like, kind of in a way, because unfortunately, domestic abuse does not threaten to take the whole thing down.
Yeah, no, I see that for sure. Now, Reggie, I did have one thought here. I wanted to get your thought. I know this is the 1 o'clock hour. You're a very busy man right now.
That's right.
But it's been a little contentious between Mike and Derek today.
I noticed that.
And I think I figured out why.
Okay, cool.
I think I figured out why. Derek is wearing the Barry Bonds armor on his arm as he's recovering from the Tommy John surgery.
Oh, so
it's
like a flashback for Mike?
I think Mike's having this moment where he's like, do I want to bean this guy? Or do I want to strike him out here? So I think there's a little...
Or do I want to just drop a bomb on him?
I hit Barry Bonds in his career.
That's you did?
Fine.
Yeah, it was by accident. I didn't mean to. He stood right on top of the plate.
Man.
If you missed on the corner, like if you threw a strike there at 86 miles an hour, it went a long way.
You're gonna if you hit him, you're probably hitting the tip of that elbow.
Yeah.
Right
I always
there.
remember I came into the dugout and some of the Mets veteran pitchers like, "Good job, way to go," and I was like, "Oh, thanks." And I'm like, I didn't mean to do it, but all right.
All right, man. Now it's time to get into some power ranking. The power rankings, gentlemen, as y'all been paying attention to Major League Baseball all season long, and our Texas Rangers are still in first place in the American League West. This is a nice feeling. It is. There's this part that I get a little like, don't get caught up in that you're there and get comfortable at number one. And I always felt, Derek, the 11 season after the loss, so the next season, the 12 season, y'all were out to prove we're still the best team, and then it there was nowhere to go from there. I always feel like maybe building up to the end of the season helps.
Heck, I thought the 12 team might have been the best team out of the three.
Yeah, they were talented, but it just it felt like steam y'all played a lot of baseball, man. That was a lot of baseball.
World Series after World Series, and then you don't really get much of an offseason. It'll take a toll on you.
Yeah, and
it didn't take a toll on the Big Red Machine. Just saying, It didn't take a toll on the Oakland Athletics of the early 70s.
Okay, well then you know what? We got to be better.
See? This is what I'm talking about. There's contentiousness between these two.
Didn't take a toll on the Derek Jeter-led New York Yankees. They seem to be just fine going to all the World Series.
Y'all beat those guys. Don't forget that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, don't forget that, Mike.
Those weren't those Yankees.
How many World Series did you go to?
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
okay.
I'll tell you what. I went to the 2010 and 2011 World Series and cheered you guys on, so I was
Thank
there.
you. I appreciate you.
I went to the 2020 World Series. It was Dodgers.
He was cheering for Corey
versus
Seager.
the
You've been to
Rays.
more World Series than me, I guess.
See, there you
Wow,
go.
Good for you.
He was cheering for Corey Seager in that one.
How many did you get to play in?
They
We'll put it that way.
limited the amount of people that could go to that World
And
Series.
you were
And I
selected.
still went.
All right, so would y'all want to go from MLB.com, The Athletic, CBS Sports, or Bleacher Report?
Well, they play in the major leagues, so I go with MLB.com. But Derek, you can pick.
No, I'm with him on that. We can actually agree on something for once.
Look at that. That's teamwork. I mean, we do teamwork to get rid of Kevin, and look at it where he is today.
Yeah. See you, Kevin.
What a bum. All right, who do you guys think is the worst team in Major League Baseball, according to MLB.com?
Probably my Royals.
Last week,
I just
want to
go against him. I'm going to say Oakland.
It's a tough choice. They're
I know.
both pathetic.
Yeah, I know.
Last week it was the Royals at number 30. This week, Mike,
and
Oakland
still,
took back over.
it is the Oakland A's at number 30.
It knew.
Derek's like, I picked the worst.
I got the worst team.
Aren't they on pace to only win 40 games this year? I think they were 20-60 the last I looked. I don't have my computer.
What was the worst record again?
I think 42 or 43 wins by the Mets, like in their expansion year. Something like that. I could be wrong. Detroit was close. I don't know. I can't remember when they were in their rebuilding phase in the last 10 or 15 years.
Still in it.
The Royals, who I was told earlier in the season, the Royals are in trouble by somebody that is that kind of got that prediction right.
I was completely right about that early on in the year.
They are now at number 29, the Rockies at 28, and the Nationals at 27. By the way, the White Sox, 26. They fell from 24 to 26.
I mean, they're going to be dumping people here soon.
Tell you what, Luis Robert is the only. I mean, he's having a good year. That's about it.
Mike, we talked about this a little bit the other day. It sounds like there are more teams for the Rangers to try to work with than we thought earlier in the season.
It's just starting to, the further we get into the season, the further away you are from contention. That's why football, you're always in contention. That's why we can talk about in November when Tony Romo hasn't played in any of the games. And we're like, I know they're 2-8, but if they win out, right?
You got a good point there.
You just start looking at it. That's why football is so fun for everybody, because it's really tough to count a team out. Even after 10 games, unless you are 2-8 or 1-9 or 0-10, you can still somehow fool your brain into, if we win out, we got this thing. And so it takes until about July to start really eliminating enough teams that there's going to be 10 teams that say, all right, at this point, we can start looking to sell our players.
The Bucks were 8-9 last year and got into the playoffs. Right. Like, that's to that point. Like that, and they got embarrassed by the Cowboys.
There's a small chance that the American League Central has a 80 and 82 team and they win the division.
Who do you think the number one team, according to MLB.com, is right now?
You want me to be wrong on this again? I'm going to be wrong because I'm going to take a guess, and I think everybody's always Tampa. I'm going to go with Atlanta. They are crushing it right now.
Man, all right, I'm going Tampa.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I'm going to go with Atlanta. I just saw a stat where Atlanta has just like lost 3 games in their last 20 or something like that.
Yeah. They've been really on a rock, but they're still 4 games behind Tampa. So Derek now
has.
No,
they're not.
I'm sorry. This is updated a couple days ago. 54 and 27 was what I had.
They're half a game back.
Half a game back. So, but Tampa Bay still is number one according to MLB.com.
That's why I was fishy with. I do like Atlanta being number one.
And they're doing this without Max Fried. If you think about Max Fried was going into the season, their number one. And he's been out for the majority of the year. Strider, it's weird. He got off to a great start, hit a little bit of a lull, and the other day he had another great start. So
you got a lull, like a laugh out loud?
No, like Mark Lowe.
Oh.
But y'all both y'all were interested in the Braves. Do y'all think the Braves are above?
Yeah, they have to be if they're not number one.
Too.
The Braves are number 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. So those are the only 2 teams y'all have named so far. Who's number 3 in Major League Baseball?
I don't have it pulled up. Arizona and Texas seem to be very similar to me where they're at right now in the season. So I'll go Texas, then Arizona, without knowing Arizona's like last 10 game stretch.
I wanted to say Texas too, but I'm going to go with Baltimore.
At number 3?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The Texas Rangers are in at number 3. Baltimore falls in at number 4.
Okay.
And then, Mike, Arizona falls in at number 5. That's quite surprising to me that Arizona is doing what they're doing.
I'll tell you, they obviously national attention, not a lot of. Nobody expected them to be winning their division right now. That kid, Corbin Carroll, looks like the real deal. I get Ellie De La Cruz is getting all the hype, and I get it because the dude can fly and he's 6'5", and
it's just a new piece that showed up.
But I feel like Corbin Carroll, who's right now, I believe he's winning one of the votes for a starting all-star nod, which could be really cool. Josh Young and Corbin Carroll could both be starting as rookies in the all-star game. But that kid, Corbin Carroll, has really helped turn around that team. Also, Zach Gallien's pretty stinking awesome.
It seems weird to me that, like, Adley Rushman. I'm sorry. Adley Rushman last year it seemed like when he got there, the Orioles turned around.
Yeah.
Ellie De La Cruz shows up to the Reds and they turn back around. Like they kind of had a weird up and down, and they're just like, oh, and they're good all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It seems like it's very weird to me how all of a sudden one dude pops up and they're like, we're better because of this one guy. Like the Rangers went and invested a lot of things, and Josh Young is helping for sure, and a lot of the young players are helping. But it's not like they just had one dude come save the franchise.
It's the hype. The hype is helping out.
Yeah, that is
and
nice.
And they're backing it up too.
Mike, this is also, I don't
Look
know
about David Clyde though yesterday. Like the fan base here, all of a sudden they had sellouts and everybody's into it. It's really weird how a young player, even more than a veteran player, when you sign, Shohei will be different, but when you sign Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, there's hype. When you sign Jacob deGrom, there's definite hype. But when you bring up a young super duper prospect, I feel like that brings more energy to the fan base. Then the fan base brings more energy to the team, and the team feeds off of that energy. So in a weird way, a young guy might not be as good as a veteran free agent that you add for a lot of money, but the young player, I think, adds more energy to the team because the fan base is more excited. Like next year, I think Evan Carter, in a weird way, is going to add even more energy to this team because he's the super duper prospect that we're all kind of waiting for. I do think he'll be good enough to help the team, and I think that'll add even more energy to the team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's when, and I know it's not a young guy, but when the Cliff Lee trade happened,
that
stadium filled up a little bit more because we were getting to watch Cliff Lee.
Because they're seeing, the thing is too, you're seeing like an ownership or a GM is going out and getting pieces that's going to win. They want to win. You see that from Chris Young. He wants to win. He's making things happen. So that, I mean, the fans see that and they're like, okay, I can really get in on this. I can buy in.
And like Mike said, then the players then feed off that. Hey, we have 20,000 more people here tonight.
You always look forward to being in front of fan base like that.
Yeah.
When they're starting to show up and give you that excitement, man, it makes it like, it just turns you up that much more.
Yeah. I can imagine. I've walked up to that dugout with nobody in that stadium. I can't imagine walking up with that many people getting ready to rock the place.
I don't remember this, Derek, like what the crowd was going to be in the future. Do you remember, like right now, the Rangers series against Houston sold out? Like people have just bought those tickets up. It's if you're going, you're kind of buying on the secondary market now, which is awesome for Rangers. Do you remember going, oh, this weekend it's going to be crazy, like at our place?
You would always New York or Boston, those kind of franchises were coming to town that you knew that was going to be packed, and it's like, all right, now we can really turn it. Like I played in Detroit and it was just dressed like a seat day all the time, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, here comes New York, it's gonna be packed, and like everybody just kind of got more into it. So yeah, you'd have that.
By the way, Mike, Colby Allard did pitch for Atlanta today against the Minnesota Twins. 4 2/3, 3 hits, no runs, one walk and 8 strikeouts. So
good for him. I loved him when the Rangers traded for him.
Did.
It just didn't ever click here. It didn't work out. I felt like there was talent there that was just kind of untapped. And so I'm hoping going back to Atlanta where he became a good prospect, I'm hoping that they figured out how to get the most out of him. Because I always saw him as a major league pitcher, maybe not a stud, but a major league pitcher. So hopefully for him, he can find a way to hang into the major leagues for a while and get the pension. He's playing on, I think, the best team in baseball. We just went over the power rankings. Right now, if you made me pick, I'm saying Atlanta's winning it all.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of good baseball talk right here on the KNC Masterpiece. Thanks to these two fellas today. Now let's have a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on the Fan.
All right, guys.
Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we'll be out at Globe Life Field tomorrow setting you up for Rangers-Tigers as they're going to be rocking tomorrow afternoon. Our show will be done around 12:30. If you come into the stadium, come sit out there to center field and say hi to me and Mike. We'll be having a lot there. Yeah, just like that. Thank you, Eric Chiafalo.
You're the best, Mike. Go get him, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Love you, Mikey.
That is fun. Whenever
Corey. Corey.
The G-Bag Nation is here right now, and
baseball.
It's brought to you by D&M Leasing. Is that what y'all do to Mike every time?
Every time
that he's
every
out
time.
there. I did the same thing, and I couldn't tell if he was ticked off at me because he gave me this thumbs up and a smile, but his face was beat red.
So embarrassed.
We have an awesome lady out there, Renee. She works Maverick games. I believe she works some Stars games too, but she also works a lot of the Ranger games. And she got mad at me the other day. It wasn't because of you guys, but because we talked about this on the air. There was a Tolo that did a whole like super loud. And unfortunately, we were either just went to break or we were listening to audio and then coming back or whatever. It didn't go over the air. And then Renee looked at me and she's like, "You're engaging with those people and you're waving to them." And I'm like, I don't want to be a
hole.
Yeah, I don't want to be that. I'm not going to talk to him. I can't hear him very well anyways. When your ears are in and there's audio, you can't really hear much, but you can hear a little bit of screaming or whatever. And I'm like, I can't. Renee, I hear what you're saying. I understand, but I am going to just kind of wave to him and be nice.
Don't engage, Mike. Don't engage.
Yeah, and they're like,
seems like it'd be good TV to turn and wave, make you look like a man of the people.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, but they're not showing those people, so then it looks like what in the world is he doing right now? And I'm also not David Ortiz, where I don't have to study anything on the game and just randomly say random stuff.
Fired there.
I guess I can't get hired by them then because I interact with fans way too much.
Yeah, you shouldn't. When you're on the air, you should probably concentrate on what, let's say, Brian Ray or Mark McLemore is saying, so then you could have a conversation with them.
Well, yeah, I do.
All right.
My situation
while
was
they're interacting with the fans.
I walked up with the video on me, and then I was trying to switch it around to Mike, and I never could. So it was just me going, "Yeah, Mike, let's go!" And I was like, "That's a stupid video. I'm not going to send that one out."
Video. You should post that one.
You should. Maybe it's deleted. We'll see if we can find it.
Mark McLemore's out there tonight, so you can yell at him.
Yeah, I like that.
That's awesome. Way to go, Big Mac. But hold on, we got to get this clarified. Yelling at Mike gets you in trouble. So
not
nobody
by
do
me.
that.
Not
no,
by
no
me.
Tolos do that.
Everybody
okay?
do that.
No, keep doing it.
Yeah. No Tolos do that.
We start calling him Derek.
I don't even know the next time I'll be out there. I think it's
Just call him the wrong
August.
name.
So.
Wow.
Yeah, Derek, I love you,
Well,
Dutch.
actually, Mike will be out there tomorrow, so you
I
can
know,
come.
but I won't
come
be.
holler at us.
I guess I'll be on the air on radio, but
guys, y'all have something happening throughout your show today, as there's been a lot of prep work being put in during our show for what's going down here. It sounds like there is a cornhole payoff with Broadus' sack on the line.
Yeah, Broadus was doing some prepping for this.
Mm-hmm.
You prepped for this, Broadus?
Well,
Prepped your sack?
I
Did you shave?
I didn't.
No,
shave.
you didn't.
No, I didn't. And no cup. Had the opportunity to maybe go with that. I just said no. I'm just relying on the fact that my teammates can't throw bags today. That's what I'm doing.
Gavin's I could see the look in his eyes just now. He is ready.
Yeah, this is great.
I could say if I had to handicap this thing, it would be Dawson. I would worry about him the most.
Okay.
He'll handle the sack the best.
Yeah, the one that I think maybe Lucius could do this. I think Lucius involved. I think Lucius has got some country game to him.
What is he doing to us
He'll
over
drop
here?
the sack on you.
He'll drop the sack on you.
Hold on, who's going to be in
He's
charge
about
of
to
the
teabag
board?
us.
Yeah, who's going to be in charge of the board though? Whenever, because if he hits you,
He'll just leave it on autopilot.
Okay.
Come
Yeah.
on over, handle
Yeah.
business.
Yeah, Lucius can handle.
Well, I thought it was like if you hit the board, then we get to just come in and dunk it in the hole.
No, and
we're doing alley-oops. We said we could do alley-oops.
There was
so
no-
how's this? Your crotch is positioned below a cornhole board.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly.
We got to lob a cornhole bag and drop it right on.
I trust.
Definitely going to be aim small, miss small
I
strategy.
trust you. I trust you that
should have brought Sean in here. He's always playing that cornhole.
That's
what I've
him and
heard.
Choppy.
Yeah.
Him and Choppy played a lot.
Don't worry, I got some ringers coming up here.
I just don't. I don't feel like that Woolchuck or Chiafalo have a chance in this thing.
You guys going to go high? high sack drop.
Well, I mean, that's typically how we are during the show.
You got to get
verticality.
the,
You got to
hang
get the terminal
time.
velocity achieved.
It'll act as like a grenade when it lands on that.
Get some real
that
hang time on
pork.
that sack. I was suggesting maybe stuff them like they did the fish in those fishing tournaments. They just stuff it with some weights.
Weights and ice
Stuff
and stuff like that. Yeah, no, but we'll see what happens today. I think
These
there's
are regulation sacks.
regulation sack involved on both ends,
All right.
and so we'll see how this plays out.
And maybe if we do this again in 15 or 18 months, you could get involved, Dutch.
I was actually trying to test it out today for him. I was like, here, let's see what happens. I will put my sack on the line.
Can you throw right?
Can you throw right-handed? That's the question we were going to ask you. Can you throw right-handed today?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he could bunt right-handed.
All right,
Is a switch
You got
pitcher?
my bags, baby.
Yeah, he wants got to have your a bunt sacks? off
You got
of
my
Mike.
sacks.
Yeah.
You got my sack bag.
This is going to be interesting to keep an eye on that. All right, What's wrong, Mike? Something else that happened in the
That in some way he thinks he can bunt better with one hand.
I can.
Than two
Let
that
me tell you
I
what.
have is a joke.
Mike, did you watch the College World Series by any chance?
I was watching some of it.
Some of the worst bunting I've ever seen in the history of whatever bunting is.
because we don't teach it.
Yeah. Well,
We do not do small ball. You watch all the big league games.
Yeah.
There's no small ball, so why would we worry about it in the college level?
I'll tell you what, the pitchers you guys used to have to go up there and practice that, right?
100%.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to tell him. I spent some time in the National League. I know how to bunt.
I guess I didn't.
Do you think
Not
you could be a
enough.
better? Do you think you could be a better bunter or a pitch runner? If you had to go into a game, if you had,
I did both.
You've done both.
Uh-huh.
I know you pitched.
And Bochy, literally, you could ask him. He had me pinch run a couple times.
Dang right he did. You
And
got
then I did it
wheels.
with
You're that
Madden
fast, huh?
too. Oh yeah, run like the wind blows.
Yeah, I didn't know
I will.
that.
Hey, I'll be
Glad I
honest. Nobody would ever ask me to pinch run.
Oh, see, I got that over him.
Yeah, no. I've seen you. Yeah.
Better
I'm
bunter
I was
and better pinch runner. Thank
You know what I've always wondered though is why wouldn't they come up with like a decoy bat that that look like a regular bat but it's a bunting bat and it's soft
Like a cricket bat, like
Yeah.
flat side.
I'm going up there and it's gonna
Like
lay
a
him down. He's like,
classic
bam.
bat.
They bunt and cricket.
I don't even have to
sometimes.
try.
Push it,
Just
yeah.
It fits all MLB regulations,
Yeah.
but it's specific to bunting.
Looks all shiny and made out of ash.
Yeah, like a
But
golfer's
it's
got different clubs.
so like
Could you
like
bunt with a
rubbery.
fungo bat?
It probably
Yeah,
break.
I'd say it'd probably break. It's
Like a
not-
pool noodle.
We'll come up with something.
Nobody's ever tried that.
oh,
Not even the
yeah.
Astros.
like a flat bat.
I don't know how soft of a wood you have to get to make it like that flexible.
tough.
I figured you'd
Because
be the expert.
because back in the day,
common
we did use ash. We did use ash bats back in the day. So we used the
wheels were turning on that one.
Ash and maple were pretty much your only two choices. But it's based off of your top hand. How firm or soft you grip on your top hand will determine how hard the ball bounces off the bat.
All about the grip.
Choke up on it a little bit.
But I guess I wasn't taught. I didn't play in the National League.
That's right.
I wasn't.
You played for two National League teams.
I guess I
appreciate
wasn't
your unprofessional
sophomore of the
opinion on
year and player of the year in the Dallas Morning News. I guess I
That's
wasn't
cool.
those
High
things.
school. Gavin, what Way do you to got go.
guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. Sack tossing with Brada starts at 2:20. It'll be every hour on the 20s.
I'm liking it. Liking it. Looking forward to it.
Playing
That's the
small ball
G-Bag
today.
Nation. The KNC Masterpiece will be out at the stadium tomorrow. Come see us right before the game.
Corey, say JUCO Derek.
High school player of the year, Mike Bassett. You've been Masterpiece.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
This Odyssey.
from our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. We're off and running for the next 4.5 hours talking DFW sports. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. To my right is Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout, executive. Got another fishing shirt on. He's always looking to draft him up and fish.
Looking dapper today.
Thank
Same
you.
time.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, what is that? Does that say Jawbone? What is that on the left?
Jawbone.
Jawbone? Is that
Fishing shirt. Yeah,
is that a lure company? Hook
It's
company?
it's just a shirt company that. And this, you could get away with wearing, like you're an old guy, you get away wearing the fishing shirt, you know?
Right. A lot of people do these days.
The vented backs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They actually, because of how the material is, they get wet, they get dry real quick. So that's
You
kind
have
of
wrinkle issues?
What's that?
Like, does it wrinkle really bad when you wash it?
No. I got to the point where I can iron my shirts though pretty good.
Yeah, I'm so
But you got to be careful. You got to be careful. You just hang it up and it'll dry straight.
Okay, that's probably the key. Because
It's
I got
that
one of
material,
those.
that kind of that wicking material.
It's almost a little see-through going on over there.
Heck yeah,
it's kind of randy.
He's ready for a little late night. Is it a hump night? It is. Is it a?
Oh, it's a hump night.
Is it a Dolls Wednesday?
For Brian, it is. I won't be going there tonight.
Little wet T-shirt Broaddus night. That's a guaranteed taking home gold.
No, this thing, I mean, like
You wanna
it's
go see 'em
the
tonight,
problem
Brian?
is like if you like the hair on their chest and somebody gets wet, it kind of gets a little nasty looking. They
did you
kind of
see the
get
hairs
you don't want to do
stuck
that
to their
Some
shirt?
ladies love that.
Yeah, you
Some
don't want to
ladies
do
love
that.
look.
Nah,
Little Magnum PI.
Jawbone sounds like a perfect shirt for a strip club too, by the way. This is a perfect brand right there.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. There is Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup
Already
at
firing
Master Control.
fastballs, yeah.
Yeah, he's got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 and LA Live at 5:40. And who knows what else between now and then. But yeah, so you do got Woolchuck and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman and myself, Gavin Dawson, along with you. We are the G-Bag
I
Nation,
worry
guys.
about you and Lucius throwing the bags.
Is that right?
That is
Yeah.
that is a legitimate worry for me right now.
So we have decided that I am throwing a bag.
You were
Since
in.
I do
Three
not
of 'em.
like really, jump into the
Nope,
betting.
No, you're in.
No, you're doing it.
You're in.
Okay.
But I
We
will
need a
shame
fourth
you
thrower.
about those Friday lunches, though.
Yeah, I thought about that
I
as
might
well.
shame you a little bit about that. Yeah.
I heard you prep for this. Are they empty, your bags?
Yes.
Okay.
We're good to go.
for you,
Yeah, we're
brother.
good to go. Thanks.
What'd you watch?
Deflated him. Just got with Brady and Belichick last night. Part of the gang of
And
seven.
these are regulation cornhole bags. I tried to get one with some heavy marbles and passed through, but
Perfect.
Spittle wasn't having that.
No, man.
I just want to make sure we get a good solid connection and
Yeah.
at least a couple of those nauseating blows to the testicles.
Yeah.
yeah, the ones that take a second to realize just how bad it hurt.
Yeah, where the pain shoots up your arm,
So-
and
so-
then,
oh,
and then you
rib
want to
cage.
throw
Your
up.
stomach right
Yeah,
there.
you want to throw up. Yeah, we've all had that, right?
Yeah, so that's coming up.
Woolchuck.
That's coming. Now, how thin are your how thin are your
Yeah, the
drawers
ovaries.
today? Do you got good light material?
Oh, no, we're
on, or
good.
did
You know what,
didn't go Carhartt on us or anything, did you?
Nope. Went all
Just the usual free ball.
pretty natural there.
I don't know. Looks like you got a sock down there right now, bud.
Oh, thanks.
Infants.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Right out of the infant section.
Okay.
Got the
newborn.
adult diapers on.
Disaster nearly struck for the Rangers last night as
You hush.
Torkelson got spores in the eighth, and you're like, oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me, right? Here we go. But bottom of the eighth, Duran and Garcia with bomb skis, 8-3 the final. Plate discipline and hitting with runners in scoring position made a big return at the right time. And Bochy talked about expanding their zone after Monday's loss, and last night, real testament to the team and their coachability and their quality. They went out there and perfected that game plan, and you get a win. So now you're set up with 2 games to go tonight at 6:30, and then tomorrow at 12:30 for your pre-games, as they're even with the Tigers, and 2 games to go. Chance to make up some ground here a little bit, and a nice job by Martin Perez last night. Pretty dang good outing for him.
Yeah, it was. And Spores was running on a scoreless streak. I think he was leading the league. I think he was at 16, 17 innings.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, then he gave that up, and you're like, oh, please don't let this be the reason that they lose. But Spores has been outstanding in the pen. It seems, in listening to the broadcast last night, just the confidence level that Bochy has now in him and that ability. And how about Anderson coming in and finishing that thing off?
And then Josh Young pinch hitting.
Yeah.
I told you, bet the overs on Josh Young. Doesn't matter if he's starting or not.
That's right.
Don't doubt that.
Doesn't matter if he's playing or not.
He's getting ready to go out there and pinch hit for somebody. He sure did, and he came up in a big way.
And it was his bat that started the whole.
Damn right it was.
The whole onslaught.
Well, Tavares too. I mean, Boch made
Leote also off the bench.
made two huge switches in that inning, and playing the gut. That's the whole thing as the manager, playing the gut, and he did a great job of last night getting in that win.
And how about this? I mean, this was amazing from StatHead. We mentioned Young and Tavares. It marked the first time a pair of Rangers pinch hitters have produced a game-tying and go-ahead RBI in the same inning since 2001, when the Rangers got a win against the Padres.
Jeez.
I mean, that is nuts to think about, man. But Bochy was dialing it up.
Sure was. Yeah, what a blessing to have this guy Bochy in so many ways.
He knows the right notes to hit, man.
Yeah, I wonder if Bochy was managing the Padres then.
He might have been.
Kind of crazy. I could have looked that up before I said that.
I think so. Yeah, it probably was then. Yeah, but Boch getting a ton of credit. I think that's the guy that's tied a lot of stuff together, and there's going to be great debates as to which member of the front office is more responsible or gets more credit. There's no doubt the move to hire Boch and move on from coaching staffs that were beginners. You went from beginner coaching staff to one of the best, and you're getting what you paid for right now. You absolutely get what you went out and found. And to me, that's the biggest difference what Boch and Mike Maddox have been able to do as far as putting the players in a position to succeed and coaching them in a way to bring out their best performances.
And when we were in spring training, everybody, like all the players, everybody was glowing about it. And you're like, okay, this is cool. And you're buying in, but like what else would they be saying kind of thing. And then like looking back now, it's like, yeah, they already knew. Like they were talking about the first time he came in and gave his spiel to everybody in the organization and just how sort of mind-blowing it was, and everybody's ready to run through walls and whatnot. And it wasn't just bull. It's the real deal. You're seeing it now. And it's fun last night where it's like, oh no, we're talking about this lineup and how much it's struggling. And then they're going 5-6 innings and you're like, we can't get a run. What's the deal? And then it erupts and there's still, even amidst a bit of a cold streak offensively, here's 3 runs in an inning. Here's 5 runs in an inning. And they're still very, very capable of that at any moment.
Yes. 8 runs on 12 hits, man. They came through last night.
Indeed. Okay, Cowboys projected to sign CeeDee Lamb to up to $30 million a year. That's generating a lot of conversation in Cowboys land. Brian, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think Bobby Belt was even. Matter of fact, we did a Love of the Star today. I don't know if they'll post it here a little bit later, maybe today or tomorrow for sure. But we talked about that a little bit. Bobby was kind of hinting around that maybe this deal for CD would be somewhere around $27.5 million. And I reached out to some people in the organization. Are we kind of going down the right paths here with some of these thoughts? And they'll gave the answer like, we'll see how that goes. So it wasn't really, the numbers that Bobby and John Machota, who we'll have on today at 5:30, the numbers they're kind of kicking around seem somewhat realistic. I didn't get any vibe that wasn't the case. Usually you can ask them a question or two about, well, what about these numbers? And no, that's completely false. I didn't get that number shot down at all.
27.5 would be a good number. You got Tyreek Hill at 30. He's making the most. And then Devontae Adams at 28. And then CD would slide in right there. It's the 3rd highest paid receiver by annual. He'd top Cooper Kupp, who's at 26.7.
Yeah.
So if you can get him at 27.5 and they're only going to go up, I think that'd be actually a really good deal for the Cowboys.
Yeah, 27, 28, 29, 30. I mean, it's only the difference of a couple of $1 million. I just think it's great whenever you get a chance to have these kind of conversations about your players because it means, you drafted one. And he's a guy that a lot of teams passed on draft night. 2 other wide receivers went ahead of. And for the first, 2 years and about 3 games, it was a question mark, is CeeDee Lamb going to hit his potential? And clearly now having these kind of conversations he has, and he's a great one.
Yeah, and it speaks to the expectations, how high they were for him coming in, because it wasn't like he was bad. It wasn't like he was doing anything in the neighborhood of what you've seen, and I know it's a 3rd-round pick, but like a Tolbert, where it's just there was no bust really, but the expectations were so high that, for a year or so, you're going, oh my gosh, is he going to hit this? And now he is that dude, and I don't have a problem paying him.
No, I think Justin Jefferson's success also kind of skewed our perspective
Good
a little
call
bit.
on that.
Because he just took the league by storm. Immediately was in the conversation as one of the best, and he got even drafted behind Jalen Reagor, Waxahachie's own.
Yeah.
Cowboys not discussing Zeke return, according to a report. So, they're not ruling it out, but internally there's no discussion. I don't think there would be at this point. If there is going to be, it'll be what, like after the first preseason game or something?
I just feel like there's a couple of things. Again, something that Bobby and I talked about in Love of the Star this morning was that the surplus, where the Cowboys have some surplus. I know in some of the conversations we've had on our own show, we've talked about defensive line. We've talked about offensive line. If you felt like your team wasn't going the right direction at running back, that maybe you take surplus offensive or defensive linemen and try and go get a young running back that you kind of have a little bit of thought about.
Yeah.
And so that's where I think that if they didn't do that, that's where Zeke, I think, would come in. If, in fact, that they
couldn't find something.
Yeah, they don't feel good about the situation and Zeke is still available, they could go to him if they had to.
254, sorry, CD isn't Tyreek or Devontae, so shouldn't be paid like them. I think he's very close. I would agree. He's maybe not quite on that level, but if you're close enough, typically as, I think he's a top 6 or top 5 wide receiver, you do get very close to market setting money. It might not be resetting the market, but it'll be damn close to what the market setter got last year and the year before. And that would put him around 28 or 28.5 mil, something like that.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And what Bobby was even talking about was the fact that you get it done in a way that it ties into his current rookie deal. So you keep the number down.
Spread it out.
Spread
it out a little
bit. You got to look big picture. Like guys like Jefferson and Chase are going to end up making more. So you lock up CD now at that price, he's not even going to end up being a top 5 paid receiver. So you can look at it and be like, oh, he's third highest paid now. In a year from now, it's not going to be the case.
Okay, 903 says no way he's close. I don't know what you think a Devontae Adams or a Tyreek Hill season looks like. Maybe you're imagining 150 yards and 2 touchdowns every game. But CD Lamb's sitting right there at 1,359 yards, and you have Tyreek Hill at 1,700 and Justin Jefferson at 1,800. So over the course of a season, that's an additional 25 or 30 yards per game. And I'd say, maybe Jefferson's barely over 100 yards, Tyreek Hill's barely over 100 yards, and CD Lamb is just barely under 90 yards or so. I'd say he's about 90% of it? Is that how you'd call it? 90%, 95% of the top guys?
Yeah, probably somewhere in there. They're clearly a step above. Justin Jefferson is on pace to potentially be considered one of the greatest receivers to ever play the game. When you look through the age 23 season of him and Randy Moss, you're talking about 700 to 800 yards worth of difference here. Justin Jefferson's on another planet, but you don't look at one guy and say, he's so great, I can't pay my guy.
Right.
It doesn't mean that your guy's not any good. Justin Jefferson's a ridiculous freak show. Tyreek Hill, there's one of him in the entire league, and he's off of a really, really amazing season in a new offense that really focused on him. Put CeeDee Lamb with Mike McDaniel and a Dolphins offense, and I bet you'll see the numbers go up a little bit as well, and by a little bit, maybe more like a lot of bit. But or in San Francisco, probably find a way to take advantage of CeeDee Lamb's amazing yak ability that we saw in college. Probably haven't seen enough of it here in the NFL. But play calling matters. You got a really dang good receiver. If he's not top 5, he's top 10.
Okay, well said. Mav stuff. Callie Kaplan in the Morning News writing about the Mavs' biggest threat to re-sign Kyrie is being themselves. And a lot of people are picking up on this. It's not as easy as it looks, guys, because you can't lowball him and annoy him. He might demand out, and there's no market for him right now. So you'd have a player refusing to play for you, demanding out that nobody wants to trade for. So it could really blow up in your face. At the same time, you don't want to overcommit if you don't have to.
Yeah, they're not competing against anybody right now. So, that seems to be, if you listen to the national broadcasts and stuff like that, what they're talking about is everybody believes the Mavs are going to overpay on this one. They believe they're going to give him the max. Where they should be very mindful of 1-year deals with player options and stuff like that. They said that would be the smarter thing to do. But
that's what other teams want to do.
They're thinking everybody's to a man or a lady are talking about this. They're saying, hey, Dallas will cave on this one, and they're not. Then they shouldn't have to. They're not competing against anybody.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
The good news is he's young enough. The biggest threat is maybe injury. But things can happen in the world that, are a bigger priority in Kyrie's life than being committed to playing for you.
That's the problem everybody's talking about. When you make a max deal, you should be committed to playing basketball.
Yeah.
And he's got other interests other than playing basketball. That's the big argument. Everybody's like, well, hell, you pay the guy, yeah, because he loves the game. He loves to play. He loves to be out there every night. But you don't always get that with this guy.
Yeah.
Do you pay somebody who,
we had a great 30-game run.
Yeah, he is going to benefit from being basically a guy that doesn't really love basketball like you should.
Yeah.
At that level for being a max player. And
so how much can
argument.
you rely on him?
Yeah.
And it's going to be Luka's prime. So do you want to be relying on somebody that might be reliable, might not be throughout a crucial period in Luka evaluating whether he wants to stick around here? You're trying to win a championship. So it is very, very complicated. The Mavs seem committed, and I think they're better equipped than the Celtics and Nets were for keeping him in a great space mentally. Like, the Mavs will go out of their way to see things the player's way, and sometimes they can really appreciate that. If you feel disrespected and unappreciated as a player in Kyrie Irving's situation, maybe you are more interested in stuff away from basketball. But if an organization is doing everything in their power to celebrate you and make you feel comfortable, maybe when the next thing comes up, you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
I can play for you, or I can jump through this hoop in order to be eligible.
Yeah, Brooklyn and Boston, different media markets too.
Indeed. Yes.
Absolutely. And both those teams, look, if it didn't work out, they were able to flip him for something. So at the end of the day, he's still an asset, even if things don't end up playing out the way the Mavs want.
All righty, we got to run, Nation. Still plenty to get to. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Round 1 of Sacks to the Sack with Brian Broaddus doing a bet payoff. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And we are back right here with you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for a bet payoff, a proper one. Here, Sacks to the Sack, Brian brought his position. You can watch him now at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Sitting down on the floor, straddling a cornhole board here in studio, right next to the putting green we have. Brian, how you feeling over there? Hold on, I don't think we got a hot mic quite yet.
Okay. I do. I'm pretty impressed with that flexibility there. From
That check me. I'm sorry.
Natural and comfortable.
Check. 1, 2. Got it. Back.
Yeah, we got you. How you feeling?
You're good.
I feel good. Feel ready to go. Again, I'm very fearful of the of you and Lucius. I don't know about the other two clowns throwing today.
Well, the only concern I have is that we can get these bags high enough to come down with the velocity and the force to create some discomfort.
Yeah, we're in a situation right now where Eric has lined it up. I mean, he is clearly.
We're not going to have back-to-back easy bet payoffs.
No. I sure hope not. I think this one's gonna hurt a little bit, bro.
I hope so.
Okay. It's got glory hole vibes.
Okay.
Oh, dude, that's why Broadus feels right at home right now.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering why he unzipped his pants before he sat down.
I just took them off.
Don't miss, boys. I'm counting on you.
Watch me move the board around to catch the bags. That's what we're gonna do.
Who's
here.
firing first? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you.
All right, we're going to send Eric up.
You need Frankel and Frankel consultations, always free, truckwreck.com.
There we go. We got 3 bags per tosser, right? So we're working on right now?
Yeah, maybe 6.
Okay.
So
maybe.
3 bag minimum.
Yeah, and then when you don't hit any the first 3 times, we'll just keep going until we dunk
I think
one.
it's a 3 hit minimum, right? Isn't that actually the rule?
Yeah,
Once you get
minimum.
3 hits, you're done.
And at least 1 bullseye.
Three hits. Okay, I see where we're going here. All right, Chiafalo, you're most.
I'm gonna
Wolchuk is the most unathletic one here. I think you would be the second most unathletic.
This is like watching a Cowboys game. I'm gonna just watch it on the monitor.
That's a bad scout's eye right there.
Yeah, it is. Technically, we're 1 and 2 over here. No, I'm terribly unathletic.
Go for it.
Aim small, miss small.
There you go. Go big.
Bag 1 is in Chief's hand. It's in the air.
Oh, he made it.
See, it rimmed though.
It rimmed. I got so lucky.
Did you guys see the flinch, by the way?
Oh, God, that was
That's
scary.
2 for flinching. Every flinch is a ball's back.
Oh, no, that's not a
Sacks back.
No. It went through the hole. It hit on the edge. I flinched because it was scary.
I think that's an alley-oop.
How many overhands do we get?
All of them. As many as you want.
You're trying to wait. You might hit me in the face with an overhand toss.
I don't know if an overhand.
I don't think an overhand should be allowed.
Get up to come down. I think if you're going to go overhand, you probably got to get up like 2 or 3 feet away, Chief. To be honest with you.
All right, here we go.
I'm not.
I'll try not to flinch.
Sack number 2.
Discouraging that. It's in the air.
Oh,
that was a good one.
That was a good one.
Jeez.
That's athletic greatness right there.
Oh, man.
I think you could have played offense in high school after seeing that bad toss.
Maybe I was wrong.
That's no warm-ups either. We didn't even get any warm-ups.
No,
Scout's eye. That was right on target. Oh,
that one hurt?
That hurt a little bit. Oh, it hurt a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
Berries, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That one hurt. Oh, jeez. And he swished that darn thing. Here we go. Back 3. Oh, I took it off the chest.
Still hit him.
I think
That's
you got 2
what I'm
more.
talking about.
I think you got at least 1 more.
No.
If it doesn't hit the board, it's a
3
redo.
bags. 3
You got to
bags.
hit the board.
3
And
bags.
on this last one, I want you to peel back the twig to expose the berries for maximum.
No more. That's
Strap
it.
that thing up, belly button.
3 bags. That's it.
Just a little crop top action.
Next group here.
Well, next group's coming up at 320.
Get away.
Next group.
Get away.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like that.
Jerk.
Yeah.
Wait, no, what are we doing?
He is in a compromised position.
No, wait a minute. What are we doing here? No. It's
slam ball. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's 3 bags. It looks like to me we're up to okay.
Do you fall to Wolchuk?
Do you want to? No.
Lob City?
No.
We are going to pull off some level of alley-oop today when Broadus least expects.
No, well, hey,
get ready. The slam ball's on, baby.
We're not doing slam ball today.
That was a nice
slam
throw,
balls.
Chief.
Thank you. Slam balls.
All right, I'm back. Moving back up.
Do you need help getting off the floor, bro?
No, I'm good. Thanks. Appreciate you.
No,
but seriously,
let him
man.
struggle. Let him struggle.
I guess it's the challenge thing, right? Whatever it is, strength. What's his favorite thing to do?
Strength and condition.
Feats of strength.
Feats of strength,
Yeah, that was a decent feat of strength there.
I think him getting off the floor by himself.
Yeah, I think so too. That's the real struggle. Put that on camera right there.
It's a man of a certain
That's the
age.
challenge.
Yes.
My God.
Not so you said you guys can't change the ruls as you go. Are you kidding me?
Straight in the hole without hitting the board is called an
Honestly.
airmail. That was a good airmail by Chief, I felt.
I appreciate that. I don't care how hard he gets hit in the testicles. We're going to get to watch him get off the ground three more times.
Bro. I know you're seeing stars right now.
I'll get you some water, bro.
That's the real bet payoff right there. Get up off the ground as a man of a certain age. On camera.
That worked out fine. I'm up.
Yeah, nice.
You handled that well, buddy.
You need some oxygen?
You can
No,
tell
good.
how much that took out of him.
What are you talking about?
No,
man?
I'm just
No, I
making
mean, you're right.
jokes.
No, usually it's bad. You're right. You're not wrong.
Getting off the ground sucks for anybody.
Anybody.
Especially getting hit in the sack area. Yeah.
Oh man, guys.
What?
Ramona Shelbourne is reporting that Kyrie's intending to take free agent meetings with other teams.
Yeah, he wants to get, dinner. He wants to get swindled.
Just get wine and dine, but he knows he's coming home. He knows he's coming back to
Mark
daddy.
Stein just reported he doesn't have any suitors. What's going to
He
happen
doesn't
when no
have
one
it.
shows
What
up?
teams is he
He
going to
does.
meet with?
Yeah, this is like kind of like when Zeke was going to go meet with other teams. Like, here's the teams I'm interested in. It's like, well, I don't know, man. Nobody has any dough. Like the Spurs and Rockets have some. If you want to, try to get in that mix.
where to go.
Yeah. It is time now, though, for the G bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. There's Lucius.
Let's go.
Today's G Bag of the Day is brought to you by our travel agent and Tolo, Mr. William Campbell at Travelmation. Book your next getaway with him at williamcampbell.org. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to get away again. Our off days coming up are kind of funky, huh?
Yeah.
Man, can't get away. Can't get away. I was going to go to the country so we can really pop fireworks and everything, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it back.
Because of like the Tuesday.
Yeah, it's all weird. Checkerboard ass days off. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Block my joints, please. Don't checkerboard me. Our winner is Chad and JT. They went to city council. They had some beef to get off their chest, and the city council sat and listened to them say this.
No two things do that more for me than golfing with the boys and shooting firearms. I love both, but one of them makes my girlfriend uncomfortable. And after talking to her, it's become clear that guns are a huge issue in this country. Some people think guns themselves are the problem. Other people think it's mental health. All I know is we got to frickin' do something. In Australia, where I did a semester and I served D-Ball, they had this gun buyback thing where if you turn your gun, you got money. Money's chill, but what if in America, if you turn your gun in, you got a new set of Callaway clubs and a tea time at the local club with 3 cool bros. I have mental health every time I drain a birdie in front of my dogs. It's epic. They're all cheering. Then cart girl comes around the corner, just looking all cute with ice cold beverages. Daddy's been known to have more than a few Michelob Ultras, low carb. On top of that, if you get more than one gun back, you could get some cool wedges or hybrids. And if you turn in assault rifles, you get a tea time at Augusta. I would honestly give you my rifle if you let me touch the grass on Augusta's Amen corner. That'd be sick. I'm not saying this would fix the issue, but because people still do evil, but might keep our shots on the fairway. All right, late.
Yeah. All right, late, man.
Later.
Serve D-Ba? He said what? I served D-Ba. I served.
I didn't know what that was.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, man. I was up there serving D-Ba.
Oh.
Surfing.
Surfing?
He was surfing.
What's the other part? Surfing.
It's probably a famous break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro.
You got it.
Thank you. See, look, Dawson got that. He's got the bro in him still.
Good teamwork, boy.
Still there.
A little bit.
Yeah, you from up there a little bit.
Kind of feeling the after effects here a little bit.
Are you a little tingle?
That's how it happens.
Creeps up in that rib cage.
That's how it happens.
Yeah.
My coach told me to like stretch your arm out or something like that. Never grab down there because people are looking.
Oh.
When you hit yourself in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, act like you hurt your thigh or something, boy.
Oh. Just kind of sitting here.
There's kids up there watching. His parents and stuff. What are you doing? I'm on the court like, let's see. How about let's go to Little League right here. Little League announcers roasting kids as they come up to bat. Man, you know he had to have permission to this. Parents are loving it. Listen to this.
First for the Athletics, he bats leadoff and he plays short because he's the coach's kid, but really he sucks. Let's give it up for number 8, Wesley. Not bad. He has a $400 bat, but he can't pitch anything. Up third for the Athletics. He doesn't just suck at baseball. He sucks at football, basketball, and soccer too.
Damn.
Number 7, Lane Imhoff. He's here for one thing and one thing only, and it's the snow cone after the game. Let's hear it for number 3, Logan Price. Here comes another ground ball. Right back to the pitcher. It's number 1, Ethan Cummings. Attention. If you need to get a hot dog or nachos, now would be the time because there won't be much to miss with number 12.
That's terrific.
Yeah,
that's good, bro.
He's ready for one thing and one thing only, and that's the snow cone after the game. That hit home for me.
Hit home for a lot of kids, man. A lot of kids. Yeah, I love that. They must have been great kids. They must have been great players, and these were like funny.
Yeah, they probably
funny
were.
burns.
Yeah. And they were a little older too.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe like junior high, high school age.
So they're kind of in on it.
They can take the joke. Yeah.
Nice. That's good.
Take this joke, bro, and shut up. Maybe like an all-star game or something.
Yeah, hey,
Who
we're
knows?
drinking and having fun, kids. Get out there and play the game.
Yeah, we're drinking coffee.
Trying to
at
fill up our Yetis over
1:04 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, I wanted to play this on Monday, so I got time now. Big Papi gave Derek Jeter a Red Sox jersey for his birthday.
He did.
Yeah.
I got a gift for you.
I got a gift for you, man.
You went shopping? From all of us, you know. Open it up, Cap. Come on.
Oh, so nice, so touching.
Nice, great teammate. Oh,
Turn it around.
Oh!
Come on, man.
Derek Jeter Red
that's
Sox
a gift.
jersey. It's been a great time spending with you guys here. You won't see me anymore. Well, it's my last day at Fox. It's been a good 24 hours.
Oh, it's fun.
He just threw it on the ground. He just tossed it. He turned around and looked at it, just tossed it. Like, okay, have that, Big Puppy.
I got one more right here for you. I feel like if I would have did this, I would have got asked to get out the car. Maybe maced and placed on the sidewalk. But this guy got away with it. So we're going to play it for G-Bag of the Day right here. Happened in Ohio, a man is furious. He got pulled over for speeding. Goes off on the cop.
Is there a reason that you didn't pull over when I...
Where was I going to pull over with all the traffic?
Okay, I'll take your driver's license proof insurance, please.
I mean, why?
What does the law say
when...
Wait
to turn the f***ing lights on?
I turned the lights...
Right here
no, I turned the lights on at the light.
Right? No, you
No, yes, I did. I video.
Dude.
Give me your...
Show me the video.
Give me your license,
You want to be a
please.
lying piece of
I wasn't. Is there a reason you're so upset today, sir?
Because you're a piece of
Okay, you can have this back. Stay in the vehicle. I'll be back with you in just a minute.
Okay. All right. Right back.
He's going to get his rifle.
Right. So you may not have realized it, okay, but I activated my lights coming through the intersection. Okay, back in
watched
Eastland.
you follow me past the intersection before you put your lights on.
Okay. I need a signature here. It's not admission of guilt. Just acknowledge of the ticket.
Just want to go back here and lie some more. Why don't you go eat some more donuts there, Tubby?
Wow. Yeah, bro, it's wild out here.
Whoa. Yeah. All righty. Well, I guess the officer had tremendous patience.
Wow.
He's lucky
he certainly did.
He lucky he didn't eat a baton.
Yeah, that's good customer service right
If
there.
I was in the passenger, she'd be like, yo, bro, chill. You got to chill. Please chill. Please chill.
Getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That guy should be refereeing professional sports games.
He should, Derek. Yeah. Is it the city council bros? Is it the Little League PA Burns? Is it Big Papi giving Derek Jeter a Red Sox jersey for his birthday, or guy getting away with going off on the Kappa? Any others, Lucius?
Nah, that's it, man.
We'll go to Little League PA Burns. Hilarious.
We'll go with the champs.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Little League announcer.
We're at 2-1.
Come to the stage.
Bully.
Yeah, it's absolutely the Little League announcer for me.
Yeah, Little League announcers.
By a score of 4-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the PA announcers at the Little Leagues games with some great burns for the kids. Okay, we got a Run Nation, but Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, the Athletic put out a list of teams that had the best off seasons. I want to see if you think the Cowboys had the best off season in the division. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General.
Thank
Eric,
you.
I made a mistake doubting you.
Yeah. Dang right you did. That's going to be one of the biggest misses in your scouting career when you look back on your history.
I've had bigger than that. Bigger than that one.
I'm sorry, dude.
It's kind of there. Kind of there.
One of those just was a direct kill shot. I think it had just the right amount of hang time to grenade down.
It did. And yeah, you're right. If it catches the edges there, you're going to have a little of that deflection area that's going to help you.
You have to swish it.
If you swish it.
Or as the cornholers are calling it, airmail it. You have to airmail it. That's actually a good thing in cornhole, believe it or not.
Usually in other sports, airmailing is bad, right?
Well, in football at least.
Yeah.
I think in this day, airmail's great. Oh, baseball for sure.
Baseball, it's bad.
Airmail it to the backstop.
Yeah.
Airmail first base.
First base.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a weird one where it's a good word in one sport and bad in others. We're going to have to dissect this a little bit more.
A little bit more. All right. I mentioned The Athletic, and they came out. It was like the best moves, the best off-season moves. And I thought it was interesting because I'm taking the division, and we'll see if Dallas had the best off-season move. And it's kind of interesting because the other teams, like I said, I'm just kind of giving your thought. And maybe you could say that for Dallas, this wasn't the best move. Maybe there was something else. Maybe keeping Dan Quinn was the best off-season move or something.
Good move.
Like that.
Good choice of moves to pick from.
John Machota, he's going to lead it off in the division here for the Cowboys. He's coming on with us, by the way, at 5:30 today.
Let's go, John.
The machine gun.
The machine gun.
Johnny Matches.
My man is working he was with Micah Parsons today.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of things going on.
Sexy.
Okay. Machota said this one was close. It came down to trading a 5th and 6th round picks to the Texans for Brandon Cooks on March 19th and trading a 5th round pick to the Colts for Stephon Gilmore on March 14th. Both moves instantly improved the areas that were major concerns at the end of last season. The Cooks addition gets the edge, however, because wide receiver was a bigger need. Cooks is 3 years younger, and he has 2 years left on his contract. Houston also agreed to pay $6 million of Cooks' guaranteed $18 million salary for 2023. Cooks also added much-needed speed to the Cowboys' offense, as he is expected to be a part of the starting wide receiver trio. Includes CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup.
That was a good move. I think both him and Gilmore were good. I'm not sure which one was the best. But I think the Cowboys might have the two best moves in the division between those two guys.
Yeah, they were both amazing moves. And then just the details of it, as you mentioned, where there's still multiple years left on Cooks' deal, how little they gave up, having the Texans pay the $6 million of the 18 guaranteed, like all of that. They win the trade in every facet of it. So, but on the field, they're both great moves. I think they're both going to have huge impacts. But I agree with Machota. I think the Cooks one was more needed.
I agree with Machota as well, and this might be an unpopular opinion, and it's not that I don't think Gilmore's good. I think Cooks is a better player right now, and Gilmore's the one that's getting a ton of hype. He's in all these top 10 cornerback lists, and deservedly so. He's had a fantastic career, but I think people have forgotten just how good of a player Brandon Cooks can be because he was in Houston, and they desperately needed that. I mean, you saw it in the playoff game. You saw it down the stretch. They signed T.Y. Hilton, and he became their second best receiver the final month of the season. They needed that help desperately.
Do you think Cooks, when it's all said and done, is going to be better than Gallup?
Yes.
At the end of the year, are we going to look back and say
Cooks is better than Gallup?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we already know that. I think it would be a huge surprise if we feel differently than that.
Dawson?
Yeah, I think they'll have similar years.
Kind of interested in that. I hope the best for Michael Gallup there. I really do.
Sure. He's awesome. He's a great dude, man. And it was a bummer to see the way that season went. And if there was anything other than just the injury that was bothering him a little bit, that's a huge bummer. Would love nothing more than to see him have a bounce back year. I know the relationship between him and Dak. Like he's a fun dude. He's a great guy. I can't wait to hopefully catch up with him at the on the tennis courts in Oxnard because he is that kind of dude and personality. But I'm not banking on it.
And going in alphabetical order here, I have the Giants next. The Giants desperately needed an upgrade at their receiving weapons after committing to Daniel Jones. With uninspiring options in free agency and no assurance of landing a top receiver in the draft, they shifted their focus and traded for Darren Waller. Waller has the highest ceiling of any pass catcher to switch teams this season, with a 2-year run of one of the best tight ends in the league before getting sidetracked by injuries. Trading the 100 pick in the draft to the Raiders for Waller represents a low-risk, high-reward swing on a player who could transform the offense.
Yeah, I mean, 19 and 20 for him. He did stuff that tight ends just don't do. And if he can get back to being that player, he's good enough to change the balance of power, to help them follow up on last year that was luck and actually do it with matchups. This time around, I think the Giants have a lot of potential on defense. And if Waller allows Jones to take a step up as a quarterback, then that could be something that is unlocked. I don't know. It's been 2 years. It's sort of like Gallup. Gallup had the 1,100-yard year. I think that was in 2019. Since then, it's been disappointing due to injury. And every year that goes on that you don't get back there, eventually it was clear Dez ain't getting back to what he was. And it was 3 or 4 years after the fact that it finally hit us in the head. So, Gallup, Waller, which one can come back from injury and be that 1,000-yard-plus player again? He's going to give his team a huge edge.
Yeah, I think Brian Dable loves the 2 tight end sets, and so that's going to be something that's huge for them. They already have is it Cody Bellinger?
Yeah,
who's
San Diego State,
solid young tight end for him. So I think that is, if Darren Waller's healthy, I think he is still a really good player, and they'll use him properly, and especially in the red zone, I think it'll be good for him.
I think their best move was actually drafting John Michael Schmitz in the second round.
I love that pick.
You know my affinity for him, and I know we've applauded the Eagles for having the best offensive line. I think in a couple of years that's now going to be the Giants. I think they've got their 2 tackles for the future in Thomas and Evans, and I think John Michael Schmitz is going to be the next Jason Kelsey in the division that's just a pain in the butt to deal with for the next 10 years.
Well, I like that. That's good. That's some good analysis right there.
And I liked Hyatt, man. He's
in the third.
The speedster.
Hyatt will help a lot. The Eagles made some moves, such as drafting defensive tackle Jalen Carter and trading for DeAndre Swift, but nothing was more important than signing quarterback Jalen Hurts to a contract extension. That was their top offseason priority. Hurts emerged a bona fide franchise quarterback last season who finished second in the MVP voting and played perhaps his finest game on the biggest stage, the Super Bowl. The mega deal, which added 5 years and $255 million to his existing contract, briefly made Hurts the highest paid player in the NFL based on annual salary. There's an onus on Hurts to continue playing at a high level among the top quarterbacks.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how great he is. But I think the bigger deal there is just losing Hargrave. They had the biggest loss in the division, and it's not even close. And we'll see how the defense, adjusts and how their young players come together to try to fill that gap.
Do you think was the Hurts signing move the needle for you guys, or
it's big?
Makes them worse.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's something that they could regret in a couple of years. Like Hurts is coming off of, no question, MVP caliber season. Can he replicate that? I think that's a fair question. And I think the move that to me was actually better for them was being able to keep their corners. Yeah. We thought that they'd lose Darius Slay. Bradbury was so good last year, and maybe those guys don't play as well, but being able to keep both of them when we thought they were going to lose one was pretty clutch.
I thought their defense was going to be wrecked.
I know sometimes I can have some extreme takes, like I think Wembanyama is overrated. It's going to take a couple of years for him to actually be a weapon. But this one with Hurts, everything lines up. Listen, you're this good of an offense with him making $2 million a year. Now he makes $40. Your offensive line is getting old. You lose your best defensive player. Hurts can't run anymore. As he's getting paid, now is his running going to be less, or is it going to totally go away? I don't know. It's going to be one of those. And as he gets older, the ability to run is going to be less and less. 2 years down the road, this Hurts thing is going to be a gift for the Cowboys, unless the Eagles can get out of it like they did Wentz.
Mm-hmm.
Getting older, running less. You were really, really good when your threat to rumble on people was always there. Now it's not always there. You had a completely sobering injury, and you're taking up 20% of the salary cap now instead of 2%. It is going to be an anchor for that Eagles team.
Which is why I think their draft was the best thing they did. I mean, they added. I mean, those guys. Great draft. Yeah, it was a great draft.
Carter,
you're going to have
Smith.
to draft your balls off when you're paying your quarterback like that.
The final one, real quick, here is the Commanders. Snyder's position to sell the franchise that he's run into the ground, but they're saying that the biggest move for them was declining Chase Young's 5th-year option. Keeping Young in 2024 for $17.5 million is something other teams would choose based on potential alone, even after a slow recovery from significant 2021 knee injury. But the team has already spent big on 2 defensive tackles, including Duran Payne's $19 million extension, and 2024 free agent Montez Sweat has been the most consistent defensive end on the roster.
Yeah, they have plenty. They've been a dominant defensive line, even with Chase Young being the biggest buzz since Jadeveon Clowney, even a bigger buzz than Jadeveon Clowney, really. So I think they're making the right decision here, not paying him.
I think they hit a home run with their first-round pick in Emmanuel Forbes. I think that kid's going to be really, really good.
Me too.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We're rocking and rolling here. 1 hour down, 3.5 to go. Now, tomorrow at this time, there will be Rangers baseball. They're going to be playing the Tigers, the first pitch at 1 o'clock, so we do enjoy you appreciating that Rangers baseball there when we're off. You're going to be locked in. They're going to be going for the dub. So we'll be on about 4 o'clock, 4:15, something like that tomorrow. Now, coming up next, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Chuck, where are we going with that?
Wisconsin blocks Watt, an offer for Cook, and how high is the NFL? That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're all here today. General Line Church Service Hatties. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboys scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control as per usual. Yeah, I do have Eric Chiafalo. Zach Wolchuk has the NFL news of the day here in just a second. And, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Coming up in 20 minutes, the bet payoff continues. Sack to the sack. Broaddus will be back under the cornhole board with another participant lobbing bags into the air and attempting to make contact with him in an uncomfortable manner. Okay? Sack to the sack.
That did hurt.
Yeah, Chief got him a good one in the first hour.
Yep.
You're going to see some of the highlights on social. Now, here he is with the NFL news of the day. Zachary.
Thank you very much. Big news today is a handful of NFL players, including Colts corner and kick returner Isaiah Rodgers, are expected to receive season-long suspensions this week for violating the NFL's policy on gambling, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. And now we wonder, who are the other players that could be possibly linked to this? I had a couple of people text me like, oh my gosh, do you know anything? Are there some Cowboy players linked? I'm like, I don't think so. We haven't heard anything about Cowboy players. I think they're pretty strict on that over there. We've heard all the stories.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to worry about Cowboy players, but you never know.
It is one benefit of Texas banning sports betting still. Their smartphone apps wouldn't work in their facility.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we'd be blocked.
Probably it's much easier for these guys to get in trouble in the places where it is legal, and a lot of these have like the sports books that are like right around the stadiums or the ballparks and stuff. Well, we were in Arizona, right? Like right by the Phoenix Suns. Isn't it right by the Phoenix Suns arena?
Yep, it's Caesar Sportsbook.
Crazy, dude.
Absolutely.
You go bet on all your overs, as you're walking into the arena before tip-off.
And then how could you blame a guy? Chase Field right there, too, where the Diamondbacks play.
There you go.
But not here in the great state of Texas, because we stand for freedom.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to worry about the Cowboys, but it'll be interesting to see all these names, and there'll be a one-year suspension that's going to be handed down there. We also got news, Dalvin Cook, according to our buddy Shireen Williams, who reported that the Dolphins have officially made an offer to Dalvin Cook. We don't know how much that offer is. Other teams that are still in the mix for Dalvin Cook are the Jets, the Broncos, and the New England Patriots right now.
Wait, what was that headline on Dalvin Cook?
The Miami Dolphins made an offer.
They did make an offer. Okay. Because I thought I saw that he was like refusing a meeting with him, but that's BS.
He might have refused a meeting, but it doesn't mean that they still made an offer.
Okay.
So he might not take it. He has talked about how he thinks that would be a perfect fit for him in Miami. But I think he's just slow playing this to try and get these teams a bidding war going on. And maybe he also is going to do what DeAndre Hopkins is doing and try and sit out of some training camp. That seems to be the report. He might wait till deep into July before he signs. And the Patriots did get reported today that they're still the front runner to sign DeAndre Hopkins. But it'll be interesting to see who ends up getting them. But yeah, there's mutual interest between Cook and the Dolphins, and we don't know what the offer is, but they've made an offer.
Yeah. I think I bet a lot of teams have made some level of an offer. Here's kind of what we want to do, and he clearly hasn't liked any of these, So
hey, 1 year, $1 million, Dalvin.
Yeah, he's probably getting not the offers that he wants, and so at some point he'll cave, or a team will have a guy get injured if these guys, being Hopkins and Cook, are willing to wait into training camp. Then maybe somebody gets banged up and a team gets a little bit desperate. This is just a random thing, but I'm seeing like videos of quarterbacks doing their workouts with their receivers and throwing to guys. And every time I see them, and I'm looking at one right now, it's always on the turf. And these players are always complaining about doing it on the turf. When they're doing their own workouts, wouldn't you think they'd find a grass field to work on?
Yeah, that's interesting.
They're all doing it on turf, but they don't like playing on turf on Sundays. Maybe it's just, hey, this is what we're playing on, so it's best to just practice on what we're playing on.
Sure.
But they don't like it, and they're more likely to get injured on it.
I think they want NFL quality natural grass, because most parks are just crap. Especially here, we have a lack of quality grass fields. a company needs to come through here, or a philanthropist, and actually lay down the good soil that they'll lay in like baseball outfields. We need to get that laid down in like for park fields, soccer fields, football fields, because everything pretty much here has to be turf if you want it to be a reliable practice surface, because on that clay, grass grows patchy.
It's so patchy.
It grows crappy. And if you drag across it with your cleats while it's raining, it's ruined. It takes like 3 months to recover.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think it's a really good point, though. Like, I think those guys could have the resources to find one of the rare quality grass fields in the area. And I would go find it, because there's a significant difference in the amount of torque that it puts, how your body feels after landing on it.
Absolutely.
And just that injury risk. It's the no contact injuries going through drills and stuff like that are the worst.
Well, we can say goodbye to DeMaurice Smith, as the NFL Players Association's Board of Player Representatives has elected Lloyd Howell as the new NFLPA's executive director. Of course, you had Ed Garvey, Gene Upshaw, and then DeMaurice Smith were the original NFLPA directors, but now it will be Lloyd Howell, and I hope he does a better job, because I think DeMaurice Smith has done a terrible job for the players.
Yeah, it's tough, but I would agree. I think it needs to start with the best possible lawyers. But here's the deal is the Players Association always gets split between the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah. Sure.
And this goes back to the NFL quarterback club of the early 90s, which really created a privileged class in the NFL Players Association. But it's hard to get these guys on the same page. And I think the most important thing is quality lawyering and negotiating, but also you need a uniting voice that can bring the multiple parties together inside that Players Association to vote as one.
Right.
And start looking out for us holistically, instead of, I just need to get back to playing for a couple of game checks.
Sure, you're so right, because you have the high, the quarterbacks, the Aaron Rodgers, and this is what happened in the last collective bargaining agreement. They're like, yeah, we're down to hold out.
Yeah.
But then you have the guys that are on rookie contracts making veteran minimum, rookie minimums. No, we don't have the resources. We need to go out there and play. We need to earn our paycheck. We don't have $20 million in the bank right now that we can afford to sit out. So it does create a difficult position to be in when it comes to actually threatening the holdouts and following through on that. This was a great story that I saw from J.J. Watt. He gave the comments.
By the way, did you see the company? I looked this up because I don't know who Lloyd Howell is. But he worked for a company called Booz Allen. He was like
Booz Allen.
Yeah, I think it's Booz. Booz Allen.
Yeah, Booz Allen.
It's I don't know what Booz Allen does. He was an executive with them. It's a company's client service office.
I know a thing or two about booze dancing.
He's from Harvard, graduated from Penn. He's on the but he was at 34. I don't even know what Booz Allen is.
Is it two words or one?
It's a consulting firm in analytics, engineering, and cyber, digital.
34 years this guy spent as he was on the consulting for these guys.
Good for him.
Who did that?
Lloyd Howell.
And who's Lloyd Howell?
He's the guy that's taking over for DeMaurice Smith.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I thought it was a hijacking.
No.
Okay,
it wasn't a hijack. He tried. He did try to hijack.
I tried.
No, he's actually Brian's listening and he's adding on.
I was trying to help. I didn't know who Lloyd Howell was. I knew who Thurston Howell was.
Lloyd Allen worked for Booz Allen.
Thurston Howell.
Give me a little synopsis.
Who's Thurston?
I'm Thurston.
Thurston Howell? My man had some cash. It's amazing that it was a 3-hour tour and he had all his clothes with him. Everything his own. Him and Lovey, right, Lucius?
All the jewelry and everything. They had on 2 pairs of shoes.
Yeah, they had everything.
A monocle for the eye and everything.
Yeah, man. My man was
He was always dressed to the nines, had a perfect straw hat on.
Yeah.
He was some sort of a millionaire.
Need some of that money over here.
Awesome.
Throw it my way. I'll take a couple mil. Everybody's happy. J.J. Watt gave the commencement speech at Wisconsin. Of course, he was a member of the class of 2019 after he went to college there. And
2019?
Yeah.
He went back.
He graduated during his playing career.
Okay, gotcha.
So he's talking, and he had an awesome.
Yeah, sorry, that threw me off for a second.
No, it's a fair question, right?
So did Booz Allen.
Yeah, Booz Allen's an interesting name. But he told a story about on the Greenlight podcast with Chris Long about what he wanted to do and what the University of Wisconsin wouldn't let him do. Is Wisconsin doing a no-no on this? Are they being the fun police? Here's J.J. Watt.
You did the commencement speech. How was it? And are you going back to class?
Oh, I'm not going back to class. Are you kidding me? But a funny story from that was I was talking to the university and I really wanted to do something special and cool. So I was trying to find a way to make mine memorable. And I was talking to the university and I was like, this is what I want to do. Spotted Cow is the best beer in Wisconsin. It's incredible. I want to put a Spotted Cow under every single seat in the stadium. I'll pay for it all. I'll pay for the labor to put it under the seats. But at the end of my commencement speech, I'm going to say, and now to congratulate you, just reach under your seat and have a cold one on me. And they were like, yeah, we can't do that legally. We cannot. So then I tried. I was like, well, what if I tape underneath there a gift certificate for one beer down at the Terrace, which is like where everybody would go after graduation. I was like, I'll give them one Spotted Cow at the Terrace. And they're like, we just can't associate alcohol with our graduation. So it ruined my idea, but I thought that would have been such a badass idea.
That would have been, man.
You kidding me? We can't associate alcohol with the graduation? What do you think these kids are doing?
Not till after.
It's Wisconsin.
Hey, Madtown's a good place.
I think we need to lighten up over here.
Yeah. Well, there's certain things.
Certain rules you can't
drinking and driving.
Drinking and driving, yeah.
It's tragedy.
These kids are just they're gonna
we're gonna have an issue.
They're gonna walk to the
don't want to
bars.
encourage it.
I don't even think they're getting behind wheels at that point.
No, it's next door.
You know? Did you guys see Jason Kelsey, by the way, hammer a 30-ounce beer in under 6
that was
seconds?
impressive. Yeah.
Well, yesterday's whole Barstool Beer Olympics 2023 was incredible. Just the videos they were pumping out, and now you got the Green Light Pod, the New Heights podcast. That's what the Kelsey's one is. Now they're doing the same thing today.
Oh, they're doing a Beer Olympics today?
Yeah, they're doing a similar deal.
I saw the video of him hammer 30 ounces of beer, 5.7 seconds, man.
I just opened it up and went.
Hey, that's what these professional athletes can do. It is pretty amazing. Speaking of the Kelceys, Travis Kelce did an interview, and he talked about his estimation of how much of the NFL smokes. So he was talking to Vanity Fair.
Heaters or
weed?
Oh, okay.
Like Lynn Dawson halftime.
That's weed.
Yeah.
He said he's confident many peers are taking advantage of the NFL's looser rules regarding marijuana use. He said, quote, if you just stop using in the middle of July, you're fine. A lot of guys stop a week before, and they still pass drug tests because everybody's working out in the heat and sweating their tail off. Nobody's really getting hit for it anymore. I'll tell that to Randy Gregory. He also went on to say that he believes that at least 80% of the league uses cannabis. I think we just need to stop testing for it.
How many? What's the percent again?
80%.
That seems a little high.
Seems a little low.
You think so? We've been out there at those tennis courts. I think the majority of that.
He said that's a little high. Y'all ain't paying attention.
Touche, Dawson.
No, I do think that man, that's huge.
It's amazing.
I mean, because it's basically just like any other 20-somethings, and I don't think like more than 50% of 20-somethings are getting high these days. Am I off on that? I mean, you guys are still 20-somethings. You tell me, it's not 50-50.
I'll be 100% honest.
There's a lot of people that just aren't that into the feeling.
Out of 10 people that I know, I'd say maybe 2 don't smoke.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Real easy.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of people that don't partake in the herb every once in a while. I think it's becoming a pretty
better than the alcohol stuff.
Yeah,
right?
I think marijuana is becoming a very commonly used thing.
I'd say it's more like 20 or 15% around my age. 15-20% or so.
And I think the older generation seems to be into the gummies. It's like, oh, I don't actually have to inhale anything because like the idea of smoking something.
Yeah.
But they're like, oh, it's just a little gummy.
Yeah, they like the edibles and they like the vapes.
Yeah.
It was a stigma.
My pops found some weed one time in the crib, got mad, kicked me out the house. Now he's asking me where the vape's at.
Right.
The hell?
Yeah, my parents, they live in Oregon, so they'll get like the edibles that have like the CBD and a little THC in it.
That's really nice.
Like a Delta, something or other.
There's all sorts of options there, and
all sorts.
Yes.
I mean, dear God,
Unreal.
up there,
Yeah.
Isn't there an endless? Isn't it just like? Isn't that the drug capital of the world right now, where you can just like, in terms of legally doing anything?
Yeah, them in Portugal.
It kind of looks like Oklahoma if you've been up there. It's like every quarter mile there's another store with the green cross.
Smoklahoma.
Yeah, Smoklahoma. Yeah, that's about what it looks like.
They're cashing in, man.
Some states make you hide the dispensaries.
Yeah, we need to.
Others are just like, billboard it up, bro.
We need to move to legalization.
Do some commerce.
Missing out on a lot of money out there. Travis Kelce continued talking about his contract, and he said, quote, my managers and agents love to tell me how underpaid I am. When I saw Tyreek go and get $30 million a year, in the back of my head, I was like, man, that's 2 to 3 times what I'm making right now. I'm like, the free market looks like fun until you go somewhere and you don't win. I love winning, and I love the situation I'm in.
Yeah, it's easy to do once you start winning. Right. Once you're winning and the organization has proven itself to you, you're like, I want to stick around here. But if you're on a bunch of losers and they're like, man, just give us an extra $4 million, we promise you'll be a winner, I wouldn't believe them. I definitely believe Andy Reid, though. Andy Reid's going to make you a winner. So is Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, no doubt.
100%.
Absolutely. In fact, it's interesting. Some other day we could get into it, but there was an article on ESPN. If you put Patrick Mahomes on another team, how many of them instantly become Super Bowl contenders?
Oh, yeah. Probably 15 teams.
Yeah, it's. I mean, think about the Cowboys. If you put Patrick Mahomes, what are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about dynasties.
It's if you don't make the Super Bowl, it's a massive failure of a season.
Do you think the Jets feel the same way about Rodgers?
I think they do.
Yeah,
And the Jets haven't been in the playoffs in 2010.
Their problem is there's 3 quarterbacks in the AFC better than every single NFC quarterback. So Aaron Rodgers actually has his work cut out for him. Okay, Thurston Howell III, by the way. It appears the original Wolf of Wall Street in Hollywood. You know, it's a movie now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in the 60s, there was a spinoff of Thurston Howell III, and his occupation was a ruthless businessman whose nickname was the Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, wow.
I found that interesting. And do you also remember Lucius and Brian? He slept with a teddy bear named Teddy.
He did. He had Teddy.
Fascinating character.
Like just in the bed with him, or they were.
No, well, yeah, he was in separate beds than Lovey, as often he did in the 60s in sitcoms.
It was probably a money bank full of diamonds and monies and everything in there, knowing him.
Right,
He's holding on to it at night. Nobody's taking my bear.
There were precious diamonds. I just love the way he flaunted his money like it mattered on an abandoned island. Like, I don't care if you'll give me $5,000 to do this, Thurston.
They showed up like when they thought they were getting rescued. He'd go full tux, tails, hat. He had it all. He was ready to get
out of the way. Refusing to work on anything. Everybody else would be working, and he'd be like,
the professor figured out a lot of things, but he couldn't figure out how to get him off the damn island. He came up with like radio and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, out of coconuts.
He did.
CB radio out of coconuts.
He did. Sure did.
Fix this hole in this boat.
What a show. Okay, we got to run. Round 2 of Sacks to the Sack.
Oh, no.
Brian brought us straddling a cornhole board. Plus, we go around the Mavs with 3 audio cuts that define what Kyrie and the Mavs are thinking with free agency now just 2 days away. It's the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though, because my friends over there have won big awards for exceeding customer expectations across the board again. It just keeps on happening.
.com to learn more.
Bet payoff sacks as the sack continues. 469 texting in, just got out of prison after doing 7 years on the Cofield trustee camp. After listening to y'all for so long, some of you are not the character image I had in my head. Yeah, you can see us on YouTube or Twitter or however you want to. And yeah, I imagine those services were not available to you, only the terrestrial radio down there at Cofield in East Texas. But welcome back, buddy. Welcome home, and I hope you make the most of it. And thanks for making us part of your day, whether in or out of the joint. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel. And Frankel, the consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Broadus is positioned underneath the cornhole board with his sack underneath the hole. Woolchuck is prepared to throw. Broadus, how you feeling over there?
That Wooly Bully is a little nervous about this, but he's been getting coached up. I was really very critical of Eric, but Eric had excellent technique, and I think he could have got me twice. The one time that he did get me, it hurts. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to tough it out here. Yeah. And I'm very hopeful that Woolchuck just doesn't have the proper technique to get it done.
Well, I think he has been coaching Woolchuck up, and by the way, I was watching the video, Broadus, and I think I noticed you moving the board ever so slightly on Chief's throw, which forced that first toss offline.
I
agree. If that happens again, we're going to have to double the amount of bags.
Thank you.
I think I flinched.
The eye in the sky.
I just naturally flinched. So I'll sit it. I'll sit this one out. Here we go.
Okay, we have Mavs audio as well. 3 different cuts coming up as Woolchuck's first bag is in his hand.
There goes
It's in the air, and it's long.
Wow.
You hit him in the shoulder.
He hit him in the right shoulder where he was aiming for his...
Actually, to my left shoulder, sitting down here.
Oh, fair enough. Sorry, right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Bag number 2.
Okay.
Hit the
Woolchuck, we're
board.
going to need a little bit more air on these.
Get it in the
Okay,
air.
a little bit more air. Bit more air here.
Oh, God.
Off the belly. That's nice.
Oh, that hit me in the hand.
Okay.
I had both hands. What are we doing?
You're going for the bank shot.
We got to get at least one in.
What are we doing?
Bank shot.
We're
One
playing
more.
right.
Why am I green to one?
Oh, it's
No, we're not doing that crap. No.
Oh, now we got
that's BS technique. You know that, and I'm about to quit this.
Perfect execution.
I know. I blocked that thing.
City, bro.
I saw what was going on there. I knew exactly what was going on there.
Gosh, dang! Oh wait, no, this is the moment we all get to appreciate.
Pop right
got
up.
like a beast. He got
By
right
the way,
up,
by the way,
don't ask me to be your cornhole.
You better get
partner.
ready during the show because you're about to get hit in the sack.
Oh!
It might be by the golf club.
If you had have landed that would have been.
Oh no,
out
I blocked
for
that
the
thing.
count.
That thing wasn't getting home.
You did block it. Yeah, the hand came through
The
to
hand
block
came
it.
through. I was not going to let that happen.
And you moved the board. I think that was the quickest Brian's move since his freshman year at LSU.
Oh no, I saw what was happening there when it came across. I was not going to let that happen.
You missed quick twitch athlete right
we
there.
We tried
Brian
to plan
Broadus.
that. I think we executed it pretty well.
It was a good plan. Woolchuck got the 4th bag. He put it in the air. Chiafalo was lurking like Blake Griffin with a younger CP3. It was a good catch.
That wasn't going to happen.
And I thought it was going to be on target as well. The slam looked good, Chief.
No, dude.
But Broadus's offhand came through.
Again, you have to have the vision, peripheral. You have to be able to get it done there. But by the way, be ready because I might lurk around and catch you at a bad spot.
Well, it turns out
I won't miss.
I was doing the aim small, miss small. I need to do the aim tiny, miss tiny.
There you go.
That's on me. That's on me.
Aim aim tiny, hit tinier.
Yeah, that's
which might be apropos here. I think Broadus long snapping footballs into a crotch could be a good pet payoff as well. Yeah, like a full on Duke, rip that thing back there.
That is a great
idea.
idea.
Can you get that low still? Can you rip it?
I think.
You can still spin it.
I'll
bro.
put my sack on the line for that.
It would
will
be,
too.
It would be better. It would be
Be an
better.
honor.
It would be better if it was like an extra point field goal because I don't think I could do a 14-yard, 13-yard punt snap.
Whatever you need.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to hit the
It'd be
bullseye.
maybe a similar distance as here.
We maybe try it at camp. We'll see at camp.
Yeah, I think that'd be
maybe
fun.
we'll get
that
footballs
sounds
out
great
there.
idea,
Yeah,
I'd actually like some long snapping lessons. I think that could be a good bit.
I think I could teach you the long snap. I actually do.
Hit one of these guys. Of course, I'd have to lose a competition in order for me to have a bet payoff. So
That was
I don't
close
imagine
though.
that's,
If
that's
I didn't
coming
move
up
my
yet.
hand, I would have got.
That's a good point.
I was lucky that thing hit the.
No, it was flawless execution. Unfortunately, we just didn't finish it off.
Yeah, you're the party pooper. You're lucky. We all lost.
No, I
won.
was not going to let an extra bag just come flying through there like that.
Okay.
Nobody
Apparently you don't
would have
love the Tolos as much as
I do love the Tolos to a point.
I think Chief
but,
and Zach do.
How does it feel when
bro? It's content over everything.
Yeah.
Sir,
Exactly,
thank you.
man.
I'm not going to
over
have him
everything.
jump up in the air and slam a bag in my crotch. Not from like a foot away.
None of you guys would do that.
Slam a bag on my crotch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was still on.
Don't tell me what I wouldn't do. I might not be an athlete, but I'll do damn near anything.
That's true.
Oh, you would get hit from a foot away? Like you'd let him slam a bag like that on you?
Absolutely.
No, you wouldn't.
How does it feel for content? I'll do anything for the show. You guys know that. I said I'd wear a freaking diaper.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
I got my back waxed, and I'm going tomorrow to finally get that thing checked out.
Yeah.
Oh, you should. That's a hell of a story right there.
Yeah,
Wait, you're
still,
going to the doctor
it's
tomorrow to
still
get that
bad.
thing
Why are
checked
we allowing
out.
Luke to make fun of us
From
right
getting his
now?
back waxed.
The back knee, man. It turned. You warned me about this too, and I was thinking eventually it's going to go away.
It's tough on the epidermis, man.
Well, it didn't go away.
Your new girlfriend a little making self-conscious about
No, this
that?
is a me thing because now you guys, we've talked about it. We're going on this cruise, and
you don't want to be.
I don't want to be Brian Broaddus rocking my shirt everywhere.
That might be.
No, you got to get some sun on that thing.
Man,
that might be the best bet payoff ever.
Rocking the shirt ain't
Getting your back waxed?
4 months later, he's got to go see the doctor about it.
That's what I'm saying.
I scheduled it about like 2 months
Some
ago.
venereal disease this man done caught. Getting his back waxed out here in these streets. You got to use protection, Playboy.
Swaggy booties. Zach just wants to wear a diaper for fun. You might be right. You might be right. It might be a good bet.
As much fun as this is, I did tease 3 Mavs cuts for you. How about we get as many of them as we can? Woj on Kyrie and the Mavs free agency 2 days away. Tell us about it, Adrian. Yo, Adrian.
The market for Kyrie Irving, legitimate places that he would leave Dallas for that makes sense, that are available to him, it's extremely limited, perhaps almost nil. I think the full expectation is that he returns in Dallas. The question will be, what kind of a deal does he go back on? How many years on a contract? I don't think the money will be as much of an issue as how many fully guaranteed years are there for Kyrie Irving. I think that's where the negotiation is going to be between he and the Mavericks. But if he wants to maximize his money on this deal, the place to do that is in Dallas. If he wants a chance to win and make a lot of money, or certainly win at a certain level, playing with Luka Doncic, they certainly have much more to do with that roster, but certainly a very formidable 1-2 punch with the Mavericks. It is back in Dallas. Again, the question will be, how many years is that deal? What kind of a commitment do the Mavericks make to Kyrie Irving?
I think it's like 4 and 164, but the good news is there's plenty of room between lowballing him and maxing it out for him to feel more than appreciated and celebrated. And I'm sure the Mavs are going to work overtime with his agent to make sure they don't put any offensive kind of offers out. I do trust the Mavs to get this item of business done. I'm not sure they deserve as much confidence as I'm giving them, but I do have it. Here's Ramona Shelburne from her perspective and talking more about what Kyrie has in mind.
How do you get a max contract? You create leverage. And from what I'm told with sources close to this situation, he intends to take meetings when free agency opens. Now, they have widely held expectations that he returns to Dallas. But what that contract looks like and what happens with these meetings that he intends to take when free agency opens is going to be very interesting. Now, what's important to Kyrie Irving? From what I'm told, he wants to find a place where he can spend the rest of his career, a place that feels like home. And that's an interesting thing for a guy like Kyrie who's approaching a free agency where it's not really a lock for him to get that 5-year max that the Dallas Mavericks are in position to give him.
He wants to go where everybody knows his name.
I'm sorry, but he's exhausted that opportunity. He's exhausted that opportunity in my book. You know, when you do the things that you do and cause the problems that you've caused throughout, you know, and not been as reliable as you need to be, you've given up that right
to go home.
No, to go where, you know, you not he to me, he's got nowhere to go but Dallas.
Yeah,
he really, unless he wants to take just a ton less money.
He really hurt his value.
It did. That's what I'm saying. He totally, by his career has been absolute brilliance, and then absolute just what?
Yeah, I don't think whatever meetings he intends to take, I don't think it's kind of like OBJ, where there's going to be a couple of teams that are like,
that's a great comparison.
Welcome. Here's kind of what we have in mind, but there's not going to be the bidding war. And, you know, I think overall it plays to the Mavs' favor. I think right now you really got a generational type of talent at an unbelievable bargain. Last year for Dodo and Spencer Dinwiddie, really liked those players, but that's what you got Kyrie Irving for, and now you get an opportunity to keep him. Hopefully it works out. You know, I think On the other side of 30, you can be a lot more wise and maybe appreciate your opportunity to play every game possible more than you did at 26, 27, coming off a recent championship. So hopefully this works out better for the Mavs. And, 25, 30 games into his stint here, I would say all signs are that it is going to be a smoother ride for Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
and maybe it'll be a huge blessing for them.
But the thing about it is with Kyrie, he had to do everything in his power, right, to be on his best behavior.
That's true.
I'm saying this in a way he couldn't afford a mess up.
No.
He really couldn't. He got injured. He was playing through a toe. There was a lot of things going on that way. And, if you're hurt and you can't play. But, there's the fact that he is such a great player and nobody is really interested in him, that's all you need to know.
I think that's fair.
That's all you need to know about the player.
Okay, who on the show had the best thespian moment from yesterday, Chief? What exactly are we doing here?
Yeah, we will. We got a couple of clips to run back from yesterday, and the greatest competitor in America right now is giving us his regimen. That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat with you about
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we have some Cowboys news. CD's deal. And do the Cowboys actually have the worst one of these in the entire division? We'll have some Cowboy stuff coming up here at 4 o'clock. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some thespian content.
You know, this worked out perfectly because we were marveling at the skill set of Pat Mahomes to, in the Super Bowl, be able to pull off the acting job he did limping around on his ankle, allegedly by Eagles players, right? That he was faking the injury while also dicing them up and scoring touchdowns and winning at the highest level. And it's a very, very impressive skill set. I don't imagine most folks have. It's sort of a 1 in a million deal. But I think yesterday we discovered we might have a couple of dual skill set having bros right here in this studio. Because obviously you guys are radio hosts. That Pat Mahomes is a football player, but also he's got this thespian ability. And I think you guys might have a similar situation. Now, who do you think in this room is most likely to have some sound played from yesterday where they got into character? Does anybody feel like maybe it was them?
I would say Lucius.
I would always say Lucius.
Lucius is very good with the impressions.
Lucius is the 1 seed for impressions.
He is.
Walchuk holds his own.
For this room.
I think for the station.
Yeah.
I mean, Choppy does. I mean, Choppy's got his wheelhouse.
Yeah. Choppy's got his wheelhouse. I've got mine.
But it's like Lucius, your resume is extensive.
Yeah, you've got a more vast selection.
Yeah. That's why she's with me.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
I would say
it's pretty shallow of her, by the way.
Wolchuk's up for anything. So if you asked him to do some acting, I think out of the rest of us, he would go full send the best.
For sure.
And
Well,
pull it off.
He spent all those years in show choir throughout high school.
It was musical theater.
Yeah.
Tomato.
And it was
Paid off.
Yeah. Absolutely. I've got some thespian in it.
But I think
Me too, bro.
Thespians for life.
Scissor me.
Yes.
Edward Scissorhands style. But yes.
Yeah, I think I have a little. I have a tendency to maybe do a little character here and there in myself.
Do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Let's go ahead and fire off the first one. We can judge and see whose is better. We can just appreciate both of them. But here is thespian number 1 from yesterday. Take it away, sound.
Fear does not exist with this baseball team, does it?
Okay.
Okay. No, sensei.
Okay. I didn't know what was happening.
Not a Karate Kid guy?
No. I had no idea what you were doing there.
And this is all working out perfectly. And that was great, like snapping into character right there, Dawson. Like the way you were able to pivot.
Hey, if you bring up fear, we got to clarify something.
The way
Nobody's scary here.
You got in, you got out of that. It was efficient.
I'm
it
sorry,
was
I don't
impressive.
know many things about movies and stuff.
And what is that way? Strike first, strike hard, no mercy, sir.
All right.
See, Gavin's got it.
It's good, man. And it's very topical as well. Kudos to you, Dawson. I feel like you had a sixth sense about you on this one because Pat Morita was born today in 1932.
Oh, Mr. Miyagi.
He wasn't the first.
Known as Arnold on Happy Days, too.
He was on Happy Days?
Yeah, he was on Happy Days.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. I only know the fonts.
I'm surprised you fools know what Happy Days was.
Yeah. Just the fonts, man. That's all I got for
See,
you.
there we go.
I
say something that totally throws you off loop. So you now kind of know what I go through every once in a while.
Yeah. Just throwing you
Oh,
for a
he was
loop.
the cook?
Oh, he cutting hell.
He owned Arnold's.
Okay.
The rest
Yeah, he did.
where they hung out.
He was awesome
Makes
in that.
sense.
He was
I thought
great.
he was a little bit older than the boys.
Yeah, I did too, actually. Actually, I had no idea. I have no reference whatsoever.
Just making stuff
I
up
watched
over
like
there.
a half dozen Happy Days episodes as a kid when my parents would be like, "Oh, you got to watch this. It's the best."
Yeah.
Like I'm just beating it down Abby like with hey, you got to watch this, and she's like, "This looks old-fashioned."
Yeah, it just doesn't
like,
hold up.
This is Teen Wolf. How could you think this looks old-fashioned? And I'm like, "Wait, you got a point."
Yeah, when you see it, it can be obvious. And you're like, okay, this just looks old. If we could put a filter on it, make it look a little bit newer,
does
you
that
might
when
like
you get
it.
the games that are
Yeah,
non-HD.
like right now, I'm watching a
you're
Pittsburgh Steelers game from
Neil
the
O'Donnell
90s.
trying to outduel Jim Harbaugh here.
Yeah.
One of those deals. Yeah.
But he wasn't the first choice to play Miyagi. But so the director insisted, took the audition tape to the producer, Jerry Weintraub, and the quote is, "It almost brought Jerry to tears." And he said, "That is Mr. Miyagi." So that's how the Miyagi thing came to be. Now,
if you're a Miyagi fan, by the way, you got to watch Karate Kid too.
Okay.
We go to Japan. He meets up an old rival who you think there's no way Miyagi can take this dude.
And then, of course,
it might be a showdown.
Sounds very Rocky-like.
Might be a showdown.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
It's right up my alley. One of the greatest movies ever made.
What, Rocky?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
Now, here is contestant number 2, Thespian of the Week here in the G-Bag Nation.
Mom's daughters,
Oiling
read it
and
all.
lotioning and oiling and lotioning. I can't take it anymore.
Now, what's that a reference to?
Sandlot.
Sandlot. Squints and the lifeguard conversation we were having yesterday.
Oh, with Miss Peppercorn? Or
Yeah.
whatever?
Yeah,
He's
Wendy.
like looking up at her in the tower, and he's like messing with his glasses, oiling and lotioning. It's so good.
I think you guys both do a great job in building like your the final stamp that you put on the end of both of your acting character moments yesterday was fantastic.
Yeah.
So kudos to you boys, man. Just
Thank
just
you.
a general round of applause, boys. General round of applause.
I thought he was going with a little what is that? It puts the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Put the lotion in the basket.
Yeah.
Put the lotion in the basket.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
I forget
Incredible.
his name. I forget.
Hannibal Lecter?
No,
but that was a different guy.
Yeah,
it
he's
was
not
like
Hannibal
Cowboy
Lecter says that.
something.
Yeah.
I can't
He's
remember
a
what that guy's
weird,
name is.
creepy.
That movie is. I watched it again probably like a year
Clarice.
ago. Oh man, yeah, Clarice.
Wasn't that a follow-up one though that happened in that movie? I think there's like 3 or 4 different ones.
Yeah, there are.
Like spin-offs
There are.
of the Silence of the
Yes.
Lambs.
I haven't seen
but
any
that's
of
the
them.
original. That
Okay.
the lotion in the basket's the original.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's gonna
Buffalo
take me
Bill.
off. Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Texter. I believe it was a Texter. Yeah, 817. You're a beast. Okay, now, do you guys want Great American Regimen for a competitor, or do you want a new report that would make you uncomfortable about your home?
The home.
Great America.
Okay, Broadish, you spoke first.
Go with Great America.
An unwashed pillowcase could harbor 3 million bacteria after just 1 week.
Yep, there you go.
Which is about 17,000 times more than the average toilet seat.
Yes.
Oh dear God, I'm
Yes.
watching all of my stuff tonight.
This
Sounds
is
like bacteria ain't that bad.
I know, dude. I'm like, dude, okay.
Gross.
This is.
So sleep in the bathroom?
It just doesn't seem. Yeah,
Sleep in the commode.
I just don't know how this really makes any sense, man. I don't know how.
You ever been over at somebody's house and their pillows like smell like bus seats? They stink. Real talk, for like
Yeah,
it
but
smells sweat.
This is 1 week.
I tell you
Smells
what,
like a Jamaican track team. Let's just running up in that joint.
there's
I
no
never
way.
really pay attention to the smell of pillows unless I'm at a hotel. And then it bothers me if I can smell like some cologne or something.
Yeah, I don't know if these were washed.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes you think you might want to bring your own pillowcases on the next road trip, but I don't know.
Or burn yours back at the house. I don't know. Buy
Wash
new ones.
them once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wash them once a week when I wash the linen on the weekends.
Yep, I did it last night.
But it's like they're coming out with all these things. So many things are like so and so actually dirtier than your toilet seat. Like they're trying to make the toilet seat come across like it's Mr. Clean or something.
Yeah,
you know, I just don't know what
I don't
we're.
appreciate what they're doing.
I don't understand it. Joey Chestnut, I believe, is a top 5 American athlete of a generation.
We're getting into his time here. July 4th.
Yeah, getting close.
Ready to rock.
'Tis the season. I saw a little quote from him about how he prepares for a competition, like 3 days out, and for him it's really 2 days out. 48 hours out is his last real meal, he says, and then a normal meal. And then it's pretty much just a cleanse beforehand, lemon juice, water, a little bit of protein supplements. Then the day of the contest, he says he wakes up super early. He drinks a bunch of liquids. He does yoga. He does some burping exercises and sucking in my stomach and saying, all right, there's room for 15, 16, and 17 pounds of food.
He wants to try and get to 80 dogs. That's what he's trying to hit.
If we have
What does he usually hit in the 70s?
He's been in the 70s. Usually, I think last year was like 67, around there.
If we catch a death on one of these, is this going to stop?
We're not going to catch a death. What do you mean, like a choke?
No.
Nah, he's trying to eat 80 hot dogs and he just dies.
Nothing's going to kill this
He's a
competition.
professional winger, man.
No way?
No.
Didn't like 7 horses die at Belmont or something like that?
Yeah,
we
good point,
don't
dude.
care.
No, not at all. Next man up mentality.
He's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
That was that.
The money got to keep coming in, buddy.
Yeah, you're right.
We got sponsors.
Yeah.
Burping exercises, and then he
Nathan
just
hot
sucks his
dog
stomach
place.
in for a few hours. That's the prep time.
And he
He
repeats a
does.
mantra? I am ready for 17 pounds.
I am ready.
I am ready.
Yeah, I am ready, man.
Oof. Yeah, that's brutal. You know, that show just disgusts me. It really does. I think like the regular bland boiled hot dog is one of the worst things you can eat. And it's borderline vulgar to do that. And I do appreciate the attempts at like playing up the drama by ESPN, but it seems a little hokey and corny. You know, I'm gonna be
hokey and corny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's in Coney. Hokey and Coney. There you go. All right, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it is the 4 o'clock hour. Cowboys news. What's going on with CeeDee's deal? And do the Cowboys have one of the worst one of these in the entire NFC East? It's next here in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
All right, buddies, let's talk about the Frankels. We are getting ready to head into a holiday weekend. We want to make sure everybody is safe and all.
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here it is, hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're here to talk some Cowboys with you right now. Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up at 4:20. John Machota at 5:30. He's got a story up about CeeDee Lamb's contract range. And he was also hanging out with Micah Parsons at an event today. So John Machota will be able to give you a Cowboys offseason update as we approach July in just a moment. Okay, about 90 moments from now, 90 minutes anyway. A RIM session coming up in 1 hour. We'll get you the very latest out of the association with free agency underway 2 nights from tonight on the 30th. Tomorrow night on the Get Right. It's going to be a full show, the Get Right tomorrow. They're going to have Tim McMahon at 7:20 and Tim Cato at 8 o'clock. You talk about a Mavs free agency primer to knock your socks off. Doesn't get any better than that tomorrow.
Amazing. I think Cato's staying for the whole hour.
Yeah, Cato's in studio with him. Yeah.
Cato Power Hour.
It's going to be awesome, man. That's going to be great.
Okay, CeeDee's deal between 25 and 30 is the speculation, as much as $30 million. Would you guys draw a line somewhere in that range and say, hey, we can't go above this number?
Yeah, I'm sure there's like some level of like percentage of the cap that you don't want to go over, whatever. I mean, because you know the cap's going to keep going up, but you want to make sure you've got it in a certain percentage. I don't want to be resetting the market. If he's getting right about what top of the market money is right now, then I'm going to be comfortable with that. But it's going to get worse if you let Jefferson and Chase get to the dotted line before you.
Agreed. I think it's smart for them to try and get this thing done now. And I think 28 is maybe where I would probably cut it off, right? Because you don't want to match Tyreek at 30. I mean, I agree with some of the text from the opening segment where, I mean, is CeeDee Lamb Tyreek Hill? No, he's not. I mean, I think he's a top 10 receiver. He's not quite into the top 5 conversation yet. The point is you get this deal done. 2 years from now, he's not even the 5 to 8 highest paid receiver in the NFL. So I think maybe $28 million is fair. And look, this is what you're going to have to pay. If you don't want to pay CeeDee Lamb this amount of money, then you don't want to pay a top 10 receiver. You just want to go receiver by committee and go back and see how that looked.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You know, you have a player like CeeDee Lamb. I think it's possible to overpay him, but I just don't think there's anything that's realistic that I would be like, nope, can't do that. I mean, even $31 million, I'm like, fine. It's a couple of million more than what we wanted, but we cannot let him go. Sure. This cap is going up so much. By this time next year, Chase and Jefferson will be well over him. So, but I don't think CeeDee and his agent would do that. Like, there's a value to being on the Cowboys that you're going to appreciate. You're going to negotiate hard. But if someone's like, hey, $29 million and you get to be on the Cowboys and it's a winning environment, or door number 2, nobody's going to choose door number 2. Mm-hmm. You know, not even the absolute best wide receiver. So I am very, very confident this deal is going to get done. Hopefully it doesn't take long because it's annoying when that happens. Nobody's really going to leave the Cowboys unless they want you to leave. And then I also have to ask, how much better could he be with a better offense? You know, you get Kellen Moore out of here. You get McCarthy in, who hopefully is going to get him the ball on the run. And then how do you look at Dak's role in this? You know, and they did not pass the ball a lot last year. I think CeeDee's, the point I'm making is I think CeeDee's stats could be significantly better.
Agreed. He's gotten better every single year.
And he, as Texas pointed out earlier, like for 5 games last year, his numbers are dealing with Cooper Rush as his quarterback. So how much better would his raw numbers have been had he had a full season of Dak? And then also, I mean, what were defenses scared of when the Cowboys broke the huddle offensively? It's like, okay, this Pollard guy's pretty good. If he's on the field, it might be Zeke, in which we have no fear whatsoever. Okay, like who are we worried about stopping? Schultz for 9 yards? Probably not. Okay, I mean, what was the receiver that you feared last year? It was just CeeDee Lamb's the only one. Yeah. And so now you can't fully do that because Brandon Cooks is going to have some level of respect by the defense. So I think that helps things a ton as well.
And if this running game is more weaponized, hopefully you get more pressure into the box. You know, than with Zeke out. I think Tony Pollard can get a lot of eyeballs on him if you just don't take him out of the game, and he's killing it like he was for the first 10 games last year. It'll be really interesting to see how everything settles around Dak and his new supporting cast.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because last year the whole, what we noticed from defenses was it's less crowding the box. It's more we're going to play back, cover 2, and we're going to limit the big plays. And CD still had his best season.
Yeah. And now you get a better running game coming. Hopefully Tyron Smith stays healthy. That could be a big way down that department. Now, Brian, before we move on here in the C note, is there anything you'd like to add to this conversation?
Yeah, I was just kind of throwing it out there because of John's numbers and then what Bobby was thinking, that because we talked about it on the Love of the Star today, of that number, that 27.5. That's where Bobby kind of feels like that. And I reached out to a couple people in the organization. I said, hey, would this be accurate? And I got the response of, we'll see. So I didn't get a slam no or way that's crazy kind of a thing, but we'll see was the answer. So I was just trying to kind of look and see where these guys, how long this contract, like I say, how long he'll be one of the highest paid. It's all the best receivers contracts, are up around 2025, So does that do anything? I mean, like he's going to be, does that do anything?
Well, Chase and Jefferson are coming up.
Well, in 2025. That's what I'm saying.
But they can negotiate next year?
Right. Well, Chase's number, they become Justin Jefferson becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2025. Devontae Smith at Philadelphia becomes a free agent in 2025.
Yeah.
And then also Jamar Chase becomes.
Would that be after 5th-year option?
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to start negotiating after 3 years, which is, next March.
So, I mean, I just wonder, are you going to have a little bit, I'm just looking at the guys like ahead of him, like Hill and Adams and Kupp and Brown and Diggs and, and Metcalf. I mean, those guys are all right around $24 to $30 million.
I think he'll have a top 3 contract for like 1 season.
Exactly. That's why you're looking at 27.5. He'd be the third highest paid receiver in football behind Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, but that will quickly change because all the guys you mentioned are going to get paid and probably get paid more.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Hill's contract, he's UFA in 27, Adams in 27, Kupp in 27. A.J. Brown has a void that he can exercise in 27. Diggs' contract is not till 28.
Yeah, those guys are done getting paid probably.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, to me, is the number going to be at that, or
do you think it'll be less?
I wonder if it could be if you try and negotiate it less is what you would do.
I'm sure the Cowboys will try and do that.
Yeah, but if their response is, hey, we'll see where it ends up. I think they're acknowledging it's a pretty big range, and this is going to come down to how hard that CD and his agent fight and how much they're going to insist on extracting absolute maximum value. Okay, the 4 defensive lines in the NFC East could be the 4 best defensive lines in the NFL. What do you think about that take, Brian? Big reason, this has gone from one of the worst divisions in the NFL to one of the best in the last 2 years is the tremendous play of this defensive line. And I didn't realize it until I read this article on Cowboys Wire how good the other defensive lines are. Like, Cowboys defensive line is damn good, right? It's possible it's the worst defensive line in its division, which would mean, hey, you got your work cut out for you to win this division, but it's still a damn good defensive line. Could it be true? 877-881-1053. I'm going to ask you guys. I'll ask Broadus to get his thoughts on it, but the article suggests that D-lines 1 through 4 in the entire NFL are in the NFC East. And you look at the Commanders. Jonathan Allen would be the best 3-tech in the NFL if it wasn't for Aaron Donald. Montez Sweat, well above average. Daron Payne, a 1-tech who got 11.5 sacks last year. Yeah. The Giants might have the most balanced and versatile defensive line with Ojulari and Leonard Williams, Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence. Is that the best defensive line in the entire NFL? Snuck up on you, didn't it? Eagles lost Hargrave, but holy cow, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, You add Nolan Smith and the youngster Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham,
Jalen Carter.
They still have 7 dudes.
Yeah, they have the depth factor, which is really nice. Feels like the Cowboys have
good
pretty
depth.
dang good amount of depth as well. I mean, I would still say, like, you're going big picture with the whole league. San Francisco's
got the best defensive line. Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, and then they're going to rotate their right end, but right now it's Drake Jackson. That's the best defensive line in football.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what Philadelphia has. Like that's actual depth. They're like 7 guys deep of dudes that could start. The Niners might have the best 3.
Well, the Niners do, but if we're just talking about basic starting lines, I'll give you Philly's depth. The Eagles don't have a pass rusher on par, in my opinion, with Nick Bosa, and it's the same thing with Parsons. Like, Hassan Reddick's good. He's not in the category of Bosa and Parsons.
No, he's in that next tier, but he's really, really dang good. Josh Sweat has become a guy that's been, he's a stud edge rusher now for the Eagles as well. I mean, their depth is, and that's part of what makes a great D-line. Like, if you said, hey, you could have the best front 4, or you could have one of the best front 4 and also have the second team that's able to run through there and keeping those guys fresh. I mean, that's huge for the Eagles.
Thibodeau reaching his potential will be huge for the Giants. In which case, you could argue that maybe they're ahead of the Cowboys. I still think you add Mozzie, though, and if Mozzie reaches his potential, that's going to put the Cowboys over the top. And the Cowboys, in my opinion, if he does, will have the best defensive line in the division.
Yeah, it's a big key. I mean, you have the best player in Micah Parsons in the division, and then after that, it's Tank, who's significantly above average and actually had more splash plays than Micah. Is he a superstar? I don't know. But then after that, you have guys that have potential or solid players, but maybe Mozzie is the third star that could come into the picture.
Well, I mean, we saw the Eagles, for as good as their D-line is, and their pass rushing was amazing, but they got ran all over.
Yeah, they did.
And the Cowboys last year, we gave the numbers on it a while back. Like when Hankins, when Hankins was in the middle of that defense, they were the best run defense in the sport from a success rate standpoint.
They got really good.
And it was the opposite. It was the Cowboys on the edge. That's what they struggled with. The Eagles, it was in the middle. I mean, we talk about how good Hargrave is, but that's why they signed Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph in the middle of the season.
Yeah. Brian, how do you have them ranked in the NFC East?
I would go with the Commanders. I would go then the Eagles, Cowboys, and Giants is how I would play it.
I think the Cowboys are better than the Eagles. I do. I mean, that pass rush is right there, and then the Cowboys are better at stopping the run than these Eagles were.
Yeah, I think
now with Mozzie Smith,
I think Mozzie has the ability to tilt that in the Cowboys' favor, but I think they're very close.
I think to me the question I had was about the Giants though and where they were, because I think the Giants could stop the run. I think Dexter Lawrence is a big time player for them.
Yes, agreed.
He just got the bag too.
Yeah.
972 agrees with Broadus. Commanders' defensive line is the best. There's no way you can't even run on them unless you do a toss.
And they have been for like the last 4 years.
Yeah. Okay, elsewhere here in the C note, reset this story here on Micah Parsons. The ideal weight is 255. That's about 10 pounds heavier than listed. It seems like he was even under 240 to start. So
it's funny, he struggled to kind of maintain his weight as the season wore on. He got wore down. And and that's what happens to players. That's why they like to bulk up. And as the season goes along, they lose weight because they're not able to lift like they need to.
Right.
Just the time they try and get in there and maybe get an opportunity for 1 lift a week. If you're not playing, maybe you get 2, 3 lifts, but you just can't maintain your strength like you had. And then, like I say, you get wore down and you just can't, keep your weight on. And I think that happens to Parsons. I mean, especially at the end of the year.
Do you think he'll play any different at 255?
I wouldn't say. I think that he'll be fine. The thing that it will help him is he's talking about strengthening. He's trying to help his joints is what he's trying to do. He's trying to help his be able to put some muscle and stuff around him so he doesn't struggle with injuries and things like that. Whether it's his shoulders, his knees, those are things that he's kind of talking about because that was where, I felt like he was struggling last year, with some of his stuff that he was dealing with. He didn't feel like that he was very.
Can that added power keep the players off you? Because that's the thing. Like he's running into guys where he needs to stab and go into space.
His biggest concern is his hands.
Yeah.
He is so worried about his hands because if he could find ways to disengage quicker or better, then he's not going to have to deal with those blockers. And you can watch him and Sam Williams at the OTA practices and the minicamp, And he would sit there. They would hand fight all day.
Yeah, and
he is worried about trying to disengage quicker.
You're 100% right, but I think it's also, if you look at his stats at the end of the year, he clearly fatigued. His first 11 games, 12 sacks. His final 6, 1.5. Tackles, first 11 games, 9 games with at least 4 tackles. Final 6, 1 game with at least 4 tackles. Forced fumbles, first 11, 3 games with a forced fumble. Final 6, none. And it's interesting. You mentioned the depth. The depth is going to be critical in keeping Micah Parsons fresh. When he played 80% or less of the snaps, the Cowboys were 8-1. The only loss was the meaningless finale against Washington. When he had to play 90% or more of the snaps in the game, the Cowboys were 1-3. He's not a guy you can just leave on the field to play every single down. They've got to do a better job of keeping him fresh later into the season.
All righty, good Cowboys conversation, gentlemen, as our countdown to camp continues. Coming up next, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are we going with that?
It's National Paul Bunyan Day. Had a Tolo reach out and say, hey, let's do a Top 10 beards list. So let's do it next on The Fan.
It's out of here. Bye-bye.
Turn it on. Leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here. The bet payoff continues. More sacks for Brian Sack as he is once again positioned under the cornhole board. The cornhole bags are positioned 10 to 12 paces away as Lucius Alexander will now step up to the pitcher's mound, I believe, and start humming some sacks at Brian Sack.
Little sack on sack situation.
Yeah, a little bet payoff happening here. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel consultations, always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, all four of us are taking our turn on the 20s. And you get 3 bags, and, the object there is to get Brian Broaddus right in the testicles.
Lucius is warming up like this is gonna hurt.
Lucius, you said you've been hanging out at Chicken and Pickle quite a bit, just like tossing bags. He's just been tossing bags.
Hanging out at Derek's a lot.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a guy with a country
go.
background that knows what he's doing. This is gonna suck. Here we go. Yeah.
More beers, the better.
Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, dude, it's on you, man.
Let's get it, LA.
It's totally up to you.
Oh no, this is not gonna be good.
Bag one's in the air. It's short.
Just a little short.
A short bag. Get it high. Yeah.
He's talking then.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
okay.
Had a nice little hang
I thought
time.
that was going down.
Just a little bit more mustard there, Lucius.
Oh,
He got him!
Jeez.
I felt like you waited, you set him up. That was a line drive, baby.
That was on a
One more.
one more.
Overtime.
That's a sack back.
Whoa.
That man is changed.
Wait a minute. What are we doing
Sack
here?
back. If you
We
make
got
the
one
last
more.
one, it's sacks back.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I'm in position.
Don't be moving,
Stop.
don't be moving.
Stop. I got to wait. Take that back.
Yeah, we'll take that back.
Take it back.
That's fine.
I got to reset the box. I moved the box here.
Your box or
It's a bag, not a box.
Well, I moved the
That
whole
one-
thing. I moved the whole thing.
It is Pride Month.
Wait. Time out for a second. Time out.
You need to adjust your pronouns.
He's hurting.
Starting to wake up a little bit now, huh?
Man. All right, hang on.
The delayed pain of
that thing went
the sack
direct.
impact is real.
That thing that was on a line, and I saw it.
Yeah.
Like the first couple were short, and then he figured out just
put it on a road.
line drive that thing. All right, here we go.
Here's the sack
I'm
back.
not even going to look.
Okay. It was a dribbler.
Whoa.
It was a
It's all
dribbler.
good.
All right.
It hit the board,
Well done,
slid into the
nice
hole,
work, Lucius.
pain-free.
Nice
But that's
work.
interesting. I didn't know that there were two valid techniques. You can go
Yeah.
high and
Yeah.
down hard, or
Yes.
you can go straight through.
That one hurt.
That was Lucius's third bag, and it was more of a laser technique.
And it seemed like he was saving it, and
That-
there was just no hesitation, no
Yeah.
doubt. Boom, went right through.
That thing,
Looked like Paul Skeens.
that
beautiful.
thing hit harder than yours. It did.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
Lucius brings that torque,
of the
man.
week.
Yeah. All right.
We've had 3 participants,
That thing hit harder than
2 bags find the money. 2 bags right on the money. Yes.
2 bags, yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, it's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420. It's brought to you by the Almatet Procedure, only available at EliteSkincenter.com. Now, here he is, the Wooly Bully, Zach, with an H.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually tough. There's not a lot of really good beardless out there. But
Really?
Yeah, I was
It's an
shocked.
untapped market?
It's an untapped market. I might end up having to make my own and put it out there one day and just deal with this. But
I do love when it's a personalized Wooly Bully list.
yeah,
you know?
and I thought about doing it today. I just ran out of time. I had to run some errands for Jared Sandler before the show.
It's definitely your wheelhouse.
It is.
Did he have you going to get one of those step up things? I heard he broke his step up deal when he does like the on camera stuff.
Yeah,
He's
it
gotta
was
stand next to
that.
a
It was a
normal sized
squatty
person.
potty, and then I had to go to House of Blues and pick up something for the charity auction.
Nice, dude.
So, no big deal. With the things I can do for Jared, I try and do it for the people and for the charity. But I've got the top 10 beards of all time. Text in some of your favorite beards, 877-881-1053. Real quick, though, I just want to give some love to the guy that I think is going to be tight end 1 of the Cowboys. Now, this is an encouraging stat that I saw, but it's a small sample size, of course, for Jake Ferguson. But Jake Ferguson, in his sample size of snaps, he was number 1 among tight ends in separation percentage.
Thank you.
Number 1 in separation percentage versus single coverage.
There you go. Got it.
Number 2 in yards after the catch.
Yeah, God.
And number 6 in yards per route run. I think we're about to have a top 10 tight end emerge.
That's a big, and I'm with you 100% on that, dude. This is the Jake Ferguson, Sam Williams come up year. Big time.
Let's do it.
Welcome to the mainstream, boys.
It's a party.
It's funny, they both had very small sample sizes, and every time you saw them, it was, we need to get this guy on the field more. This guy needs more opportunity. Almost
like the old Tony Pollard
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Let's just not wait till year 4 to do it.
Half the time Ferguson was on the field, he was having to be in there to block. It's like, this dude's clearly a weapon in the passing game.
Absolutely.
And so I do think he's the one. I know, Broadus, it's interesting as you're grimacing in pain there because one of your testicles has descended into your rib cage.
Oh.
But you think, or you know, that the Cowboys like Hendershot a little bit more. But I'm more bullish on Ferguson, just like you, Walter.
I am as well. And we'll see. Maybe you're right. Hendershot's got talent too.
So those are your you said Sam Williams and Ferguson. Are those your July?
Those are my
July, throwing it out there that they're going to be difference maker kind of guys?
I'll throw McQuamu in that as well. I think you got 3 young, on the rise difference makers on your team right now.
I'm going Osa and Fergie. Those are my 2 dudes.
What bothers you more, the feeling in your balls right now, or the fact that these guys are both denying your scouting and your insiderness? I mean, you scout them up. You say Scooney's the guy. Your insider says Hendershot. They're going Ferguson.
I like
zig
it.
when others zag.
I like it. I like it. I just, like I said, I think that Scooney. Gosh, this hurts.
It's okay. We'll get to the list.
Scooney is. I feel like that. I don't feel like Michigan did him any service.
And I agree. I think Schoonmaker could end up being good. I just think Ferguson for me right now this year.
I hope you guys are right about those two.
Is it just me? It sounds like Broadus's voice has gone up an octave.
I'm not going to lie. It hurts.
Did you burst a sack?
Good work, Lucius.
This hurts. Lucius went on the direct line.
Yeah, hit it right on the head.
That was a 2-seamer, man.
I think I'm going overhand. At 520.
Perfect. We'll look forward to 520. Now let's get to the beers.
Cock his leg up like old Nolan.
Yeah.
Got some love on the text for Mike Napoli from the 817. Fantastic beard.
Nap Daddy. Shout out to the Big Nap Energy line, by the way, from those LSU players. That was really good by you. That was your creation.
Yeah. I'll say this.
Right on.
ZZ Top got texted, and ZZ Top is an honorable mention.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Well done.
How's it an honorable mention? These guys, these are beards.
They're going down to their breasts.
Yeah.
To me, that's their top 10, maybe top 5 beards.
It's just beards, cowboy hats, dusters, and guitars. That's
Billy
all they
Gibbons
are.
and Dusty Hall. Shout out to ZZ Top. They're crushing it. Brian Wilson,
Saw him play
Giants
down
coach.
there at the Cotton Bowl.
Oh, did you? That was probably
I don't know what it was called then.
man.
Jexa. I think I saw him in
Yeah,
Jexa.
Jexa.
Oh, that's one of the greatest places to watch a concert if you're you chilling. It's a great place to watch a concert, bro.
The Duck Dynasty beards getting some love as well.
Yeah, those guys
no
had
doubt.
it. Yep.
I'd give Travis Frederick some love for his beard during his time
Travis
here.
Frederick.
Shout out to Nick Mangold as well.
Nick Mangold.
Former New York Jets center.
Wow.
Thought he had an outstanding beard. Brett Kiesel.
Brett Kiesel
Of the
had
Pittsburgh
a
Steelers.
beard. Honestly, I think Brett Kiesel's beard, and I know it's not a huge star-studded headline name, Brett Kiesel, but in the beard community, I think he's one of the most respected in there.
I think if we're doing sports beards alone, he's a top 3, if not top 1.
Dallas Keuchel's rocking a good beard for
Dallas
a while.
Keuchel.
We know about the beard. James Harden,
Hey.
of course.
Duck Dynasty getting love.
He needs that beard, right?
I think
Are
he
those
does.
photos is that photoshopped or is that really him?
I think it's really him, dude.
That's really him. He really needs that beard.
There's pictures of him without it.
Yeah, from college.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm gonna have to
He's
go down
beard
there.
handsome. You're hat handsome. He's
Yes.
beard handsome.
Really messed up chin, jacked up chiclets.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Jacked up chiclets.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Number 10, we've got David Beckham.
So is this in sports, right? This is beards
No,
in
this
sports,
is
or this
just
is
in
just all?
general. This is just in
David
general.
Beckham is known for his beard. I mean, that bleep hole's got it all, man.
He really does. He's got the facial hair. He's got regular hair. He's got the talent.
But it's like probably a beard he spends thousands of dollars on.
Probably
right?
does.
all these legendary beard havers probably spend a fair amount of money to keep that thing pristine.
But
Yeah.
his is like model quality.
It is. It is.
Now, everything
You know?
about him is. It's
very short.
He's a dick.
It's a
That's what I'm
short. It's a
saying.
short beard.
But is it how full is it? You know what I mean? Like that 5 o'clock shadow, I think, is like packing a punch.
I feel like he could probably
It
do whatever
varies.
he would do whatever he wanted with it. If he wanted to grow it out, he could. If he wants to keep it short and beautiful, he can.
It's the same with his hair, where it's like he could have 9 different hairstyles, and he's a man dime every time.
You know what he pulls off every now and then is like the 5 o'clock shadow everywhere, but still a mustache goatee
A little
look.
bit thicker.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
such a freaking vibe, dude.
Absolutely.
Jason
If you can
Sudeikis.
pull it.
Jason Sudeikis can pull it.
has a great beard.
The
Ted
rest of us
Lasso.
look homeless if we try
Absolutely.
that.
Right, yeah.
Number 9, we're going with the beard himself, James Harden.
Yeah, no, back to Beckham, though. He's playing a different game. He's playing a different game than the rest of us. How about Brian Wilson?
Brian Wilson, absolutely.
Oh, it's a great beard.
With the Giants, absolutely.
Was he dyeing that? Or was that just was it just freaking
It was so dark. It was so dark.
Yeah, that's that Beijing.
Oh, that Carlos Boozer?
Yeah. I think Sergio Romo, also part of that closer group from the Giants, had a sick beard too. Number 8 is Idris Elba.
Ooh, I need to check
Idris
out
Elba.
Idris Elba.
I'll tell you, this is ridiculous.
He's not known for his beard.
He's not known for.
No, what is this? Is a sexy list. Ladies came up with this list.
Maybe, but Idris Elba does have a good beard.
He's so sexy too.
When does he ever have it?
Luther.
Okay.
See, I like him when he's
the Book of
rocking.
Eli?
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
I like him when he's rocking. When he's going more mustache.
Okay, I'll be back here.
You
If
see
you
the
need
Book of
me.
Eli? Yeah. Isn't that Denzel?
No, that's Idris Elba.
That's
Book of Eli?
Denzel.
No, I think it's Idris Elba.
No, it's
that's
Denzel.
Denzel for sure. I still love you and respect all your movie.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
Is it Denzel?
Just a little brain fart.
Gosh dang it.
Everybody's brain farts.
At least you didn't get it mixed up with like Mike Epps or something. You got to mix up with another great
I thought
actor.
it was Mike Epps. I thought he was in that too. No, I thought Idris Elba
Honestly,
was my pick to be the next James Bond, and he's not going to do it anymore because all the racists came out and were just clapping at him like, oh,
There you
James
go.
Bond's got to be white.
There you
Go F yourself. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, tear them up.
Yeah. Come up with your own spy.
Gosh. 2023.
I do think you did a good, like, if it wasn't for Denzel, I think Idris Elba is in the Book of Eli, and the movie's just as good,
It's
and it
just as
works.
good.
It's
fantastic.
it's a seamless switch out if you had to,
Two
man.
of the best actors of our time. Number 7, shout out to Plano East's own and former Chicago Cub, Jake Arrieta.
Oh, okay.
Jake Arrieta does have an outstanding beard.
Okay.
He sure does.
Now, because Tom Selleck's such a mustache guy, like he is.
It's mustache.
He's all stash, no beard.
Stash,
all
bro.
stash.
Okay.
Stash and thighs.
Yeah. Oh, a good call there.
Yeah.
Oh, Kimbo Slice. That's a good
Oh,
one.
100%.
Yeah, man.
Chuck Norris. Sean Connery. How about
Connery?
Fitzmagic?
Sean Connery is great.
Fitzmagic has an all-timer,
Magic,
man.
he does, dude.
Great sports beard.
Number 6 on this list, as we continue, somewhat sexy, but this guy, he's Wolverine. He deserves it. It's Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, it's good.
That's a hell of a beard.
Good beard.
It is,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Talk about a guy just born to be Wolverine, too.
For me, though, like a great beard is not like the perfectly manicured shorter beard. It's when you can get long and like still full with it and like
Yes.
cut that thing out
Okay,
to where
well,
it's got a shape.
Here's a guy that's sexy but has the long and the full, and it's Aquaman Jason Momoa.
Yeah, he's. And I think
you're
his
channeling
is-
your own
This,
appearance.
it's what
off of
Lucius
him.
said about 3 minutes ago. This is a ladies list.
Yeah, this is a hot.
It's
Ooh,
the
who's hot?
it's the most handsome guys
The
with
top
beards.
4, I don't know about that, but you're right.
That's not a
a lot
great
of
Are
these.
you
beard.
feeling
Momoa.
bad right now about your list?
No. Number 4 is John Grizzly Adams.
Yes, that's
And hell
iconic.
yes.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
literally.
he's the guy that lived with the bear, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, what about
Based on a true character, right?
Jeremiah Johnson?
Was
What
it
about
Dan
Jeremiah
Haggerty?
Ooh,
Is that the
Jeremiah
actor?
Johnson's good.
Wait, Dan Haggerty?
Is that his actual name?
I think it's Dan Haggerty.
I
Dude,
have no idea, Brian.
Hey, Jeremiah Johnson
might be right.
might be a Mount Rushmore beard haver. And that
Hey.
dude reeks of testosterone.
Number
Grizzly
3 is
Adams.
a guy that has been texted in.
Yeah, Haggerty played him, but Grizzly Adams was a real dude in the 1800s in
Okay,
California.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I was just thinking of Dan Haggerty with like
You're
he
right.
lived with a bear and hung
Yeah,
out.
that's the
It was-
show.
It was
That
a
was
TV show. It was
one of
on
my
be-
favorite shows.
It was
Yeah.
on after
Yeah.
Little House on the Prairie kind of thing.
Andrew Luck had a good neck beard. That's a good text right
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
Ben
no
Roethlisberger.
question.
Number
Hey,
3.
Let's show love to Abe Lincoln.
We will.
Oh, okay.
Number 3, and I hate this guy, but it's Baron Davis.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Baron Davis is
Yeah.
awesome.
Dude, that beard was he was beard man before James Harden.
Yeah.
I mean,
he birthed
Baron
it.
Davis had a gnarly beard.
Y'all, my sons.
Great
How about
player.
Drake?
Drake
Good beard.
I gotta say that only because like there's so many clones. There's people walking around with the fade,
Yeah.
and then the dark beard, like Drake, yeah, with the mid cut right there.
Yeah.
Good look.
Whole lot of clones.
Number 2, this is kind of a cop out, but it's Zeus.
What's up,
Yeah!
clones?
Not a cop out at all.
I mean, it is a fantastic beard,
Yeah, it's down to his knees, bro.
dude. That thing, it's his. He doesn't need to wear a shirt. The beard just covers his body. Number 1, though, best beard of all time,
Bill Flutt.
Abraham Lincoln. Good old Honest Abe.
Honest Abe.
I'll tell you, that's a good beard. But I'm looking at a New York Knicks number 18, Phil Jackson.
Ooh, back in the day.
Phil was rocking a beard, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
A legit.
He was. Even with the Bulls. You go back and watch The Last Dance, he's rocking a beard.
Dirk had some bearded years,
Dirk
didn't
had
he?
some good beards. And I
Decent
think
beards.
Luka,
Yeah.
I think, might look better with one.
It's worth a shot.
Yeah.
You know,
Cover up some things.
It can be like makeup. Yeah, it can improve your look. If you don't like your look, try a beard. You know, maybe you like it better.
David Hellman might have the all-time great.
Yeah, a lot of guys did it.
That's a good point,
A
man.
lot of guys.
Hellman's in there.
I was one of the originators back in the day. I've been doing this for 30 years, actually.
Appreciate you being a pioneer.
You got it, buddy. We got to run. How do so many people keep passing to the other side at this Florida beach that took a quarterback yesterday? We got details on that and more coming up next. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You know, one of our favorite spots is Diamonds Direct, and we're blessed to have Diamonds Direct in there.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. You youngsters know who this band is?
Hey.
I know the song.
Chief does. Chief's cool.
Hey. This song right here goes off in swingers clubs.
Dude.
I'm telling you.
I bet, man. I bet.
Crap, I wish I could come through in the clutch right now.
9 Inch Nails.
That's right.
Pretty Little Hate Machine. I think one of the classic albums of the 90s. Very forgotten, too.
I'll circle back on
bangers up and down the whole
Isn't
deal.
that Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross?
I think so. Also check out, well, shoot, I'll come up with a whole list, but Jane's Addiction.
Yeah.
Jane's Addiction. You guys like rock and roll? Jane's Addiction, one of the best punk bands.
Rock and roll tequila.
You guys like rock and
That's
roll.
we. That's we. Okay, how are so many people, including a former NFL quarterback, dying on this Florida beach? And the truckwreck.com fan text is open if you have bands from the like mid 80s to mid 90s that you want to know if Wolchuk and Chia Follow know who they are, and maybe you'd like to suggest them. Okay, I think yesterday's entry was Jodeci, great R&B band.
Yeah, that guy was awesome.
Yeah, they definitely got some good tunes on there for you to check out. Put the ladies in the mood. Put the ladies in the mood to put on some Jodeci. Okay.
Like better than Barry White?
Yeah. I mean, just different. Yeah.
Okay.
Barry White was in the disco era.
Barry White, though.
He was singing his
Lucius,
balls
am I
off.
right about that with Barry White, like playing that for gals? That kind of works, right?
Or a Barry Manilow.
Dawson used to talk like that on the radio way back in the day. Did you? Yeah, I called him Barry Off-White.
Barry Off-White, yeah. Yeah, give him about 12 beers and some other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan Mallett's death. New details emerging. The former Arkansas and Michigan college quarterback, third-round pick of the Patriots, decade or so ago. Sheriff is frustrated about the deadliest beach. It sounds like it's the deadliest beach in America, maybe the entire world right now. You're sitting there on the Gulf Coast. When I imagine waves in Florida, it's a lot different than like waves in Northern California or the violent Pacific Ocean. Typically, the Atlantic Ocean, much more tame. I mean, sometimes you're at a beach in the Atlantic Ocean, you're like, wow, this is like a lake. You know, they're just barely rippling in. Mm-hmm. Not the case here on this particular stretch of the Gulf Coast. As the sheriff there says, I'm beyond frustrated at the situation we have with tragic, unnecessary deaths in the Gulf. I've watched while deputies, firefighters, and lifeguards have risked their life to save strangers. I've seen strangers dying trying to save their children and loved ones, including 2 fathers on Father's Day. And this is just like in the last couple of weeks, bro.
Jeez. Yeah.
11 drowning deaths in the last 15 days on this beach that Ryan Mallett lost his life on. How are even people allowed to go on this beach right now?
Yeah, it should be shut down, dude.
There's no question.
Caution tape should be everywhere.
But they've said that they've tried to warn people about the beach, right?
Yes, and the sheriff actually said these same heroes who have risked it all to save others have been cursed and given the finger while trying to warn visitors of the life-threatening dangers.
Yeah.
So you have like the authorities out there telling the tourists or the locals or whatever, hey, you can't go in this water. It's against the law, and 12 people have died here in the last 2 weeks, and the citizens are like throwing the bird at them. Like, I'm not going to die, because they go in the ocean a lot, and they can't imagine how bad this particular rip current is. They're like, a rip current, sure, bro. Like, leave me alone, hand me my beer or hold my beer and watch this. And then they jump in, and apparently there's parts of this riptide that are pulling you down and out like a quarter to a half mile. You're just like, get over here. Boom, you're on the ocean floor getting drugged. And you don't even have time to try to swim up to the top. It's just too violent and strong and fast to even swim out to try to get to the top for too many people. So even strong, accomplished swimmers who are in shape and 35 years old, Ryan Mallett digging into a high school coaching career, drowned in the ocean near Destin, an area where beachgoers have been warned to avoid due to a recent rash of drownings. On Sunday, there was a message: we have used the tools provided by the county commission to fine violators $500 for entering the water. We don't have the resources or time to cite every single person that enters the water. I don't know. Maybe they need reinforcements or something, signs. I don't know. It sounds like they could get a pretty good fundraiser going at $500 a pop, though.
Yeah,
I'd find the people. Hey, we're gonna get some inflow coming into this kitty.
How about if you enter the water, you'll die? Like a big sign or something like that. People's pictures up
You
there.
are risking
don't
death.
think
These are all the people that
are going to still do it, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the submersive mentality.
It's like, the beach is closed. I don't care. I'm going and doing whatever I want to do. I'm not
Yeah.
going to obey the laws. People are going to make their own dumb mistakes.
Yeah, we did that in Far East Texas there on our Bigfoot hunting trip a few months back. There was a section of the woods that they're like, don't go over here. Turned out it was the funnest place.
Of course.
That's
where y'all found. That's where y'all found it.
yeah. We were thinking, dude, it was prime Bigfoot habitat. Okay, let's end on a happy note.
Next is Bobby Belt.
One of the right
call.
One of the great pieces
Story
of
reminds
sports.
me of Jaws, though.
Yeah,
remember Jaws? Yes. The guy was like, the beach is closed. The beach is closed. Yeah.
You got to get out. Get out.
They didn't want to go anywhere.
Not worth it to die. And man, after 3 or 4 beers, I haven't seen a water challenge I don't think I can survive after 4. And you send me at 18, boy, I'm going in.
There's a TikTok song here somewhere.
I'm going in. I have the broken bones to prove it. But the great news, NBC interested in entering negotiations to bring the NBA on NBC back to your television.
Marv Albert?
It would bring perhaps the greatest sports theme song back into your viewing reality, Lucius. Here it is.
Yeah.
Round Ball Rock, produced by the great John Tesh.
Oh,
of all people.
Tesh Doggy. What a beast.
Yeah, John Tesh is the man, dude. The most 1987 name for a theme song you could ever imagine, Round Ball Rock. You guys don't know who John Tesh is either, do you?
I've seen the video where he's like, it went viral maybe a couple years ago where he's doing
orchestrating
Yeah,
it?
he's orchestrating
Yeah.
it. And so that's all my familiarity with him.
I was in Destin 2 months ago. The waves were so strong you could barely go out 10 feet.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. Just came back from Destin. Double red flags. Could not get in the water. I went in waist ankle deep. Wave came in and almost pulled me down. Did I get it right? Yeah, so it sounds like some people have had an experience with Destin, and it is quite violent. That's a quite violent beach. It sounds like everybody needs to get the message to stay the hell
That's
out.
a darn hot spot, too.
Yeah.
Destin is a hot spot for vacation.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. So many people. I've been there. So
Must
many
be a
people.
good-looking beach. A
I
lot of
think
topless gals.
Yeah, I think a lot of those football
sign me
coaches, college football coaches in the South, all have like homes down there. Like
In Destin, yeah.
Yeah, they're all down there, hanging out with each other.
More of a Siesta Key guy.
You guys know who Pearl Jam is and Nirvana, no doubt.
Yes, of course.
Probably not Danzig.
Not Danzig, no. That's the one I don't know.
Milli Vanilli.
Yep.
Yes, I know the name.
Corn
Just
and Limp Bizkit. That's kind of forgettable.
Milli Vanilli was
I know the name.
Yeah, I know the name.
Milli
That's all I
Vanilli, they
got.
won a Grammy for not even singing the thing.
Yeah, they were lip syncing.
They lip synced that thing.
Limp Bizkit was an insult to music. It was a cruel joke on everybody.
Boy, but they had like 2 or 3 jams.
Yeah, I thought Limp Bizkit had a couple of bangers, man. I liked Limp Bizkit growing up.
Did it all for the nookie.
I can lift some weights to this one.
Man, I liked Limp Bizkit.
Hey, dude, I
Everything
did.
sucks.
Yeah, I did play the record. I'm not proud of it, but it was in my Honda Accord.
Of course, Blink-182.
Honda Accord.
Yeah, my 86 Accord was rocking.
Blink-182 is the first CD I ever bought. That and Eminem's Curtain Call.
Ooh, that's top notch.
And I'm going to see Blink-182 on July 7th in Austin.
You're so edgy.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run,
Well, it's
Nation.
offensive. That got texted in. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know Blink-182?
Okay, yeah, you shouldn't claim that either.
Oh, I'm
that's
claiming it.
That's way worse than Fred Durst.
Oh, man, you need to...
Oh, wait.
Listen
You
to
got
better
to
music.
Don't you
Dawson.
poo on Blink. Dawson, you're doing too much.
Yeah.
Seize him.
Freaking clowning over here.
Gosh, if I had a taser, I'd use it on you right now.
I'm having fun over here, Nation. We got to run, though. It is time now for the 5 o'clock hour. A little bit of a rim session, Chief. Where are we going with the association?
So many rumors to get to, plus crumble cookies and the update on Kyrie. That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I want to tell you about the 000 for 2 they got going on right now. This amazing.
fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Nation. 20 minutes away from the fourth and final sack toss. It's coming up. Broadus will be positioned inside the cornhole board. Last hour, Lucius got him good with a laser shot, flung it in there.
Still hurts.
And he's been hit twice good so far today. You can check out some of the highlights on YouTube and on social media. And again, the conclusion's coming up in 20 minutes. A little bet payoff for Brian. It's time now, though, for Eric Chiafalo to deliver this rim session, buddy. Where are we going with it?
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you get a glimpse of the Warlocks that are Luka's second signature shoe that's expected to be released this summer, the Jordan Luka 2. I just DM'd it to all of you on Twitter. Every single one of you has this sitting in your DM right now. I would argue it's as not a shoe head person, I think these are one of the best looking shoes I've personally seen.
I love that.
Black with a little bit of gray and purple. I think these look epic.
Should be great when he ends up in Sacramento with the Kings.
It features an ISO plate support frame. Go F yourself.
Man. Jeez, can we just mute his mic the rest of the show?
And
Shut up, Brian.
Formula 23 cushioning, apparently. But, I mean, do we all agree? Are these, like,
those are
incredibly good-looking shoes?
Yeah, I think they're fantastic.
Yeah, they're cool. Got some Team Jordans.
Yeah.
Did I say that respectfully, kinda?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit of a knockoff.
Yeah, it's Team Jordans, but they look good.
Little great value version.
Ooh.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Okay, so we got the Kyrie update is Woj telling us, hey, man, there's pretty much no other suitors, and he's still going to be a Maverick. And then Ramona Shelburne was like, yes, but Kyrie's doing everything he can to maximize his contract because he could get a max contract, but we know the Mavericks are wanting to do something a little bit south of that. So by way of creating leverage, Kyrie is saying that he's going to be attending meetings with other teams for free agency to try and maybe put a little bit more pressure on the Mavericks just to cave and say, fine, you get the full years and full dollar amounts that you are eligible for. So we'll see. I think that's exactly what it is, though, is just Kyrie, hey, I'll take a couple of free dinners. I'll meet face-to-face. I don't know. Like, Mark Stein's like, there's no suitors for Kyrie. So I don't know what does it mean? Who is he meeting with? Who wants to take the time? And most teams going to view it as more of a waste of time at the start of free agency to go sit down with Kyrie when it's pretty obvious he's going to end up back with the Mavs anyways.
It's a confusing situation. Whenever it's confusing, you got to think, where's the money? How do I follow the money for clarity?
Yes, sir.
It's an agent who's got nothing to do. I got to advise Kyrie something. We're going to shop you. You're going to go get meetings. We're going to be talking about it. You'll really be in L.A. Just go have dinner with LeBron. We'll put up some pictures. We'll say you're meeting with the Lakers. Do you know anybody on the Clippers? Okay, go do that. We're going to put this up on social media. I got your back, Kyrie. What do you say? And Kyrie's like, okay, all right. That sounds like a plan. I'm trusting you, agent, man. This is an agent that doesn't have anything to do trying to earn his money.
Yeah,
best theory I got.
Everything points to he's re-signing with the Mavs, and that the only other team that we've heard mentioned is Houston, is the Rockets, because they have the money to do it and they need a guard. Yeah. But I don't think I think this is happening. If it doesn't, my gosh, this would be heartbreaking.
Houston's the Beard reunion.
Hard's going
home. There you go.
I think so. Well, or Fred VanVleet, one of the two.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet is going to get some bag offered to him by Houston for sure. It looks like the Sixers and Harden getting back together is more likely than it was, say, a few weeks ago. The Sixers are going to make a super strong offer that blows out of the water, reportedly, what he turned down as his player option, which was almost $37 million. So I think the Sixers are going to make a huge offer for James Harden. We'll see what he decides to do. I did see today in regards to Kyrie, he had the most 20-point fourth quarters last season. He had 5 fourth quarters where he put in 20 points. That was pretty cool. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, he was the best fourth quarter player. Lucas the best first quarter player.
Did you see the video of him running routes as a wide receiver?
He looked pretty good.
Yeah, he did look pretty good. Now, it was all like, it was a little bit more of a jog kind of speed, a goof around. But there is one deep ball that makes him look pretty impressive.
Kyrie?
Kyrie. He says, I'm like Megatron mixed with a little Deshaun Jackson. That's his own.
Man, is he that tall?
Scouting report on himself.
No.
Well, I mean, he's what? Is he 6'4"?
Kyrie?
How tall is Kyrie?
I mean, I guess we're talking basketball. He doesn't look that big out
right.
there.
I bet he is at least 6'3", if not 6'4".
Google's saying 6'2" right now.
Okay, I think he's not that big.
Yeah, I mean, but still, I mean, a 6'2" wide receiver, we call a big wide receiver.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So there's a little Kyrie update, but I did see this as well, and I thought this was just fun. This is like sort of that inside basketball that is it's just fun to hear from players. It's Iman Shumpert, it's Gilbert Arenas talking about Kyrie Irving and the way he goes about attacking people and how different it is when he has the basketball and he's trying to put the ball in the hoop compared to really any other player ever.
I remember I said with Kyrie, and I said, when you going at somebody, what you looking at? He said feet. Perfect.
No, because I know what's scary about Kyrie. He's one of the only players that will play against you with no plan. Playing one-on-one with Kyrie, I realized you really don't care how you score it. You don't care. Like, he'll pick a spot here and there if you just sag off him for long enough. But Kyrie's one of the only people, he'll let you play. He'd rather play defense on offense. He's defending the ball and keeping the ball away from you. He starts his point of attack, and he lets you dictate how this is gonna go.
Yep. Cut me off, because I got this second move. Cut me off, I'll fake it,
All he's
jump.
thinking is, I'm gonna go as hard as I can to his left shoulder. If you cut me off, it's because you can't defend over here. We're going this way. If you fast enough to get over there, it's because you left your stance. And I'm a Euro step and get over here. But once I get under this rim, however you want it. Here, you want it. There, you want it. Like that.
He is a fantastic ISO player. This is good. This sets this up well. Theo Pinson was also on a podcast recently. He was talking about the difference between playing with Luka and Kyrie and the mindset when playing in transition and how role players have to adapt to both of them. And this is what Theo Pinson had to say.
If Shelton got the ball, I'm gone because I know he looking. You know what I'm saying? Like, LD, he the same way. Like, he look up the floor. They do. Kai, maybe not.
Kai going to the cut.
Yeah, Kai getting to the Baja.
I like that. Getting to the Baja.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that before. Throwing that one in the memory bank. Yeah, it's he's a unique player, and we all saw for firsthand last year. We all have watched Kyrie plenty over the years. We've seen him in big moments, but when he was on our team and we were watching him night in, night out, it was just a whole new perspective on just how impressive he is. And Gilbert Arenas, Iman Shumpert, two guys just marveling at the way he goes about it, where he's like, he doesn't even have a plan. He's just dribbling the ball, and whatever it is you do, he knows he has, like, you're leaving yourself vulnerable some way defensively, and however you go about it, he'll take the route he needs to, and then as Iman Shumpert was describing, once he gets around the rim, there is nothing that he can't do in terms of contorting himself, either hand, and finishing is just at the highest level.
I can put it over here, I can put it over there, I can give you everything you handle.
Dude, and more. And he can hang. It's crazy how I mean, he's got airtime like Jordan a little bit, where he's just waiting for you to drop a little bit and then he throws it in. But I mean, that's what so many of the great players do. I think too often great players are diminished to he's just faster, quicker, stronger. It's a presence and an awareness to watch the defender and notice they're leaning this way, their momentum is carrying this way. I'm going to attack behind them. And I think it's true in basketball maybe more than any other sport that, yes, speed and quickness helps. And if you have it like Kyrie Irving, great. But Luka can do the same thing getting around players just by being able to notice the exact split second they're leaning out of position and then go the opposite way. And I don't know how you measure that or identify that, but you can see little kids doing it, by the time they're 7 or 8. And it's the ones that aren't just like, oh, crap, I got the ball, what do I do? They're sitting there watching the defender ready for one mistake, one misstep, and then, boom, they're around them. And it's like some people are just born with that awareness.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Kyrie Irving, you add that like with this magical handle. He's got complete control of the ball, so he doesn't even have to look at it, and he can just watch you. And he's quicker than you.
It's nuts. I mean, I got a whole new appreciation for his game, and once we got to watch him night in, night out. I mean, he is a special player. It's really just the outside noise that is a concerning factor when it comes to Kyrie.
Pascal Siakam's another name getting kicked around from a rumor mill standpoint about the Mavs being interested. We've talked about him plenty. Would make a ton of sense with Toronto. Maybe there's a deal to be had there. Of course, there's the DeAndre Ayton stuff. Looking forward to hearing Tim McMahon tomorrow with the Get Right 720. and the
Bullock
power
has
hour.
to be upgraded somehow, some way.
And
we
today,
need more
Did
perimeter
his
help.
salary become guaranteed?
Today was today's the Bullock day. I think they probably have. I mean, sometime today. Maybe the deadline's already passed to get out from under it, but they will officially be guaranteeing him slightly over $10 million this year. They could have opted out of that, where they would have still paid him $5-something million just to not be on their team. So, but they can't afford to do that.
The second half of the previous year, he looked like he was worth more than that. Looked like a $15-17 million player. All of last year, the first half of 21-22 was just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This guy can't hit the broadside of a
No,
barn
the
when he's
shot was so bad last year. But as a wing defender, for this team,
you do need him. Unfortunately. I saw this today as well. It looks like Draymond Green and Damian Lillard are going to be sitting down and having a conversation tonight in Portland. And there was a Rip City Radio 620 in Portland. Dwight Janes, who covers the Trailblazers, your boy.
Yeah.
He says,
Godfather.
He goes, Draymond Green is in Portland tonight meeting with Dame at a restaurant downtown. I had a friend that had reservations at this restaurant, was called and told Dame rented out the entire restaurant and they had to cancel his reservation.
Wow.
Can you imagine? You get the call, you think you got, date night plans with the wife, whatever it is, and you get the phone call, sorry, sir, not going to happen tonight because, a local legend, Luka Doncic or, Dirk or something is renting out. You're going to be like, you know what? Okay.
All right, that's fine.
That's all good, man.
Yeah,
that's all
somewhere
good.
else.
In Dallas, there's like 12 other amazing places to go eat.
Oh, in Portland.
In Portland, I think there's 2.
We have limited options.
Yeah.
We're spoiled.
They might have added another one.
The
since I
Chili's
left.
got rented out tonight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you what, man, those chicken crispers are no joke.
Dude, I'm a big Chili's fan. The Southwestern egg rolls always slap.
The Chicago Bulls and center Nikola Vucevic are nearing a 3-year, $60 million contract. He was a guy that I thought maybe would be willing to take a little bit less. Not the perfect fit, but good friends with Luka as a guy who could be at that stopgap big. But that's certainly not going to be the case now.
He's underrated. I think he's the most underrated big in the NBA.
He does, he does some
Hard
things.
to argue that. Nobody talks about him.
Nicely. I think defensively, he's not necessarily what you would want, but again, it'd be slim pickings. So, but that's a guy who's going to be off the market. I do have some sound here. Tobias Harris of the 76ers.
Come on.
They're talking about him as a lot of trade pieces.
Yeah, and he's getting frustrated about it. He was asked about it, and I really enjoyed his response.
Trade speculation, casual Sixers fans, they'll trade me for a crumble cookie.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's a great line.
And to be fair, a crumble cookie is like 4 cookies in one.
Thank you.
That thing is massive.
I mean, I think if you're being fetched for one single crumble cookie, that tells me you have pretty damn high trade value.
That is extreme value.
That's an asset. That
Since
cookie's
being on
an asset.
soda, man, I don't think there's anything I've wanted to cheat on more than crumble cookies.
Are those the ones that do a different recipe every week?
They get a new menu every week. They always have the chocolate chip.
Right. They have their staples, but then they have the cookie of the week or whatever, and
Some of
they're
them look
giant
amazing.
cookies.
Like they got the Oreo ones that they were doing a couple weeks. I mean, the video comes out on Instagram every freaking week, and I'm like, I need to unfollow them.
They don't disappoint, man. They really don't.
Those Sixer fans are morons, though. It's brutal to be the third best player on a team sometimes. You're the guy that has to sacrifice the most. Chris Bosh in Miami. Like by the time that run was done, they were like, Bosh isn't very good. He's a 22-12 guy. He's just sacrificing so the team can win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
We need, like James Worthy could have been a 28 point per game guy. I want to be with Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 19 points. I'm good with that. I think I'd love to get my hands on Tobias Harris if he does become available. I'd be willing to give up much more than a crumble cookie.
Yeah,
I love him.
he's
30 years old,
he'd be
right?
nice.
I believe something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I did want to throw this in there. If I told you that the average purchase price for a Spurs home game last season was $69, regular season, average price $69 to go watch the Spurs last year.
I think it was too much for that group.
What I would agree.
That doesn't suck.
What do you think the average purchase price is to attend day 1 of the NBA Summer League in Vegas on July 7th to see Wembanyama's debut for the Spurs?
I would say it's around $200.
Yeah, I think it's easily double that, maybe even triple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say $475.
$148. So it's more than double. More than double to go see a Summer League game of Victor Wembanyama than to watch a regular season Spurs home game last year.
It's wild.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. Always look forward to the next RIM session here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, when we come back, we will hit the expressway. We have the fourth and final round of sacks to the sack. I'm going to throw beanbags at Brian Broaddus's private area when we return. Then John Machota is going to join you from The Athletic and tell you everything there is to know about Zeke and Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb's contract and everything in between here. It's coming up next, G-Bag Nation.